The soldiers of the leg regiment visibly deflated when the illusions vanished, and there were no more demonic battle maids for them to stare at. No battle maids, but a lot of work cleaning, packing and storing the meat of the boars to supply the regiment now that the threat was gone. The regiment could always use more meat, and at overlord rank, the stone crushers were highly nutritious, as well as better tasting than almost anything else in the region. The commander of the unit turned to Carl, who was taking time to polish his sword and absorb life energy after the battle. There was a lot of it stored, and his body couldn't absorb it as fast as they were killing. Or perhaps the sword was unable to transfer it that fast. Carl suspected that it was the first, as it had absorbed it without any issues. It was just the discharge rate that was slower. Overlord, thank you for your assistance. Were you passing by, or did this make the guard map in Drod? The soldier asked. It made the map. They were one of the closer major threats, and at an appropriate power level for my team, so we came here for the day. Carl explained. For the day. Carl gestured upwards at Hawk. We got a ride. Unlike walking troops, a small team like ours can cover a remarkable amount of ground. The team didn't look all that small with the golems, the beasts and the dire bear. But then Ophelia transformed back to her were-bear form, and it began to make more sense. Then the Naga queen bit someone. What the hell? The commander shouted, drawing his blade. Relax. It's a healing spell. Injecting, healing splash, is much more effective for targeted cures than surface treatments, and Remy is an overlord. See, he's perked right back up. Maybe a bit too much. Find that young man a wrath demon next time you've got days off. The commander chuckled a bit as he began to relax, and put his blade away. The demon really was looking better, and his commander wondered what was wrong with him to begin with if the general-purpose healing spells weren't getting rid of it, and he needed a specialist treatment. Carl's team backed away while the soldiers cleared the battlefield, but Kara continued cleaning up the loot for a few more minutes, ensuring that she had all the good bits of ore and gemstone. If it wouldn't take up a beast space slot each, they should have kept a few of these things, just to produce more loot for them. There are more of them in the distance, only a small group. We can always find more later. Hawk consoled her. Chase the ones with baby pigs away from the settlements, so they have time to grow big. We can't be running out of loot pigs. Kara insisted. Was all of Drod now an open-air farm in her mind? But they had killed so many of them this time, that the pygmy stone crushers might actually be an endangered species in this region. Were there other major threats in the region that might not be on the map? Most of my group just grew into the monarch rank, and combat seems to be the best way to stabilize power levels. Carl asked the leader of the military team. The man took out his map to compare with Carl's. They were nearly identical, other than the marks for military units and smaller villages that weren't on Carl's map. The one that the guards in Drod handed out only had the major population centers on it, not every small farming village of 50 or 100 people, much less the small waypoints and farming community clusters. Nothing much. It's all been kept under control recently, except for the larger issue at the river. The commander noted. The undead horde that the regiment had been sent to deal with, before separating to keep the threat contained. Do they need assistance? We could likely fly over there tomorrow and collect some undead. With the priestesses and Thor, we can do a rather significant amount of holy damage to undead hordes. The commander shook his head. Please don't. We have issued an evacuation order so that we don't have secondary infections and casualties. There are strict quarantine protocols after fighting the undead that must be followed, so we don't spread a zombie plague through the city. The whites aren't as bad. The ones that they turn to zombies aren't infectious. The ones out here in the wild are, and they have a number of lich lords with them. That still sounded fun to Kara. Nullify made playing with spellcasters far more enjoyable than it had any right to be. Carl whistled to Hawk, bringing him down to ground level. The soldiers finally realized just how large the Thunderbird was, a full 30 meters long. That was more than enough to carry this handful of people. But when Remy, Kara and the bodyguards simply vanished, the guards were baffled. I have a skill to create a separate space for my bonded partners. It makes travel much less of a chore. Carl explained. The demon nodded. Our regiment commander has a similar skill. Pocket dimension, he calls it. Remy and Dana both perked up at the mention, but the commander could only see Dana. If you're compatible with it, ask the Lard Academy. They are the sole source of tomes on the topic. But they don't often offer them to anyone below totem rank. Carl smiled. We have a couple of professors from Lard Academy at our guild house in Drod right now. I will ask them when we return. Perhaps I can work out a deal. Then Carl got a great idea. Jones, the magma dragon, had mentioned trading for spell books. Carl could likely find something that would make it worth the dragon's time if he had a similar sort of skill. Or, portal. They could really use a portal skill. Alright, we will be headed back. Thor, you'll have to get your scales rubbed later, friend. Bring Tessa over here before you rest, will you? Carl called. Dana's dragon hound, Greater Golem, looked up from where it was doing the exact same thing as Thor, and the mage laughed as she dismissed the summoned beast. Those two had a lot in common. Once they were all strapped in place, Hawk took off for the city. He had a lot of work ahead of him removing all the stones from his new snacks, and he wanted to rearrange his space a little. It was a highly productive day for them all. Killing a small herd of pygmy stone crushers had caused multiple advancements, and it had given them nearly everything that they had been looking for. Carl gestured at the suburban area outside the gates as they approached. I will hop off here, and you can fly straight to the house. I doubt the guards will hassle us over the fee, but if they do, just have Davis pay them from the guild bank. Then he hopped off, and Little Butterfly helpfully gave him a pair of feathered wings, one black and one white, to slow his descent. Carl landed with a solid thump on the dusty street, and Butterfly made the illusionary wings vanish. He could sense that the butterfly was very proud of itself. Guessing what the Carl needed was becoming easier by the day, and she had even correctly guessed that everyone would like her illusionary maids. Carl stopped at the magma dragon's front door, and then lightly knocked once as he heard movement inside. Overlord Carl, what a surprise. Did you have something curious to trade? The dragon, still in his demonic transformation, asked. Yes, in a way. I would like to propose a trade, if possible. I am willing to pay very well for a portal, and a separate space-type spell. Now, I haven't prepared skill books in advance. But I have something nearly as good. I can directly transfer a skill that I know by touch if the target is compatible. Jones began to literally glow with excitement, and the temperature in the house increased noticeably. Oh, that is just as good. You see, I am compiling skills for my inheritance. It's an important part of a dragon's transition from adult to ancient. Carl realized he knew just what Jones meant. I've actually had the chance to see that once before. The moment that an adult black dragon transitioned to ancient dragon status and passed on a legacy blessing. Jones smiled. It's a bit different for us. Magma dragons aren't a chromatic dragon, so we're not tied to the whims of a particular dragon god. We also don't pass on our inheritance automatically. Instead, we tie the inheritance to a part of our body, depending on our intentions. Many choose to bind it to their heart, so it will only be passed on after their death, and won't easily transfer to anyone for whom the dragon has lingering animosity. Others will put it on a claw or tooth and then remove it to place with their hoard. That way, whenever they pass on their inheritance, it can be acquired. It also tends to draw adventurers to eat for a bit of entertainment, so it's not a bad option. Carl chuckled. Kara would love that one. She already had a hoard, but if she could start a rumor about it holding a powerful legacy so she could beat up random strangers when she was bored, it would be even better. Maybe once she reached mythic rank. Because for now there was still a lot of entertainment in the world. Jones paused, then continued. I can access a portal skill book, if you have something that can pay for it. Carl considered the price for a moment. How about a trade for the Meteor Swarm skill? It's both fire and earth element, and while it's not technically an epic grade skill, it's very close. Jones was silent for a moment as he considered the spells that he already knew. All right, I will trade you. They shook hands and Carl activated, "Follow me, little one." Jones smiled. "Oh, it's a system skill. It's been some time since I had the chance to let the gods insult me to my face." Carl laughed. "It doesn't always insult you. Sometimes the nickname that it gives people is complimentary." Jones nodded. "Your skill is actually very similar to the dragon's, inheritance of the ancients, racial skill. We gain it when we meet the conditions to become an ancient of our species. But I'm not a purebred dragon, or my racial transformation would make me a human. So, the system delights in insulting me." Jones reached out into nothing and pulled out a book with "Portal" on the title, and Jones' name at the bottom of the cover, marking him as the creator. "Oh, you're an inscriptionist. No wonder you wanted new spell books." Jones smiled in response, then gestured to where his hand had gone. "I don't suppose that you have something that could be traded for an artifact-grade spell like Tiny World. It allows living things to survive inside, but you won't be able to make the most out of it yet." "Well, neither can I. Only the immortals understand the laws of creation well enough. But dragons understand the rules earlier than most species." "Rules?" Carl asked. "Oh, I suppose nobody would have told you yet. You must understand the rules of the world, fundamental aspects of how magic and life work, before you can reach the mythic rank. It is also the requirement for a spell to become artifact grade. If it can change a rule without breaking it, it will be artifact grade. Tiny World does that, in creating a separate space within the world. Portal simply operates within the rules, and creates two openings at different points." "Do you have something that might intrigue me that much?" Jones asked. "I have a few epic grade spells that you might like. Apocalypse combines a meteor storm with multiplying flaming tornadoes and a firestorm, with much better mana efficiency. Or, Ghostfire Body, which I believe you've seen enough to understand the basics of. Or, as you are creating an inheritance for dragons, what about Iron Within, which creates metallic bones and blood to strengthen the target? I don't know if you'll be compatible with it, but I could create a spell book, given enough time." Carl offered. Jones shook his head. "I already have numerous defensive skills. Limited Invulnerability, Draconic Invincibility, Divine Draconic Might, Phylactery. It is the sort of unique attack and utility skills that might benefit my clan's offspring that would be of the most significant value." Carl thought for a second, then tried a new idea. "Pack Master Carl offers knowledge, a skill, evolution, will be transferred to the Groundfall Runt Jones." Carl blinked as he saw that notification. He didn't know what it meant, but if he had to guess, the system had just accused Jones of being the unwanted egg thrown out of a nest as defective. That was a low blow, whether it was true or not. And Carl was not about to let on that he knew what the system was calling him. Jones smiled as the skill transferred. "A one-time chance for a dragon whelp to advance past their bloodline limitation. That. I can't. The value of this skill is unimaginable." Carl smiled. "I have never used it myself. I have been waiting for my beasts to reach a bottleneck that they can't surpass. Only then would I be willing to use it to help them move past their species limits in a form one rank higher than before." Jones smiled. "How do you feel about taking a little trip with me? Just an hour or two out to an island I own." Carl shrugged. "I don't see why not. It's only lunchtime now, an hour or two gives us plenty of time, and I have, recall, set to the guild house." The magma dragon smiled. "I actually meant for you to get back. But we both know Portal now, don't we?" Carl realized that he was still holding the skill book for Portal. Spell learned, Portal opens a gateway to a destination known to the caster. Mana cost and casting time increase with distance. Yes, you are right, we can both travel freely. Let's go to your island. I take it you expect to be there for some time? Carl asked. The dragon nodded. The first target that I intend to use, evolution, on is myself. You see, Overlord is the peak of my lineage, thanks to the mixed blood of a weaker demon in my veins. But with this new chance, I should be able to reach totem rank. With that, they might even grant me guardianship of the Frostfire suburbs. Jones opened a portal, and they both stepped through onto the steaming surface of a small volcanic island. Oh, right. Not a fire demon. Never mind, you seem to be fine. Jones realized. I have limited invulnerability. I won't burn in the natural lava. At least, not while standing on the surface. Carl explained. Good, good. Now, let's see what I need for materials. 1 dragon bone of totem rank or higher, overlord rank fire and earth stones. A dark element treasure of epic grade, and some skills. Alright. I have all that. Jones narrated to himself. He piled the items on one of his hands, and then with a flash of golden light, they melted into his body. The dragon began to change, transforming back to his natural form. Then the magma dragon began to leak oppressive power, and the glowing flesh under ash-black scales glowed a lighter golden yellow instead of red, while a faint mist of black smoke emitted from his body. It was a true evolution, and his species was subtly changing as his body grew. After half an hour, he had settled on a length of 60 meters, and emitted a flickering golden light under a black miasma. Species, Shadow Volcano Dragon. Jones read the line quietly to himself, then frowned. He was still an overlord. I thought that it was supposed to increase me by a rank. He muttered. Then his golden eyes lit up with annoyance. A form 1 rank higher. But in potential, not in current rank. That evil bastard of a world dragon. Then he tossed something in his mouth and his power level began to grow, shattering through the bottleneck as the totemic protection spell began to form on his body. He was already at the peak of Overlord, and constrained by bloodline, but now he could move on again, and reach the peak of totem rank before he would have to find another opportunity to increase his bloodline once more. Jones smiled at Carl. That skill really is priceless. The number of demons and dragon hybrids who are stuck at Overlord rank because of bloodline makes up 2/3 of the Overlords in Drod. But while they would pay immeasurable amounts for this chance, someone like the city governor, who is bottlenecked at peak totem. Jones trailed off, and Carl chuckled. Yeah. It might be best if we don't mention this to anyone else. Jones smiled and handed Carl a small glass orb that looked like a globe. That is the artifact that will allow you to learn, Tiny World. Use it and then hand it back. I need to return it to its origin source to recharge for another 1,000 years. The orb granted a once-in-a-millennia chance to learn the space element artifact grade spell. No wonder that nobody knew it. Carl activated the orb, and felt the power flowing into his body. Then threw him to one of his spaces. Little Butterfly was vibrating with excitement as the knowledge was shared with her at the same time Carl learned the spell. This was a much better version of her illusionary domain, except that there was nothing at all in it. It was just a flat piece of stone with no life until it was shaped. Somewhat like the beast spaces were before the beast started to upgrade them. She could fix that, though. Tiny World creates a separate space linked to the creator. Its location may be linked to an object or spatial coordinate. Only one tiny world may be activated by the caster at a time. Ray cheered in Carl's mind, and he wondered what she was so excited about. She couldn't use the spell. It's a Dana space. Carl blinked slowly. She wasn't wrong. Technically, it was very close to a beast space that he could put Dana in, but not quite the same. Kara was already making plans for the tiny world. If they were going to keep the Dana in there, it would need playing spaces, and treasures to sleep on, and some plants. Jones watched Carl as he tried to calm down the beasts. It seems your bonded partners are quite excited about the concept. Carl nodded. Yeah, they have big plans for it. As long as living creatures can exist in the tiny world, that is. Jones nodded. Yes, but with some limitations. The tiny world only holds so much air. Unless you open it every few days, or keep living plants in there, they would suffocate eventually. If you keep it open just a little, it will naturally balance itself to the outside world, but that does run the risk of dangerous things or enemies gaining access. Well, I have to say, for a dragon's horde, it's a perfect spell. Kara, the winged void badger, also appreciates a good hoard of treasures. The dragon laughed. Yes, they do tend to be fascinated by shiny things and rare magic. Just be careful letting her play, as a strong enough, nullify, spell will cause the space to collapse and dump everything out on the ground, forcing you to reactivate it and put everything back. That only works from inside, so be cautious about similar creatures trying to get inside. Got it. No nullifying the space. I think that we can live with that. Now, should we go back and reveal your majestic new form to the world? Jones sighed and settled to the ground with a large chunk of ore in his front claws. Give me a week or two. I need to rest and stabilize after my advancement. We're far enough out to sea that nothing but a few sea monsters will have noticed my advancement, but there will surely be an uproar in the city when I return. Tell Mist and Rain that I'm on vacation for a week, would you? They get worried if I don't come by for tea at least once or twice a week. He requested. Of course. I will see you again soon. One more totem rank local would thoroughly change the power dynamics in the castle, but Carl had no expectations that Jones would honor a demand for him to move out of his little suburban house. Carl focused on the front gates of the Dryad's house, and then cast, Portal. The spell took a surprising amount of mana, more than 5 times what a monarch-ranked attack spell would take. No wonder mages didn't use this spell casually, it would nearly drain a royal rank mage in one casting, and a commander would struggle to use it at all without help. The older Dryad came out as soon as the portal opened, then paused in confusion as Carl stepped out and waved at her. Oh, Overlord Carl. How are you liking your new guild house? She asked. It is wonderful, thank you. You did an excellent job. I actually stopped by to tell you that Jones is on vacation for the next week or two. He didn't want you to worry when he didn't join you for tea. Oh, that is very thoughtful of him. Thank you for taking time out of your day to come all the way over here. If you see my daughter, send her back, would you? We just had an order come in, and she's over at your place having a play date with the Green Dragon Cleric. Flower? Lotus. Yes, Lotus was her name. Carl smiled. I will see what I can do. You might end up with both of them instead, but I will let Rain know that there is work to do at home. Carl had only been gone an hour or so. It would not be easy to separate them if the two had just started on whatever they had planned for the rest of the day. Carl walked back to the house instead of using Portal again, intending to surprise everyone. But there were surprises waiting for him as well. The property's back wall was now lined with tall trees, and Lotus stood in tree form behind the well, with dozens of small children playing in the grass. Rain was up in Lotus branches, singing to the children, while the rest of the team sat on the front porch with snacks. Even Davis was on the porch, so they must have no customers at the moment. Oh, are we throwing a party? Carl asked as he walked in the gate. Davis nodded. Yes. The kids from the elementary school a few blocks south of here got the whole afternoon off because the teacher got sick. The dean brought her here, and all the kids followed to make sure that her illness would be cured. And well. That was all the explanation that they really needed. There were worried children, now there was a party. Is the teacher well? Carl asked instead. She's resting on the second floor. Apparently, she was exposed to a cursed item on the beach. It must have been washed ashore recently, but the guards have already sent a team to look for it before anyone else is injured. Did you get what you were looking for? Davis replied. I did. I'll tell you all about it later. Then Carl patted Dana on the shoulder and taught her, portal. Oh. She gasped, then jumped into Carl's arms to kiss his face. Yep, he definitely found what he was after. Ophelia joked. Carl sat down with Dana in his arms, then stole caramel popcorn out of her bowl. I got a new ability that will be very useful in the future. We can discuss it later. Were there the professors? He asked. They're on the second floor working on the project you assigned them. They were going to come down, but they could only talk about work, so they ended up going back upstairs. Same with the kitchen staff. We have snacks in the storage room, but they're making lunch for everyone instead. The teacher should be healthy and rested again in an hour or two, and then they will likely want the kids to go back to class. Well, at least the kids got a short break from lessons. Dana's excitement had her fidgeting in Carl's lap, and while she was in her natural human form, he could have sworn that he heard her purring in happiness. All right, spill. What did you get her? Ophelia finally demanded, unable to wait until they went back inside to get her answers. Portal. Carl stated with a smirk. Oh, no wonder she's so happy. She's just lost in her own little world right now. Ophelia laughed. Wendy and Loros both nodded in agreement. Dana was definitely in a world of happiness right now. Portal was the peak of convenient mage skills. A mage that could use Portal was indispensable to any group. But more importantly, now that she had Portal, they could actually go back to the Golden Dragon Nation any time that they wanted. All she had to do was fill her accessories with mana, and she should have enough to be able to get there. If that wasn't possible, then even making a 2-hop route, where she stopped on one of the other continents in the middle, would be fine. Exile was now an optional state. It was an empowering feeling. They weren't trapped anywhere, and they could explore and return freely. Their merchant trip across Nubon would have been a different experience if they could just use a portal to get from location to location. Hawk had the same idea. If they went up to his maximum altitude, they could travel hundreds of kilometers just with line of sight. You had to know where a portal was going, but if you could see it, that had to be just as good. It might not be the best way to use the skill, but they would be able to record every spot that they stopped, and if they were in a hurry, it would save a significant amount of time if they opened the portal high in the air above the horizon and flew through. Just fly, portal, fly while the mana recharged. If more than Carl could use it, then they could alternate. But if Carl could use it, then someone else must be able to use it as well. Hawk was reasonably certain that was how the Carl worked. Carl discreetly went over to inform the younger Dryad that there was work waiting for her at home before checking on the rest of the people at the guild house. The assigned tasks for the teachers from Lard had been a stunning success. Not only had they managed to find an inscription that would increase the ability of a trade skill by over 30%, they had managed to find one that would improve any trade skill that the wearer had. It wasn't a flat 30% improvement in all aspects, but a 30% chance of creating a higher quality item, which was even more impressive in some ways than just increasing the chance of success or the maximum capacity of the items created by the skill. 30% more than low Overlord was still an Overlord ranked item. But an epic Overlord ranked item versus a rare quality Overlord ranked item were worlds apart. That is excellent work. If we combine this with a few other runes, we should be able to reliably produce enhancement items for crafting professions. Carl noted. The 4 teachers smiled. There is only one problem with that. Take a look at the items that we made. Carl inspected them again. I don't see the issue. One made by each of the 4 of you, at royal rank, though you used monarch rank mana jade, which is a bit of a waste. Moira nodded. That's the problem. We couldn't bring them up to more than royal rank, and they bonded to the creator the moment that they were crafted. You can't sell these, they appear to be an exclusive item for runic craftsmen. Carl sighed. Well, that is a bit of an issue. But they're going to be remarkably useful for the 4 of you, and the others as well. But we need to work on getting Loros to the commander rank first. Loros cleared her throat, but Carl patted her on the head. I know you've got it in you, despite the bloodline limitations. A few trips to the dungeon should help you grow, and you'll be able to say that you experienced the dungeon in all its glory. How many others at your power level can say that? Loros frowned. None that have working brain cells. Well, maybe one. I seem to recall that the little gecko's father threw her into the dungeon once to work as a cleanup helper for a 4-person group. She didn't die, but nobody saw her for weeks after that. Carl extended his senses to see how the little lizard folk cleaner was doing, and found her in the backyard, hanging laundry on the line with caretaker Joe. The pair of them had become quite adept at moving around the house without being seen or heard. They were almost part of the furniture. Always there, never in the way. Except when Lotus was bored. The gecko girl was one of the few people her size, and she loved having others to play with who weren't taller. But Wendy was always busy, and caretaker Joe was too kind-hearted to complain that her assistant had been stolen. Wendy was more optimistic. Do you really think that going in the dungeon would do something useful? I might only be a commander rank mage, but I could surely do something useful. Carl thought about that for a moment. That's right. You're a mage. There is no reason that I can't teach you mage-type skills. With a few combat spells, you should be relatively safe to accompany them, even though the standard mobs are a full rank above you. The Oni demon smiled at the idea. Her brothers would have never let her anywhere near the dungeon, much less inside it. She was only just beginning to realize how reliant she was on others. Even at work, she usually waited for Loros to tell her what they were making, and did that until they changed tasks. Then she would catch herself just mindlessly doing what she was told, like the Wendy doll that the system had called her when she got her runesmithing skill. She wanted to be more than that, but it was such an ingrained habit that it was hard to break free of. You know, we could spend the rest of the day making store items, and then go tomorrow. If we went with Remy and Thor or Remy and Dana, we should be safe enough and able to do the whole dungeon. Wendy suggested. All the golems seemed like the best idea. Carl nodded. I don't see why not, as long as they agree. And why don't I teach you some new spells as well? Wendy nodded, and then went to stand under Carl's hand. She was still under the impression that the head pats were part of the skill and not just because Carl enjoyed it. Dana resisted the urge to laugh, and Thor chuckled at her enthusiasm. The little Oni demon knew what was important in life. Pack Master Carl offers knowledge, skill, golem, will be transferred to the precious Wendy doll. Pack Master Carl offers knowledge, skill, chain lightning, will be transferred to the precious Wendy doll. Carl realized that he didn't actually know a suitable barrier spell for mages, but Wendy didn't have any problem with chain lightning, so he tried the next best thing. Pack Master Carl offers knowledge, skill, refreshing lightning barrier, will be transferred to the precious Wendy doll. It actually worked. Perhaps demons with an appropriate elemental affinity were easier to transfer beast-type skills to. Wendy giggled, and her eyes glowed blue as she activated, refreshing lightning. I am all that is lightning. Thor came out of his space in human form to hug the girl and pat her head. Excellent work. That was my first skill ever, and not many people can use it. He explained. Oh. We're lightning friends now. Wendy decided. This one is precious. We need to make sure that she doesn't get injured. Thor informed the others. That's not a problem. I will take good care of her. But she has golems now, we should test them out. Remy agreed. Thor picked Wendy up and carried her to the side of the house where the casting wouldn't bother anyone. He wanted to see what she summoned for golems too. Thor set Wendy down when they were facing open space. Alright, focus on what you want for golems, and then cast the spell. How they appear the first time is normally how they will appear every time after that, so be sure that it is what you want. He instructed. That was what the Carl told people when they did it for the first time. Wendy focused hard, and then a pair of small Sero, no more than 1.5 meters tall, appeared in front of her. They were gloriously green, with lightning crackling on their horns. "Oh, excellent choice." Thor commended her, while Wendy stared at them. "I got baby Thor golems. They're adorable." Wendy replied. "Was that not what you were trying for?" Thor asked, confused. Wendy shook her head. "Sorry. I was thinking of powerful guardians, like the gargoyles on the wall. These are good too, though. They do the same job, and they look so friendly." They were definitely friendly, rubbing up against Thor's legs as he stood behind Wendy, and begging for attention. "Interesting. Perhaps if you have specific skills, you get a different golem type. You have my starting spell, and it will extend over your golems, so it might have affected how the golems formed. We will have to study that in the future. But for now, congratulations on summoning your new golems. You now have both powerful defenders and reliable transportation." Wendy's eyes glowed with lightning, and she tossed herself up on the back of one of the golems. Then she led them out to the front of the yard for the school kids to play with. The kids were in a great mood now that there were new playmates for them, and the golems were just as happy as the young Thor had been to prance around and let people pet their heads or rub their scales. It was actually kind of endearing to watch, a moment of nostalgia for the group, who all remembered when Thor had been much less serious and responsible. The little Sero were still trying to get Thor to come play, as they recognized him as one of them, but Thor just snorted in amusement, reminding them that he was the pack protector right now and not free to play with the children. Well, maybe later. But right now, they were discussing important matters, like whether it would be safe to take the younger guild members to the dungeon as they were. They didn't have proper armor, but that could be counteracted by sending the right people along with them, or keeping them safe further from the ogres. Most of the monsters in the Drod dungeon didn't have long-ranged attacks, so if the two lower-ranked members stood 5 meters back, they should be safe enough. Who would go with them to the dungeon? "We can only bring 3 if we send them both," Dana asked. Remy came out of her space. "I will go with you and them. I should be more than strong enough to deal with some silly ogres now." That was hard to argue with. As she had 3 bodyguards, all at overlord rank, and powerful area effect magic of her own, she would be a great option. Added to Dana, who had 3 different types of protectors, and could fly to attack from above, they weren't even short on a tank. Thor recognized that right away, and relaxed a little. Sister Remy could take care of the littlest pack members for him today. Lotus raised her hand to volunteer. "I can go with you to keep everyone healed. That should be enough support that we can take care of them. Unless Tessa wants to go instead." Tessa had stronger supportive magic, but they probably wouldn't need it. "This should be fun. I'm totally going to crush those ogres. Maybe I can try out my flood skill on them." "Can ogres swim?" Remy asked. Wendy raised her hand. "I don't know about ogres, but they're much taller than I am, and I can't swim." Remy considered that. "I can carry you and Loros. Then you're up out of the water. Lotus can be a tree, and Dana can fly. Or you could just not flood the dungeon," Dana suggested. Remy sighed, and Lotus patted her on the shoulder. "You can flood it and see how that goes after we have cleared everything else out." That put her in a better mood. The teacher came down a few minutes later with a sandwich in each hand, and was immediately swarmed by children. "Is there a reason that nobody took over my classes for the day? The teacher being sick shouldn't be an excuse to slack," she asked. "They were worried about you, and possibly exposed to a curse, so we kept them here near the healing altar. Besides, see how concerned they were about you. How could we say no to such adorable begging?" Carl joked. The teacher rolled her eyes, then bowed to Lotus. "High Priestess, thank you for your assistance in removing my curse. I will be more careful in the future." Lotus smiled and shrugged. "The guards are scouring the beach now, looking for more cursed items that might have washed up after the recent battles. With some luck, it won't happen again. But we are closer to the school than the clinic is, so if you happen to have sick students in the future, a short class field trip to the guild house would save countless sick days. The students gave Lotus a suspicious look. Why was she giving the teacher ideas about how to stop them from faking illness to get out of class? Thank you, priestess. I should take these little ones back to school to finish out what remains of their school day. Everyone, say goodbye to the nice dark light host people and the Sero hatchlings. That took nearly 15 minutes, but eventually the teacher had them all herded out of the courtyard. Remy turned to Loros and Wendy. Are you ready to go to the dungeon? It's still early, so we can go and come back before dinner. You've both got the bracers of fated encounters, right? That should help you bypass bottlenecks. So, you might start growing quickly with the rewards from the dungeon. It didn't take a genius to realize that Remy was informing them, not asking. Loros has reached commander rank. Those were the words that let everyone else know that Remy's plan to drag the crafters through the dungeon had merit in aiding their growth rate. The chefs prepared another festive dinner, but when the girls came back, both of the under-ranked members looked more than a little traumatized. Loros, congratulations. Carl greeted the sculpting-obsessed demon with a hug. Loros smiled faintly. A commander now, but at what cost? I can still smell the burning ogre. And the screams. How do you get the screams out of your mind? Carl patted her head, while Remy hugged Wendy, who looked to be in a similar state of shock. Right, I forgot that this would be your first exposure to battle. Trust me, it gets better. Soon, you will forget all about the horrible parts, and you will only remember what you gained from your trip through the dungeon. You're now a commander rank Loros, when you never thought you would manage to advance again. You can make commander rank items for sale and stock the shop with them. You will get extra respect from the people in town as a commander ranked crafter. Plus, so many more people will want to see and purchase your sculptures. Carl soothed the traumatized demoness. The last part really seemed to hit the spot. Being an obsession demon, she was focused on her work above all else. After a few minutes, they began to calm down. Wendy had realized by the time that they got back that everyone else here had been in the dungeon more than once, and had likely seen worse. So, it didn't seem as horrible anymore. After all, if Lotus could still be Lotus after spending so much time in there, it couldn't be all horrible, right? But Loros' transition was more dramatic. Once she began to calm down, and it sank in that she was really a commander, and had surpassed her bloodline limitations, even if it was only by a little bit, she was fired up to create new sculptures. The pair of sculptors returned to the workshop, where Carl could hear Ashbringer hard at work. Kara and Ray had dropped off huge amounts of Overlord rank ores for him to work with, along with an assortment of rough gems. They had kept the best ones for making spell gems to add into the weapons later, but he had requested that he get a selection of larger gems to be used as a mock-up for the weapons he was making. They wouldn't be permanently mounted, but used to shape the weapon for the gems that would be added during the runecrafting process. He looked up and smiled as Carl entered. I think that we will have some surprises for the auction next month. With the quality of the ore that we have to work with this time, I think we can make a couple of strong epic-grade Overlord weapons, or perhaps an actual artifact. I have some ore here that should hold up to that level of enchantment, and I know you can do it, with the sort of weapon you turned out for the Divine Dragons. A weapon at that level donated to the city would secure us a spot of honor at every event for the next decade. The growth of an artifact isn't unlimited, unless it can absorb outside energy, but it's not unreasonable to think that a totem or mythic demon would be able to slowly pull an Overlord-ranked artifact-grade weapon up to their level. Ashbringer explained. Carl smiled. Are you thinking that we need a stronger presence in the city? Perhaps a few more strong ties to the leadership? Ashbringer shrugged. Well, I have come to enjoy this forge. It wouldn't be bad to spend a century or two here. That whole timeline seemed off to Carl. But demons lived a lot longer than humans were expected to. Though, Carl knew that the powerful could live longer, as many of the totems on the other continent were already well over a century old. What the scaling was hadn't really been studied, but if he could keep up his growth rate, reaching 150 or 200 wasn't unreasonable. So, a hometown to claim would be a great benefit, no matter how much he traveled the Dragon Isles after this. He could travel freely now with Portal, so once he had seen the world once, he could always go back. Carl realized that he had gotten sidetracked and thought of an answer for Ashbringer. Do you think that we should keep going for powerful weapons? We could make armor for them instead. Increasing their survivability instead of their combat output. That seems like it would gain us just as much goodwill, but much less animosity. Weapons only do any good if you're attacking. But if we make them armor pieces, they can survive ambushes, and enemies of the city won't blame us for their loss. That would all be down to their inability to defend against the leader's attacks, right? Ashbringer smiled. Oh, that's good. You do know multiple damage reduction and barrier skills that can be added to armor. Even putting limited invulnerability onto an ornate torso plate would be a game changer for the totems. Carl nodded, and Ashbringer began to draw a plan on the chalkboard behind him. If it's intended to be bonded and equipped, I can size it for the girls. Then I only need a quarter of the materials or less. The way that my skill works, it has to fit someone, but the girls can try it on without bonding it, and that will let us finalize the item. In fact, I will make armor for them as well, so they don't feel left out. A chainmail vest with delicate links can go under most clothing and is very flexible. A scaled vest is less flexible, even on a silk base. But it would also be an option. The chain would require fewer materials, though. Carl considered their options, then sighed. If we had a leather worker, it would be easier to make armors. We can use raised silk for base layers and padding, but hardened leather would use up a lot of the materials Hawk has stored as inettable, and make for good armor as well. Why not just teach Ray? It's not that much different from cloth fashion, and we can get you the books on how to harden the leather with magical materials. They're available at the library. Ashbringer offered. See, I told you that you can get more than priestesses at the library. Remy reminded Carl, while silently observing the sculptors, to make sure they were recovering mentally from their first trip to a dungeon. Carl smiled. Well, if I'm going to go to the library, I should prepare a gift for them as well. There is nothing that librarians like more than new books. If I donate a new tome to their collection, it will keep the inscriptionists busy for weeks. Ashbringer laughed. That's just devious. But are you sure that you'll have something that they will actually be so excited to get their hands on? Carl nodded. I have a number of strange and esoteric skills. They are quite useful within their niche, but they're not part of any other class's base skill tree, as far as I know. Carl headed back to the house and took out his writing supplies, startling the professors, who were working at the large table on the second floor. Are you making something new? Moira asked. Not really. I'm making a skill book for the library, a piece offering to reduce the cost of the tomes that I am going to request. I want to get Ray some books on leather armor and clothing creation. She's already a master with silk, as an innate skill of her species, but blending that with leather armor creation would give her a much wider set of options for her fashion. The professors laughed at the thought of such a terrifying beast sedately making armor, but somehow it did suit her personality. Speaking of Ray, where has she been? I haven't seen her in a while. Moira asked. Carl smiled. I'm sure she takes that as a compliment, but she's right behind you. The professor turned around quickly, alarmed that she hadn't noticed, and Ray laughed from the third floor, where she had been watching the alchemists in the library space. You are an evil, evil man. Moira muttered. It was funny, though. You should have seen the look on your face. Ray walked down the stairs, visible and in humanoid form. Most of the time I am invisible. It's not surprising that people don't see me. Actually, I would be shocked if anyone did see me, other than Carl. Ray explained. Why him? Because you are bonded? Mash, Moira's husband and fellow runesmithing apprentice, asked. No. Because he has soul sight. Without that, I think I could hide from him, even if he could sense where I was through the bond. Carl kept writing as they discussed the ways that a monster who was both invisible and incorporeal might possibly be detected. The professors had realized that it might actually be a major security breach of the academy. How many creatures had managed to find their way past the wards on the academy? They could have dozens of spies in the school and not know it. But if they worked on the answers with runic items, they should at least be able to detect intruders more effectively, even if they couldn't see them. Carl finished the Bestial Regeneration book, and got to his feet. Ray, did you want to come with me to the library? I will be picking out trade skill books for you to learn how to add leather to your decorations. Ray shook her head. Take Remy. She likes libraries more. She will also want you to buy many more books to fill out the knowledge that she can't find in our house library. The house's library had a wide variety of introductory tomes and trade skill volumes, including basic leatherworking. But Ray hadn't learned much from that, as it was mostly about how to cut and sew leather properly, and not how to make it into magical armor. So, Ray and Carl made their way through the streets of Drod before dinner, intending to make a short trip to the library, and order any books that Remy needed, or thought that Ray might need. Hopefully, they wouldn't already have Bestial Regeneration in their inventory, as that would increase the value of the tome and buy them extra goodwill. If they did, Carl could always come up with another skill to bring them based on what they said they were short on. The library was quiet when they arrived, with only one demon looking for a specific tome. Though, calling it a library didn't seem to be correct. It was more of a combination book repository and bookstore, with some books for sale, and others only for browsing within the building. Good evening. Do you have a membership? The receptionist asked. In fact, I do not. What are the requirements to become a member? Carl asked. There are 3 stages of membership. First is our basic member, which allows you to purchase tomes from the library. It is free of charge with your first purchase. Second is our VIP member, which has a 1 gold annual fee, and allows you to browse the stock tomes in the building. Third is the contributor membership, which receives a discount on purchases as well as the right to browse tomes. That is more for inscriptionists, as it requires donation of a tome that you have personally created. What is your trade specialty? The receptionist asked. I am actually a rune master, but I have a skill that allows me to create skill books on a very limited basis. In fact, I expected that your library might have such a requirement, so I made one for today. This is a tome of Bestial Regeneration, just completed. Carl explained as he placed the book on the desk. It even still smells like ink and new paper. The receptionist replied, shocked. It wasn't often that someone actually took up the 3rd tier of membership. Even most of the inscriptionists in Drod City only sold books to the library. They weren't willing to donate one, just for a discount on books that they could make themselves, given enough time reading in the library with a single gold VIP membership. You're seriously willing to trade a tome? Oh, let me see if we have this in stock. She murmured, while Remy draped her head over Carl's shoulder to distract herself from the urge to wander. Ever since her advancement and physical transformation, her curiosity had skyrocketed. Like all that energy being stuck in a smaller body was amping up her emotions. The librarian returned with a totem-ranked magic demon that Carl vaguely recognized from the garden party at the castle. Oh, Overlord Carl. You can make skill books. How fortunate. I had thought your skills might be limited to runic items. The demon greeted him. Carl checked the name using his system interface before responding. District Overseer Rashid, it's a pleasure to see you again. Skill books aren't really my specialty, but I do have the ability to make a few per month, on skills that I already know. A curious system skill intended to help advance my team. I brought you an interesting skill today, I believe. Carl replied. Indeed. There is not a single copy registered to the library with that skill name, so I came to see if it had been misreported. But it is correct. And the restrictions are not as harsh as I had feared, given the names. Though, it's a bit insulting that it considers all horned or feathered demons to be compatible with a skill for beasts. Incubi as well, though I don't see why they should be named individually, as they also have horns. Remy's amused non-answer in Carl's mind made him laugh. There were many reasons he could think of that the incubi might be named individually from other types of bestial creatures, but the librarian's deep violet blush had the district overseer rolling his eyes. I noticed earlier that demons are widely compatible with skills intended for beasts, as long as their element matches. For example, an Oni demon I met here is compatible with multiple beast-originated lightning element skills. Overseer Rashid looked impressed. You actually identified one as an Oni demon? Most of the greater demon species disguise themselves when they are going about their daily lives, so that others do not make trouble for them, with requests and pleading. Carl smiled. It came to light after I had hired a member of their family for a job. Rashid snapped his fingers. That's right. You hired Miss Wendy as an apprentice sculptor, and her father made the barriers on your guild house. I should have remembered that. That family will be quite the force when they are fully mature. Most of their species don't hit any bottlenecks until the peak of totem rank. Carl had known that Wendy was powerful, being a commander and still not a teenager, but a peak totem rank species potential was surprising. The district overseer was staring intently at the book, and Remy began to giggle. It's 403 pages. How fast is your hand speed? The demon smiled, while the receptionist gave him a confused look. You are quite right, Miss Remy. It would take me some time to copy this if I used it. But that skill is so tempting, that I might just do it anyhow. But what did you come in looking for? Certainly, today's visit wasn't just to receive a membership. Rashid replied. We actually require tomes on crafting magical leather armor. One of our guild's artisans wants to expand their skills, and it is an open niche for us. Carl explained. You have weapons, jewelry, potions, utility items. However, your guild sells no leather items. Yes, you are correct, there is a reliable place for them among your guild. We have many such tomes. Do you want skill books, or do you want textbooks? Both, I think. The target is overlord rank without a trade skill, so advanced skill books might be suitable. But having textbooks on the topic to supplement might be helpful. They already have skills with fashion and clothing, so leather armor won't be too large of a change. Carl explained. Who would that be? I can't guess which member you mean. The overseer muttered, mostly to himself. The Lady Ray, our blood destruction demonic spider. Overseer Rashid nodded, and the receptionist gasped. An overlord-ranked spider monster. Sorry. I'm sure she's a lovely person. I'm sure she will laugh when I tell her so. Remy agreed, and the receptionist sighed in relief before she realized what Remy had actually said. Ray is a sweet person. She's just got personality quirks. But do we have the appropriate skill books? And what might they cost? Carl interjected. Right, yes. We have all the skill books and textbooks that you might need. You can work out the details with the district overseer while I retrieve them. The receptionist insisted, then vanished into a back room. There are 4 skill books in total for the Master Leatherworker, Trade Skill Progression. All of which we have in stock. Plus 2 textbooks on magical armor creation, based on different disciplines. While I have no doubt that you actually have enough coin to pay for such an extravagant purchase, perhaps we could make a trade for items. Overseer Rashid suggested, his feathers ruffling in excitement. Oh, what did you have in mind? I have a few items complete, and I can make you something custom from a blank if the cost is higher than what they're worth. The totem rank demon smiled happily as Carl immediately grasped the issue. The entry-level skill books were not expensive. But a master-level trade skill book? That couldn't even be used by someone under royal rank, and they had to have an extreme compatibility with the skill already. Most likely, the spider would use the ones she could, and then save the last one or two for later when her skills had improved. Can you make a library assistant? The demon asked, curiously. That sounds more like a skill request. I could probably teach you how to summon one, yes. But putting one on an item? It would be difficult to make an autonomous one without the spell taking up an entire suit of armor. Rashid sighed. I was afraid of as much. And as great as a living armor item would be, that's far beyond the cost of the books you need, as well as being thousands of hours of work. What do you need it for? Carl asked, wondering if he could do something with runes. Just general library stuff. Cleaning, dusting, arranging books. Carl thought about it for a moment, then smiled. I can do half of that. How about an item that will clean and dust the library on activation? There were dozens of examples of that in the Dwarven Runecrafting book. Mostly so that the dwarves didn't have to clean up spilled drinks, mop floors and other such mundane tasks. Carl had studied enough of those runes to make a cleaning item. Would that even be a rare item? Rashid asked. I don't know. Give me a moment to make it and we will know. Carl replied with a shrug. There was only one way to find out. And he had some statues carved out of monarch-ranked mana jade. Carl took out one that was carved to look like lotus dragon form. It was on an oval base, which gave him plenty of room on the bottom to carve. So, he quickly planned what he needed. Cleaning intentions, organization, water for mopping floors, wind to keep everything dry and dust the books, with a modifier for gentle strength, so nothing was damaged. That still left him with some extra space, so Carl added runes for repair, removing stains, and refreshing mana, but targeted to items being clean so that it would give a gentle nudge of mana to failing ancient artifacts, which helped keep them stable. Carl took a pencil and drew the runes, then quickly carved them with a claw, before adding mana to activate the whole thing. It was a complex concept, to be certain, but when he finished, the dragon statue's eyes glinted blue, and he knew that his efforts had been acknowledged by one of the gods. Epic grade, statue of tidiness, cleanliness is next to godliness. Carl looked at the item description in amusement for a moment, then handed the little white and red dragon statue to Overseer Rashid. Why don't you try that out and see if it's worth the exchange? If not, I can supplement with something I have in stock. Carl offered. Overseer Rashid pushed a bit of mana into the statue, and a ball of blue magic formed around the dragon, before soaking into the statue, making it look like a living blue dragon. Seconds later, a gust of wind spread through the building, causing books and papers to shift around, but not at random. Scrolls slotted back into cabinets, books left on tables returned to carts, floors began to shine with a freshly washed gleam, decades of dirt and grime were removed from the sides and tops of bookshelves, while dozens of lost and forgotten manuscripts were recovered from hidden spots and behind shelves. Within a minute, everything was perfectly clean and organized, and Carl heard a happy draconic rumble from the statue, before it faded back to a plain mana jade statue. I think that worked wonderfully. Remy noted. I don't remember some of these scrolls. Where did this come from? Overseer Rashid asked as he walked to a cart, where an ancient scroll was neatly rolled and freshly cleaned. He picked it up carefully, and Carl could hear how brittle the paper was. The magic demon cast a spell on it, and the ancient parchment glowed with energy, then became visibly less faded. Rashid unrolled the scroll, and then his eyes opened wide in shock. This is impossible, he muttered. Remy slid over to look over his shoulder, and read the notes. It was a list of spell ingredients and instructions for an Orcish shamanistic ritual to pacify a major storm at sea. How long have the demons held the city? Remy asked, startling the demon with her presence mere centimeters from his face. About 4,000 years. This must have been left when we took and renovated the city. Then it was shifted around until it ended up here in the library, which was built about 1,000 years ago, replacing a smaller library in the compound of the castle. How it survived all this is a mystery, but we don't know a lot about ancient Orcish shamanistic magic. But would you mind backing up a little bit? Your tongue is dangerously close to the paper. Remy backed up, then sighed. Naga, don't drool. But I do apologize for forgetting about personal space. She was not, in fact, sorry. Not at all. However, she did move to the other side of the table to examine the scroll. Remy is a shaman. Carl explained, as the overseer was beginning to wonder what had her so intrigued by a scroll written in Orcish. The receptionist came out with the books, and stared in shock at the library. The floors were actually gleaming, and there was no dust anywhere. Even the drapes over the windows were freshly cleaned. What happened while I was gone? I swear it was only a few minutes. She stammered. Overlord Carl granted us a most curious statue. It not only cleaned the library, it organized the books onto the carts for return to the shelves, and it recovered the lost and forgotten tomes that had vanished behind or on top of the shelves. That is wonderful. There are a number of tomes that we have been unable to find for the entire time I have worked here, but the security spells insist that they are still in the library. She placed the books on a counter and went off to look for the lost tomes. She's going to be incredibly frustrated when she realizes that the spell didn't remove any of the books from the hidden compartments and secured drawers. Overseer Rashid whispered. Or when she realizes that her romance novel is no longer hastily stuffed under her desk, but placed in the middle of the reception counter and freshly cleaned. Carl agreed. Remy grabbed the books they had purchased and placed them on the shelves on her altar, then looked around the library. I think I need to come back here later. There are so many good things to read. She informed Carl. Well, the library is open from dawn to dusk 5 days a week. I will give you a VIP card. Rashid agreed. He grabbed one from a drawer under the reception desk, and cast a spell that bonded it to Remy. Overlord Carl is recorded as a donor already, no need to carry a card. But it appears that I have a lot of work to do. I need to make copies of this skill for use and distribution. Once the Lord and the Governor learn that so many demons can learn a regeneration skill, it will be in massive demand for the army. Do you know how effective it is? He asked. Carl nodded. It's not as good as a minor healing spell, of the heal over time sort. But it will close major wounds in a matter of minutes. There is a stronger version, Trollish Regeneration, but it's got a much more restrictive usage set. Is that the healing ability you have? I heard that you shrugged off blows like nothing during the battle on the docks. Carl smiled. I have limited invulnerability, and a special constitution. My healing abilities are on an entirely different level. Carl returned to the guild house with Remy and their haul of new books. Ray had already grabbed the first of them to test. Master Leatherworker, skill book was her first option. Starting with the most powerful, until she found one that she could use properly. But she had a strong suspicion that she would be able to use this one right away, and then she would be able to make magical decorations for her ladies. The only hesitation that she had was about whether it was better to try in public, to see if the spider goddess would let her succeed the first time out of sympathy, or to do it in the darkness of her web, where she was the most comfortable. After a few seconds of consideration, the web won out, and Ray took the book back with her and transformed into her natural form. She might be a whole new kind of spider now, but she was still a spider. Spiders had the most benevolent goddess, who wanted them to be happy. So surely, she wouldn't have to suffer long trying to learn how to decorate her humans properly. Ray settled into a comfortable spot on her web and flipped the book open. Knowledge instantly flooded her mind, informing her of all the knowledge that a master leatherworker needed to make clothing, armor, and various forms of equipment. That was excellent to know. Many of those items could be made with spider silk just as easily, and gain the same sort of enhancements. It also taught her a lot of technical equipment that Ray hadn't known existed. Better types of harnesses for Hawk and Thor, pouches and storage devices, including some that would hold more than they looked like, if you found the right materials or spells. That could likely be done with Carl's runes. But the variety of braided whips. That was pure artistry. What sort of benevolent soul had created this book for her? Whips made of her own silk would be perfect, and there were runes to allow you to control them like a tail or tentacle. If the rest of the group knew what sort of ideas Ray was getting from the new trade skill book, they would be much more concerned than celebratory. But for now, only the beasts knew that she had already succeeded in gaining a skill. Before she came out, she wanted something to show off her new skill. If only she could decide who to decorate first. The vampire. Mick was adorable in the Lolita dress that Ray made her wear to work, but it was very unvampire-like with the ruffles and the parasol. If she made something more vampire for her, that would be good. She was a blood knight, a self-healing warrior class with high agility. So, she would be a suitable candidate. If only she had her baby rogue handy. Maybe Carl could open a portal to send gear back to her. First, she would pick a piece of leather for a bodysuit, and modify it to be super stretchy. That was easy, and it could be done with a skill and no extra chemicals or steps. That was significantly better than the introductory skill. Then she just had to cut it to shape, slide it over the mannequin, add the leg, forearm and chest plates. That kind of looked like Overlord Tabitha. Maybe they had the same high mobility fighting style. Now boots, and gloves with hardened leather to socket gems into. The base armor piece was finished in under 20 minutes as Ray immersed herself in her work. Now she just needed Carl to add runes to it and make some gems with skills to increase the vampire's fighting ability. Oh, and ventilation. Numerous little holes would make it less water resistant, but it would keep the wearer from overheating. The vampires didn't really give off much body heat, but Ray didn't know if they could still sweat. A silk liner would make it more comfortable, so Ray added a bit more to her design. Then Remy passed her a pair of gems. Carl made these earlier. They're for weapons, but they should be fine on armor. Haste, and shatter. Not terrible options. Ray fit them into the armor's bracers, and then used her new skill to integrate the gem buffs into the bonus of the armor. It wasn't as good as a full runic armor piece, but it was a rare quality overlord rank armor suit. Leather bodysuit of nimble blows, adds attack speed and agility. Physical strikes by the wearer cause the shatter effect, creating damaging vibrations through the target's body. Ray came out in her humanoid form, and walked straight to Mick. "Put this on. I made it for you with my new skill," she demanded. Mick nodded, not seeing a reason to argue with Ray. The bodysuit fit her like a glove, and Ophelia whistled in appreciation. "What sort of cosplay is this?" the vampire asked, blushing bright red in the face. "A warrior in our hometown wears armor just like that. It's perfect for agility fighters. It's overlord ranked, and it gives excellent combat bonuses. You could wear your dress over it if you wanted, I guess." Mick considered that. No, that would just look like it was some sort of weird fetish. But this bodysuit was entirely too form-fitting. Then Ray got a great idea. "You can wear robes over it, like everyone does at the temples. Let me find you one in guild colors." It only took a second. Ray had made lots of them for her clerk, in case she complained about the cute frilly uniform dress. White on the left, black on the right, the simple hassock was patterned like Carl's tabard, but without the decorations. A black rope tied it at the waist, and now she looked like a battle nun, with the visible leather armor on her neck and hands. Lotus smiled. "That actually looks good on you. But Ray, does she have to wear guild colors at all times?" Ray nodded. "Yes. You always wear green. So, I don't see why she shouldn't wear Darklight Host black and white." Ophelia chuckled at the confused look on Mick's face. "It's Ray staking her claim on you. If you're wearing Darklight Host colors, that means you're one of her people. I'm sure that we can get her to give you an all-white or all-black one," she suggested. Ray reluctantly handed both colors of hassock over. It would be better if the vampire would show off her cute new stretchy armor, though. Maybe Ray should make some for herself. With Ray's new skills, their shop needed some new sections. They had set everything up for magical accessories, but they also had silk available, and they could make custom armor. Convincing Ray to make a commander rank sales piece wouldn't be easy, but they could make a mannequin to advertise their custom armor services. There had to be those who preferred leather armor in the city, and they weren't prohibited from selling the actual bolts of silk, which would be insanely expensive. A few dressmakers and merchants would certainly buy up any stock that Ray made, and when it was at lower qualities, she could make huge amounts of silk cloth without running out of energy. So, that was her first contribution to the shop. 10 rolls of commander rank silk in 9 solid colors and 1 black roll with pink cherry tree blossoms on it were arranged along the wall when the first customers came in the next morning, looking for potions. The word of the silk spread quickly, though the visitors didn't know if there was anything special about it. Simply having access to high-quality silk by the bolt was enough to draw in customers. The first of which was the shopkeeper whose dress shop they had halfway cleared out when they first arrived. "Lady Ray, it's a pleasure to see you again. Though I must say, it's a relief to know that you weren't planning to open a fashion shop here at the gates." The woman greeted her when she saw the transformed spider lurking at the back of the room. "I thought that it might be better to offer the raw silk instead. Take a look, and tell me what you think. You will find no lumps or imperfections in my silk. If you wish a different grade, I have inventory all the way from commander to overlord rank, and can make custom colors with a small delay." Ray agreed. The dressmaker admired the corner of a roll of golden silk, trying to determine how it had gotten so bright golden. She had never seen a dye like that before. It was actually a result of Ray using her camouflage skills on the silk as she produced it, which gave the silk a metallic luster that was nearly impossible to replicate with a natural dye. "It looks like the silk is made of liquid gold." "That is beautiful. How long is the bolt?" she asked. "I made each bolt 10 meters. I wasn't sure what was the standard here, but that should make a dress for most species." Ray explained. "That sounds right. How is this to work with?" the dressmaker asked. "Not the easiest for weak people. It is a commander rank silk, so it is quite resistant to penetration, but there are runic needles that will let you do it without a skill. You might need one, and some enchanted scissors to cut the pattern as well." The dressmaker nodded. "I have some. Occasionally, I do use monster fur as trim, and it needs them. I will take the bolt of liquid gold, the black and the—" She paused and then went to inspect another bolt. "That's not pale gray, it's gossamer white over a black roll core. So thin, it's almost like air. I will take that bolt as well." Ray nodded, and Davis silently wrote the price on a piece of paper. For expensive purchases when there were others in the shop, it was polite not to speak the cost out loud. That way, nobody knew for certain who got a discount or how much of one. In this case, she did get a small discount, as her shop was one that Lady Ray had bought many dresses from in the past. She had only been gone a few minutes when a merchant wagon stopped on the street out front, and a powerfully built young overlord-ranked demon in mage robes with gold embroidery stepped inside. "Good morning. I am told that I can place a custom order here, to be collected upon my return to town," he announced. "Indeed you can. What did you require?" Davis asked. "I have a daughter who will be joining the ranks of monster control adventurers in a few weeks' time. I would like to procure her the finest set of equipment possible. Money is no object." Davis sent a guild message, and Carl came down to greet the merchant. "My name is Carl, and I am responsible for custom orders. Might I inquire as to your daughter's class, elemental affinities and specialty?" Carl asked. The demon looked impressed. "She is a golem mage. Her elemental affinity is earth, and she is currently at the royal rank, but I would like the finest quality of equipment that you can create for her." Carl nodded. "So, my thought would be a leather armor suit with mobility, robes, 2 rings, 2 bracelets, a necklace, earrings, and a staff or wand. Which does she prefer?" "Definitely a staff. But no need for earrings, I have an heirloom set for her. Carl nodded. I can make a complete set, designed for synergy and enhancements to an Earth Golem mage. I guarantee none of the stats will be inappropriate for her class and specialty. How are her defensive skills? I would assume that she has Earth Barrier, or an equivalent. The mage nodded. Indeed. But I have heard that you are capable of adding spells to your staves. Lard Academy gave her a fireball staff that your shop made. Carl smiled. Congratulations on raising a valedictorian. So, we can say that she doesn't need a fireball-related item, but I believe that we can come up with something suitably rare. Or would you prefer not Earth Element? The merchant thought about the answer for a few seconds. Earth Elemental attack magic if possible. She relies almost entirely on her golems and fireball for attacks. But her fire affinity is not strong. I know just the thing. We do require a deposit for custom orders, but the majority of the price is due on collection. Your order should be able to be collected in 4 days. The man looked shocked at that, and Davis smiled, then cleared his throat. Sir, we have the base items in stock, they only need to be custom altered to your requirements. Much like having a dress altered instead of tailored in a new design. The man nodded, then placed a picture of his daughter on the counter. If you can choose a set of robes that will suit her lovely visage, I would appreciate it. My princess deserves the best. Davis nodded politely, and passed the picture to Carl. That was a succubus. No doubt about it. The tail was a dead giveaway. Alright, I believe that we know just what she will like. The next few days passed mostly peacefully, though Ray was constantly restocking her bolts of silk at a rate that was giving Mick heart palpitations. A remarkable feat for a vampire. The bolts of commander rank silk sold for dozens of gold each, and they had moved hundreds of them through the shop in the first week. Even by the standards of overlord-ranked vendors, they were insanely profitable. Carl, I have finished the leather armor. Are you finished with the runes on the mage robes? Ray asked, as she appeared in the main room of the second floor. Indeed. I have them all done. I just need to finish up the staff now. The rest is complete. Dana came up to see what they had made, and then stopped to stare at the outfit in Ray's hands. What is that? You can't be expecting anyone to wear that in public. She insisted. It was mostly black gossamer silk, with strategically placed leather straps to keep it from being obscene, then with leather sleeves for the arms and legs. It came with knee-high laced boots, with a practical riding heel, and elbow-length stretchy leather gloves that shimmered in the light, as if freshly oiled. Ray scoffed. I did 10 hours of research into succubus fashion, and determined this to be the perfect design. Plus, it goes under the mage robes. Look, I even made a cute leather collar to hang charms from. Carl nodded. And I enchanted it with mana storage and damage taken reduction. It reduces base damage taken by 400 points, and as far as I can tell, that is the maximum for an epic grade overlord ranked piece. Then he took out a heart-shaped earth gem with a gold loop at the top and attached it to the ring at the front of the collar. This is a gem of stone bullets. It will give her an overlord ranked attack spell, and she won't have to take out her staff to have it available. Instead of putting the attack spell on the staff, we gave the staff a void gem of damage nullification. A new hybrid skill that I worked out with Kara. It doesn't stack with void body, unfortunately, but it ignores the first 3% of your health and damage, then reduces damage taken by another 400 points. Combined, the whole set has over 100% more skill power, and a huge amount of mana storage and regeneration. Dana stared at the outfit in amazement. Alright, I will admit, that is impressive. She sighed, ignoring the overly sexualized design for the armor that Ray had picked. At least the robes were completely normal black mage robes with pale green overlord ranked runes on them. The items were moved to the store vault, a subsection of the guild bank, and Ray grabbed Dana. You're up next. I got the others this morning. I will make all new armor for everyone but Ophelia. She wanted metal armor. Ray insisted. Oh. Alright, I won't say no to a custom set of Overlord-ranked armor. Our gear was getting behind what we were selling at the shop anyhow. Dana agreed. What about this style? Ray asked, with a book from her space suddenly in her hand. Where did you even find that? The Book of Fashion says it's a Wrath Demon bridesmaid's outfit. But it's cute, right? Ray asked. Dana pulled Ray down to her height and whispered in her ear. Oh. I understand now. I will make you a set anyhow, but not for battle. I will just make you regular adventurer armor for wearing under new robes like the ones you have then. Carl wondered what the two of them were looking at, but decided it was better to find out later. Ray had made him leather pants and a long double-breasted coat with a leather tricorn hat. Then it was finished with a silk shirt and waist sash. She had been deeply impressed by how fashionable a species known as the Wave Riders was, and thought that the fashion would go well with Carl's furry form as well. Every minute of Ray's day was filled with fashion as she finished her work, but the others were also dedicated to their work. Ophelia had even started a new guild program. She was doing morning training in the backyard with a group of local youth who wanted to join the guard. Letting the kids build up combat skills in advance, while allowing the berserker to blow off some steam on durable targets. Little Butterfly was assisting them with illusions, turning the backyard into a training ground during their workouts, or making sand sparring rings without damaging the immaculate grass of the yard. They were going to need a larger space soon. But Little Butterfly was limited in what she could do for a training ground as dangerous as a bunch of monarchs and royal sparring. If she used illusionary domain, it would shatter during combat. But she could borrow Carl's skills to put a barrier on the sand of a sparring ring without overextending her skills. The butterfly considered using the tiny world that she had learned when Carl did and using multiple illusions inside, but that was a lot of work, and her body couldn't sustain that much mana flow yet. Given time, it would be no problem. Unfortunately, even with all the assistance from the beast space, most of the mana that the butterfly could use was dedicated to survival and growth from her newborn phase. At least nobody tried to damage her library space. She didn't have the mana to be repairing it all the time. Growing up was a pain, and it took far too long. Little Butterfly didn't understand how others of its species managed it without an extra dense mana flow and a protective space. But, in reality, they didn't. They all died within a day of their transformation, so an adult phase glasswing illusionary butterfly was essentially non-existent. It was the end of life for their caterpillar phase, not a new beginning. Finally, the merchant returned for his custom order, with his daughter in the wagon. They were inbound with a whole caravan, but came through the gates before the trade goods were checked, so they could do their business with the Darklight host right away. Merchant, it's good to see you again. Your order is complete and waiting. Davis greeted them. He placed the boxed order on the counter, but the shape of a staff was hard to hide, even in a box. You ordered so much. I told you, Dad. We will get items from the monsters as we eliminate them, there is no need for you to go all out at the start. The Overlord simply patted her head indulgently. But I am told that this is the best of the best. The girl rolled her eyes, clearly used to his indulgent behavior. Then Ray came down and smiled at her. Oh, this is good, would you like to go to a private room to try everything on, then surprise your father? She asked. The other few customers in the shop looked relieved. The excited shouting of an overwhelmed teen succubus was hard on sensitive ears. Ray didn't wait for an answer as she grabbed the bundle and escorted the girl up the stairs. Davis bowed to the girl's father. It is all custom-made Overlord-ranked equipment, and specifically tailored to the fashion sensibilities of a succubus. I can assure you that not only will she be the best protected, but the most fashionable member of her team. Fortunately for all of them, the rooms were mildly soundproofed, and the shouting and cheering was only faintly audible from downstairs. There was no hiding the happy tears in her eyes when the girl came running down the stairs with a staff in her hands, and leaped up on her father to wrap him in a hug and plant kisses all over his face. "Daddy, I love it. It's beautiful, and so powerful." The demon gently set her down to get a better look. The robes were fully covering, as he had hoped, but the odd collar at her neck, with the amber-colored heart gem, caught his attention. "It's an attack spell gem, and the necklace is a damage reduction item. The staff is also damage reduction focused. You see, many will interpret the use of a staff as preparation for combat. But in reality, all the offensive power is available without the staff, and the benefits of the weapon are entirely defensive, other than the skill power and mana storage." Ray explained. "Practical boots, durable gloves, it's everything that I had hoped for. And in thick Overlord-ranked silk, it should be warm enough for cool evenings, as well as an extra layer of defense on its own," he noted. Ray smiled. "I don't expect an Earth mage to take a lot of damage, as Earth barriers are known for their durability to begin with. But it's best to keep your princess safe." The succubus mage laughed and took down the hood of her mage robes, revealing a golden chain that ran between her horns and held a translucent silk cloth headscarf covering her hair. "It's fire-resistant, waterproof, and Overlord-ranked, so it won't be easily cut. Not as good as a helmet, but it can easily be layered with a barrier spell without disturbing her hairstyle," Ray explained. "Is there a full suit of armor under there?" the father asked. The succubus nodded, and raised her robe to show off her boot laces, then her sleeves to show her gloves. But Ray didn't miss that she didn't show off the rest, even though that was the part she was happiest about in the changing room. Perhaps her father didn't approve of high fashion. The merchant handed over a bag, and Davis tapped it, then nodded. "Thank you for your patronage, sir. Please do come again if you have additional requirements." Once they left, Ray stole the bag to see what good things they had gotten. It couldn't be money, the bag wasn't big enough. Well, there was some money, glowing light blue coins of a strange metal, but mostly it was in Overlord-ranked magical gems. That was perfect. She needed Carl to make more of them into runic gems so that she could add them to armor pieces. She wasn't the only one that needed them. Ashbringer also had a number of weapons ready for upgrading to Overlord-ranked, thanks to the materials they had brought back from the stone crushers, and the city would be coming soon to pick up weapons for the auctions. It would be fun to surprise them again. The customers left, and one of the other demons came over to speak to Ray. "Those collars, with the damage reduction. Do you happen to have more of them? Or was that a special ordered item?" he asked. "That was an Overlord-ranked custom full armor set order, with jewels and staff. But I have a few test pieces with lesser bonuses left," Ray offered. Hawk had a lot of commander rank boar hide in his space left after eating the good parts. So, she had been using it to practice. From the doorway, Loros raised her voice. "We also have a number of the heart pendants with various bonuses on them, if you want to add them to an existing necklace. I am just bringing them in for the shelves." The charms had given her and Wendy a great idea. Instead of full items, which many might already have, they could add a charm to another item, and make something mundane into powerful magic. Many of the demons had fashionable non-magical jewelry. A small magical charm could be added to that without ruining the fashionable impression, but while gaining the magical bonus. Mostly, these were charm items. Ones with runes for charisma, luck and wit. Designed to make the wearer seem more likable, and avoid stumbling on their words in conversation. But they had made a few for more combat-oriented purposes. Wrath demons in particular thought that everything should have a combat purpose. They were even known to bring weapons to bed, just in case. Now that the rush of a large custom order was finished, Carl got to work on the items for the city's purchasing agent, and started to plan what he should do with his tiny world spell. There were so many options, and it could be used for dozens of different purposes, but each of them would require that he set up the interior in an entirely different way. The best option seemed to be a hybrid living space. While he could enter it, that didn't seem like the most productive way to use the space when he was already advancing faster than everyone else. With everyone but Thor at Overlord rank, Carl was already moving steadily up through the power growth range, and the rest of the team had just reached Monarch. So, the best thing that he could do was to create a training and living area, with water, trees and a large open area for training, plus a house. Most of that would be real, but Carl fully intended to use illusionary domain to build the house. Bringing someone other than Jones, who was still sleeping off his advancement, to build a house in a separate space would raise far too many questions. Not only that, but if the space collapsed, it would also dump the house out into the open wherever they were, and that would be incredibly awkward. Not to mention the damage that it would cause. He needed something that would help them grow. Something like the beast spaces, which pushed his bonded partners forward. They already had a spell like that on the house, so he could do something similar to the tiny world, along with runes for potential increases in growth rate, like he had done on the bracers. But that really seemed like something that should wait until he reached totem rank, as it would be such a large difference in power. However, the basic space could be created right away, and the team was eager to help. They all had their own ideas on what they wanted in the space, they just needed the room and the opportunity. Carl thought of the instances he had been in before. They were basically the same as the tiny world, but some of them had extended for multiple kilometers. Carl didn't know what the limits were to his spell, as nothing was listed. So, he could only hope that it was going to be large enough for his needs, at least as large as the beast spaces. The plans for this shipment were simple, so Carl did them first, and then set the collection of weapons to the side for Davis to collect. That left him free to focus on the new space. It's just like forming a new beast space, right? Hawk pondered, not sure why this seemed to be such a big deal. Now that the beast spaces were at Overlord ranked, they were dozens of kilometers across, with plentiful plant life, their own climate and everything. Carl used that optimism, and began to build the outer boundary of the tiny world, expanding it as he went so that he could check the limits of what the spell could maintain. Inside, the world was just simple flat ground, with bare dirt for now. But the process of creating the space was even simpler than Carl had imagined. He just added more mana to the spell, using all that he could channel, plus his internal reserves, and the space smoothly increased in size, slowing as the volume per meter of expansion increased. The first few kilometers in diameter went rather quickly. But the space was spherical, and couldn't be made any other shape, as far as Carl could tell. He had tried to shape it like a puck, round and flat, but that hadn't worked at all. The sphere simply refused to change. Once it got to 10 kilometers in diameter, every bit of extra distance required immense amounts of power. So, Carl changed his focus from expanding to reshaping the space. He inserted a large lake off on one side, a swampy area, a hilly region which could become a forest, flatlands where they could train, or set up stone pillars if Thor was expounding upon the joys of smashing posts, and even a small mountain, with steep cliffs and one gently sloping side to walk back down. Then Carl added kilometers of tunnel starting at a cave entrance, to form a whole underground city. Now, all it needed was life. The tiny world spell didn't allow the formation of trees and grass the way that the beast spaces had, but Carl continued to keep the spell active as everyone pitched in and added some spare materials. Once they were inside, things changed drastically. Carl felt that he could cause the plants to grow with his will and added mana, cloning themselves to spread over the space. The new ones were not real plants, more like a magical illusion with the potential to be plants, or a guideline for where the plants would be able to grow in the future. Even the lake got some water plants in the shallows. It would take time before all of that was grown in with real plants, but the visual effect would be there, the same as it was in the trial instances. Then, Little Butterfly added the illusion of the guild house, with its stone-walled courtyard, and Carl felt it become an integral part of the space, no longer a separate spell. That was wonderful news. All it took was enough imagination, and he could create all sorts of non-living things in the space. He just needed to know how. The dozen plants wouldn't do much to keep a group of people alive inside, but he could always keep the space open a little, as Jones had informed him. He would just have to be careful of intruders. The living plants that he had used as examples could be removed now, but Carl chose to keep them inside. The donors didn't need them, they had many more in their own spaces, and a bit of real plant life made this space feel more vibrant. The fake plants didn't have a scent, so the whole space smelled sterile, like the house after caretaker Joe went through with her cleaning magic. But it was now complete, and he had a fully functional home away from home. As Carl finished creating the space, he opened his eyes and realized that he had moved. He was now in bed, with a Dana in his arms, and it was pitch black outside. It had been relatively early in the morning when he had started, and he was in a chair in the second-floor workspace, but he must have lost track of time at some point. It was somewhat concerning that he didn't notice he was being moved, but he was fairly safe inside the house, and the beasts would have reacted if there was any actual danger. Dana snuggled her face into his furry chest as she slept, and Carl noticed that the cat-like behaviors remained, even after she had changed forms back. The biscuit kneading was adorable. But he didn't want to wake her up, so Carl remained as still as he could until he finally fell asleep. The next thing he knew, the sun was up, and the smell of breakfast on the stove was making his stomach rumble. The noise of his stomach woke Dana, who laughed at his reclined position. "Sorry, I think that I drooled on you. You were completely out of it with whatever spell you were casting. Thor said that it was an internal thing, and moving you wouldn't disturb it, so we moved you to bed. But I didn't expect that it would take nearly an entire day." She explained. "Neither did I. But it's all finished now, and I will show off the results later. First, breakfast." Carl equipped a pair of pants, and Dana put on what looked like one of his shirts. That had to have come from Ray, as the clothing bound to its wearer, but he had to admit that it looked good as they headed down to the second floor, where Carl could hear breakfast being set up. "Oh, good morning, Sleeping Beauty. Did you finish what you were working on?" Carl nodded. "Indeed I did. It was a gift from Jones, the magma dragon, and I know that you're all going to love it once you see it." From across the table, Ray nodded enthusiastically. "I've been waiting a long time for this." Then she left it at that, so everyone got to wonder what she meant as they finished eating. "All right, spill. What did you cast?" Dana demanded. Before Carl could answer, Ray grabbed her and dragged her into the tiny world. "Tada! It's a Dana space. What now? Tell me that you didn't find a way for him to bond me as a pet." Dana replied suspiciously. Ray shook her head. "We're still working on that part. It's a separate space, like our beast space homes, but all in one. See, we have a forest, a lake, a swamp, grasslands, the guild house, even a mountain for Hawk to perch on." They didn't notice when Carl had brought everyone else in the house to the space, but they were all standing on the grass outside the courtyard of the replica guild house, staring around in awe. "You made a separate space. That is incredibly rare magic. This isn't an illusionary domain, like the library in the guild house, is it? It feels different." Ashbringer asked. Carl shook his head. "No, this is an actual stable separate space, though the principle is similar. If someone damages this place, it will not shatter. I will just have to rebuild what's inside of it. The library space does exist in the library here, though. It's made the same way, so I don't know if it's actually an illusion here, or part of the tiny world. But I think that it turned out rather well. I was thinking that it would be a safe space to rest as we traveled. Remember all the attention that we got while we were crossing Nubon? Now, we could appear to be a lone traveler, or even just a beast, if I were in here with you. That would raise far fewer questions, and this place is designed to help whoever is in it grow their strength and potential." The demonic blacksmith sighed. "It's a legendary treasure, and you treat it like a resort property." Carl patted him on the shoulder. "In a way, it's both. But the guild is going to need more materials on a regular basis in the future. That means traveling to hunt. And being able to do that without drawing a lot of attention will be essential once we start hunting outside the lands of Drod. We're in good standing with the Lord here. But what if we need something from Lard, or Ek, further south? Or even from the dwarven lands of Nabuban, on the northeast island? Gaining a reputation as a distinctive group of beautiful women with some cat demon is bound to cause trouble eventually. Ashbringer chuckled. And once you get away from Drod, there is a higher likelihood that you will run into less civilized sorts that would be willing to kidnap travelers. At least in Drod, we have relatively strict social norms. Lard is close to the same, as they're almost all demons. But if you get to Ek or Unzatherb, things are much different. Ek is almost all orcs, and they have their own ways. But Unzatherb is absolute chaos. They call it a kingdom, but the king doesn't control much. The old immortal has passed it all down to his descendants in sections, and they have made war with each other in the name of total control for longer than most can remember. I recommend that you stay away from there, unless there is no other option. Carl nodded in understanding. The orcs respected power, so that would be all right. But a nation ruled by ancient lineages of warring family members? That didn't sound like fun. Lotus transformed into her beast form, a tiny green dragon, and began to fly around the space. This was nice. It was private, with lots of room to fly, and no worries that someone would capture her, thinking she was a lost hatchling that might have a reward for its return. Sitting in the separate space, the Darklight Host Guild had no way to know of the chaos that was unfolding in the city of Drod. For their newest Ascendant resident had just returned to his home. Jones was back from his private island. The aura of a totem-ranked dragon was impossible to miss, as he lived in the suburbs, which were still rather densely populated, even if they weren't as packed as the sprawl. Plus, his species had changed along with his advancement, so while he still felt somewhat familiar, none of the neighbors knew if it was Jones, or some powerful family member who had shown up at his house unannounced and then refused to take visitors. Finally, the arrival of Domsk and Rashid, the totem-ranked overseers of the Stone Chapel and Forest Gate districts of the city, had prompted Jones to answer his door. "Good afternoon, gentlemen. I didn't expect your arrival so soon. Please do come in for tea." Jones greeted them, as if he hadn't just been ignoring them standing outside his door for the previous 10 minutes. The two demons, one red-skinned wrath demon, and one feathered magic demon, took seats in the ancient recliners across from the aged sofa covered in knit blankets where Jones was lounging with a plate full of sandwiches and tea. Domsk broke the tension with a smile. "It seems you have had a fortunate opportunity, old friend. To have evolved from a magma dragon to reach the totem rank is something worth celebrating. I don't suppose that you could let us in on the method, could you?" Jones smiled. "I traded ancient treasures with one favored by the world dragon, and he gave me the last piece of the puzzle needed to refine my bloodline. A most curious sort of exchange, I admit. But it has worked out wonderfully for me. In 100 years, when I reach the peak of totem rank, perhaps I will try to find another similar opportunity and make it to the mythic rank. 100 years was not so long for a totem-ranked demon or dragon. In fact, it could be said to be incredibly fast to reach the pinnacle of totem rank, even if you had the potential to go past it and into the realm of myth. So, what are you planning to do now that you have reached the totem rank?" Rashid asked cautiously. The Frostfire Gate district, a suburban area outside the city walls, didn't technically have an overseer. It was split between him and Domsk, whose areas of the inner city bordered that portion of the suburbs. Jones smiled languidly, relishing the fact that these pillars of the city now had to be nice to him, as his potential and power was no worse than their own. Dragons had an innate advantage over most species at their own rank, thanks to their immense mana reserve and affinity for their elements. "You know, I was thinking. It's such a long ways from your house to mine. Why don't I just look after these neighbors of mine, and you can look after yours inside the wall?" The demons chuckled softly at that. Outside the wall was a larger and more highly populated region than the affluent south side of the city inside the walls. What Jones was proposing was to give himself dominion over the largest district of the city. Domsk shrugged and slightly bared his gleaming white fangs. Unfortunately, that will have to go before the Lord and the full council of totems. The two of us alone don't have the authority to change the borders. Watching the trio of totems walk through the city gates and down the main street towards the castle naturally caught the attention of everyone on the south side of the city, and by the time that they had made it to the city governor's office, the word had already spread all the way across the sprawl. Jones was a familiar face to everyone, with some slightly shady connections. He was the sort of dragon that could get you anything. For a price. There were some things that he flat out refused to take part in, like trafficking people and weapons. But for anything else, it was just a matter of how difficult it was for the old dragon to get it for you. It was widely rumored that it was Jones who kept the Frostfire Gate suburbs from becoming the next Black Shade slum. Not because he brought money to the region, he was notoriously stingy. But because he wouldn't tolerate criminals on his territory, so there were no gangs oppressing others on the south side of the city, which let them send money in and out, along with goods by merchant wagon. Domsk and Rashid weren't blind to it. However, as Jones was capped at the overlord rank by his bloodline as a magma dragon, he wasn't previously a threat to the higher authorities, and they could treat him like any other crime boss in the city. However, now that he was a totem, ostensibly one of their group of powerful leaders, things would have to change. They could overlook most of what he was doing, as he wasn't directly doing anything illegal. But there were a few aspects of his influence that would need to be curtailed if they were going to keep things running smoothly. Like his illicit trade in skill books that were supposed to be going through the library. There was an excellent reason for that practice. Keeping track of who had rare and powerful skill combinations, who was making more skill books, and more importantly, who had the ability but was not making or selling skill books, were all important things to know for a capital city. If he was just handing out dangerous skills to unknown parties, what sort of chaos could it cause in the city? Jones was well aware of their reservations about him. But it took the ancient dragon real effort not to let slip that the whole reason he had reached totem rank was because he had the ability and willingness to part with the sort of rare and powerful hidden skills and treasures that others did not. Even when everyone came out of the separate space and began prepping to set up the shop for the day, they didn't know that anything had happened. All of the excitement was focused on what was likely happening now in the castle, and that was a fairly normal thing for the residents of Drod. Only when a customer came in looking for potions and talking about Jones the Magma Dragon returning as a totem did anyone in the shop find out that there was anything going on in the city at all. So that's what you did that let you get a new spell. You helped a dragon advance to totem rank. Dana whispered once the customers were all out of the shop again. I claim no knowledge of these events. But aren't you pleased with the new spell? It will make long journeys so much more comfortable. Carl replied. Dana smiled. Did you know that Ray calls it the Dana Space? That made Lotus laugh. That's a great name for it. But why isn't it the Lotus Space? Dana shrugged. She wasn't sure why she had been nominated. Was she secretly Ray's favorite? Did they see her as Carl's pet? Or did Ray just view her as an equipable item? The possibilities were many and varied. While the city was freaking out about the new totem-ranked dragon in town, the atmosphere at the Darklight Host Guild House was quite relaxed. Sales had calmed down to a more reasonable rate in the last few weeks, and they could actually keep items in stock now. With 2 commander-rank apprentices, they were doing quite well on standard stock items. But the professors from Lard Academy were going to have to return to their school soon, and that would put the alchemy side in a bind. The 2 that were doing runesmithing were mostly making experimental pieces based on assignments that Carl gave them, but the other 2 were helping Remy with her day-to-day potion making. Once they were gone back to their regular jobs, she was going to need new assistants, unless she could convince Little Butterfly to make her some solid illusions to do the grunt work for her. They wouldn't be as good as actual alchemists, but they could do a fair bit of the drudgery. The portioning, cleaning and chopping didn't need any magical skills at all. Should we put up an ad? If people knew that we needed an apprentice, I'm sure they would send us one. Remy suggested. We sell plenty of potions, we should take more than one. Thor added. Carl turned to Davis. It seems that we should look for at least 2 alchemy apprentices. We're about to lose ours, as they have jobs to return to at the academy. Without them, Remy will be short-staffed. The black-winged demon smiled. I will put up notices both in the shop and at the hiring board looking for them. Would Remy prefer them with or without a trade skill chosen? Remy mentally shrugged, which Carl relayed the same way. Davis nodded in understanding. It didn't really matter, as most of what they were making was still alchemy potions, just with new recipes. There were only a few special recipes that would be impossible for the average alchemist. Ophelia took the notice when Davis finished writing it, and tapped the side of her head. I know just where to find alchemist apprentices eager to learn and loyal to their employer. She declared, then walked out the gate to tack the hiring notice to the notice board outside the gates. When she came back in, she had a smug smile on her furry face. Now Remy can just go out when the guards stop an applicant. I asked them to save the kids the silver and just shout for us to come out, since we're right here. Remy smiled, an unnatural expression for a Naga's serpentine head. That's brilliant. But we can put it up in town as well if we don't get good candidates. We should get some good ones from the outer suburbs, though. They're constantly looking for good jobs, and the pay here at the Darklight Host shop is significantly better than most other places in town, since we give apprentices a cut of the profits. Carl didn't know that the other shops didn't give apprentices a profit share, and just paid them a base salary. The products that their shop sold were incredibly expensive, for the most part, and it just didn't seem right to give them no part of the windfall. The guild had already amassed a sizable fortune in the store's branch of the guild bank, and that was after they had paid all their workers. The guild bank wasn't one monolithic storage area. Instead, it was separated into a main bank, a branch bank, and individual store storage. Carl hadn't used the main bank for anything, in case there were others who could access it without his knowledge. But the branch and store storage were strictly authorized users at this location only, so they felt like a safe enough spot to keep money and items stored. He couldn't see any other branches active, and there was nothing in the main guild bank, but that wasn't really unexpected after 10,000 years of inactivity. What he was more concerned about was some ancient dragons noticing that he was active and coming to look for the interlopers who had gained access to the guild. They might not be so understanding when he explained how he had become a member during a trip to the past. Dragons were territorial, from all that Carl knew about them, and they could view the guild as their own. Especially if they were from the main branch. But he didn't have long to focus on that, as there were already applicants waiting outside the wall, hoping to become the new alchemists for the Darklight Host. Remember, you can't just pick the cute ones. They need skills and motivation. He reminded Remy as she headed out of the yard with Lotus right behind her. If they're here first, and not being forced, they obviously have motivation, right? That's halfway there. Carl sighed. Just remember that it's your own days that you are making harder if you don't get good ones. Carl knew that things were going to go sideways the moment that Lotus followed Remy out to vet their candidates. The candidates that had gathered were mostly nerdy demon children in their early teens, too small for a heavily physical trade, and too timid for business. But Carl had some hope that they would make a reasonable selection, even if it was mostly based on who could get to the posting the fastest. It had been up less than an hour, which didn't seem like much time for good candidates to find out about the job. Especially if they were already in the city working day labor. But luck was part of the requirement when it came to getting the best jobs. The ones who were in the right spot at the right time were the ones who got the opportunities. With the assistance of the guards, they quickly formed 2 groups. Ones who had seen alchemy done before and ones who had not. The first group was very small, and under the most perfunctory questioning by the gate guards, they were all moved over to form one group again. So Remy decided to sort them another way. Ones who were willing to wear black and white uniforms every day, and ones that were not. For alchemists, that was just a splash-resistant lab coat, but it did remove a few who didn't really want to be there. Then Lotus asked them random questions about plants that were used in the alchemy process, followed by more common-sense questions about handling dangerous liquids. Simple questions, ones that you could have learned in a kitchen as well. But that gave them ones with quick minds. This was the point where it became arbitrary, as they had half a dozen candidates still, and they only needed 2. But Lotus and Remy had a dilemma. 2 of them were small and fluffy, 2 of them were brilliant and knew a lot about plants, and the other 2 had answered all the safety questions right. So, they brought all 6 back on a temporary basis, intending to give them a few days of temp work to see if they were qualified. Dana laughed as Remy led the procession back into the city. "What do you think the odds are that they picked only cute girls?" she whispered. "Not as high as expected. The satyr is a boy, and that's a young incubus, not a succubus." Carl noted. "I'm proud of them, they might have taken their job seriously for a whole 10 minutes. Dana whispered. "And then brought back 3 times as many employees as they went looking for." Ray agreed. That was a minor detail. But Carl didn't honestly expect that any of the young alchemists would actually be fired. Remy led them straight inside the house to the 2nd floor, where she had them pick rooms and change into the outfits that Ray had made for them. Only a few minutes later, an angry young incubus came stomping back out of the house, ignoring Carl and everyone else as he left the city. "What happened?" Carl asked Remy. "He was mad about the lab coats. Apparently, it's insulting to tell an incubus that he needs to cover up at all times while working." Remy laughed. "He tried to flirt with someone, didn't he?" Carl guessed. "Yes. And he didn't take it well when Lotus shot him down without a second thought. That brought them down to only 5 new alchemist apprentices, but Remy had them all changed into white lab coats and was herding them into the illusionary city outside the library for their first day of study. "It's a good thing that we got all those books. I've got the textbook that they need to get started right here. Oh, I need a teacher outfit. Maybe Lotus can make me glasses. Teachers always look smarter with glasses." Carl laughed a little at her enthusiasm for teaching. 2 of her new students were newly advanced commanders from strong demonic bloodlines, but the others were going to struggle to ever make it to that standard. That would make for an interesting dynamic in the alchemy shop, as they would now have 3 lead potion makers. Once the students learned alchemy, that was. Commander rank potions were good enough to sell, and as the new hires grew up, the pair of them shouldn't have any problem becoming royals or even monarchs. And then there were 3 more who could work as assistants, portioning, chopping and prepping ingredients for Remy and the stronger alchemists. Naturally, they would split into pairs, working with one person more smoothly than with the others. But for now, they all needed to learn the basics, and Remy wanted them to study for a while before she resorted to cheating and having Carl just teach them apprentice runic alchemy as a reward for their hard work. According to a teaching book that she had found in the house's library, that was the proper way to instill discipline and order among students. Kara and Ray both disagreed, but for different reasons. Kara didn't believe that mental discipline was necessary, as long as you had time management and creativity. Ray thought it was just more effective to make them too terrified to misbehave. They debated it for a few minutes, and then Thor suggested that life was about compromise. Some hatchlings needed a good tail swat to the head, and others just needed encouragement. It was better not to set your limits too strictly, in case something more, or something different, was needed to keep them on the right track. Honestly, Thor didn't know much about raising hatchlings. But he had read a book in the library about it one day. That left Carl to work on inscriptions on the 2nd floor, while the professors finished their last few projects and prepared for their trip back home. "You know, I could have hawk fly you back, it would save days of travel," he suggested as Moira finished a template for the latest challenge he had set. "I appreciate the offer, but we are to accompany a bulk order back as part of the security detail. With all the trade disruptions lately, the Academy wanted to be extra sure that they got their orders." The next morning, the 4 educators had to return to the Lard Academy. The departures left the guild house feeling oddly empty, even with the 5 new additions, who Tessa was teaching basic writing lessons that morning. It was an oversight in the selection process. While they were all hard workers, and smart, none of them had attended a formal school, and their grasp of both the demonic and human common languages were shaky at best. They could read the textbook, but mostly by word recognition, and that simply would not do. But the Red Dragon clerics were good at taking care of kids of all sorts, even if their specialty was war orphans. So, she had brought out her old lesson books, and began teaching them more of the human common tongue this morning, as that was what most of the coursebooks were written in. How and when that tongue had spread across the world was a mystery to Carl, but it seemed that for textbooks, it was still the standard. He had a suspicion that he might know the answer, though. The common language was the one that dragons chose to speak in humanoid form, as so few other species could speak serpent, which didn't have a written language at all, other than the old magical runes. So, as this was called the Dragon Isles, they had most likely maintained it as their tongue here, and the humans were the ones getting presumptuous by claiming it as their own common tongue. Carl was sitting on the porch, enjoying the early dawn light and the smell of dew on the grass, when the first visitor of the morning came into the yard. A ragged-looking cat girl, mostly human, but with ears in the same white with black stripes as his bestial form, crept through the gate and then flopped down in the grass with a sigh of relief as the healing spell pulsed from the altar in the backyard. Carl looked out toward the city gates, and caught the eye of a guard, who gestured toward the city, indicating that she hadn't come from the outside to see him. It was still a bit cool outside to be wearing a tattered tunic as an outfit, so Carl brought over one of the knitted quilts Ray had made in a spiderweb pattern, and wrapped up the sleeping beastkin, then moved her to the other veranda swing in the sun. They were still there, on opposite benches, when the first clients of the dawn came. A pair of wrath fiends with a group of 6 Orcish warriors behind them came into the yard, where the Orcish folk promptly began fighting over who got to fill their canteens from the well first. The demons looked like they were going to apologize, but Carl just laughed and waved them inside. Appraiser Davis isn't in yet, but Mick can help you with anything you would like. He informed the duo. Actually, we wanted to make a custom order for our next trip. You see, we're going around the southern tip to see the Orc King in Gedge, and the orcs lack most sorts of advanced crafting. We wanted to bring them an assortment of magical items, but they can't be combat-related in any way. The larger of the 2 wrath demons explained. Carl nodded. Orcs don't accept weapons from others, only what they make among their own clans. But that's not a problem. We actually have a wide variety of patterns for useful domestic items. Cleaning, filling canteens, bathing. We've got waterproof war paint. I can make many of the items using stone, bone and rough gems as well. I know that some clans prefer not to use the most refined of metals or intricately cut gems. The demon looked startled by Carl's words. You know a lot about the tribal lands of the orcs. There aren't many left who feel that way. Most of the clans are now becoming more metropolitan, with their tastes aligning to fancy clothing and almost human tastes in items. But there are still many in the deserts of Gedge that are hard to shop for. Carl smiled and gestured to the far wall of the shop behind him. We also have a wide variety of silk in multiple qualities. If you want to trade them raw silk so they can make their own fashions, I'm sure that most clans wouldn't turn it down. I met a few clans in my homeland that wouldn't take much more than food and trade, but I suspect that most aren't that restrictive. Carl offered. The merchant winced, then smiled. This will be a hard trip on our pockets either way. The potential profits are high, bringing magical items and silk down the coast. But the cost to load a trade ship, even a light schooner like ours, is immense. Carl got up from his seat in the sun. Let's go inside, and we can discuss what you need. I am certain that we can work out a bulk discount as long as you don't need massive amounts of higher-grade trade items. Commander rank and under, we have journeyman tradespeople to assist with. But as a smaller guild, our overlord-ranked master crafters are very limited. The second wrath demon, who had been silent until that point, spoke with a gentle lisp. I will be honest with you, overlord. We don't have the sort of funding that would be required to purchase even a handful of master-crafted items to trade. 1 or 2, possibly. But even that would cost more than the average load for our ship. Carl thought about that for a second. They had a good point. The 1 or 2 Overlord-ranked weapons they sold every month brought in more revenue than all the Commander rank and lower items combined. Alright, there is no need for me to pressure you to break the bank. How powerful did you need? Ascended and Commander. I don't think that we have any awakened rank apprentices at the moment, but we might have some old stock awakened rank silk. The 2 demons silently conferred using system messages. Ascended and Commander rank is fine. We would like to purchase 3 tons of silk bolts in varying colors. Also, if you can custom make 1 roll at Commander or Royal rank in the pattern that the men outside are wearing, I would like to gift them new tartan as a New Year's gift. Carl waited for Ray to confirm that much weight was viable. Alright, we can have that ready by morning. Now, let's talk about the rest of the shipment. After they finished discussing the items that were required for the shipment to the desert orcs, which involved 1,000 of the rings that could create water, Carl realized that 2 sculptors and himself were not going to be nearly enough for the runecrafting section of the shop either. They required someone like Lotus on the team, who could mass-produce basic item templates. Fortunately, for this shipment, the orcs had suggested that most of the items were made of bone and wood. The desert orcs adored those 2 materials for fashion, and Carl's team had literal tons of monster bones that could be cleaned and polished for the purpose. Once the monster was eaten, there was no need to throw out the bones. They were still a magical crafting material in their own right, a minor treasure, so both Hawk and Ray had collected them. Hawk put them in a pile out of the way, while Ray mostly used them for decoration in her nocturnal forest. Ghostfire burned away everything undesirable, leaving the bones a nice charred black. And the runic string for creating small amounts of water to fill a canteen took only seconds to write. It was the energy draw of doing it hundreds of times over that would be the limiting factor. So, Carl had requested that the group come back in 4 days, the day before they had intended to depart, and pick up their order. That was still cutting it rather close, so Carl prepared yet another "employee wanted" sign, then realized he already knew someone who might be able to make a reference. Loros, Wendy, if you can get started on this stack of bones for water creation, I will be back as soon as I can. I'm going to try to recruit someone who can make us more wooden items. Carl explained. Alright, boss. See you soon. Wendy agreed, while happily carving runes into the small bones. It might not be sculpting, but practice made perfect, and carving runes into this whole pile of small bones that Hawk had provided would be excellent practice. Her dad would be proud of her skill gains. As soon as he left the room, Carl headed straight for the Dryads. He could hear someone in the back workshop, so he turned down the alley and cried out to the younger crafter. Rain, is your mom awake? I'm hoping that you two can help me find a new employee. Carl called from 2 buildings away. The younger Dryad affixed her head through the vines around the workshop and smiled. She's still asleep, but what can I help you with? I need a full-time nature magic user to make wooden item blanks for the shop. If they don't have a trade skill, I can teach them an apprentice runecrafting skill as well. But they need to be powerful, as we get plenty of requests for Royal and Monarch ranked items. Royal ranked wood is good for Monarch ranked items most of the time, but if they're still a commander or even a strong ascended, they will be able to make the bulk items that we need. Carl explained. So, the prerequisites are essentially that we have someone with the artistry to make ring blanks, and strong enough with nature magic to make the items you're shipping out in bulk, which are commander rank. She clarified. I suppose that someone with the same qualifications and earth magic, who could make permanent stone and metal items, would be alright as well. Carl agreed. Creation type earth magic. Well, I do know one of those, but I'm not sure how that request would go. It's one of Joan's sister's grandkids. Carl chuckled. I am certain that our resident nature priestess would treat a young dragon very well. That made the Dryad giggle loud enough that the neighbors affixed their heads out to see what was going on. I have no doubt that you are telling me the truth, but that might be precisely the problem. She has always been protective of her whelps, and seeing them take to new people might be too much for her to bear. Her partner is a stone dragon, one of the non-flying sorts of earth subdragons. But that means their children all have exceptional earth talents, and an affinity for fire, which would make them strong crafters. You would have to talk to Jones about that, though. I don't know if you can get to him, but I know that me trying to visit is difficult these days, with all the totems taking up his time. Now that he's advanced, he's got new responsibilities, and they want him to be in meetings all day while he learns their rules. Carl nodded. Yeah, that is a hazard of advancements. Once you have power, you get stuck with all sorts of new rules on how to use your power. As they talked, Misty came outside with a smile. Overlord Carl, my daughter says that you require a full-time worker to create items for your shop sculptors. I know exactly the right person for the job if they are willing to agree. Would you like to take a little trip with me? The Dryad asked. Of course. Rain was suggesting one of Joan's relatives, but if you have someone else in mind, I can talk to both. You can never have enough artisans in a shop, as I have come to realize. The Dryad nodded in agreement. It's a bit of a journey to Gazdri, but with your Ghostfire Thunderbird, we should be able to cover 1,200 kilometers in a day. We just need to follow the river northwest, then where it ends, go straight west and we will find the city. That route would be faster than following the main road. That sounded like a great idea to Hawk. Over that much distance, there had to be all sorts of new things to see. They had been all around the city of Drod already, and a little bit outside it for only a few trips. But this one should take them almost to the western border of Drod. Hawk remembered someone saying there were orcs there. Were they going to hire an orc shaman to make them items? That would be different. Maybe he could watch someone get shot down while flirting with Ophelia again. Carl dispatched a message to the guild, letting them know that he was going to travel for a few days to check on some potential new hires, and received immediate indignation in return. Neither Dana nor Lotus was pleased that he was going on a road journey without them, but they both had tasks left in the city. Even Thor and Ray were going to be remaining behind, in case Carl was slow to return. The only ones who would be coming with Carl on this trip were Hawk and Kara, as well as the reclusive little butterfly, whose trauma regarding the outside world left it unwilling to go outside its space. No matter how curious it was about the world. After all, it could create illusions to interact with the world, and the illusionary library would be fine, even if it were thousands of kilometers away. It had crafted the space to fuel itself, so it wouldn't run out of mana, as long as it wasn't heavily damaged. Are we all going? Or just one? Carl asked. Rain vanished back into her workshop, and the older Dryad smiled at Carl. It's just us today. She is in the middle of a project, it would take more than curiosity to drag her away. Hawk exited his space to circle above them, and Carl picked up the petite Dryad before leaping into the sky to board the giant bird. He sat with her between his legs, securely in place, as she belatedly realized that she was actually terrified of heights. Don't worry, the protective magic won't let you fall. It will be a longer flight, though. Likely 5 hours as we follow the river to the end and search for the appropriate city. But we will fly high enough that we don't have to fear being attacked from the ground. Carl consoled her. And what about flying beasts? She asked. Unless they are totem ranked, they won't bother Hawk as he flies past. If it makes you more comfortable, I can make us invisible. Carl offered. The terrified Dryad nodded, and little butterfly extended her totem rank, invisibility, over the group. Now, there wasn't much that would be able to detect them during a rapid, high-altitude flight. Indeed, while they were perfectly safe, the Dryad refused to detach herself from Carl to even turn and face forward. Though, after the first hour, looking out over the skyline didn't seem so bad. They were so far from the ground that falling wasn't an immediate threat. She couldn't even see the small details of the ground from here, and for a large part of the flight they were above misty swamplands, until the sun burned the morning fog away. They traversed over the main force of the Leg Regiment, which was engaged in an immense battle with undead, and then a number of smaller battles either between local beasts and monsters, or between two villages' militia forces. Carl didn't hear anything about a full-blown civil war going on, so these issues must be fairly common, or considered to be isolated. Or at least limited to the two villages' personal grudges. But it did give him a lot of understanding about how unstable the rural regions actually were. But as they flew, the nature of the region began to change. The land grew more arid, and the small villages gave way to larger farming communities along the river, and finally a massive city made entirely of log buildings. That must be Arurd. We're a bit over halfway there. Arurd is the first of the Orcish cities that we will come across. If you follow the road from here, it isn't much different in distance from the river, and it will be impossible to miss Gazdri. It's the second large city after leaving Arurd, but it's still 300 kilometers away. Hawk changed course, ensuring that they wouldn't have to search for their target across open grasslands. But also so that he could see what sorts of animals the local farmers raised. The power level in the wilderness towns was at least as high as in Drod City, and Hawk could sense at least 4 totem rank beings in Arurd, even though it was well under half the size of the capital. Even the farmers were mostly monarchs out here, and each of the clusters of houses had an overlord with them. Then, as they made their way down the road, Hawk sensed even more totem rank guardians among the small villages. This place really was a dangerous one to be casually traveling. But it had to be, as they raised royal rank oxen for food, and there were overlord rank giant tigers in the forested areas. We might have to come here to find our next friend. Or even further west. They are strong. Hawk praised the local wildlife. I'm sure that we can find a suitable friend somewhere. But there is no rush. Thor isn't even at Overlord yet, and we just gained Little Butterfly. Carl felt Hawk's voice shift, as he focused on speaking privately. You know that Thor is going to need the evolution spell, right? He made Monarch based on the new spell, but there is no way that he can make it to the Overlord rank bottleneck. Even with the treasures we found him, it's not enough. Carl patted Hawk's back. Yeah, I will help him when we get back. He's struggled long enough, and we don't want him falling behind. Hawk mentally smirked. You know, if he got to stay with the Tessa, he wouldn't mind. As long as he was 1 rank stronger than her, that is. Carl laughed at the thought. The bird wasn't wrong. Especially after she learned, beast form, to turn into a fully scaled dragonkin, Thor had been smitten with their war cleric. Everyone cheered on their romance, but nobody said it openly, for fear that they would find some nonsense reason that it wasn't acceptable. Another medium-sized city passed beneath them, and Hawk spotted their target on the horizon. Under 100 kilometers to Gazdri. We will be there in half an hour. Carl informed Misty, who was sleeping fitfully in his arms. Too many hours of being terrified had mentally exhausted her. Once they received close to the cluster of farms around Gazdri, Carl got the butterfly to cancel the invisibility spell around them, and led Hawk down out of the clouds, to a decreased altitude where guards on the ground would be able to see that there were riders on his back. They didn't want to alarm the city or make them think that an overlord-ranked flying beast was attacking the outlying areas. Carl had Hawk land 50 meters from the large platform outside the city gates, which was being used as a portal platform. It wasn't a permanent portal by any means, but it was the designated spot where merchants traveling by portal arrived and departed. Carl memorized the surroundings so that he could easily return. Having seen the whole region from above, it was much easier than expected, and Carl knew that he could open a portal here again without any issues. A burly overlord-ranked orc gazed over Carl's furry form, and the sleeping dryad in his arms, as Hawk vanished into his space. It's a silver each to enter the town if you're not here to trade. The guard notified them. Carl passed him 2 coins and awakened the dryad. Misty, it's time to get up. We're on the ground again and in Gazdri. He whispered. Her eyes opened, and the dryad immediately grew vines that stretched to the ground from her feet. Ground. She sighed happily, then settled to her own 2 feet as the orc laughed. I take it that the nature elemental is not a big fan of flying? He queried Carl. Afraid of heights. Carl agreed. Misty took Carl by the hand and led him into the city. Oh, this will be so much fun. You're going to adore her when you meet her. Carl was led through the winding streets of Gazdri at a jog as Misty received more excited by the stop, finally stopping in front of a small log cabin with a sign out front that represented healing. Or at least that was what Carl assumed the crescent and the bandage represented. Injury or communicable disease? The tiny gnomish woman at the reception desk asked. Lonely best friend. Misty responded. The gnome just stared at her for a few seconds. That wasn't something that you came to the healers for. Maybe to a psychologist. Then a massive green woman with spikes down her back burst out from the back room, and pulled the dryad into a hug before spinning her in circles. The gnome smiled as she understood that the lonely friend was her boss, and waited while the two of them caught up on recent events in a full duplex conversation, where both spoke at the same time. Once they calmed down, Misty did the introductions. Carl, this is Beth, my childhood best friend. The potential new hire that I wanted to suggest was her little sister, but it appears that she has a daughter that I didn't know about. They've received the same powers, strong nature magic and earth magic mixed. Carl nodded. That is exactly what we were looking for. Perhaps we won't have to ask Jones about recruiting his family members. The healer laughed. You're brave, daring to ask Jones to hire the precious princess of his family. She's nearly 30 years old already, and I don't think that she's ever been allowed outside the house unattended. The healer paused for a moment while she sent a message, and seconds later, light footsteps came running down the stairs. Mom, you said there was someone who might hire me? A light feminine voice asked, right before a small girl, less than a meter tall and covered in bright green fur, came around the corner. Not you. Where is your big sister? The healer asked. Carl raised his hand. This one is adorable, can we keep her too? I have a high priestess of the green dragon to keep happy. The big woman laughed. I think not. At least not until her class awakens in 5 or 6 years. Now, where is that bookish brat of mine? The little one ran back up the stairs, and the healer sighed. Sorry, she's been excited about getting a job ever since she found out what money was used for. She wants to get a pet cat, and I told her that she couldn't have one until she could afford to take care of it. Carl smirked and the healer chuckled. I know what you are thinking. She is a pet cat. But that's part of why she wants something smaller and cuter to distract her older cousins. A moment later, a slightly larger girl, roughly lotus-sized, but with a long tail and a clearly Orcish face, came down the stairs. What is it, Mom? She huffed, with a book still open in her hand. My old friend came with an overlord looking for a guild crafter, and that's the best greeting you can muster. The healer demanded. The girl curtsied to Misty. Sorry, guild master. I apologize for my rudeness. Then she turned to Carl. Are you Dill's father? Carl laughed, and Misty hid her face behind a veil of branches. It's the other way around, actually. I'm the one looking for an earth and nature element creator, and Misty is your mom's childhood friend. Carl offered. The girl blushed a very dark green, and bobbed multiple curtsies in apology. I am so sorry, sir. I misunderstood. I thought that, never mind. Carl dismissed her fears with a pat on the head. How about you tell me about yourself and your abilities? My name is Dora, I am 18 years old, recently advanced to royal rank, with monarch-ranked bloodline potential, and a full skill tree as a rebirth shaman. I specialize in nature and earth element creation spells, as well as some minor healing. I studied first aid under my mother, Beth, for 4 years, but healing never called to me as a profession. Carl nodded. So, you can create plants and stone materials that do not disperse when the spell ends? Dora nodded. Exactly. But not just plants and stone. I can do wood, metal, even gems. They're not magical materials, at least not innately. But I can strengthen them to my current rank. Do you have time for a test? I think your skills might be a perfect fit for our guild. Dora grinned and nodded. What would you like for me to make? The tradition is for new crafters to make their first item for an employer for themselves to use. So, make an item that you would wear daily while working, and I will enhance it for use. Assuming that you can create an item of the required standard, that is. Carl explained. Dora nodded, and crafted a simple silver hoop bracelet, about 2 centimeters wide, with a scaled pattern on the outside and a smooth interior. Carl examined the item carefully. Can you create complex carvings? I see that this is a repeating pattern. Dora shook her head. That is pushing it for my skills. Normally, I would create them with a smooth surface. Carl shrugged. That is fine. We have skilled sculptors on staff, and most of the items will be getting visible upgrades anyhow. But before this, I have a work contract for you. Just the standard stuff. Weekly pay rate, commission on the fully finished items you produce for sale in the shop, and the basic expectations and rules of the Darklight Host Guild. Beth's eyes went wide at that reference, but Dora didn't appear to recognize the name, and instead studied the contract carefully. This is quite generous, and it includes both food and lodging in the guild house. Is it mandatory to remain there? Once I find a partner, I do intend to get married and have a family. Carl shook his head. Not everyone lives in the guild house, but it is a standard benefit. Our chief appraiser, Davis, lives with his mother in the Drod Castle. Beth acknowledged an understanding, then read the contract again, and then Carl stopped her before she signed it. I will confirm the item first, and then we can complete the process. Carl carved the same set of bonuses that the other crafters were after. Increased crafting success chance, mana storage, skill power and luck. That was good for a test item, and easy to write on the inside of a bracelet. Carl began to add mana, and the item seemed to absorb the energy as eagerly as the nature stone had absorbed the fertility charm. That was an excellent sign, and this material should have impressive levels of mana compatibility. All the way through the royal rank, it absorbed the power without restriction, and then through the monarch rank it showed slowly increasing resistance. Carl continued for a little longer, and pushed the runes to overlord rank. He could feel that the material was at its limit as the runes changed to a ghostly green, a paler shade than her skin. But it successfully made it to the overlord ranked item standard. Circlet of Crafter's Luck, Epic Quality. Increases success chance while crafting with a skill, increases skill power, increases luck by 50, 2x standard mana storage amounts. Carl nodded in satisfaction. I would call that more than a pass. The material is much more mana compatible than expected, and our smith will be glad to have you on the staff as much as the sculptors are. Now, equip that and sign the contract, so we can return to the guild house and you can meet the team. He insisted. Misty looked confused. It was already late in the day, and she had no intentions of making that flight in the dark. Especially with an extra passenger, which would make her too awkward to wrap herself around Carl again. Dora signed the contract, which disappeared as it was registered with the system, and then affixed the new item around her wrist, which was already adorned with a half-dozen metal bracelets in different colors. It vanished, and then Dora's hand went to her throat, where a bright silver choker now set softly against her scales. Her mother began to laugh, and the gnome at the reception desk giggled. Did it just adjust its designed position because you already had magical bracelets on, and you can only wear 2? The gnome gasped between giggles. Dora scowled at her, and pulled at the choker, which seemed to stretch, expanding to cover her whole neck, then shrunk back to its normal shape when released. That is the strangest metal I have ever seen. Carl noted. I don't know what I did wrong. Dora complained, her eyes shining with suppressed tears. I think it's fine. Epic items always have some quirks. At least it didn't make a hard metal collar around your neck. People would get the wrong idea. Beth snorted with laughter, and Dora smacked her with her book. I blame you, Mother. You are the one who made a half-dozen new species with your odd taste in men. Beth couldn't even argue with that. She was mixed dragon and orc to begin with, but the father of her older daughter was a green dragon, which had led to a very orky dragonkin. She was still a bit small, but Beth was sure that she would grow in time, as she was already properly violent when agitated. An excellent trait in a young orc. It had certainly blended better than the kitsune who had fathered her younger daughter. Orc Green and Fluffy was cute, but she was tiny. Are we not staying the night? Misty asked when it appeared that Carl was about to say goodbye to the healer. Did you want to stay the night and go back in the morning? That's not a problem. I was just going to open a portal home to introduce Dora to the others, but it's not a rush. She can meet them all tomorrow. He offered. Wait, you can use the portal spell. We're not flying back. Misty asked. We only flew here because I'd never been here before. The next time you want to visit, just ask, and I'll send you here with an escort if I have time. Carl explained. That was a huge relief. Why don't you get a room with your new guild crafter, and I will catch up with my friend for the night? The Dryad suggested. Dora smiled. I know the perfect spot. They've got great food, and it's only a few blocks. Mother, we will see you in the morning. That would also give Carl a private moment to impart the apprentice runesmithing skill to their new hire. It was less embarrassing if they didn't freak out in public the first time that, "Follow me, little one," was used on them. Dora led Carl to the hotel, and then looked hopefully into the fancy restaurant attached to the side. Meals on the road are included in the guild contract, right? She inquired hopefully. Carl laughed. Naturally. That necklace you're wearing is worth well over 10,000 gold coins. The guild can afford to eat well. It was one of the finest restaurants in the town, though that wasn't saying much for most Orcish cities. Orcish cuisine wasn't well known for flavors, but this spot was run by an old elf, and elvish food was usually incredible. Carl presented Dora a pile of cloth, and she simply stared at it for a moment, wondering why she was holding it. Equip it. It's an evening gown so that we meet the dress code for the restaurant. Carl explained as he changed to a white silk suit with a black shirt. They strolled into the hotel, and Carl gestured for a concierge to come to them. Dora looked a bit horrified, but the staff member came over with a smile. We require a room for the evening. 2 beds, and a reservation at the restaurant. Is it possible to eat now? Carl asked. The concierge bowed politely. Yes, sir. I can arrange that for you. Staff will come to settle accounts during the apéritif. Carl nodded, and handed the man a silver coin, then escorted Dora, who was now in a flowing black gown, to the restaurant's host. He quickly seated them, and inquired if they preferred wine or a harder liquor, then vanished again. This is so exciting. His daily dinner specials are legendary. Dora whispered. An elf accompanied the Orcish host back to the table with a polite smile. My name is Oakleaf, and I will be your chef for the evening. Have either of you sampled elven cuisine before? He asked. Dora shook her head, while Carl nodded. On the Nea continent, in the Republic of Maria, there are a number of elven villages. Their food is most excellent. The chef looked shocked. You have been to Nea continent? And to the Captumia continent, as it is called here. I wouldn't say that I have traveled the entirety of either, but I did get a chance to enjoy traditional elven cuisine in the village of Glatt. The chef smiled happily. Then this should be nostalgic for you. For the lady, I would like to warn you that most elven cooking is vegan, but if you prefer meat, I am skilled in its preparation. Dora waggled her head. I can eat anything, thank you. The first course was some sort of nut and berry meatball in a sweet barbecue sauce, after which the concierge came in with the paperwork for the hotel and their room key. Carl signed and returned it with payment, then the server delivered out a butternut squash soup. Dora was nearly in ecstasy with the flavors, and Carl made a note to have the kitchen staff add this to the menu. They had all the ingredients, or Lotus could make them, it was just a matter of making them into a soup. Course after course, the meal was delivered, until Carl was beginning to suspect that the half-orc was going to fall into a food coma at the table. Then they delivered out a sweet dessert cake, and Carl became quite certain that he would be carrying her to their room. Fortunately, she was light, and after a few minutes' worth of nap, she was riding a sugar high from the dessert and wide awake again. "Feeling better now?" Carl inquired as Dora groaned and held her distended stomach. "I ate too much. So full," she mumbled, slowly getting to her feet to walk it off. "Then how about something to take your mind off of your overindulgence?" Carl suggested, before activating, "Follow me, little one. This is a skill. I learned a whole trade from a skill. That is incredible." Dora began doing a happy dance around the room, cheering and laughing. Her stomachache was completely forgotten, and her mind was fully overtaken with the possibilities that came with the apprentice runesmithing skill. "That is what I hired you to do. There are 2 sculptors on the team who aren't capable of creating materials from nothing, so they needed someone just like you to keep them stocked." Carl explained. "Absolutely brilliant. And now I am one of them. I can make anything. Even as great as the new choker. Well, maybe not better than that, but really good." Carl considered spinning her around the way that her mother had with Misty, but reconsidered almost immediately. She might have forgotten that she was ready to burst from overeating, but spinning her in circles might not be a great idea. Now, that ability transfer skill is a guild secret. Everyone in the guild knows about it, but you can't tell anyone else, not even your mom. Carl warned. Half of Drod likely knew about it by now, but if the other half didn't find out, that was better than nothing. "Got it. No telling anyone that we all learned the most amazing crafting skill with a memory transfer." "But does that mean that you know this crafting skill too?" Dora asked. "Indeed. I actually know a more advanced form of it, but it's easier to transfer just the basics and then let the crafters advance the knowledge on their own. For one, it has far fewer restrictions on who can use it, and for two, the increase in skill level within the system comes with crafting bonuses." Carl explained. Dora abruptly sat down in the middle of the floor, conjured another bracelet, this time in smooth metal, and then began to write on the outside in runic script. Then she realized that she had messed up the character linking, and smoothed the metal to start over. That was going to make her training phase much easier. She could just erase runes that she had carved incorrectly, and wouldn't waste an item. Carl was quite certain that Dora did not sleep at all that night. When he went to sleep, she was working on making bracelets. When he woke up, she was still working on making bracelets, but with a half-dozen of them on the table in the hotel room. "You know that you can wait until I go over some of the compound runes and common phrases with you, right? You don't need to keep working all night." He joked. "But how could I not? They're so pretty." Dora complained, waving her hand at the stack of wooden rings with the glowing purple runes on them. "Plus, it took me so long to figure out what wood was the best for mana transfer. It's pretty obvious for metals, mana and lightning compatibility go hand in hand. But for wood? No wood conducts electricity well, but some of it conducts mana very well." Carl laughed at her enthusiasm as he realized that her green dragon side was showing very clearly through her personality. Even if she looked like a small orc with a lizard tail, she was very much half dragon. They went to the restaurant for breakfast, which was served in a local style, with a trollish cook. "What you need?" the troll called as they sat down. "I will need 10 eggs, and all the bacon." Carl called back, then briefly wondered why he had spoken in trollish. Not had it translated, the words had come out in trollish. The cook gave him a thumbs up, while Dora stared at him strangely. "You speak trollish?" "I could hear the translation in my head," she asked. "Orcish too." Carl agreed. Dora laughed. Well, obviously. Everyone speaks Orcish. Carl poked her in the forehead. We're going to the capital, Drod City. They speak Demon as the common language in the city. So the system will do all the translation for you. Dora hesitated as the food arrived out, a whole plate of bacon and eggs, with a side of toast. Your breakfast, sir. The server explained, while giving the plates a strange look. Wonderful, thank you. That is exactly what I needed this morning. The server looked somewhere between horrified and fascinated by the plate, but Carl was more interested in the pair of orcs that were waiting outside the window wearing druid robes with their hoods up. He had never seen an Orcish druid. Shamans, yes. But these were very clearly druids, according to their name plates. Carl checked out after breakfast and led Dora out into the street to say goodbye to her mother, and to collect Misty, so the dryad wasn't left on the wrong side of the country. As soon as they stepped into the street, the two orcs in druid robes moved to walk beside Carl. Come with me, we can converse by the healer's shop while Dora talks to her mom. Commander-rank druids weren't really a threat when he had, void body, active passively. Dora ran inside the healers, where Carl could hear Misty happily chatting with her friend while they waited for customers. Alright, I see that you were waiting for me, is there something that I can help you with? Carl inquired the two druids. I am Larry, and this is Daryl. We heard from a friend that your guild might have a spot for inscriptionists. There aren't many inscription shops here on the west side of the country, but you're from Drod, right? I heard that the demons like all sorts of written knowledge. Like Dora, we both specialize in nature magic, but we both have the inscriptionist skill, and we're ready to work. Carl contemplated that. Selling skill books to the library, or stocking them in the guild house for new members, wasn't a bad idea. But they also had nature magic. That would work well for the items that Loros and Wendy were producing. Dora could do slightly higher quality materials, and metal, where the druids only used nature magic, like Lotus. Alright. If you accompany me back to the guild house, we can sign an employment contract. We can always use more skilled workers, if you don't mind living in a city full of demons. The orcs smiled. That's not a problem. There are orcs in Drod as well. Just not so many of them. Besides, we're not the orkiest of orcs. Larry had a point. They were both large for humans, but definitely undersized for full-grown Orcish males. Possibly because they picked a less violent class, or perhaps just because of a lack of accomplishments. Either way, Carl was sure that they could get them whipped into shape soon enough. Sending the girls to the dungeon had worked exceptionally well. Dora and Misty arrived back out and found Carl still standing with the two orcs. Did you need more time to finish business? Dora inquired politely. Carl shook his head. No, we're hiring these two druids as well. They can use nature magic to make wooden items, and they have inscription skills, so they can make scrolls and skill books for the guild. Dora, meet Larry and Daryl. Daryl, Larry, meet Dora. The three of them chuckled quietly. Yeah, we've met. This might be a good-sized city, but oddballs tend to draw each other. Carl opened a portal near the wall of the healer's shop to the portal platform outside Drod, and immediately a half-dozen curious onlookers stuck their heads out of nearby shops. Carl followed the others through, and allowed the portal close behind them just in time for the guard to notice he was part of the group. Oh, War Champion. Welcome home. Are these your people? Carl nodded. Yeah, I went on a recruiting mission. 3 of these will be working with the Darklight host soon. The guard smiled. Understood, have a lovely day, and enjoy your stay in the city. Misty, I will come by next week to pick up the table I ordered from your daughter. Misty nodded happily. It's ready whenever you are. She had it finished last night before I left, we just hadn't had time to bring it across town yet. The guard gave her a smile and a pat on the shoulder. In that case, I will come by after my shift. I've got some of that raspberry tea that you like. The moment that Carl brought Dora through the gates of the guild house, pandemonium reigned. The altar in the backyard pulsed with energy to heal the fatigue and lingering injuries of the new arrivals. The half-orc, half-green dragon rebirth shaman took off dashing toward the altar. Then, a tiny green dragon, Lotus in beast form, tackled her and took her to the ground as the priestess transformed back. That panicked the shaman, which confused the Orcish druids, which brought the gate guards dashing to watch the show. Is it constantly like this? Larry questioned quietly as Carl continued leading them toward the workshop. Only sometimes. The Green Dragon High Priestess just discovered a half-dragon of the Green Dragon clan, and the shaman just found an altar to her species' patron deity. Give them like 6 hours and they'll be calm again. From the porch, Davis chuckled as he heard those words, but there was a good chance that Carl was not wrong. Even if they calmed down enough to move out of the yard, they weren't getting anything productive done today. Gentlemen, meet the sculptors. These are Loros and Wendy. In the back corner is Ashbringer, our Grandmaster Smith. He looks busy, so we will do introductions later. Ashbringer flapped one leathery wing in acknowledgement, and then went back to his crafting. Ladies, these are Larry and Daryl, a pair of druids who have commander rank nature magic. They will make many of the item blanks that you require in the future, but they are also inscriptionists, so they will be toiling inside the majority of the time, creating scrolls and skill books. Carl explained. I get it now. We make the rough form, they make it pretty, then they do some magic and turn it into a powerful item? Daryl asked. Loros acknowledged in agreement. That's exactly right. We can make all sorts of useful commander rank rings, weapons, amulets and statues. We just need material to work with. Until now, we have been buying the raw materials, or having Lotus make them, but if we've got 2 more that can do it, that's much less strain on the members. Carl smiled. Dora can as well. She will also be joining you in the runecrafting section, though she's not so much a sculptor. Mostly she will be creating the base items and then engraving items that are already carved, as she is royal rank, and can make items for the city. Wendy acknowledged along with Carl's words, then grinned at the druids. Tell me, can you turn into bears? She asked. Both gazed confused. No, we're not on the beast transformation path of the skill tree. Why? Wendy shrugged. We've got a bear totem berserker, and she's really cuddly. I thought you might make a good teddy bear. The pair of orcs laughed. I don't think those words usually go together, but I'm sorry to let you down. However, once I get a few more skill points, I will be able to summon a common creature. Some of those can be cuddly. Loros laughed. There is an overlord-ranked illusionist here. She's not actually short on soft things, she was just looking for new ones. Carl smiled. There is a lot about this guild that you should probably know now that you're here. Let's go inside and meet the others. That should help it all make sense. When they came inside, both Davis and Mick were busy with customers, so Carl took them straight to the second floor, where everyone but Remy and her new hires were waiting. Both orcs froze when they saw Ray, and the spider smiled at them in her humanoid disguise. Sir, no offense, but you do know what that is, right? Larry whispered. The blood destruction demonic spider. She's one of my partners. We've been together since she was just an adorable little emo hatchling bloodbath spider. Ray nodded happily. I made my first web in a separate space that his skill created. Don't worry, I'm quite civilized. Thor is the one that you need to worry about. He likes people far too much, and if you're not careful, he will talk your ear off. Thor chuckled, and the 2 orcs belatedly realized that Ray was not the only magical beast in the room. Are there others? Larry asked. There is a Naga queen around here somewhere, and a Ghostfire Thunderbird. You probably won't meet Little Butterfly, but you'll see her illusions all over. And then there is Kara, whose hands are currently in your pockets. The orcs looked down, to find their pockets turned inside out, and a very disappointed Kara was preparing to put snacks in the empty spaces, just so the new arrivals wouldn't be so poor. Larry and Daryl simply stared at the badger as she focused on fixing their pockets, then stuffing an entire cupcake in each. Much better. Did she give you a cupcake? Technically two, but they're a bit squished now, so you can call it one each. Carl agreed. From the bottom of the stairs, Mick was laughing. She had seen Kara go to the kitchen for the cupcakes, and followed to see what she needed them for. She wasn't the sort to snack between meals, so there had to be something going on with the new guys. Daryl began to laugh, a deep-throated one that made his whole body shake. I think that we are going to like this place. I had been afraid that being stuck in a city would be too boring and far from nature, but that's not the case at all. Plus, we're on the edge of the inner city, so it's not far to go out if we need some time in the forest. He managed to stammer out while he worked to control his amusement. Larry held his hands at his side and unequipped his robes, letting the smashed cupcakes fall into his palms so he could eat them without losing any icing. The cooks are spectacular as well. I have to give them this much, the demons are much better cooks than the orcs are. He added. Over the course of the next week, things began to calm at the guild house again. The crafters were settling into their new jobs, and with the extra help, they were no longer short on anything, except for potions. Remy was finally finishing her trial period to make sure that all of the candidates she had picked were worthy of transferring an advanced skill to, and after the dropout the first day, they had all proven to be exceptionally skilled. Now, she was ready to have them all advanced, but there was another important event coming up in only a few weeks. Birthdays. They had managed to miss one during the time gap after the temple trial, but this year everyone was ready to go all out and celebrate the whole core party's birthdays at once. They were all within a month of each other, a result of a lack of other entertainment during the winter months, Carl was certain, so one huge party would be the best option. The 5 aspiring alchemists were gathered in the main room on the second floor for the first time since they arrived. They had been sleeping in the rooms of the building Remy had taken as a lab, as the Naga Queen was known to call them back to work as soon as she had decided that they were rested enough. With the unchanging light of the illusionary city, they had no idea how long they had been asleep, how long they had been working for the Darklight host, or anything else. They were like lost cave dwellers seeing the sun for the first time. Boss, let me introduce you to my lab assistants, and the Darklight host's applicants for the position of Runic Alchemist. In order, these are Amber, Billy, Charlie, Danny and Emma. Remy announced proudly. Seriously? Carl asked as he realized they were alphabetically organized. Pure coincidence, I swear. Lotus picked half of them. Remy defended. So, you have all passed Remy's tests, have you? All right. Has she explained what is going to come now? Carl asked. The 5 shook their heads. I am going to impart a skill to you, and when you have it, you will understand the basics of runic alchemy. With that, you will be able to more effectively help Remy, as well as being able to make functional potions of your own for sale in the shop. Remy will still be responsible for your education and the plans for production of various products. That is her department, and she knows what everyone needs. Now, prepare yourselves. Carl activated, follow me, little one, to transfer the mix of runecrafting and Remy's alchemy skills that would give them, apprentice runic alchemy. Carl could feel that it was far inferior to what he could actually be giving them, but it had worked out well for the others to get apprentice-ranked skills. The 4 obsession demons and 1 satyr all jumped in joy when they received the skill, and Ray presented them all with new lab coats as an advancement gift. The new alchemists looked around the second floor, and especially at the rooms which had been marked as theirs. This house really holds a lot of people, doesn't it? There were a bunch more rooms on the 3rd floor as well. Are they all special, like the library? Billy, the satyr boy among the otherwise female alchemists, asked. No, just the one room so far. Overlapping numerous illusionary domains would not only cause magical conflicts, but it would take an immense amount of power to sustain. Even when it's not taking damage, it does take some mana to sustain, and there is no real need to make more of them when we've only got a quarter of the rooms filled. Carl explained. That was understandable to them. And the city beyond the library almost felt like their own private place, as it was accessed through a ramp outside a window in the library. Of course, others were there most nights, as Little Butterfly loved to put on shows for them based on whatever her and Remy were reading. But during the workday, it was completely silent, without interruptions, unless Kara was bored and chasing illusions around. While they were planning a celebratory dinner for that evening, they also had other plans for the day. Messing with the city resource collection officers being the first and foremost among those things. First, Carl had the druids make 4 identical skill books, as it took them the whole week to write 2 each. Only Ray could use Entangling Vines, but as she could use it, so could Carl. That left 3 books to go to the city. Second, they had a whole stack of royal rank practice items with combat buffs on them, courtesy of Dora. But the real masterpiece of this month's order was the matched pair of daggers that Carl and Ashbringer had made. Dagger of Soul Poison, Epic Grade. Overlord Rank. Attacks cause a lethal poison effect. Deals an additional 30% weapon damage as soul damage. They were positively cruel daggers, and Ray had gone out into the wilderness to discreetly test them. The slightest scratch would cause a monarch ranked being to begin to spasm within 5 seconds, and most were dead within 30 seconds. However, Ray had learned that if you focused on the location of the wound, you could change that. It didn't change the outcome by much, they were still dying. But a wound over the heart or to the armpit of humanoids was nearly instant, while wounds to the ends of the limbs were closer to a minute. Carl and Ashbringer had considered not selling these ones at all, and simply selling something else to prove to the city that they weren't smuggling weapons. But when Governor Shin had come himself to make a custom order during the pickup, the plan had been changed. This Overlord rank lethal poison. You can't think that we would actually auction that item. The governor stammered as he looked at the pair of daggers. Ray and Ashbringer smirked at each other. Well, I suppose that if you don't want them, we can give them to Lady Ray. Carl reluctantly agreed. For a half-second, the governor looked relieved. Then realized that they were going to give lethal poison to a blood destruction demonic spider. You are doing this just to increase my blood pressure, aren't you? He demanded. Here, let's move on to the next item. We've got spell books. Spell books that no more than a handful of creatures in the city could possibly use. In the end, they kept the daggers, and only one Overlord ranked, Ghostfire Blade, had been sold from Ashbringer's forge this month. But they had another custom order. There was a government envoy from Naboban coming to the city for trade meetings, and the Lord had every intention of showing the dwarves that Drawd had options other than importing dwarven steel and mithril to keep the nation supplied with top-quality items. It was a bluff, obviously. But they were asking every overlord ranked and higher artisan they could find to make a masterpiece to be sold to the dwarves. Nothing that would cause a huge stir, Governor Shin had warned, but something that would make them sit up and take notice. Carl had eagerly agreed before ushering the governor out and bringing Ashbringer to his private room on the 3rd floor, for the extra soundproofing. I have an idea, and I think that it's going to make us countless new friends. Or maybe some enemies. You see, I have a whole book of dwarven runecrafting that most of my designs are based off. They're bound to recognize them the moment that I hand them a runecrafted item of any real quality. So, I want to make it memorable. What do you need to obtain the materials to make an artifact-grade weapon base? I don't care what sort of weapon you pick, but it has to be so over the top that the dwarves won't know what to say. Carl explained. And then the Darklight host gets an invitation to the forges in Bara, which just conveniently happens to have an overlord-ranked dungeon, full of elven steel. Ashbringer replied with a smile. Carl nodded in agreement. It would be a wonderful new source of materials, and the dwarves clearly knew more about crafting magical items than most other species. Ashbringer was a fantastic blacksmith, but because of his nature as a demon, he was very limited in the elements that he could produce. He could do all sorts of fire, and his magic didn't hinder poison or soul effects, but that was about it. I can get the materials easily enough. They're rare, but not so rare that you can't find them if you know where to look. The real challenge is making an item of high enough quality. I am certain that I can do it, and we have already seen that your runes can make an artifact-grade item, though it was not easy. If we want to work together on an item for the dwarves, I recommend a battle axe. Two-handed, asymmetric double blades. They love them. Second would be a hammer axe. Then a hammer. Carl smiled. Well, I will leave the base weapon design to you, and then I will design the runes to go with the shape that you have designed. I think that we could likely toss a nice skill gem into the construct as well, a special touch that most crafters wouldn't be able to manage. Ashbringer nodded, then sketched out the design for a battle axe, or possibly a polearm of some sort, with one wedge blade and one crescent blade. The design will make them both identical in weight distribution, so the axe will swing perfectly, but cut differently on either side. The demon explained. Alright, I can work with this. It's going to be two-handed, correct? So I will have room to carve down the handle if needed? Carl asked. Ashbringer extended his hands apart. I will make it to my size, so the handle will be 2 meters long. That was more than enough room to work. Alright, you get started on that, I will get started on the inscription and the spell stone. Do you have one in mind that will go with the weapon you're making? Carl asked. Ashbringer smiled. Gravity Slam, the ability that Ophelia and Thor use. It's great for shattering stone, and dwarves get a little turned on just thinking about weapons that can also be used as mining tools. Carl laughed and made a note of it. Gravity Slam is one that I've done before. It's a real winner in combat. I will add inscriptions for vibration damage as well, so that the stone crumbles under the attack. With the basics decided, they split off to their respective workstations, and began preparing to fulfill the governor's request. You know, if I advanced, we would probably have more skills that the dwarves would like. Thor suggested gently in Carl's mind. Still stuck short of the bottleneck? Carl asked. Thor mentally nodded. There isn't even pressure anymore. I'm just here. Well, resources and luck can only take us so far. Alright, when do you want to do the evolution, and do you have something in mind, in case it gives us options for the materials? Carl asked. Tanky. But rideable. Thor insisted. Carl wasn't sure that there would even be an option, but if Thor focused hard enough, he might be able to shape his own evolution. Alright, I will check what we need now. Carl agreed. Thor was the only one yet to make Overlord, and that was holding back the growth of the others. Even if Carl knew how to set Thor free to ride into battle with Tessa, they were already the same rank, and eventually Tessa would probably advance again. Target, Thor. Species, Divine Thunder Sero. Evolution requirements. Tribulation Sero, 1 totem ranked lightning gem, 1 kilogram holy stones, white spot divine grass. Holy Radiance Sero, 1 totem ranked holy stone, misty breath flowers. Impenetrable Bulwark Behemoth, 1 totem ranked elemental stone, 3 overlord ranked horn ornaments inscribed with, limited invulnerability, effects, 10 kilograms overlord ranked fruits of the opposite element from the elemental stone. Thor read the options at the same time Carl did. I can use a lightning stone for that, right? There are lightning stones in the bag from the sword dragon guy. He suggested. Do we have the fruits? Carl asked. Remy has overlord rank water and ice berries. Thor confirmed. Then I will start making the horn decorations as soon as I finish the pattern for the governor's request this afternoon. We should be able to advance you in the morning. It wasn't even a contest after Thor saw the options that were presented for his evolution. Impenetrable Bulwark Behemoth, 1 totem ranked elemental stone, 3 overlord ranked horn ornaments inscribed or enchanted with, limited invulnerability, effects, 10 kilograms overlord ranked fruits of the opposite element to the elemental stone. By morning, all of the materials had been gathered, and Karl had made the 3 horn ornaments that the spell demanded. Why Thor's horns needed limited invulnerability for this advancement was a mystery, but it did go with the name. For this event, they had gathered in the courtyard in front of the guild house, at Thor's insistence. If he was going to become an overlord, he wanted people to notice. After all, how would enemies know to stay away, if they had never seen the might of the guild's protector? Everyone, welcome to Thor's advancement ceremony. As he has reached the peak of his bloodline, it will take a special ritual to help him advance. First, the specially made jewelry goes on the horns. Next, the bowl full of overlord-ranked fruit is balanced on his head, and the elemental stone is placed on his snout. Karl began. The rings on the horns were necessary. The rest was just to see if Thor could stand still enough not to dump them. And now, with a bit of magic. The guild members began to cheer for Thor, and Karl activated Evolution. Evolution successful, Divine Thunder Sero Impenetrable Bulwark Behemoth. Skill gained, Behemoth, passive ability. Increases volume by 10x. Skill gained, Behemoth's Vitality, triples regeneration speed. Skill gained, Impenetrable Bulwark, passive skill. Reduces damage taken by 20%, plus 1 point per day of the behemoth's age. Skill gained, Blockade, creates a wall of ice or lightning up to 50 cubic meters per rank of the caster. Thor's body began to shift, seeming to ripple and shudder under his scales as his body grew. He grew longer, with a more powerful tail, and the protective fringe at the back of his head vanished, while his neck extended slightly. The thick stomping pads of Thor's feet reshaped to have long, clawed toes, with webbing between them, but kept a powerful musculature to them, not dainty like hawk's claws. His scales gained vibrant white streaks to go with the gold, and finally, his evolution finished. A few of the gate guards had come in to watch the spectacle, and whistled in appreciation for the evolved beast. Now 4 meters tall, but nearly 15 meters long including his tail, with 3 ebony black horns on his beaked head, and thick armored plates down his back, he was quite the imposing sight. Is that some form of swamp dragon? One of them asked. It's an evolution for the Divine Thunder Sero. The system calls it the Impenetrable Bulwark Behemoth. Karl explained. The guard looked confused, then moved his hands in a shrinking gesture, bringing them almost together. That's one of them. I didn't know that they got so small. They have them on the southwestern island, and the ones there are big enough to make ancient dragons look small. The guard explained. Karl shrugged. Perhaps they're older. Or the evolution might have reset him to a juvenile state. What rank are the ones you met? The guard frowned. They're all overlord-ranked beasts, but they're like dragons and snakes. They just keep getting bigger with age. There is a rumor that the oldest of the behemoths is literally invincible. It's simply so large and resilient that nothing can hurt it. That sounded right, going by the skills that Thor had. 1 point a day wasn't a big deal when he was less than 3 years old. But what if he was 300? The damage reduction would have stacked so high, and his base health would be so high with an eternally growing body, that even totem-ranked attacks wouldn't get past its passive skills. If someone taught Impenetrable Bulwark to Orthos, what would happen? He was 12,000 or more years old. A creature like that could nearly survive the end of the world without taking damage. You look deep in thought. Ashbringer whispered to Karl. His new skill reduces damage taken by 1 point per day he has lived. What if I taught that skill to an ancient dragon? Karl whispered back. Ashbringer smirked. Before or after every demigod of every other pantheon drew lots for the chance to obliterate your body and scatter your soul between the planes? Karl chuckled, but everyone else thought that it was a laugh of joy for Thor's new advancement. He had made a huge step today, and his power was still growing. Then, he broke through to the overlord rank, and his body began to grow rapidly, before shrinking to hatchling-sized as Thor deactivated Behemoth. Then it grew back to slightly larger than it had been at Monarch rank, nearing 20 meters. With Behemoth, increasing his volume, his size would roughly double in all directions, making him 8 meters tall and 40 meters long, the size of an adult chromatic dragon, minus the wings. But much more powerfully built. However, for Thor that was impractical, and his brain was working overtime, trying to solve the problem of remaining a rideable battle Thor. He had it. The opposite of behemoth. He could feel how to grow, now he understood how to shrink. Skill learned, unobtrusive behemoth, reduces size by up to 10x. Remy loved that skill the moment that she realized it would work on her and Carl as well. But the name was all wrong. Shouldn't it be called, just a small snack? If she was a tenth her current size, she would be absolutely adorable. Advancing to Overlord had already put her back into a smaller, juvenile state. But a tenth that size would be perfect for making pleading attempts. Shameless, utterly shameless. Hawk insisted. Just wait, nobody can resist cute things for long. One day, it will help us get the best snacks. Remy replied haughtily. In the courtyard, Thor adjusted his size to be only 2 meters tall, and Tessa hopped on his back with a smile. He was longer now, more stable. While he had lost the defensive fringe at the back of his head, that also gave her more freedom to attack to the front. Fighting from Thor's back would not be a problem. Thor's first instinct was to run off to the dungeon with Tessa on his back, so they could test his new abilities, but they also had more guild members to bring with them. Everyone had been growing so well that they were slowly building a weekly training regime, the way that most people built a gym routine. Thor was definitely above the needed rank of the dungeon now, but it didn't stop the overlords from entering, and it would take some time for him to get used to his new body shape, and the change in tactics with Tessa fighting on a different-sized mount. This time, they had Ray and the 2 Orcish druids with them. It was an odd combination, but Ray had ideas on the best way to use the entangling vines spell in combat. The combination of vines and webs was a good one for crowd control, and if she could teach the orcs to do it right, it wouldn't matter that their vines were a rank below the ogres, they would be able to keep the groups from reinforcing each other and fighting as a team. It was probably a good thing that Ray was going with the orcs and not with any of the others. Despite their fearsome reputation, the demons in the guild didn't really have the iron nerves that were needed to be around Ray in combat. For one, she had a habit of making the enemies explode like it was a reset button when you messed up a lesson, and her habit of vanishing to grab enemies for you to train on, then reappearing with an ogre was disconcerting, to say the least. But Carl had other concerns. Ashbringer was nearly finished with the weapon that they were making for the governor's commission, and they didn't have long before the dwarves were due to arrive. He wanted to make a good impression on them, so he could go visit their city freely in the future and gather materials from the Overlord-ranked dungeon. Carefully, he prepared an Overlord-ranked nature stone for the gravity slam spell, which Ashbringer mounted in the head of the axe, and then Carl got to work. With the runes drawn on a life-sized blueprint, the idea was simple and clear, he just needed to ensure that all of the runes were correct, and that he had gotten the inscriptions for weapon growth with use correct. Well, that and verifying that the extra bits he had added to give the weapon a purpose, as that appeared to be a necessary part of creating an artifact. Once he was through the first few runic groups, Carl knew that he was doing something right, as the weapon was starting to draw power from him the same way that the blade he had upgraded for the Divine Fire Dragon had. This one was obviously a lower quality base stock, but the result should be the sort of masterpiece that you would only expect to see in a royal treasury somewhere. The weapon resonated with power as Carl finished his inscription and then waited for the item to stabilize as he continued to add mana to it. The power level wasn't increasing anymore, it was remaining on the low side of Overlord. But the aura of power that it gave off was becoming smooth and mellow, almost confident, if magic could have an emotion. Can someone send a runner to the governor? The weapon is ready for pickup, and I believe that he will want to do that personally. You know what? Never mind. I will bring it straight to him. Ashbringer, did you want to see the look on his face? Carl called as he finished admiring the guild's newest masterpiece. Ashbringer came upstairs to take a look at the weapon, and smiled as he read the information from the system. Stonecrusher Axe, Artifact Grade. Innate Skill, Gravity Slam. Adds gravity damage to every strike, deals extra damage to buildings, fortifications, and solid stone. Enemies struck suffer, knockdown, effect. Deceptively simple. But at artifact grade, it has to be brutally effective. I wonder if there is somewhere that we can test this before we turn it over for display. Ashbringer wondered. I should be able to use it without bonding it, if you want to take it to the dungeon. Carl suggested. From the dungeon, Ray laughed. Right, there is a team there now. We would have to wait. Ashbringer shrugged. Let's just go turn it over to the governor before any of us makes a mistake and bonds it. If we have to start over, it will be a mess. You can't make two identical artifacts in your lifetime, so I would have to come up with a whole new design. Carl didn't know that. Perhaps if he tried the same layout again, it would come out as an epic grade weapon instead of an artifact. No wonder they were so rare. Carl led the way to the castle, where the guard motioned for them to step forward and bypass the line. Guild Champion, what brings you to the castle today? The guard asked politely. Governor Shin commissioned a custom weapon to be made for the dwarves' imminent visit. Carl explained. Oh, thank goodness. They're already here. Came through the portal platform weeks early, to try the seafood they said, like they aren't also from a coastal town. The guard flagged someone forward, and a castle attendant came to escort Carl and Ashbringer. The boy was almost at a run, but the long strides of the two much larger men had no trouble keeping up as they raced through the corridors. The attendant rapped a pattern on a thick wooden door, and the gem on his sleeve glowed green as the servants inside let him know it was safe to enter. The room was soundproof, as Carl realized as the door was cracked open, and he heard deep laughter to go with the nervous chuckle of the governor. Oh, Grandmaster Ashbringer, Lord Carl, what brings you here today? Governor Shin asked. Lord? He doesn't look like a demon lord to me. Plus, he smells like stone and void. One elderly dwarf commented. Lord Carl is a 2-golden-ringed war champion. But also the city's premier runemaster. Governor Shin commented. The dwarves began to laugh so hard they had to set their drinks down. Carl clapped the old man on the shoulder and smiled, then placed the Stonecrusher axe on the desk between them and the governor. We have produced the item you requested, Governor. Everyone went silent as the weapon was placed on the desk. It's beautiful. Governor Shin sighed. That has to hit harder than I'd smash your sister. One of the dwarves announced, smiling at the governor. You'd need 2 hands either way. His sister is a big ol' gal, and you've got stumpy legs. Carl agreed. WTF? Ashbringer asked in a private message, but Carl just winked at him as the dwarves began to laugh. Freshly made, runes haven't even settled overnight yet. It's not a fake. The oldest of the dwarves announced. Oi. That's in Dwarven. One of the emissaries declared as he examined the runes. Well, I am somewhat better at Dwarven poetry than any other language when the topic is the finer aspects of striking stone. Carl shrugged. The dwarf stared at him suspiciously, so Carl took the governor's notepad and wrote out the Dwarven runes he had used for Overlord Othello's new blade back in the Golden Dragon Nation. This is the first one I made using that technique, and the result was spectacular. Even gave her a personalized effect of extra damage against perverts. Carl explained. The dwarves read the sheet and began to laugh. Transform back, let's get a look at you then. The eldest dwarf insisted. Governor Shin looked curious, but Carl didn't hesitate to dismiss, beast form, and stand on his human legs for the first time in a month or more. What do you know, you're not a dwarf. You kind of smell like one, though. So perhaps just a little bit. The old man muttered. Not a human, either. Now, I've done some things I'm not proud of while drinking, but did someone shag a void elemental? One of the other men asked. The old man laughed. Don't be silly. That would be like taking a fire elemental to bed. Carl cleared his throat. Ashbringer is half fire elemental. The dwarves roared with laughter, and Carl began to wonder if this whole visit was just entertainment for them, and not some serious political matter, the way that Governor Shin saw it. Carl smirked at one of the younger men, a ginger-haired dwarf with soot embedded deep in the lines and pores of his hands. Don't even play like you wouldn't give it a shot if the Lady of the Forge came to life. He added. Ashbringer smirked, and the dwarf looked pensive for a moment before nodding in agreement. The elderly dwarf leading the delegation sighed. All right, enough jokes. I see that you've managed to obtain a single actual runemaster. If there were more, Drod wouldn't need months and months to prepare for a visit. The quality of the weapon, as well, is incredible. Especially for a demon. We will accept that you are a proper producing city, but we can't say that Drod is a weapon-making nation. In light of that, we will have the tariff. Governor Shin sighed in relief, until the old dwarf picked up the axe. How much? I can trade you another artifact, or various items of equal value. He insisted. Governor Shin got a shrewd look on his face. He hadn't expected the dwarves to actually want the weapon. He was trying to show off and avoid getting embarrassed during their trade negotiations, even if it cost him totem-ranked resources. I will let you deal directly with the creators. Governor Shin deflected. Ashbringer nodded at Carl, who smiled at the dwarves. How about this? I need a short list of materials, and I would like to request free access to your Bara City's dungeon. Carl requested. The dwarves smiled. He hadn't asked for anything outlandish, just crafting materials to make more equipment. Ashbringer brought out his list of materials for making Overlord rank weapons, which was mostly metals, with a few gems. Carl could use those to finish any of the enchantments the weapons needed, but he added one more item to the list. Mythic rank magical beast blood. 5 gallons worth. He was certain that Ray was doing a happy dance in the dungeon right now, but Carl was also reasonably sure that he could secure her next advancement's bath products. The dwarves frowned at the last addition to the list. Does it have to be from a beast? Carl shrugged. Demon, shadow element monster, or even dragon blood would work as well. But I have found that sentient beings get quite particular about being stabbed and bled. The dwarves began to seriously consider it. It wasn't like there were no mythic rank creatures in their nation. In fact, there were quite a few. But as Carl had pointed out, they would get more than a little bit insulted if someone stabbed them. And the more civilized of the mythic beasts had agreements in place with the dwarves to control a region of the nation so that the dwarves didn't have to continually eliminate growing threats. Killing one would leave a territory open and cause more problems than it solved. However, the oldest of the dwarves had a plan. I know a source. But before I agree to it, I need to know what it is for. Carl considered how he would answer, then decided that the simple truth would be easiest. The system gave me the class of Beast Master, now Beast Master Packmaster. I have a bonded partner, a blood destruction demonic spider, formerly a bloodbath spider. Her advancement process involves higher rank blood in large quantities. In order for her to reach totem rank, I will need that blood. The dwarf nodded. There is a long tradition of bonded animals in dwarven culture. Now, it's normally one of the mountain goats, a stone wolf or a dire bear, but spiders aren't unheard of, as they also like to live in the mountains. The dwarves had a class that could bond monsters. Now that was convenient. But perhaps his class wasn't as special as it had seemed in the Golden Dragon Nation. Unless they were something like the Beast Rangers, who only got a single partner. The old dwarf extended his hand. I agree to your price. We will bring you and Grandmaster Ashbringer to Bara and register you with the guard station for entry to the dungeon. It is a 10-person instance. Does your guild have enough overlords? Carl shook his head. We can get close, but there aren't 10 of us at overlord rank. We are primarily a crafting guild. 2 plus the beasts was close to 10, in a way. But the old man seemed to expect that. There are places to form a group in the city. I will arrange for someone to show you around and take you in on a visit. The first time you visit, the guide normally charges a large fee to protect the newbies from the elves and spiders, but for a runmaster, I am certain I can get a group to compromise. Ashbringer sighed. I have a non-combat type class. Bringing me into the dungeon would only be dead weight. However, bringing Carl is as good as a half-dozen overlords on his own. He can bring his bonded beasts with him as a single-person count. The dwarves looked impressed at that one. That's even better than the golem mages, who can summon extra fighters. One of them noted. I can do that as well. Golems, bodyguards which can use skills, plus the beasts, with their carefully curated selection of abilities. Carl explained. That is just incredibly overpowered. If you brought a few healers and tank-type classes, you could likely do the dungeon with only half the usual number of overlords. But it's still best to bring all 10. The dungeon is a unique one, in the way that it rewards its entrance. There is no loot on the creatures at all. When you finish the run, everyone is rewarded for their participation, and there is a cap. We tried sending a totem-ranked golem mage through with just his 4 constructs, and he didn't get any more than a single individual did when we sent 3 of them together. Carl nodded in understanding. So there are rewards for doing better, but the rewards for carrying an under-leveled or non-contributing group are capped. You know, taking the young demons through the dungeon here really helps them grow. I wonder if I could bring a half-group of overlords and then pad the numbers with weaker guild members. As long as they're doing something, they should get some reward. The old dwarf laughed. You mean, if they're not ensnared by the spiders and eaten, right? You still need a body to resurrect them. Carl shrugged. I have an overlord-ranked group barrier skill. As long as they don't draw too much attention, they shouldn't be targeted. But I get your point. It might be too much risk to take a commander-rank demoness through the dungeon. Especially when there is no loot for them to pick up for us. The dwarf chuckled. Yes, it's a bit odd not to need a pack mule for a dungeon of this size. We have other instances nearby as well, but they're all of the more conventional sort, and the groups bring a few miners with them to collect ores until the timer is almost up. If you stay in too long, you lose everything that you collected, and you're ejected. Carl didn't know that. But he had never tried to sleep in a dungeon, or anything of that nature. The trial instances did have a time limit on them, though. So it made sense that there would be a limit on the dungeons, and perhaps a much shorter one, as they would let you in more frequently. If you could go all the time, there wasn't really a reason why the dungeon should let you just live in it rent-free. Then the old man gestured to the governor. We still have a day's worth of negotiations to finish here. I will come get you tomorrow morning once we're finished. Carl bowed and prepared to head for the door, ignoring the pleading look that the governor was giving him. He was much better at dealing with the dwarves than Governor Shin was. They loved to pick on him, and he simply could not understand their sense of humor. Even worse, they ordered the most awful food. Governor Shin couldn't stand the taste of ale to begin with, but the dwarves would boil meat and potatoes in it as a form of seasoning. Just the smell of it was enough to make formal events torture. Now, if they would agree to have the meat braised in wine, that would be different. Carl and Ashbringer returned to the guild house in high spirits. They had obtained a whole list of rare materials from the dwarves, and now they were going to get access to the dungeon, full of overlord-ranked steel and other materials for crafting. Carl could loot the place dry every other day for all that Ashbringer cared. The more materials the merrier, and he could turn it all into item blanks and refined bars for the sculptors to work with. Ray, how is Thor's run through the dungeon going? We finished with the governor's office, and we arranged to leave tomorrow morning to go to an overlord-ranked dungeon. Carl asked. Overlord-ranked consecrated ground is broken. Or maybe it's the change to eternal lightning. The ogres are half dead even before anyone hits them. Ray replied with glee. She was running a tutorial on the proper way to restrain ogres with entangling vines, which was essentially turning the ogres into smashing posts for Thor, and lance targets for Tessa and her spear. It couldn't really be called a fight when they were held in place with their hands restrained, but Thor was having a lot of fun in the dungeon today. Carl laughed at the series of mental images Ray was sending to him. Even though his feet weren't round and stompy anymore, he was still just as happily prancing around after tearing the ogres apart. Carl wasn't sure if that was the appropriate way to flirt with a war priestess, but it seemed to be working fairly well on Tessa. She appeared to be having just as much fun as Thor was, and they were nearly done the dungeon already. Thor had also learned a great new trick. Blockade didn't have to be a stationary skill. He could target the location on himself and use it like a plow or a battering ram. The only trick that he was still trying to master was using Behemoth on other targets. But there was a minor issue. Unobtrusive Behemoth, reduced size by up to 10 times. Behemoth, increased volume by 10 times, which was closer to a doubled length and height. Even if he could use it on Tessa, their base sizes were so different that he still couldn't be max size in combat without turning her into an assistant. In short, Tessa needed ranged holy damage. Maybe a bow. That way she could shoot at things from the back of a giant Thor and not have to strain herself reaching with a spear. Once Carl was back at the guild house, he began formulating a plan for his future advancements and the stockpiling of materials for the guild house. If they couldn't amass 10 overlords to do the dungeon as a guild, then he would go with others. But that limited the amount of trash loot that they would be able to bring back to the guild. So, he would have to do it multiple times to get all that they needed for the forges and the accessories. Which meant more time away from the guild house. It was a vicious circle, but doing the dungeon repeatedly, as often as it would let him, was a viable option to keep them fully stocked, even if it wasn't a massive loot haul every time that they went. However, he did know that there was a trick to it. He ideally wanted his share of the loot to be 1/3 of the total. That was the cap according to the dwarves. So, if he went with another group and let Ray and Kara rampage, it shouldn't be an issue to do half as much as the other 9 combined. Especially when you factored in that at least 2 were likely to be on healing duty the whole time. Carl didn't know how the healing factored into the calculations, but he knew enough about the system to understand that they would be getting appropriately rewarded for their contributions. But as the whole dungeon was overlords, and Carl didn't know how dangerous it was, or what the power level standard for the teams that were going into it would be, he wasn't going to take the rest of the guild this time. If it were appropriate, he would bring the ladies on another trip, as they were only a rank lower than what was in the dungeon. For some fights, 1 rank different wasn't a big deal. But if the spiders were on the level of Ray at Monarch, minus the incorporeal bodies, then it would be a nightmare to bring a Monarch-ranked group into the dungeon, and trying to power-level newbies would be a lost cause. He should get a ranged weapon made before the next battle, though. His bow was sadly underpowered for his needs, and if he was going with a random group, then there was a high chance that the predominance of warrior-class assignments would make it undesirable to be another frontline fighter. Telling them that he could summon additional ranged attackers, in the form of the bodyguards, in addition to the beasts, would be much more likely to make him friends among the adventurers. Bara was a dwarven city, in a coastal mountain town, so Carl assumed that the city would function somewhat closer to how the Golden Dragon Nation did, with dedicated groups of people who would be willing to enter the dungeon, and not hundreds or thousands of wrath demons who simply got bored and went there to pick a fight. That system worked very well in Drod, but it wasn't exactly what most cultures would call a normal state of affairs. Other than the orcs, who loved fighting as much as the wrath demons did, Carl couldn't think of another sentient species that was likely to pick that sort of setup. Civilized living was hard on the wrath demons, they needed the outlet. And while only the stronger ones could go into the dungeon, it was a perfect place for them to not only prove their strength, but to vent their frustrations. Nothing would help them relax quite like imagining the ogres as their annoying coworker or their boss. "You look lost in thought, Chief," Ashbringer noted as they reached the guild house. "I need to get a new bow made, Overlord ranked. They're likely going to need a ranged attacker, especially if I leave Remy and Thor here to hold down the fort." The demon frowned. You would leave part of your team behind while going to a dungeon in another country? Carl shrugged. I'll take Ray, Kara and Hawk, along with Little Butterfly. Thor can look after the ladies, Remy can work on her potions, and I will entrust you to keep the runesmiths in line while I'm away. That keeps everything running smoothly, except for more powerful commissions, but we don't have one of those right now. Well, there are plenty of items that I should be making for the guild members, but they can wait an extra day while I'm in Bara. Ashbringer nodded. Alright, I will make you an overlord-ranked metallic compound bow now, and you can finish it tonight, so you have it ready for the morning. From the dungeon, Ray added her thoughts. I have leather armor made for almost everyone now. I didn't make one for you yet, and making one for our Dana mage has been hard as she keeps changing between cat and human. It's not easy to make things that look good on both. She explained. Well, that was an improvement. Overlord-ranked armor to go with the accessories that they already had would keep them mostly out of danger. The fact that they were made by Ray meant that the ladies would also look good doing it. As far as armorers, there were not many who could beat Ray for pure fashionability. Of course, many simply wanted functionality, but even if they tried, it would be challenging to create anything at her standards. Again, Carl found himself stuck at a workbench all day, drawing runic patterns. But when Ashbringer came in with a 3-pulley compound bow made from shining silver metal, it was definitely worth the extra time spent. The bow had an incredible affinity to the void element, thanks to its core materials, and Carl knew just the spell to add to it. Kara's Void Blast. The upgraded version of Disintegration was epic grade, incredibly mana efficient while being even more deadly, and he could adjust at every shot to determine the size of the void explosion on the arrow. Building it into the bow made it both faster and even more mana efficient to cast. Using Blessed Item and Poison Arrow to create the arrows would give a base of holy damage with a lingering toxic effect, which may or may not be an advantage, but it was unlikely to be a disadvantage. That would be 3 different spell gems that would need to be made, but a few instructions to the sculptors had them carving a wooden grip sized for his hand with the holes to hide the inscribed stones in the back. The rest of the bow was dedicated to increasing arrow speed and targeting by user intent, along with linking the 3 spells. The final result was absolutely magnificent. The bow glowed with a ghostly green light from the Overlord-ranked runes, which went well with the toxic arrow vibe. But the deceptively simple bow hardly needed the arrow speed enhancement. Ashbringer had made it specifically for Carl, who had well beyond human strength. With a draw that heavy, the arrows would be difficult to dodge even without enhancement. Now, he had all that he needed to go to an Overlord-ranked dungeon in any role that they might need. The next morning, the dwarves came by while Carl and the others were eating breakfast, and joined the group for a large mug of coffee before opening a portal to Bara in the yard. The groups start early, and we're in the same time zone as Drod is. Don't want you to have to go with one of the groups of rejects and leftovers. If you're going to stay in the city and keep running the dungeon, you should be at the meeting grounds just after dawn. Unless you can find a steady group to go with, that is. There are plenty who go in to farm the place for loot, but they normally have a full group already. It's the visiting adventurers who go with a small core group of guides that you're looking for. Just be careful not to get scammed in the future. Some of them will try to charge an exorbitant rate, like they're not getting anything out of the dungeon, or like they could do it without the rest of the group. The oldest of the dwarves explained. Alright. I made a new bow to go with my other gear, in case they preferred a ranged fighter, to go with the melee and magical type beasts. I think that I should have everything that I need. Carl agreed. What about healing? I'm sure there are potion shops here in town. The dwarf replied. We are one of the potion shops. Not just healing and mana, but we've got all sorts of utility items as well. The anti-aging cream is a big hit. And it does actually work. Carl explained. Anti-aging that works? The old dwarf asked. A rejuvenation potion that brings skin and muscle tissue back to its base state, the way that it was as a juvenile. The more that you use it, the more dramatically the body's state will change. The dwarf chuckled, then stopped walking toward the portal. How about you get me some of that? The missus might appreciate it, or she might get mad, and I'll have a bit of extra entertainment for the day. One of the others sighed. He only says that because he's a totem, and she can't kick his ass. It's the rest of us who suffer when he gets her in a bad mood. Carl reached into the crates in Remy's space and picked out a bottle of the cream, then handed it to the old dwarf. Either use it directly on problem areas, or dilute a bit with water to use as a body wash for all-around improvement. Carl offered. The missus is 210 years old. Most likely, she will need to slather it on like burn cream to have it make any difference. The old man joked. Remy laughed in Carl's mind at the thought. Some of their customers had done just that, and it had temporarily suppressed the rank of one of the wrath demons down a level due to the amount her body had regressed. Try it as a body wash first. The effect lasts for nearly a month on most species. If she uses it every day for a week, you'll have a much more youthful-looking wife. Then Carl snagged a small bottle of hair regrowth serum from Remy's space. If you take one shot glass of that, she'll have a more youthful-looking husband as well. He whispered, just loud enough that the others could hear. The old man chuckled, then took a swig straight from the potion bottle. The bald top to his hair began to grow at a visible pace, and his beard filled into a thick and luxurious mass, leaving loose beard hairs all around his formerly immaculate braid. It didn't change his hair color from snow white, though. The others stared in amazement as the old man looked down into the well, using it as a mirror to see the change. Well, now I'm not sure if she'll recognize me. But I've got to fix my beard. I can't be wandering around like this. Carl chuckled and pointed to the house. There are full-length mirrors in the second-floor common shower room. The dwarf turned and pocketed the potions into his inventory before anyone could try to grab them from him, then trundled back inside. The shaman in the group sighed and closed the portal, as it had already been open too long for courtesy. I guess a minute or two won't matter. He muttered, checking his watch. They surely had better things to do today than escort Carl around, or wait for an old man to braid his beard. But, those were the minor hazards of being around the dark light host. He came back surprisingly quickly, with his hair in a long braid down his back, and his beard split into 3 braids, a thick central one, and 2 smaller side braids running down his cheeks and hanging to the sides of his chest. All right, now we can go. If you need more products from this shop, you can order them from the branch manager. The old man insisted, now eager to get headed back and surprise his wife. The portal opened into absolute darkness, allowing Carl's vision to quickly switch to thermal imaging and echolocation, along with soul sight. The overlay of the 3 was almost as good as regular vision, but the colors were entirely different, and some of the moving objects here had no soul image at all. Do the dwarves use many golems and automatons? Carl asked as they walked out of the room and into a dimly lit corridor. Yes, how did you know? The old man asked. Soul sight. There are moving creatures that are not living. The dwarves nodded. The new ones have some improvements. We put heat pads on them so that night sight of other species can find them more easily. But we forgot for a moment that you might not have the same level of night vision that we do. Carl smiled. No worries. I can see without any light at all. As well as in the middle of the day, in fact. Just not quite the same. The dwarves nodded happily. It was good when visitors adapted quickly to the city. If they had to go buy him a night vision amulet from the tourist shops, it would be a huge waste of time, as they hadn't come in at the public platform, but a private one, mostly used for travel within the city itself. The old dwarf stopped at a house a few blocks up and knocked on the door, then waited, while the others tried not to laugh. The door opened and an ancient woman, bent with age, glared out at him. Go away, we're not buying. She insisted, then slammed the door in his face. The old man knocked again, and the woman huffed as she opened the door, then stepped away to let him inside. His mother-in-law. We can go to the dungeon staging area now. I will show you the public portal's location, so you know where to arrive next time, and then help you set up a group. The shaman who had cast their portals for them explained. That revelation completely changed the way Carl understood the dwarves' interaction. Carl had thought that was his wife at first, but if it was his mother-in-law slamming the door in his face and then relenting, not his wife not recognizing him, it became much more amusing. The dungeon formed on the outer surface of the mountain, so the staging areas are just inside the entrance, near the public portals. That helps reduce the need for bright lights throughout the city, but you will find that most of the items closest to the entrance are overpriced, and intended for the gullible or extremely wealthy. Not that you're likely to be short on money, being an overlord-ranked craftsman, but the dungeon gate is less popular among locals as a shopping district than the deep gate, 40 levels below us, which comes out on the west side of the river. The shaman explained. That would also explain why Carl was seeing so many other species in this area. Even if the city was primarily dwarven, the outer regions were more hospitable to other species than the inner parts of the city, where the oppressive weight of the stone and the depths would bear down on their minds. Carl was still at home in the city the same way he was in the mines, but he could see that many of the other species didn't like to stray too far from the light. This is the staging area for groups, and that building with the stepped double spiral pillars covers the portal. If you follow me this way, I will introduce you to a few of the better group leaders. The shaman led Carl to a group of dwarves that were standing around with 4 nervous-looking dragonkin. Thomas, good timing. Do you still have a spot left? We made a new friend in Drod, and he's got a pass for free entry. The shaman greeted the leader of the team, a stout dwarven paladin with long red hair. Shaman Petros. It's not often that the council makes friends with the demons, so this one must be special. The paladin replied in an even tone. He's a rune master, and he can write dwarven mystic runes. The shaman replied. The whole group turned to look at Carl, and one of the dragonkin rumbled in amusement, a very draconic noise. So, he's not a demon at all. Only a dwarf's offspring could make dwarven runes work. But a true rune master. Council Shaman, Slate Petros, you have found exceptional luck today. The jet black-haired dragonkin girl noted with a smile. You don't sound surprised. Thomas, the paladin leading the group, asked. The dragon priestess winked at him. I am a high priestess of the death god. There are few things that I don't know. Carl smiled. Is it that, or is it that dragons gossip incessantly and Nacht already told your bishop? The priestess began to laugh, amusement dancing in her eyes. Naksha, youngest niece of Nacht, of the divine beast nation. Welcome, to the Dragon Isles, fellow exile. She replied, and briefly pulsed with pure draconic power, letting Carl know that she was not, in fact, a dragonkin, but a purebred black dragon. Oh, so it's first-hand gossip. Carl laughed. You know her? One of the other dragonkin asked, curious about the interaction. I know her uncle. In fact, I was there when he met the requirements to become a black dragon ancient. Carl offered. He's an ancient now. Damn, I had wanted to be there for the inheritance. Who got it? Has the inheritance awakened, or are they still waiting for the god's attention? Carl shrugged. I have no idea what the status of the inheritance is now. I haven't heard about it being activated yet. But that doesn't mean it didn't happen. The other dragonkin were getting excited about a lore drop on their reclusive companion, but Thomas was all business. We will take Overlord Carl with the group for this trip. Even if we weren't short a member for the day, he's got a free entry pass. The dwarf insisted, as if that settled everything. Shaman Petros laughed. Yes, that does make it easier for him to find a group, does it not? Few will turn down the chance for a free group entry. But compared to the value of the trade we made, it's nothing. Now the dwarves were all fascinated. It was not cheap to get a 10-person group into the Overlord-ranked dungeon, nearly equal to a 10% tax on your gains. If your group was incompetent, it could be a losing day for you. The shaman nodded in satisfaction, then simply turned and left, his duty done. He had more to do today, and the group leader would show Carl the rest of what he needed to know. "Alright, what are your skills?" the paladin asked, wondering where Carl should be in their lineup. "I am a beast master, so I have a small group of beasts with me. But I also have golems, bodyguard-type summons, as well as ranged and melee damage skills. It might be best to let the beasts out after we're inside, but there is a Ghostfire Thunderbird, a Blood Destruction Demonic Spider, and a Void Badger, all at Overlord rank," Carl explained. The Dragonkin stared at him for a moment, and the dwarves were suspiciously silent. It was Thomas who broke the silence. "You brought a Void Badger here? To an entire mountain filled with gems and shiny objects?" Carl smiled at the dwarf. "I know that it sounds bad, but I promise that she has been taught all about property rights, and the difference between purchasing and looting." "Did she care?" Thomas asked. Carl shook his head. "Not particularly. But she's willing to listen, at least long enough to find out what sort of shiny objects she can purchase with the ones that she already has. You see, we made out rather well with the Bongan fleet, and she is not short on loot." The dwarves and the Dragonkin laughed at that. "A badger that has enough loot? That's like saying you know a dryad who doesn't like flowers, or a vegetarian snake." "I feel understood and appreciated," Kara agreed, putting her paws over her heart as if touched by their words. "How about this? For now, I will keep her in a separate space, and purchase the things that she wants on her behalf. Inside the dungeon, everyone will abide by the rules, though I'm told that this one assigns loot automatically at the end. So that shouldn't be an issue," Carl suggested. Thomas nodded in agreement, then asked, "What skill advanced when she reached Overlord rank?" "Void Blast. Don't worry, our damage output should be more than sufficient," Carl replied. The paladin stared at him for a few seconds. "You're saying that your Void Badger doesn't have Void Shield, but Void Blast?" Carl frowned. "She never had Void Shield. She had Disintegration when she was little, and then when she reached Overlord, the combination of her skills and mine advanced it to the epic grade skill, Void Blast, at totem rank. But now that you have mentioned it, she really wants Void Shield. One of my other beasts has Eternal Lightning, a holy and lightning element barrier ability, and a void elemental version of that sounds excellent to Kara." The paladin sighed. "You have no idea how long I worked to get the holy barrier skill. It's even above consecrated ground in my skill tree. In some ways, beasts have it easy, starting out with powerful innate skills. But no more dilly-dallying. Let's get a move on and get into the dungeon. On a good day, it takes 4 hours to get through, so I'm expecting no more than 6 hours." Kara and Ray laughed in their spaces. 6 hours to finish a dungeon. Oh, this man was in for a surprise. His little dwarven legs were going to be working hard today. Thomas grabbed Carl and led him to the dungeon to get their free entry, where the guard handed Carl a token. "Keep this on your person, to save time in the future. It is your dungeon pass. Just flash it and you can lead your group inside," the guard explained, then smiled at the dwarves. "Overlord Thomas, it seems you had some good luck today with a member calling out sick. See you after lunch." They entered the dungeon, which was an ancient dark elven forest, filled with the same sort of mushroom trees that had been in the dungeon where Thor first got the rare grasses he liked so much. They were only inside a few seconds when the little butterfly sent out a pair of illusionary Dana clones, who uprooted small mushrooms, then vanished with them back into the beast space. "Alright, bring out your beasts, and let's meet them. Then summon any other constructs and protectors you have. That means all of you. I know the mages should have golems as well," Thomas insisted. Carl brought out Hawk, Ray and Kara. Then summoned the bodyguards, as Ray remembered that she had to be visible for people to remember that she existed. The epic guard came out last, and then Carl decided to try summoning golems as well. Ray could do it, so he could do it. He just hadn't. Please select basic bestial form. Carl blinked as a display with hundreds of common animals appeared in his vision. He hadn't been expecting that. But what golem form would be best? Dire bear selected. A pair of 3-ton giant black bears appeared, but they were clearly constructs, not living beings. The other group members watched all the summons and constructs appear around the beast master after the beasts came out, and Naksha shook her head in dismay. That's just broken. You've got an entire army with you, and they're all overlords. Carl laughed. No, I can make an actual army, and it's even more ridiculous. But they're not really combat troops. Thomas smiled. I would like to see it anyhow, so it's not a surprise if you need to use it. Carl focused on illusionary domain, and created 20 clones of the dwarf standing in 2 ranks with their shields up in a protective formation. Then he extended eternal lightning over them and nodded in satisfaction. Thomas brushed his beard a bit straighter, as he realized that Carl had even duplicated the strands that had escaped his braid. Is that a group barrier skill? Thomas asked. Yeah, I'll put it over everyone when we're ready to start fighting. But I can't keep it active on a whole army of illusions for long. I just cast it, then let it wear off with combat. But if we're going to loot some of the ore before going, they're good for that. Carl offered. The other dwarves nodded. No harm in a bit of extra looting. The ore is the only thing in here that isn't at least vaguely offensive. Now, the first thing that we will come across is a nest of spiderlings. They're nasty, and everything in here is overlord ranked. There are no weak monsters in here, only large and small ones. Carl, you can join the mages on ranged damage duty, while 2 of your beasts join the melee group. If the Thunderbird can avoid flying too high, that would be best. Sometimes you can pull extra groups accidentally if you fly over their airspace. Use the Thor shrink on me. Hawk insisted. Unobtrusive behemoth shrunk Hawk to a 3-meter wingspan. Still large, but in a city, that was much more maneuverable than a 30-meter body. Oh, that is perfect. Alright, I think everyone knows their role. What attacks should we expect from the beasts, other than Miss Kara, unless she has more unexpected skills? Thomas continued. Lady Ray has a skill to make her incorporeal and immune to physical damage, as well as invisibility. The spider-shaped golems are hers, so they will follow her lead in combat. Also, she has blood destruction, which can be used at a range, and will get messy. Hawk will be using fire. That simple description was enough for them to understand the basics of what was about to happen, but when Thomas moved the group to engage the spiderling's nest, what he found was like nothing he had ever seen before. Ray had activated demonic oppression, and the weaker spiders were cowering in terror, avoiding attacking the area where Ray was, and visible less aggressive than any dungeon monster should be. Carl fired a void blast, enhanced arrow into one side, while Hawk dove and bombarded the other with fireballs, setting the webs on fire and scorching the spiderlings. The destruction was instant, and Carl didn't even get a chance to see how good the lingering poison effect would be. Well, that was different. Apparently, they're terrified of your Lady Ray. Naksha joked. Everyone is terrified of her. One of the other dragonkin muttered. Everyone except Thomas, who only looked pleased at the clearance speed as he led them forward. The next group had a pair of dark elves riding on spiders, leading the group of spiderlings. While the elves didn't hesitate to engage, their mounts balked for a moment before obeying, giving the ranged fighters a half-second longer than usual to prepare before being engaged by the insanely agile combatants. The spider riders leaped straight over the defenders and went for the ranged fighters, only for one to be bombarded with spells, while the other had its rider stripped by Hawk, who twirled in the air, adjusting to the weight, then lit the dark elf on fire and hurled it into the nest where the dire bear golems were waiting for it. The elf put up a valiant fight, but against 2 dire bears and already covered in ghost fire, it was a losing battle. One of the dragonkin intercepted the spider, stopping its flight, while the ranged fighters focused on killing it. Then they could turn their attention to the spiderlings, which were fighting the melee group and the golems. The pure number of monsters would make it difficult for a small group to survive in here. They had over a dozen golems and summons active, and they were all fighting multiple spiderlings at the start of the engagement. Ranged, pull the next group to us. This spot is more defensible, and there are groups on either side of that intersection. Thomas instructed. Hawk has it. The bird grabbed a dying spiderling and hurled it off the wall across the street, letting it bounce into the group hiding around the corner. That was something that most spells couldn't do. In general, spells were line of sight in nature, and firing them blind around a corner was possible, but difficult. Plus, if you missed, or the group didn't see you, it wouldn't engage. That allowed you to bombard it from out of sight, but that would take all day. However, the dying spiderling knew exactly where it came from, and the bombarded group ran to provide support, just as Hawk had hoped. Thomas smiled as he saw the group of elves with 3 spider riders in the back charge down the street and towards them. Good work, bird. There is a mage in this group. Focus him down first. The paladin called. Ray, shadow stepped behind the group and grabbed the mage, which then exploded into a dark red mist. Carl had to admire her restraint. She made it 2 whole groups before she made something explode. The surprise attack distracted the attackers just before the dwarven warriors charged. They slammed into the troops, while the ranged fighters targeted the spider riders. It was an efficient clearance, and the dwarven shaman who was doing the majority of their healing was using a long-duration healing spell that was keeping everyone in top form, even when they happened to take enough damage that the eternal lightning barrier briefly broke. The amount of damage that these elves could do with their deep black blades that seemed to absorb the light around them was impressive. For so many fights, Carl and Thor had rarely worried about the barrier being broken. But now Carl was using the majority of his mana regeneration to keep them active, and the rest on firing arrows. He wasn't the primary damage dealer this time, unless you counted his beasts and summons. It was a great relief for the healers, as the secondary healer was a black dragon cleric, and her specialty was not healing, but adding damage buffs to others. Between that and casting shadow magic for damage, she was still busy, but they were getting by with just the one shamanistic healer and Carl's barriers. They were also moving through the fights at a remarkably fast pace, as far as Carl could tell. Thomas was having Hawk pull groups directly to them to continue fighting in the same location, and Hawk could get them moving before the previous fight had even ended. 5 groups into the fight at that location, Thomas held up his hand, signaling a pause between groups. Take a breather and keep hydrated. This isn't like those short 30-minute dungeons, we will be in here long enough to need at least 1 meal and a few hydration breaks. He declared. That was wonderful news for Ray. She could be in a dungeon all day long and still have things to kill, plus inferior spider species to bully. This place was incredible. Even Hawk approved. Spiderlings and their webs burned in a most beautiful way. Once the water break was over, Thomas led them to another intersection, and then had Ray pull the next group. Once they had followed her into combat, Hawk could pull the ones that came after, so nobody needed to leave their station. But without other dungeon mobs in combat to lure them in, or having Hawk move into range of the elves' magic, attacking and retreating could fail to pull them away from their position. That would not be true if Ray and her golems went on the attack, however. Just remember, bring them back to us. It's faster that way. The dwarf reminded her, as Ray laughed in Carl's head. They had only known each other for under an hour, and the dwarf already understood her. Not just her, but Hawk and Kara as well. She had even caught the paladin holding an elf sword arm so that Kara could use pilfer before killing the unfortunate warrior. Why is the Void Badger so confident in battle? Is she used to fighting with your barriers active? One of the Dragonkin mages asked. Carl smiled. She is, but she is like that all the time. You see, a winged Void Badger has a racial equivalent of limited immunity, and an incredibly large health pool. If you can't do 10% of her health in a strike, you can't hurt her. Plus, we managed to upgrade it, so she heals at the same rate at trollish regeneration. The mage looked impressed. The Beastmaster class is truly terrifying. Ray pulled the first group to them, and Carl noticed that the formation had shifted, as had the incoming targets. These were all dark elves, with a cleric and 2 mages behind 6 warriors. At this point, everyone knew the routine. Let Ray eat the cleric while they focused on the mages. It was a tried and true method, as the spider priests, as the dwarves called the dark elven clerics, were similar to the black dragon clerics, in that their specialty was buffing their allies, not in directly healing. However, they did have an excellent life steal spell that Ray was hoping to gain by osmosis. Now, under normal circumstances, that would be an absolutely ridiculous idea. But this was Ray, Queen of Blood Magic. If anyone could learn a skill simply by eating enough creatures that had the skill, it would be her. Plus, it looked like these dark elves worshipped a spider goddess, so that was an extra point in her favor. If the spell was a blessing from their god, Ray might just gain it as a form of divine blessing. Hawk grabbed another group, while Ray patiently waited on the wall of a building for their cleric to pass by. The moment that it did, she pounced, tearing it apart and then eating the pieces. "What is the spider doing?" one of the beastkin asked in a terrified, pleading tone as the pieces of cleric seemed to simply vanish into thin air. "She's incorporeal. Don't worry about it too much, she will be fine, and she's not taking damage." Carl replied casually. That didn't answer the question, but Ray was close to a breakthrough. She could feel the skill that she was after, and with some practice, she knew that she would eventually get the life-stealing effect right. But if she could find a few more targets, it would be much faster. Why she actually needed the skill was a mystery. Night Haunter came with incredible regenerative powers in incorporeal form. Plus, Carl already knew a life steal skill that she could use, just not this particular one. Ray was happy, though. And that was what really mattered. Then, on one pull, the mages retreated behind a barrier and were attempting to cast a major group spell of some sort. Carl reinforced the barrier. This effect uses all their mana, and it's been known to kill multiple party members if the healing over the duration isn't high enough. Thomas insisted. Carl nodded, but didn't change the barrier. "Kara, you're up. They've got like 10 seconds left in the casting." 8, 6, 4, nope. Mwahaha. Everyone watched as the mages finished their chant and threw their hands up in the air. Then, nothing. The mages looked just as shocked and confused as the rest of the group. Winged Void Badger. She can nullify at the Overlord rank. Carl shouted to the warriors in front, so they didn't leave their positions. The Dark Elves didn't seem to understand, but the mages were exhausted. A single flick with Kara's claw took down their barrier, and then the badger was on them, pummeling them into the dirt and pulling their robes up over their heads to stop them from being able to properly fight back. The dragonkin didn't seem to know how to respond to that, but the dwarves thought it was brilliant. "Yeah, jersey them and sucker punch to the face." "Oh, is that a void blast on her fist?" The healing shaman cheered. "Kara is known for her creative fighting style." Carl agreed. "I swear that every badger-type magical beast has the soul of a hooligan who pleased the gods trapped in them." The black dragon cleric laughed. They finished with another group of the mages in under a minute, as after the first time, Kara simply nullified their barrier and let Ray in with her golems. The elves had insane magical power, but the group had a Kara. Once that was factored in, the dark elves really did stand no chance against the dynamic duo. For the boss ahead, the best option is to slow them down as much as possible. "What do we have for options today?" Thomas asked as they finished with the mages and took a breather for a drink and a light snack. The mages listed the basics. Slow, and paralyze. "Well, I can have Ray wrap it up in Overlord rank webbing, that should slow it down. Or I can create an ice or lightning barrier on the ground. That will make things spicy." Carl suggested. How about a big fat no to turning the entire boss encounter into a skating rink? The shaman suggested. So, lightning? It's a wall-type spell, but nothing says that you have to extend it upwards. If we can get the boss to leap or move, I can create the sheet of lightning under its feet. It won't hurt group members, but lightning has stun effect when enemies are standing in it. Carl offered. Technically, he had two options. Thor knew, lightning zone, and blockade. The blockade skill covered a much larger area, though. At least it did if you only made it a few centimeters thick. Thomas shook his head. The reason we need to slow it is so the warriors can keep it from flying around. Encouraging it not to land only makes things worse for us. The spider silk trap seems like a viable option, and we can try to slow or paralyze it, but the boss monsters are highly resistant to negative spell effects. The group nodded, and the warriors worked on a plan. Alright, Ray will wrap it, keep it near the ground. The buildings at the edge should make good anchors if you need to tie the webs off. But we suspect that the boss will cut through them fast enough, that it is all you'll be doing. Kara, nullify the more powerful spells. Mages, no fire and nothing that will shred the webs if you can avoid it. The warriors have a shorter attack range, so we will do what we can. But primarily, we are there as a meat shield to protect the mages from the wrath of the boss while they bring it down. Thomas announced. Got it. We will spread around the area, so it can't attack us all at once, and Carl can focus on restoring the barriers of whoever has its attention. The shaman agreed. Thomas smiled. I have a taunt ability, which will keep it on me for a while. Just do as much damage as you can while it's distracted. Unlike other boss monsters that they had faced in the past, this one was not any larger than the average dark elf. It looked just like any other elven warrior, other than the more elaborate armor, but the sense of danger Carl got was much higher. Thomas nodded and led the group into battle, using his taunt to draw the target's attention to him. However, with the power of the boss, Carl could see that it wasn't completely devoted to attacking him, and was still positioning itself to watch the rest of the group. It simply viewed him as the largest threat. For a moment, Ray launched a stream of Overlord rank webbing that stuck to the boss as it tried to fight, and then the spells began as the warriors charged into melee range. The sticky silk webbing was much better than anyone could have hoped for. With the boss forced to deal with repeated attacks from close range, there was no chance to tear it all away, which left it essentially tethered to Ray. She took advantage of that fact to periodically pull the boss off balance, but never off its feet, so that it didn't stop attacking to tear the silk all the way off. Then the boss exploded with power, and the web was obliterated instantly, while the boss leapt into the air and began to cast a spell. Carl fired a volley of arrows into him as Kara interrupted his spell with Nullify. The boss immediately tried again, only to be interrupted once more. It wasn't going to stand for that, and fired a hailstorm of small metal darts at Kara, who countered with a Void Blast. The winged Void Badger stuck out her tongue at the boss as she also leapt into the air and began to circle. They were instant mortal enemies, and she loved it. The boss tried another spell, only to be countered and blasted with a volley of spells and arrows from their ranged members. This was definitely not the usual way of fighting the boss. But even when Thomas tried to use Taunt, the boss only fired a single spell at him before returning his attention to Kara. The dark elf shimmered, and then appeared behind Kara, who turned on him in a ball of angry, growling fur. They were circling too fast for most of the mages to get a clear line of sight for their spells anywhere in that direction, but Ray's golems darted in and out, stabbing the enemy while Ray waited for the right moment to ensnare him again. Kara shifted to attack the boss's face, and Ray took the opportunity. She snared the boss' feet and pulled him down, crashing to the ground, where he was set upon by the warriors. Angry Badger is bloody terrifying. The dwarven shaman noted. It's as if she's everywhere at once, isn't it? And being so close like that, you can't even use a blade on her. Carl agreed. Once the boss was on the ground, it died remarkably quickly. The warriors held its arms down, and Kara, nullified all its attempts to break free with its explosion of power as she held the boss's collar and beat his face with Void Blast, enhanced slaps. A chime sounded through the dungeon as the boss was defeated, and Thomas smiled. That's one zone down. We're half done with the dungeon now. This is the first real chance to leave the instance, as if you leave before defeating the first boss, you get no loot. If you leave now, you get half, and that's a big loss, but if things have gone wrong, at least you won't lose money for the day. He explained. Carl mentally calculated the time, as he could see others doing. They were way ahead of schedule. Now, the second half is basically the same as the first, except that there is more of everything. Many new groups fall into a routine after the first half, but that is dangerous. Starting from now, we will split the melee duties into 3 groups. One controls the spiderlings, one deals with the elves, one with the spider riders. Do we have any preferences before I assign roles? Thomas continued. Ray transformed to humanoid for a moment and gave him a sharp, toothed smile. I want the spider priestesses. As long as you put me in that group, I am happy. Then she transformed back into her natural state and the paladin nodded. Alright, we have our damage dealers for the elves. I will join her with them, as they are the most difficult, due to their intelligence. Carl, Hawk, Kara and Naksha, you are on spiderling duty. You all have the best area damage abilities. Everyone else will start with the spider riders, and then move to the elves. Thomas decided. He led the way again, with Ray using Night Haunter to climb through the fungi trees without attracting attention. Every so often, an illusion would appear and cut down or pluck something to bring to the butterfly, but nobody in the group seemed to notice or care. Those items had no real value for trade, so if someone needed them, they were welcome to them. Carl had the bear golems block the spiderlings as they were burnt and bombarded to death. Then, Hawk got tired of doing things normally, and decided that stacking Hellstorm vortexes for additional suction was a better way to collect the spiderlings. It worked wonderfully, as they were overlord ranked, but only a few kilos in weight, with no good way to anchor themselves to the ground after their webs were burnt. Unlike Ray, their legs weren't bladed, they were just chitinous limbs. So, all the spiderlings ended up in the fire, where Carl and Naksha bombarded them with spells to accelerate the process. That had their part of the battle finished well before any of the others, so Hawk moved to deal with the spider riders, who were fun to pull from their mounts and hurl at Ray. Carl and Naksha turned their attention to the elves, who had higher numbers, and the group was quickly corralled. Excellent. Just like that. The next few groups are the same. The next few pulls went smoothly, with Hellstorm gathering all the spiderlings into one spot for elimination. They were mostly a nuisance to most groups, but eliminating them from the equation freed up the whole group to deal with the elves, and prevented the priests from buffing the spiderlings so they could do real damage to the adventurers. Not that Ray let them live that long. That was the great thing about dungeons. You could use the same trick over and over because the next group never learned them, as long as you ended the fight before you drew their attention. It might not be the most realistic situation in the real world, where groups would communicate. But if the dungeon mobs did communicate, and they had a whole city of dark elves coming at them the moment they entered, not many groups would survive a dungeon run. Ray naturally thought it would be fun to try, and Kara was sure that it would be hilarious to herd them all into an elaborate trap. But the rest of the group would definitely not agree with their ideas of fun. Alright, this next group is a nightmare. As soon as you pull the first one, it triggers the others, and they will keep coming until everything is dead. It's a guard garrison, so mostly dark elven warriors, no spiderlings. Then as soon as that ends, the boss will appear in the middle of that courtyard. Normally, we pull them here, so we have a chance to take a break before the boss. But you all look like you're in good shape today, so I say that we fight in the middle of the courtyard, and use area damage to deal with the waves of warriors. The final boss is a spider priestess. So, expect self-healing, unholy spell attacks if Kara can't block them all, and under no circumstances should anyone without a shield try to take a blow from her staff. The damage is incredible, and it has a petrification effect. It doesn't trigger through a shield, but if your armor gets touched, even a barrier effect won't stop it. Everyone got it? Thomas asked. The group nodded in the affirmative, and took a short drink before following him forward. I will apologize for the lack of visibility in advance. I have an area attack spell, but it's hard to see through. Carl warned. They got into position, and Thomas used taunt to grab a group of warriors, starting the battle. Then Carl activated Apocalypse, filling the air with a flaming blizzard as hellstorm vortexes formed at random around the group. Then, meteors began to fall from the sky, and Thomas cursed. Are you insane? He shouted. Hawk began calling even more vortexes as he added his own flaming blizzard to the mix, making it impossible to see more than 10 meters. Then Carl used Thor's consecrated ground buff to guard the group. It would reduce damage and increase holy attacks, if anyone had them. But most importantly, it would deal area holy damage to any enemies that made it past the apocalypse. Carl took a knee and focused on regenerating mana as he pushed the spell output upwards and elves began to flood the training grounds. The spell's radius was too large, and they had grabbed everything, but the dark elves couldn't see where they were. They were running blindly into the storm, while the adventurers did their best to attack. Even Ray was waiting with the group, so she didn't catch friendly fire. It was a good time to practice rapidly deploying blood destruction, which did even more area damage and confused the dungeon residents as to the direction they were under attack from. They've figured it out. Thomas warned as the first few warriors made it past the ring of hellstorm vortexes. They were in terrible shape, and under attack by the mages, but charging into combat. Fortunately, the storm and the meteor impacts were so loud that the remaining enemies couldn't clearly hear the calls for assistance. Or, they could hear them, but couldn't determine how to get to them. Carl could feel the number of enemies in the storm rapidly reducing after a few minutes, so either they had retreated to their spots after being unable to engage, or they were all dead. Either one would be fine by him, and the remaining force was manageable enough, so he let the spell naturally fade as he recovered his mana and prepared for the boss fight. You're insane. Thomas noted as he moved to engage the last few burned and battered warriors of the Dark Elven Guard. It worked, didn't it? There are bodies everywhere, so we must have gotten most of them. The group looked around at the scorched ground, craters and blood. It looked like the dungeon had seen the end of the world firsthand. But more than that, they would have to watch where they stepped, as some of those craters were deep. Deep enough that they could hide in them during the upcoming boss fight if necessary. Normally, you were caught out in the middle of the courtyard, and had to build any defensive fortifications you might want. But this time, there was a whole series of craters to work with. The shaman began setting up small stone walls around the battlefield, and Carl got the idea. Blockade made clear ice walls that you could hide behind, and still keep track of the boss. So, Carl scattered them around as well, further back from the stone walls that the shaman had created. Now, they could move around the battlefield, and remain out of the direct line of fire. When it erupts with its area attack, get behind a pillar. Kara, we're counting on you for this one. Thomas insisted. Kara gave him a thumbs-up gesture with both paws, and the dwarf smiled. Naksha leaned over to whisper to Carl. So, that's why everyone fears the Void Badgers. They have opposable thumbs. The boss suddenly appeared, and the fight was on before Thomas could even react. Carl and Ray's golems all grabbed a limb and attempted, but failed, to pin the priestess to the ground, while Ray channeled blood destruction on it and Kara used the totem-ranked Void Blast to disintegrate chunks of its body. The golems were replaced every few seconds as they were destroyed by even a glancing blow from the boss cleric's staff, but it appeared completely overwhelmed. Carl shrugged. Just let them do it. If they need help, they'll tell us. Besides, it has something that Ray wants. Something Ray wants? The paladin asked as he watched the fight with his shield up. Some sort of life steal spell exclusive to the spider god. She's been trying to learn it from the priestesses all day. The boss blasted everything away with black unholy light, and the group's melee team charged in. It had shattered, eternal lightning, and even did severe damage to Rei and Kara after the reductions from Void Body that the Epic Guard shared. But Rei got what she wanted. New spell learned, Essence Transfer, passive skill. Steals life force from a target's blood. Regenerates the user and reverses the effects of hostile, time element skills. Carl didn't know of too many time element skills, but slow was one, he assumed. The Essence Transfer was a very familiar skill, now that he saw it in action on Rei. It was very likely the same skill that the Blade of Champions used to empower its bearer. The High Priestess suffered the most brutal beatdown in the recent history of the Bara dungeon. Not only did it not manage to get a single major skill off, it was so thoroughly overwhelmed with pure brute force that it was on the defensive for the entire battle. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is the whole run through the dungeon. In double time, as it were. Our total time is only a little over 3 hours, half what I had expected. Normally 4 hours is considered a top clear speed for practiced guild groups, so I must say that we had an exceptionally efficient day today. Now, there are a few standards once we get out of the dungeon. You are not obligated to tell others what you got, and that has turned to a general taboo on asking, unless you're a vendor looking to purchase something. But there is one more matter. The Dark Light host member has the ability to create mining illusions, and the mountain faces, as well as many of the ore nodules throughout the city, can be mined. That is one of the primary reasons to do a full clear. If you don't, then the designated miners can't work safely. It is customary to split both the work and the reward in a pickup group if you do it at all. So, I have pickaxes in my inventory. Today, we have a flying scout who can examine the city for anything we might have missed, like wandering spiderlings. But I've done this a number of times now, and I am fairly certain that we got it all. Thomas's explanation caught them all off guard. They were going to mine out the dungeon. Only the crafting guilds did that, and none of them saw much benefit in spending hours gathering what was an abundant resource here in Bara City. Carl and Little Butterfly both sent out a team of dwarves with pickaxes, 24 illusions each, with instructions to gather all the ore and gems. The others laughed as they saw the small army headed into the dungeon, with a few starting work only meters away, where a node of ore was growing from the ground behind a tree-sized mushroom. I will pile it here if we want to split it. It's just extra materials for our guild's Grandmaster Elemental Smith. Carl offered. The others shook their heads. Don't worry about it. You have the dungeon pass, and that already saved us as much as selling those ores will gain. Keep them for your workers, we won't begrudge you that. Especially when you have so many summoned miners to gather it. The amount of ore varies from run to run, and it doesn't always appear at the same spots, unlike the basic dungeon features and the enemies, which always appear in the same locations. Thomas explained to Carl as the illusion spread and began piling up the ore in Kara's space with the other loot. That explains why a group of dwarves didn't go straight to a specific spot for the most valuable nodules. Carl realized. Thomas sighed. Some stereotypes never fade, do they? Carl laughed. Don't think too deeply about it. I grew up in the lithium mines, and spent most of my childhood deep underground. I know that the appeal of finding a particularly valuable vein, or a surprise inclusion. The dwarves all chuckled, and a few of them nodded in agreement. The dwarves might get annoyed by being stereotyped as miners obsessed with ore and treasure, but it was still generally true. The illusion spread quickly, and each nodule only took a minute or so to extract the surface or from. Carl didn't order them to dig deeper to follow the vein, and the butterfly didn't know anything at all about mining, so they moved quickly through the dungeon, then vanished when the job was done. Alright, we're good to go. They've finished collecting the surface ore and transferred it to me. There might be more beneath the surface, but this is good enough for me to show the smithy what is available. Carl explained. Thomas led them all out of the dungeon, and the beasts returned to their spaces. Kara wasn't actually interested in raw ore, but there wasn't a better spot to put it until they got home. Besides, it didn't take up too much space, just a small hill in one corner. Thomas led the group out of the dungeon and to a quiet pub only a few blocks into the mountain. The 10 members of the dungeon team sat down around a large table, and Thomas ordered a round of drinks. Well, normally this is where we go over what went wrong, and how to improve for next time, but this run was somewhat unconventional. I can't say that I expect you'll ever have another run like this one in the future, so you can just disregard all the fighting techniques that you learned today, other than the initial group placements. However, we got a full clear, we're done in time for a proper meal and the newcomers get an afternoon to explore the city. That's all we can ask for. The paladin insisted. Carl smiled. That's a good idea. I should bring things back home to Drod. Souvenirs for the guild members. Thomas chuckled. Well, don't spend too much on that special lady. International portals aren't cheap. Carl laughed. Well, I don't need to worry too much about that, as I can cast the portal for myself. I just don't know too many locations within the Dragon Isles, so about the only place I can go is here or home. After all those other skills, you still have the ability to portal? One of the Dragonkin asked. Yes. A portal is the usual option, though I could use recall instead, as I'm going back home to my guild house once I'm done here anyhow. Carl remembered. Portal and recall. Whose mother did you sleep with to get that much influence? Carl frowned. Recall wasn't hard to get. I got it as part of a payment from the Lard Royal Academy. I made some gifts for their graduating class. Portal, well, that was a special circumstance. The Dragonkin slowly nodded. That makes sense. Lard created the recall stones, so it's not a big deal for them to pass out the spell. But that also means you can come back here at will. That's huge, with your free entry pass. He's totally jealous. Kara laughed. Tell them that you made an artifact-grade weapon to get the free pass. Ray suggested. I think they're jealous enough. Let's make friends here. Real friends that we can adventure with. Another round of drinks was ordered to celebrate their victory in the dungeon today, including the extra fast clearance time. That was always worth celebrating, as it meant that all went smoothly, and nobody had suffered too badly. For Carl, it had a different meaning as well. Looking into his inventory now that the run was over, he had a huge amount of ore in Kara's space, a half-dozen mediocre quality Overlord ranked weapon and armor drops, and one epic quality statue type item. At first, Carl wasn't sure what it was, but when he looked more closely, it was something for shamans and priestesses, that boosted their magic. Most classes couldn't use it at all, but Remy could, and she would be sure to appreciate it when he brought it back for her. And if she didn't want it, Ray did. Not that she could use it, but it was a cute spider statue. Naksha turned to Carl as the Dragonkin among the group finished their drinking. Want to explore the shopping district? I hear it's a bit overpriced compared to the areas deeper in the mountains, but it's still worth a look. She suggested. Carl got to his feet with a smile. Of course. I was also warned, but as it's my first time in the city, I need to bring back souvenirs, and that means shopping in the tourist district. The Black Dragon chuckled. You make it sound like going deeper into the mountain doesn't freak you out, even a little bit. Carl shrugged. I grew up in the mines. You get over claustrophobia fast at the bottom of the main vein. The moment that they were out of the tavern, the other Dragonkin split off, leaving Carl with Naksha. I hope you didn't get the wrong idea, I'm spoken for. Carl explained cautiously. Naksha nodded. Uncle Nakt told me. But honestly, I think that I freaked the rest of them out a little bit. The aura of a black dragon is death, and it makes most people uncomfortable to sit too close to me. You're a bit of an odd one, though. I suspect that it has to do with the spider and the void badger. Between the two, you're already used to strong auras, and darkness-related elements. But the other dragonkin mostly live among other beastkin, and the black dragons don't socialize much with even their own kin. The ones on the other continent might be different, but here the black dragon temples only get visitors for funerals, and impending funerals. Carl chuckled, and Ray came out to stand next to them in humanoid form. I think I like your god. More people should pray properly when they're about to have their funeral. Ray agreed. The dragon blinked slowly, then shook her head. The god of death isn't a god of forgiveness. She offered. Ray shook her head. That's not what I meant. Think of all the people with a price on their head. Should they not be praying to the god of death for at least a quick end? I read in one of the history books how the dragons would pull the scales off a traitor one at a time. Naksha looked offended, and Carl thumped Ray on the head. No talking about fun ways to kill people in public. Ray sighed, and Naksha gave her an unimpressed look. They stopped using that as a punishment thousands of years ago. But now that you're out and in a form that doesn't scare everyone away, should we go shopping? Ray smiled back at her. We simply must go shopping. My sister is waiting for us to get back with an item that we found in the dungeon, and then we need to deliver the ore for the smithy. But this place feels fun. I can sense powerful creatures all over, even in the ocean near the mountain. Will you be hunting later, not in the dungeon? You want to go hunt the magical beasts in the mountains? Naksha asked hopefully. You too. We definitely need to get together and go hunting. Are there good things? Ray asked. Naksha sighed happily as her mind wandered away. We will have to go a fair ways. They have these monarch and overlord ranked mountain goats here, but they're livestock, and we're not allowed to eat them, no matter how good they smell. Dragons have an incredible sense of smell, you know. But further into the mountains, there is a massive inland desert. They have these sand rats. Don't let the name turn you off, they're delicious. She agreed. We're going. Hawk demanded. After. We have things to do first. Carl reminded him. Hawk wasn't happy about it, but now that he knew that there were still mice at his level, he was willing to be patient until they could go get them. But if he was hunting with a dragon, he even had a flying buddy. Kara only flew far enough to get snacks or attack pests. She was a lousy flight partner. But a dragon seemed like just the right sort to go for long flights. Suddenly, Ray grabbed the dragon and pulled her into a group of stalls that were selling beads. Carl didn't know what she might want with that, as they were clearly just glass beads with the word Bara written on the larger ones at the front. Well, they were good tourist items, as they had the city name on them, but they were the cheapest of the cheap. The girls came back with matching black beaded bracelets a few minutes later, and then Ray was dragging Naksha off to another stall that was selling cookies in tins with the view of the mountain as seen from the ocean painted on them. Then to a shop selling bookmarks. Then to a shop which was selling little wooden storage boxes that were actually storage devices with a spatial magic storage spell on them. Those were expensive, but Ray was not deterred. Storage boxes were new ways to organize her treasures, and hide the shining rocks without burying them. Carl just followed along behind the pair and did his best not to laugh as Ray dragged her new friend through the shopping district, even stopping to get honey garlic meatball kebabs for her when Naksha complained that she couldn't keep up this pace forever. Finally, Naksha turned to Carl for assistance, and Ray relented. Fine, we can explore the rest of the shops on this floor of the city another time. She reluctantly agreed. You were planning to go to every shop? The dragon asked, horrified. Well, at least walk past it. You never know if they're going to have good stuff on some random side street. But you don't have to go inside all of them to know that they're not interesting. I can smell that most of them aren't. Ray explained. That level of dedication is terrifying. A nearby shopkeeper chuckled, and Ray went over to see what he was selling. What do you call this? She asked, unable to identify the strange scent. It's rotisserie roasted mutton, with garlic sauce, hot sauce and pickles, wrapped in bread, to keep the hands clean. The gruff dwarf explained. spicy meat. Can I have 20? I think that our people in Drod would love them as well. The dwarf rumbled with laughter. Give me a few minutes and I can make that for you. Ray placed coins from the dungeon on the counter, and Carl wondered where they had come from. He didn't see her pull them from his storage, but he didn't recall transferring any. Was it possible that Ray, Kara and Hawk all got a payout at the end of the dungeon run? He would figure it out later, but at least the shops had no problem accepting dungeon gold, and he didn't have to go for currency exchange. We have lots of dwarven coins in the pile. Kara noted, then picked up one from beneath her to twirl between her claws. We will save that for when we go inland to hunt. They're less likely to accept foreign coins easily. The trio waited patiently as the shopkeeper made 20 of the mutton wraps, and then Ray nodded to Carl. Okay, we can go now. Dragon, are you coming with us? We can send you back later. She offered. You would bring a black dragon cleric home with you? Naksha laughed, but Ray just shrugged. We've got a red and a green. Black brings us one closer to the full set. Naksha laughed, then actually considered it for a bit. Alright, let's find the rest of my team, and I will let them know that I'm leaving for a day or two. We aren't a long-term group, we just traveled here together for the group discount and safety in numbers. She explained. It didn't take long for Ray to find the other dragonkin in the crowd. For one, they were taller than the locals by at least a head, and for two, they were a different temperature. With her sight, that made it even more obvious. Hey, I'm going on a short trip to Drod with the Beast Master. There are a few dragon clerics with his group, and I would like to see the city before returning here. Naksha explained. Go ahead then. There is no shortage of clerics or mages to fill the role. Just let us know if you run into any trouble so that you're not a missing persons report when we get back home. The leader of their group agreed. That was all the departing sentiment that they needed, Ray assumed, as she led them to the portal platform. She had overheard others saying that it was impolite to open them just wherever in the city, you should only do it at one of the designated points. Fortunately, there was one right by the dungeon, and they could get to it before all these meat wraps got cold. Reheating them would be no good, there were cold pickles in there, and she assumed that they would get all soggy if you cooked them. But she didn't take the portal all the way to the designated point in Drod. Instead, she created it in the open area by the guard station outside their gate, so they were only a few paces away from the guild house, but outside the city, where they wouldn't startle any security person watching. Overlord, Lady Ray, and guest. Welcome home. The guard greeted them. They seem to know you very well. Naksha noted. That's our guild house on the left, right next to the city walls. Most of the guards take their smoke breaks in the garden, and there is a healing effect on the green dragon altar in the yard, so relaxing here is a common pastime. Carl laughed. The guard smiled at the priestess. They're a welcoming bunch, and they sell utility-type accessories, as well as all sorts of potions. The Darklight host is quite popular here in Drod City. The guild members were not expecting him to come back so quickly, and they were definitely not expecting him to come back with a guest. But Dana and Lotus both ran out to greet them. Welcome back. You brought me a dragon. The responses were very different, and Naksha began to laugh. You must be the green dragon cleric I heard about. It's a pleasure to meet you, and you have quite the altar here in the yard. I can feel the magic. The black dragon greeted her. And this is my Dana mage. Carl added, with an arm around Dana's shoulders. It's a pleasure to meet you as well, Miss Dana. I am called Naksha. I believe that you know my uncle Nakt, who I was named after. Dana smiled. He is quite famous where we come from, and a good friend of the Archbishop of the Golden Dragon Church, so he spends more time around humans than most other dragons do. That wasn't technically correct. But unlike Carl, who had found dozens of them hidden within the upper ranks of the nation's leadership, most of the people did not know how many dragons were hiding in plain sight. Lotus circled the transformed black dragon, and then grabbed Naksha by the hand to drag her into the backyard. "Look at the altar that Carl made. Isn't it pretty?" she asked. "It looks like you grew a tree totem, and then he enhanced it with runes. This is quite the piece of work. Just living near it will help you advance, and that's not to mention the extra favor from the gods that you will get for having a healing totem active in your house." Naksha agreed. "It's also good for the grass. So much softer on the feet than when we moved in. How long are you staying? Did you come to try the coffee?" Lotus inquired eagerly. "Coffee? Dwarven coffee is a harsh thing, but the demons must make something different if you're so excited about it." Naksha asked. "Oh, it's so good. We will have to go to the boardwalk and see all the things. Why don't I take you on a tour of the city? We can grab Thor and Tessa and make it a full outing. I take it that the one known as Thor is the Red Dragon Cleric's bonded knight?" Naksha replied with a smile as she followed Lotus back to the front of the house. "Sort of. Technically, he's one of Carl's bonded partners, and was a lightning Sero before he evolved to become an overlord. But they're together a lot." Lotus winked as she finished the sentence, and the black dragon smirked. Whether he was someone else's bonded partner or not, it did sound like he was certain to become the Red Dragon Cleric's knight. Inside, everyone had gathered in the shop, which had no customers at the moment. "These are all my people," Lotus explained, then went around the group, introducing everyone to Naksha. When they got to Thor and Tessa, Naksha smiled at the protective way that he was standing by her shoulder, then examined him more closely. "Some sort of behemoth? An impenetrable bulwark behemoth, I believe. I have felt that skill before, but an overlord and still so young. Not even 3 years old yet, but very soon. You have a bright future ahead of you, Mr. Thor. Take good care of your cleric." She greeted him. Thor smiled at her. "Have you met our Kara yet?" Naksha nodded, confused by the sudden change of topics, but Kara knew what he meant. "Turns out, all black dragons taste the same. Carl rescued her before someone gave too many details. The winged void badger has a thing for dragons. She likes to bop them on the nose and tease them, so they'll chase her around." Naksha giggled softly, a noise that had a haunting echo, as if coming from another realm and not a small transformed dragonkin body. But the noise made Tessa laugh as well. "It seems your god still approves of small, fearless things," she joked. "Indeed. I wonder if she could convince Carl to tour the northern island with me. There are so many out-of-control monster and beast zones that the god wants the black clerics to bring back into balance, but they're all overlord and totem ranked, and finding totem ranked assistants is such a pain. However, I did notice that Carl has some truly powerful skills that might level the battlefield," the black dragon cleric suggested. The others looked concerned, but Carl considered that for a bit. If he could get even a few totem-ranked beast kills, Ray would have more variety for her next advancement, and they would have food above their own rank again. That had been a huge factor in their rapid advancement in the past. If they could keep eating food with complex and dense power in it, their bodies would more easily adapt to the next rank when they reached the bottleneck, Carl theorized. It wasn't completely certain, but the evidence all pointed towards it working. "I think that there should be a chance for us to do it. Just perhaps not right away. Unless I leave a few of my bonded partners here, I am still needed around the guild house for the crafting at least a day or two every week. Though, Davis could put them in the branch's guild bank and I would be able to do the runecrafting wherever I was, if we weren't in danger." Naksha considered that. "You still have to be close enough to another branch to get access, though. Is there a branch of your guild on the North Island?" Carl shrugged. "There was a thing, and I was assigned by the system to the Darklight Host Guild. So, I don't know if there are any other branches active. When I try to search for other guild members or branches, I don't see anything." She understood the issue right away. A legendary guild. Unless they are granted entry by the gods, there is no way for anyone but a branch manager to recruit members. So, it's quite likely that there are no more active branches right now, unless a member from the last resurgence is still alive. Carl nodded. There is a bronze dragon, who was young at the time. But he's on another continent entirely, and the guild system hasn't awakened there. Naksha frowned. Well, I might be able to check. I'm from Mars, on the north coast of the North Continent. Definitely too far for the guild bank function to work. If I use the guild function to search for the dark light host near my home location. She paused, and then her eyes went wide. You have guild members on the North Island. In the nation of Sihosesa there is a branch of the dark light host. But I'm not sure that you want to meet them. There are only 2 listed members of the branch, and one of them is Supreme Lady Matilda. Carl shrugged. I have no idea who that is. Naksha rolled her eyes. 100,000-year-old supreme rank chaos dragon. Any clue now? Oh, right, you didn't grow up on this continent. You know how parents tell children horror stories before bed to make them behave. She's the one who created most of them, just for fun. She's insane, unpredictable, definitely not safe. She doesn't even run the country, even though she existed before it was formed. She just hangs out in the capital, causing chaos every so often when she gets bored. Yes, Kara. We will go visit the dragon one day. The black dragon misinterpreted his hesitation and continued. Don't worry about her attacking. She's not malicious in that way, and I'm sure she won't take offense to someone else being in the guild. Carl smiled and shook his head. I was thinking that Kara might have found a new friend. She also enjoys causing chaos for personal amusement. The black dragon cleric sighed as she heard the news. Of course that crazy old dragon would get along with Kara. Maybe that's all that the Supreme Lady needs. Going too long without a real friend might be why she gets bored so easily and causes incidents. I had no idea that the power level on this continent was so insanely exaggerated, though. I don't even fully understand where supreme rank would fit in the power structure. Carl explained. Naksha shrugged. Well, you have the totems, mythical beings, immortals at various stages, and then those who are simply too powerful to be called mere immortals are called supreme. Honestly, I don't think that they truly belong in this world. They have the power to leave at will, to go to another realm. But for some reason, she does not. There have been countless theories on why that is, but many of the dragon avatars, our leaders, theorize that she is an anchor for this world. The reason that the world's magic can recover from the loss of the system's power might be because the Supreme Lady and a few other truly powerful beings remained in this world, creating a link to other realms, and leaking their intensely magical auras over thousands of years. I remember in my history lessons, she was asked to help recover the fragments of the world dragon scale, and she refused. Then she told the orcs that it was hidden on another continent, and half the bloody species just up and left to go look for it. One day, they just got on ships and vanished. It left Drod and the other Orcish nations nearly depopulated. Carl felt the butterfly perk up in her space. This was a huge lore drop, and it would make a great play. Davis brought out a map, so the others could see where Naksha was talking about. Once he could see it on the map, Carl realized that he could indeed detect a guild branch there, but it was simply labeled, out of range. He couldn't communicate with it from here. Remy laughed as Naksha finished her story. She just tricked an entire species into going on a 10,000-year-long treasure hunt. That is epic. I'm not normally the sort for practical jokes, but to send them all hunting for something that doesn't exist and keep them at it. Glorious. Naksha chuckled. Oh, it exists. They just haven't managed to find it. According to the Black Dragon's history books, it looks like this. She took out a small holy book, similar to the prayer books that Tessa and Lotus carried, and flipped it open. On the page was a hand-drawn dragon scale, chipped and cracked. It was small, not a major armor scale, and somehow familiar. I think we have that. Carl noted as he stared at the drawing. It's in a box in Hawk's space. Remy agreed. Hawk thought about it for a few seconds. He remembered that thing from somewhere. The disappointing broken thing that he had stolen from the totems. Where did he put that? He flipped through boxes of treasures, and then found what he was looking for. A small golden scale, buried among assorted flawed gems and water element items. Hawk's equivalent of a trash pile. He brought it out and dusted it off, now that he knew it was simply ancient and not junk. It was a bit shinier than he remembered as well, while the other stuff in the box was dimmer. Did it need energy to reform? He could feed it all the water element magic that Remy didn't claim. Remy mentally rolled her eyes at him. Water element magic was useful, and the items were valuable for trading. Plenty of people wanted them, but Hawk wanted to hoard them to limit the amount of water magic in the world. Be careful, or you'll make your space water element, just with all the items you are hoarding. She teased. Carl, Remy is cursing at me again. Carl did his best not to let on that he knew where the broken scale was, or laugh at the internal thoughts of the beasts. He didn't want to look like a crazy man in front of their new friend. Well, if they do manage to find the shard of the world dragon scale, things will certainly begin to change in a hurry. Dana joked as she looked at the picture. They certainly would. It said that once the shard is revealed and returns to its full potential, the entire world will enjoy the limitless potential of the system. The problem is trying to keep it intact until then. More than a few groups, especially the stronger monsters, would prefer to see it destroyed, so that the weaker species can't use the system to usurp their power. The humans have some mages among them, but out at the gate I saw a slasher, a form of lesser wrath demon. Without the system, they can't make it over low royal rank. That one is an overlord. The whole power balance of the world would change if the system collapsed entirely. Naksha explained. And that would anger the death god, as they have carefully balanced everything as it is now, and changing that balance so drastically would cause mass death. Carl realized. The black dragon smiled. You get it. The death god likes things as they are. That's why I want to go on a hunting trip through the wild lands. To bring things back to a balanced state. But with totem-ranked creatures out there, it's not a solo adventure. Dana frowned at the cleric. She was really pushing to take Carl out on an adventure, but it was on that would not be safe for anyone under overlord rank. They simply didn't have the ability to properly defend themselves if a totem-ranked beast attacked, and Carl would need to have all his focus on the battle, not on keeping his friends alive. Why couldn't it have been a male dragon? This gender-selective magnetism that Carl had was beginning to get on her nerves. What she needed was a fast way to get to overlord rank. If she could catch up in power, there would be no good reason to leave her behind. Well, Naksha, why don't we borrow you for a ladies' day on the town? We can show you around all the highlight spots and then come back for dinner and get you settled in. Dana suggested. Oh, that is a great idea. How many do we have? I know that Sister Lotus will be up for a trip. I think that we can get Tessa and Ophelia as well. I'm not sure about the others. Dana paused and caught caretaker Joe's eye. The old woman smiled and nodded, then sent Mara forward in her maid uniform. From the workshop Ashbringer called out. Take Wendy and Loros as well. They need a break. Davis smiled. In that case, you might as well take Mick. It's cloudy enough that with a parasol, she shouldn't have too much trouble outdoors. Naksha looked confused for a second, then realized that the girl in the black and white dress was a vampire. Carl turned toward the kitchen. Ladies, do you want to join them? A hand appeared in the door and waved him away. We're watching the pastries. We will tour the city on our day off. Dana turned Naksha by the shoulders, and Carl waved goodbye as the cleric was escorted out of the property. Well, it looks like you hit a hidden trap. Ashbringer joked once he was sure the ladies were out of earshot. Oh, I don't think that one was very well hidden. Bringing back not only a dragon, but a female dragon cleric, was bound to cause an explosion. It actually went better than expected. I think they're going to get along well together. Carl replied. Despite her being a black dragon? Yeah. If she would get along well with any guild, it would be this one. Where did you meet a black dragon? I thought that you were going to see the dwarves and their dungeon. The demon asked. Oh, I did. I joined the group that she was with for a trip. That dungeon is crazy, it's a whole city, and it takes half the day to clear it. But with the team, we did pretty well. The group of dragonkin that she was with weren't big on hanging out with Naksha, so we ended up shopping together. Oh crap, Ray has a whole stack of meat wraps. Where did she go? She's with the group, but she left the rest for us. Here. Remy greeted them with snacks in all her hands. You're a lifesaver, Remy. I totally forgot about the food until everyone had already run away. Apparently these are a specialty of the Dwarven city, and we got enough for everyone, including the apprentices, so I'll go pass them all out. Carl explained. Remy handed him a wrap and shook her head. I'll deliver them all. We're on a break from the potion lab anyhow. You have to let their brains rest, or they get cranky. She explained. Davis shook his head in dismay. They're only demons, you can't work them day and night. Remy nodded in agreement, but didn't seem at all repentant about working her apprentices until their brains overloaded. In her mind, that was the most efficient way. Like building muscles, you had to train to failure, right? At least they were properly appreciative when she brought them snacks. The ladies were gone for most of the day, and returned fully caffeinated before venturing into the library for a girls' movie night. That let Carl get some much-needed rest while they bonded, and Naksha made new friends among the clergy. He was up right at dawn, thanks to the quiet evening, and went for an early breakfast before heading to the workshop to see what needed to be done. Carl took the chance to make a number of items that were waiting for rune work, according to the list that had been left on the table in the sculpting area. But before he got too involved in the process, he dropped all the rough ore that the illusions had mined from the dungeon, along with the weapon drops. He put the spider totem statue in Remy's space, next to the other shaman statue. This one was the more powerful of the two, but Carl wasn't sure if the spider shaman totem would be well suited to Remy or not. The weapons are all mediocre, but they're overlord ranked. I say we let the guild members pick anything they want, and then you can sort the rest. The first quarter of the ore is piled in the corner, I will put the rest in the bulk storage of the guild bank. It's just too much to put in the forge. Carl explained as Ashbringer came in behind him. Did you just take all the ore from the run? The demon asked. Nobody wanted it, and I mined it with illusions, and the butterflies help. I also got a free entry pass to the dungeon, so the whole group got to enter free of charge. That was apparently worth more than their share of the ore. Ashbringer nodded. I have heard that the dungeon there is prohibitively expensive to enter, but now that I see what you can recover in a single run, plus presumably some coin, it is more than worth it. Going with more groups that don't want the ore will keep the guild stocked forever. Even this portion will take me months to finish working, and it's all overlord-ranked crafting materials. Wait, are there gems in there? Carl nodded. I didn't sort anything, we just shoveled it into a space, and then I dumped it out for you. There are a lot of overlord-ranked rough gems in the ore pile. But you can pass them to the crafters to carve into either elemental stones or cute statues. Tell them not to upgrade those ones, I will do that. No need to waste the expensive materials on commander rank runes. Ashbringer laughed and began to sort the pile into 5 different piles by ore type. This is a wonderful start. There is even mithril in here. It's a core component in elven steel, but the dwarves make entire totem rank and higher weapons out of it. Just what I've found here is enough for 2 pure mithril blades. It's basically the perfect material for making artifact-grade items. Ashbringer praised as he worked. Carl looked up from carving runes into an easy childbirth charm, which was highly requested on the list of items to be made. If that many people wanted the same type of charm, surely someone wanted an overlord ranked one, which was pushing the limits of the monarch ranked wood that Lotus had been making for them to carve. Ashbringer was in such a good mood that the flames on his head were dancing as he worked to sort the ores. The happy singing was enough to bring the off-duty guards who were having a smoke break on the bench over to see what was going on in the workshop. If they didn't want to be disturbed, they closed the door. But today it was wide open, and Ashbringer was clearly singing, which he never did. "Oh, someone got a whole shipment of ore in. That's quite the haul, Ashy," one of the guards joked. Ashbringer winked at the female Wrath Demoness and went back to sorting the pile. Overlord Karl went to the dungeon in Bara and managed to convince a group to give him the whole ore haul from their run. "I've got enough loot here to keep the ladies dripping with priceless treasures for years to come." The guard laughed at his response. "Since when have you ever paid any attention to the ladies? The only ladies you even talk to are the sculptors who work here with you, and they're all too young for you." It was clear that she was attempting to flirt, but Ashbringer was still more interested in his new pile of ore, and the guard was second, or possibly third, on his priority list. That was no change for him, though. The ladies had always come well behind the forge on his list of priorities. "So, does that mean that we can commission some Overlord-ranked metal items now?" "Assuming that we can afford them, that is," one of the other guards asked. Ashbringer nodded. "Custom orders are welcome. Master-crafted, rune-crafted, both. Prices will vary, but we can make you anything you like." The guard smiled, and Karl knew that they would have a wealthy merchant or district overseer by to see them soon. The guards' equipment came from the city, and didn't belong to them until their contract terms were over. The weapons and armor were worth years of their salary, so if they quit the guard early, they had to repay the cost of the bonded items. It was great for retention, and gave the city a good reason to put a bounty on former guards who ran off with their gear. They were both getting settled in for the day's work when the stomping of multiple boots caught Karl's attention. That was a lot of customers at once, and Karl assumed that it was most likely some local merchant group coming to look for a custom order. So, he finished the flooding canals, Overlord-ranked charm statue he was working on and went out to greet them. Only, it was not a local merchant, but Shaman Petros and a whole group of dwarves. "Lord Petros, it's a pleasure to have you here at my guild house again. Please come in, what can I help you with today?" Karl greeted them. "What is that in your hand?" the shaman asked, staring intently at the statue Karl had not set down when he finished. "Oh, the statue has a spell effect for flooded canals. We had some requests from farmers for help with water shortages in the irrigation system for the rice fields. This will create a steady flood of water when activated, and should be enough to fill a whole county's canal system. It would create a whole minute worth of flow from a kilometer-wide river, as it was based on the 1,000-year flood skill. But spread out over an hour, so it didn't actually flood the entire region." Shaman Petros held out his hand, and Karl passed him the statue, which was shaped like a smiling Remy, but made from white and red mana jade at the monarch rank. "This is incredible. That has to be based on shamanistic water magic, right?" he asked. "Yes. A spell that I learned from the Naga Shaman Queen in my team." Karl agreed. Petros passed back the statue, and looked around the courtyard. "You know, I didn't fully appreciate the subtle magic here the first time. The runic altar is obvious, but the increased mana level inside the house, the cistern well that never runs dry, the ghostfire forge. The art of the runecrafter is truly incredible. But we actually came here today to see if you can assist us with something more akin to your class skills," he asked. Karl nodded and led the group up to the third-floor common area sofas, where they could sit and talk. The kitchen staff brought up a bottle of rum, glasses, and a large bowl of mixed nuts and pretzels. Karl assumed this was a traditional dwarven snack, as he didn't even know that they stocked it at the guild house. Once they had the first drink in them, the dwarves were ready for business. "What we have is a dilemma. I don't even know if you can help us with it, but one of the dwarven mythical ranked paladins wishes to join his family with that of the Kirin clan through marriage. However, the mythical beasts have no respect for paper contracts like marriage, and want something more tangible as proof of lifelong commitment. The shaman explained. Carl thought about it. What rank are dwarves when they get their class, and what rank are newborn Kirin? Shaman Petros gave Carl a strange look, wondering why he was missing basic knowledge about the world. Dwarves are born as common rank beings, and grow quickly as they mature. But most are still common or awakened when they awaken their class. Kirin are born as overlords. Carl sighed. Well, then my first plan isn't going to work, the power difference is too great. Petros waited for him to explain. I was thinking of a bond between youngsters, much like my beasts with myself. But you can't be more than a rank apart, or it will tear apart the mind of the host beast master. Well, it might be possible for the Kirin to be the host, but I don't think my skills are compatible that way, as even by the largest stretch of the phrasing, dwarves aren't a magical beast. That made the dwarves laugh. Well, not when young. One of the men, a berserker with blue paint stripes on his face, joked. Is there a ranger among the eligible candidates? An advancement to beast ranger class is possible, and then they could be bonded at the same rank. Carl offered. The shaman looked confused. And how would that be equal, and not just subjugation of the Kirin clan? Carl smiled. If the bonded beast attacks the space, they can cause massive mental trauma to the bonded partner. They can also read each other's thoughts, there are no secrets. So infidelity would not only be impossible, but the Kirin could kill the ranger if they tried. It also isn't a bond that can be broken. Till death do they part. If Carl combined the beast space ability with follow me, little one, and skill master, he should be able to make a skill book equivalent to the system tokens that let the beasts pick their partners. Shaman Petros considered the option, then nodded. We do have a ranger type among the candidates, though not the actual ranger class. If we bring both candidates here to you, would you be able to do the bonding? That would make things much easier. Carl nodded. I can do it as a blessing if both partners are here and willing. But you must understand that both parties must be wholeheartedly in favor of the bonding for it to work. Petros nodded, and then one of the men left the room. He will go get them from the teleportation platform. Petros explained. Oh. So quickly. Were they already together, or is this akin to a blind date? The dwarf chuckled at Carl's question. You'll understand when they get here. As they waited, the topic turned to the dark light host, and the items they sold at the shop, then to the dungeon at Bara, and how soon Carl was likely to be back again. Thomas was a good friend of the totem-ranked shaman, and had a high opinion of his skills, and the dwarf was looking forward to working with him again. A few minutes later, a black-bearded dwarven man followed the older dwarf up the stairs, accompanied by the sound of hooves as a small winged horse with one horn in the middle of its head twined around his feet like a cat, trying to be as close as possible to him at all times, even if it made him trip. These are our candidates. Petros chuckled, as the dwarf gave the small creature an indulgent look, then petted its head. He was a monarch, and the Kirin was an overlord, but that should be close enough for the new skill to work. Chosen partner, epic grade. Allows an unbonded magical beast to choose a compatible target to bond with through a beast space. The younger dwarven man smiled at Carl. So, how does this work? What do I need to do? Carl winked at him. You just need to mentally prepare yourself for what comes next. You see, my skills are all beast-related. So, the activation goes to Lily. The Kirin looked up as her name was called, then went back to bumping the dwarf for attention. How wise it was to bond someone with a stage 5 clinger of a magical beast girlfriend, Carl did not know. But if things took a Yandra twist, till death do us part might be sooner than expected. Alright, Lily. Once I teach you this skill, you use it on your chosen life partner. It's one-time use, so be certain that you want to be together forever. Carl explained. The beast nodded, and Carl transferred the chosen partner skill. Lily tackled the unprepared dwarf with a headbutt that sent him rolling across the floor as she vanished into the newly forming beast space. Carl knew that he would be in the class selection menu now, and the headbutt wasn't actually necessary to enter the space. "Are you sure this is the right way? He looks pained." Shaman Petros whispered. "It's right. But she's more powerful, and highly excited. Once he finishes the class advancement he should be able to hear all her thoughts, and he might be able to now, which would be distracting while he was trying to select a class." It took a few minutes before the monarch-ranked dwarf was finished, and Carl saw the class color of his name in the system interface change to the deeper green hue of the Beast Ranger. He didn't look like he was adapting well, though. He was holding his head, and his eyes were closed while he mumbled to himself. Carl was beginning to get concerned for him when he got a message from Lily. "Make him teach me to transform. I want to go shopping, and see the city, and go in the cute clothing stores that say no pets allowed, and try ice cream, and play in the sprinklers, and give hugs, and sleep in a bed and—" Maximum character count exceeded. Carl smiled. "Gentlemen, I know what the problem is. Lily, please come out and stand by me. I will teach you a humanoid transformation." The Kirin appeared in all of her white-winged glory, and Carl patted her head to transfer, humanoid transformation. She immediately turned into a ginger-haired dwarven girl, no more than 10 in human equivalent years. She was wearing a simple linen dress when she transformed, and did a happy twirl, then grabbed her new partner's hand and tried dragging him down the stairs. "Let's go, I want to see all the things," she demanded. He briefly resisted, as it would be impolite to just leave in what was essentially an engagement party. "Go, have fun. Take care of your new partner before she talks your ears off." Carl insisted, then shooed them down the stairs as Lily talked constantly about all the things she needed to see today. "Why do I feel like we did something mean to him?" the berserker asked. Well, nobody could have known that Lily was a chatterbox when she couldn't speak in her natural form. Carl replied with a shrug. "We knew that they were fond of each other, but we might have underestimated it." "Ah, no big deal, we can explain to the Kirin clan what happened, and that they are bonded partners now. That should be enough to satisfy their conditions. It's not like Lily would give him up even if her father demanded it now." Petros joked. "I get the feeling that he was in no way prepared for what he signed up for." One of the other dwarves joked. Carl nodded. There is no way that he was ready for her actual personality. She's way more excitable than anyone would have guessed, and it sounds like she has never gotten to see much of the world. Now that she has a humanoid transformation, he will have to take good care of her. But they should make a good pair. With her power, she will drag him up to Overlord in no time at all, and even to totem rank. The stronger of the two pulls the weaker up until they hit their limits, and her limits are very high. Carl almost felt sorry for Lily's new partner. But what he would get in return for his efforts to please the overly excited Kirin would be well worth the effort. Well, that went more smoothly than expected. "How about we have a proper meal?" Carl suggested. Shaman Petros smiled. "We brought ale, and we have no need to rush right back. Plus, we can't go back without Danny and Lily anyhow." The barbarian reminded them. "So, you're staying overnight? We've got plenty of guest rooms." The dwarves chuckled. It was likely to be late at night by the time that those two returned, so they might as well plan to take at least a day off. Wendy and Loros came out of their rooms, and paused when they heard the dwarves in the common rooms on the third floor. It was rare to hear anyone up there at all, and even more uncommon for Carl to bring guests upstairs. But they went down to the kitchen to fetch breakfast, and to send Mara for a trip up the dumb waiter, a game that the little lizard folk girl loved. It was just a shame that she couldn't travel with her cleaning tools all the time. Someone had to activate the lift from the outside. The others slowly came out of the library, which caused great confusion among the gathered dwarves. They understood architecture on an instinctual level, and there was no way that many people comfortably slept in one room at the corner of the building. It's an illusionary domain, larger than it appears. They had a ladies' night last night, so most of them likely slept in the theater. The plays are solid illusions, so they are quite realistic, every bit as good as going to a regular theater run by mages. Carl explained, as Lotus belatedly tried to smooth her ruffled hair. Good morning, gentlemen. Was there anything more that you needed at the moment? We will be headed down to the kitchen. Tessa asked as she followed them out. We're quite well for now, thank you. But if you can inform your kitchen that there will be additional guests for the day, and that they're dwarves, we would appreciate it. Petros informed them. A totem-ranked guest could basically get anything they wanted from most households, so the staff would surely make a meal that was suited to a dwarven stomach. Meat and potatoes, none of the crunchy green stuff. While the others ate, Carl thought of a proper gift to give them, in honor of the visit. That was normally what you did when guests with powerful positions came to see you. There is a book you can give them. I made copies of the Dwarven runecrafting book to give to the apprentices, before I knew that only a dwarf could use them properly. Remy suggested. Brilliant. Thank you, Remy. Carl took out one of the 4 copies of the book and placed it on the low table between the sofas. Here, I think that you might know someone who would be able to make good use of that. A present from me to you. Carl explained as Shaman Petros leaned forward to pick the book up. The totem stared at the book in shock, then reverently flipped the cover open and realized that it was a freshly made transcription, not an ancient tome. But the contents were shocking. This is Dwarven runecrafting. Where did you find this? The art has been lost since before the end of the last system resurgence. He whispered. The dragons had a copy, and they traded it to me. My friend Remy made copies, then realized that only a dwarf or someone with at least a little dwarven lineage could make use of the contents. You see, most of it is in dwarven, and while the standard runes work for everyone, the dwarven parts will only work for those deemed worthy. Carl informed the overwhelmed shaman. The book was suddenly pulled from his hands, though Carl noticed that the strike was to Petros' hands, and not the book, which was held with great delicacy by the old dwarf on his left. It really is a dwarven tome. A primer, the introduction to the skill, but it contains the start of everything. Who would have thought that there would be such a fundamental instructional tome left, when most of the relics we have are master's notebooks? Carl chuckled. You know, in the opening pages, the author repeatedly wonders why he is making an introductory tome for things children should know. But he wrote it anyhow, specifically because he worried that one day the masters might become too exclusive, and a tragedy would cause the basic skills to be lost along with them. The old dwarf smiled. It would be funny if it weren't so true. You see, I am a master smith, and 2/3 of what the ancient tomes say a dwarven smith should be able to do, I cannot. Because the skills were lost in the 10,000 years without the system. Now, with this book, there is a chance to recover some of them. But what is this language? Was ancient dwarven really that informal? No, he must be writing this for his juniors, so he's treating the reader as a brand new apprentice. The others gathered around and chuckled at the nuances that Carl had missed due to his lack of skill with the language. Shaman Petros chuckled as he watched them get excited. You know, it's a good thing you chose this as a gift. If you had put it up for sale, I'm not sure anyone could have afforded it. Carl nodded. And that's why it was a gift. Some things should not have price tags put on them. But, you should know that there are sections on stone totems, a bit about the golem master's profession, and runic alchemy in there as well. If one of them is your trade skill, the book could be useful to all of you. Petros shrugged. I never did take up a trade skill. I got too caught up in learning new shamanistic magic, and never had time for anything else. Over a century, I spent just looking for new spells and studying beasts with elemental abilities. Carl nodded. Learning skills from the beasts is how my class advances. Almost all my skills come from them, and the oddball skills that many of them use were generally obtained with my help. It's a good way to learn. Carl considered helping him out with a skill, but decided it would wait until the next time that they met. A little favor every time would stack up quickly, and make him a reliable friend of the dwarves. But having the dwarves here did give him an idea. He could add another expanded space on the main floor, using the entrance to the supply closet in the back corner of the showroom. Then, he wouldn't have to take guests into the living quarters, and they could redecorate with a flap of little butterflies' wings. 2 illusionary spaces in one house seemed pretty luxurious, but if the second one was only a small one, to make a sitting room out of a closet, he didn't think it would be a problem. As their power and fame increased, they were sure to receive even more powerful visitors. But those powerful visitors would mean that the powerful residents of Drod would be obliged to come and visit as well. Something that Karl was certain would happen within the next few hours. Once Domsk realized that a totem-ranked dwarf had come to his district and hadn't stopped in to say hello, he would surely come to visit the Darklight host as well. For today, they would host on the 3rd floor in the common area, but after that, Karl would have to create an entertaining space for others, as the library was the private domain of the guild members. The dwarves were completely lost in the new knowledge to the point that they had to be reminded twice that lunch was ready on the 2nd floor, as the 3rd floor sitting room did not have a proper table. You seem to have broken the dwarves. What did you give them? Dana asked as the visitors were still engrossed in their work conversation even as the food was being brought out. A copy of the Introduction to Dwarven Runecrafting. We don't know if anyone has the skills to fully use it, but they've got the introduction now, and they should be able to bring back some of their lost racial crafting skills. Karl explained. That should do it. Is that what they're waiting for? Someone to finish reading? Karl shook his head. They asked me to bond a ranger to a Kirin, a form of flying unicorn. As it turns out, the young Kirin is quite adorable, and like Lotus, easily excited by new things. So, the dwarves are waiting for their friend to finish touring the city. I expect that they'll be staying the night, as the new beast ranger will almost certainly return exhausted. Lotus laughed, and Naksha smirked. If the Kirin has half the energy that Lotus does, the ranger is going to need a refreshing spell to get through the day. By the time that we got back, I was running almost entirely on sugar and caffeine. I didn't even make it through the whole show. Lotus made a pouting face. And yet, you wouldn't transform back into a dragon, even though you were sleepy. You are a dragon cleric, why would you need me to be in dragon form? Plus, you know my uncle, I'm sure you've seen a black dragon. Naksha asked. Karl chuckled. It's a Lotus thing. Dragons are just one more species to cuddle with as she sleeps. Winged void badgers, werbears, bloodbath spiders, they're all appropriate nap partners for her. Naksha chuckled. You know, despite being an overlord, I'm not that old yet. My dragon form isn't fully grown. Lotus shrugged. I have a bestial transformation, and it turns me into a meter-long green dragon whelp. It's so cute. I will show you after lunch. Everyone returned to their work for the day after lunch, and the ladies went to the dungeon with Naksha so that she could transform for Lotus. An overlord-ranked black dragon was pure overkill in the royal-ranked dungeon, but that didn't bother any of them. A dungeon run was still experience and income. Plus, it was important to Lotus that she got to see the dragon. Karl spent the afternoon helping the dwarves with the knowledge that he had, filling in theoretical portions for the ones who had related skills. Fortunately for the dwarven envoys, their wait was shorter than expected, and the ranger returned alone just before dinner. Lily fell asleep in the middle of the boardwalk, so I moved her to the separate space. I think that she's out for the night now, but I'm not sure if I can handle that again in a few hours. He whispered, as if afraid that he would wake her up. Karl gave the man a consoling pat on the shoulder. Now that she's seen most of the things, she should calm down. Everything is new to her, and she couldn't talk to explain it to anyone before, so you got months of pent-up frustration all at once. Just let her rest, and tomorrow will be slightly calmer. Also, you don't need to whisper. The amount of noise outside won't wake her up unless she's on guard against threats. If she's exhausted, she will be relying on you to do that for her, and it will be the intensity of your thoughts that is most likely to get her attention. The ranger sighed and flopped down into a chair. I know that I'm still a young man, but I suddenly feel old today. That amount of energy is unholy. Petro stroked his beard with a mischievous glint in his eye. Just wait until she thinks that someone is trying to steal your attention and affection away from her. You'll find that this is nothing at all. After dinner, the dwarves returned home, and Carl began catching up on some of the most requested items. Not things that customers had paid to have custom-made for them, but ones that they had inquired about, to see if they might be in stock sometime soon. That was how Davis was guiding the shop's stock. First, replenish what they sold, then try to bring in the things that customers had asked about, to see if they sold well too. The fact that it was all commander rank items now, with a few royal rank utility items from Dora, wasn't a big deal to them. The more powerful items might have caught the attention of passing merchants and the super wealthy, but the commander rank items comprised the vast majority of what people needed out of combat. If you were getting a charm made to repel dust in the house, it didn't need to clean the entire block, just the kitchen. The next morning, Carl was just getting started on the first item of the day, an overlord-ranked mana storage trinket, when Naksha and Tessa came back from the gate together. There is a new mission on the day's sheet. Tessa informed the room. Oh, something caught the attention of the Red Dragon? Dana asked, looking up from a magical theory book. Apparently. The Black Dragon as well. I found Naksha there when I got the urge to go get a mission sheet from the guards. Tessa agreed. That was interesting, so Carl motioned for her to put it on the table, where everyone could see it. Most of the missions were lower-grade monster suppression missions, and a few bandit bounties. But the new one was a border mission. A few hundred kilometers northwest of Gazdri, in the northwest corner of the nation, there were reports of undead raids coming in from Bomgan. Now, the undead came in many varieties, from the shambling zombie and skeleton hordes, to intelligent forces like the Lich Lords and the Whites. The sheet didn't specify, but if it intrigued both the Black and Red Dragon, it was certainly organized with intelligence, and the threat level was considerable enough to cause mass destruction. Should we go over? I can open a portal to Gazdri, and then we can either get a wagon, or I can bring the group over. Carl offered. Naksha looked confused. If you aren't using a wagon, how would we all get there? I could transform and fly with someone small. But the rest of you won't fit on the Thunderbird. Carl winked at her. I have a way to cheat. But it's a small secret. Naksha's full attention was now on him, and Lotus giggled as she realized that Carl had mastered the art of dragon baiting. They loved secrets and new information. It didn't matter what dragon species, they all shared that one common trait. It was practically etched into their bloodline. You have my word that I won't leak the information. Naksha swore. All right, everyone, please step through the portal, and I will bring us to the battle. Dana, would you mind giving her the grand tour? Ray did name this the Dana space, after all. Dana laughed and stepped through the entrance to the tiny world. Naksha was right behind her, and Carl smiled as he watched the dragon transform and begin flying around the separate space, examining everything. Then Carl gathered the remainder of the team, Remy included for a change, and went to Gazdri. The guild could function without them for a bit. They had enough workers to take care of everything, and Remy had taught her apprentices enough to make the common potions, even if they couldn't make the powerful healing potions that were one of the best sellers. When they had downtime in the evening, she could just make some and refill the stock in the guild bank. They weren't even leaving Drod, and Carl could easily access it from where he was standing in Gazdri. Carl called out Hawk, and then used Remy's swims through air, racial ability to get up to his back. You too. First my sister, now the Carl swims in air. Hawk sighed. But you're still flying us to battle. Let's go see what was so interesting that it attracted both clerics. Hawk raced off to the northwest, following the directions from the guard's map. If it was big enough that Tessa noticed, they shouldn't have any problems finding the battle. 20 minutes later, they had located the most likely source of the threat. There was an entire army of skeletons, led by a Lich Lord and a large group of Death Knights. A small force of defenders had gathered, and there was a single totem among them to face the Lich Lord, but Carl had a good feeling about this one. If they worked it right, he might manage to get the over-rank kill. It was only a 90% damage reduction, and they had a Kara. Carl landed at the back of the army of orcs and demons, then opened the exit to lead everyone out of the separate space. To others, it looked like he was just summoning them out of a portal, and the defenders began to perk up when they realized he had brought another overlord, and a half-dozen monarchs. Then the beasts came out of their spaces, and things started to look up for the defense team. Carl went to the totem, who was most likely the nearest city governor, and nodded in greeting. "What does the total force look like?" "We only got the basics from the Drod city guard's notice," he asked. "This is what we're at this morning. There were 8 points of attack yesterday, but most started afternoon. Standard strategy says that they're testing the border to find vulnerabilities to spread the blight and claim more territory." Carl smiled. "Well then, I suppose that I should take a team and go kick some teeth in. Did you want assistance with that Lich Lord? I can lend you a Kara. She can nullify magical attacks." The totem looked at him strangely. "You didn't even look at my nameplate, did you?" Carl belatedly checked it. "Prince Stephen, 34th heir of Drod, cleric." "Oh. Not a combat specialist." Carl shrugged. "In that case, you do the healing thing. I brought you a healing tree as well. A monarch-ranked green dragon cleric with the epic healing ability, Tree of Life." Then he turned to the group. "Kara, Ray, you're with me. Everyone else, spread through the defenders in pairs. Watch each other's backs and let's make the dragon gods proud." Thor bugled happily, and the defenders cheered. Tessa hopped up on his back, and Thor began to expand as he cancelled his shrinking abilities and activated his area holy damage spells. With Behemoth and Brutality both active, Thor was even larger than Ophelia's titanic dire bear form. The pair of them towered over the battlefield, dwarfing even the largest of the Wrath Demon clan's warriors. Then Thor activated Bestial Raiment, the trusty armor skill that Carl used for daily fashion, and his already near impenetrable scales were covered in thick plates and layers of chain mail. Against any other army, that sight alone might have been enough to break their morale, but the undead knew no fear, and they continued their charge unabated. Tessa wielded her spear, but she was using it as a conductor's wand. She directed the armies nearby to spread and let Thor through, while she enchanted weapons and granted the defenders holy armor. That made the demons laugh, while the orcs cheered for a warrior with a sense of humor. The Lich Lord was floating above his armies, driving them forward, so Carl did the same and stepped up into the air. Any totem could walk on the mana flows, but Carl was still an overlord, and the sight caught the Lich Lord off guard. Carl smiled at the undead mage as he took out his bow and fired a poison arrow, coated in Void Blast and Nullify at the undead leader. A wave of the mage's hand brought up a black misty barrier, and the Lich Lord turned away toward the undead closest to the orcs. But the arrow punched through the barrier, sacrificing Nullify in the process. Then, Void Blast exploded as the arrow touched his barriers, and the Death Knights below him were thrown to the ground. "No ignoring me. I will continue to poke you until you take this seriously," Carl warned. "Ray, take out the knights first. They're probably a power support system." Kara was giving the Lich Lord a strange look. "I have his box. It smells like him. See?" She dumped a bone-covered coffin on the ground for a second, and the Lich Lord's eyes flared with magic and rage before she took it back. "Well, it's not ignoring us anymore." Carl ignored Kara's smugness, and fired off a volley of arrows toward the Lich Lord. Magic exploded in the air as the undead leader realized that Carl could bypass only a single layer of barrier. Throwing multiple spells at the arrow stopped them with ease, but Carl was happy to keep attacking, and he only had to fire one arrow for every 2 spells. The whole battlefield began to change as Remy activated Apocalypse. At the same time Hawk used Firestorm and Hellstorm on the undead horde, creating an extra layer of fiery blizzard to go with the multiplying tornadoes. The stronger undead hacked at the blizzards with skills, collapsing them, but the orderly charge was no more. I am going to rip your very essence from your body. The Lich Lord's voice echoed in Carl's mind. Carl smiled and equipped the Haint Claw. Funny, I was thinking the same thing. I wonder how much of a benefit I will get from the soul of a Lich Lord. He asked as he hung the Blade of Champions from his hip in the sword hanger created by the Bestial Raiment armor spell. Inky black explosions rocked the air around the Lich Lord as Kara split, Void Blast, into a dozen smaller explosions all around the Lich, and the ground under them shook from the aftershocks. Void Blast had directly become a totem-ranked spell when Kara advanced, and didn't suffer from the damage reduction that a totem would normally enjoy against an Overlord-ranked opponent. But a Lich Lord was not an average magic user, and even with Kara's attempts to nullify his defenses, he was still throwing up defensive spells as fast as Kara and Carl could launch attacks. Ray was already finished with the 10 Death Knights who were closest to the Lich Lord, and their bodies were in her space, just in case the Lich Lord tried to resurrect them. She wasn't clear on what they could do, but it must be some sort of necromancer, to be leading an undead army. While the three-way battle between Carl, Kara and the Lich Lord filled the sky with explosions and flashes of light, Thor was on a rampage through the skeletons. Consecrated Ground was even more effective against the skeletons than it had been against the wights, and the ones closest to him were effectively crippled before he even charged into them. On his back, Tessa held her spear high with a dark light host flag attached to it, periodically pointing into the crowd to smite a large group of skeletons who were giving the defenders trouble. Naksha and Hawk were flying overhead, bombarding the undead army through the storm, while Remy approached with her bodyguards and Carls, as well as a group of lizard men who weren't bothered by the terrain of her Naga swamp. Even the butterfly was in on the fun, creating armies of demonic warriors that charged at the skeletons, causing them to turn away from the real enemy only to have the illusions vanish an instant before contact. Then, she disguised the vortexes as stone pillars, and made the battlefield look like a ruined city. The skeletons couldn't understand that the pillars were still flaming vortexes with an illusion over them, and they stopped avoiding them. That led to them being sucked in, and the vortexes spawned their reduced power clones. They attacked the new ones, but ignored the ones hidden as stone pillars, which made the butterfly laugh hysterically. Stupid skeletons were great entertainment. Carl began to draw on the mana storage totem that he had been making when he left for the battle, letting his own mana regenerate so that he didn't reduce any of the beast's supply. Kara had no such issue, she was much more mana efficient with her innate skill than Carl was, and the butterfly had made her invisible, so the undead had to guess where the explosions were coming from as she flew around the battlefield. Among the group, only Ray was in a bad mood. Skeletons had no bodily fluids at all, so she couldn't make them blow up. Smashing them into tiny bits was a small consolation when she had been looking forward to using blood destruction on a large scale. Maybe next time they would find nice juicy zombies. No, that would smell terrible. There was bound to be something better than skeletons among the undead hordes. At least her demonic oppression skill muted the magic of the constructs, slowing them and reducing the power of their attack skills. Most of them were royal rank, with scattered monarchs among them. Only a very few were overlords, and those were mostly the Death Knights' leading groups. But that made her new, entangling vines, skill, obtained from the Orcish druids, much more fun. She could throw down a large net of web, then raise vines to tear apart the trapped skeletons while she stabbed the strong ones. The Lich Lord was beginning to weaken, and some of the spells had managed to disintegrate portions of its robe. That was when Carl summoned his golems. Please choose a form. Ghostfire Thunderbird chosen. The dull imitations of Hawk might not have any of his skills, but Carl coded them in Ghostfire body, without any issue, and they began to dive bomb the Lich Lord, who was already struggling to avoid annihilation. The sudden change in tactics was too much for the undead, and a single arrow made it through its barriers, exploding within the bone cage of its chest. That created a link back to the Haint Claw, and the battle between Carl and the Lich Lord turned into a tug of war for its soul. Carl focused all his attention on the Haint Claw, working to tear the soul from the undead, while the Lich Lord took blow after blow from Kara and the golems. The golems didn't do much but distract it, but that was all they needed to do. Each slip cost it a bit more of its power, until the bone construct of the Lich Lord's body collapsed and the ghostly image of a pirate lord appeared in the air. "No, I will not allow this." The Lich Lord roared, and then charged Carl, slamming into his body in an attempt to merge and possess him. That was the moment that the Lich Lord learned what true terror was. A glowing golden scale floated in the void of Carl's mental space, and the centuries-old undead lord felt its very essence destabilizing. Then, a ghostly butterfly appeared from one of the linked mental spaces, and gently brushed against him. As if attacked by a vampire, the Lich Lord felt its essence being drained at a rapid pace. But without a body, it had no way to defend. Of all the magic that it had learned, spirit combat was only a tiny fraction of a percent. But the butterfly happily fed on magical power, and that was all that a Lich Lord was, once robbed of its body. Within seconds, the totality of its power was siphoned away and flooded little butterfly's space, leaving only a tortured fragment of a soul that was being constantly drawn into the Haint Claw. "No. Please, I cannot die. Not like this." The Lich Lord pleaded. Then, it was gone. Skill advanced. Skill Master 4, up to Skill Master 5, requirements met. All functions unlocked. Skills may upgrade to 1 rank and 2 grades above their base. Carl didn't have the time to think too much about that, as the battle was far from over, and the death of the Lich Lord had not stopped the skeleton horde, only left them aimlessly rampaging. Not that the orcs and wrath demons minded. With the extra area damage, the skeleton horde had already been weakened, and the warriors were smashing through them with ease, while Tessa's holy armor was refreshed every half-minute or so, and absorbed the majority of the skills that the skeletons were using. It was the only skill that the average skeleton knew. While it wasn't much, in large numbers, it would allow them to cut through entire villages with ease. But with the bodies of the skeletons weakened by the fires of Remy and Hawk's area skills, any of the Orcish warriors or wrath demons could smash through a skeleton every few seconds. Plus, Lotus and the totem-ranked prince were moving forward with the battle, keeping area healing effects active on the majority of the defenders at all times. Without the guidance of the Death Knights and the Lich Lord, it was devastatingly effective as a tactic. The skeletons just attacked whatever was closest. Carl took a moment to catch his breath and watch the battle. Tessa definitely needed a new spear, with bonuses to smite, or another ranged spell on it. The tactic of fighting from Thor's back was far too effective for her to stop now. Especially when Thor was so happy stomping on skeletons as, consecrated ground, crumbled them into dust. The battle was quickly coming to an end, and the Hellstorm spells had been stopped to minimize property damage. Unlike the flaming blizzard effects, neither Hawk nor Remy had learned how to make the flaming vortexes stop damaging everything that they touched. They didn't even have the decency to spare buildings caught in their range. As the last of the skeletons fell, Lotus transformed into beast form, and flew up to Naksha as a tiny green dragon. "Oh my god, she is even more adorable than I remember. How can a dragon be so cute?" The black dragon rumbled. Carl landed next to Prince Stephen, and gave the royal a polite nod. "Your Highness, the battlefield is clear. Do you have any updates on other battles nearby?" he asked. The demon tried not to let his shock show. He had just defeated a totem-ranked Lich Lord, was that not enough of a feat for one day? Indeed, that was not enough for Carl. After all, he had cheated heavily. Not only was it a pure mage-type undead, subject to nullification, but it was also deprived of its phylactery, unable to restore its power, and the single best target for Carl and Kara to gang up on. Against any other enemy, things would not go so smoothly, he suspected. Nothing so far. It might be as much as an hour before the next attack is reported. The undead have been adjusting their deployments, and splitting larger groups to deal with multiple defensive forces at the same time, depending on our deployment. He explained. Carl nodded, and checked in with the team. Everyone was in good shape, with no lingering injuries. Most of them were ready to continue if they needed to, though Lotus and Naksha were currently distracted, as the nature priestess chased the black dragon around the sky. She was limited by her tiny transformation, but Naksha was having fun, and every so often Hawk would give Lotus a boost, shoving her forward with a wind barrier, so that she could catch up again. After a few minutes of playing, the two priestesses transformed back, and returned to the group to get an update on the situation. We're waiting for news on the next point of contact. I will bring us there the same way again, and we can move along the line, keeping everything in order. Carl suggested. That sounded great to Naksha and Tessa. Their patrons were pleased with their performance here so far, but they would be even more impressed if they did it again. While they waited, Carl selected an Overlord-ranked spear that Ashbringer had created when the ore was first brought back from the Bara dungeon. It was in the guild bank, along with a number of other items waiting for upgrades or custom orders. Carl only knew a few abilities that would be suitable for her use. But if he combined Smite with Blessed Item, he found that he got Holy Spear, and that sounded like something appropriate. It took a while to work out how the runes would go, but they were still waiting when Carl started to carve them into the weapon, with additional runes for multiple targeting. The idea he had was hurling a whole wave of spears from Thor's back into the crowd of enemies. The demon prince watched Carl working, first with confusion, then awe as the weapon was completed and handed to Tessa, who had come to see what Carl was doing. That should be more effective from Thor's back than your current weapon. Carl offered as Tessa examined the spear. Overlord rank, epic grade. A unique spell, Holy Spear, and bonuses to holy damage, with mana cost reduction. Yes, that would be a wonderful weapon for her. She would be able to use that in any situation, and for quite some time, as it was a rank above her. You're a crafting guild? Prince Stephen asked, utterly baffled by the situation. Mostly. We do have some combat capabilities, but we're best known for our shop at the Western Frostfire Gate, in the Old Guard Barracks. The Darklight Host Guildhouse sells all manner of potions and crafted items, from Commander to Overlord rank. Though, by order of the Lord, we don't sell combat items over Commander rank without special order and quantity limits. If you're in the capital sometime soon, you should drop in. We've got a number of mana storage items on sale that are quite popular among tradesmen, shamans and clerics. Carl explained. He held up the Overlord rank totem that he had been using during the last battle. He hadn't bonded it, and it was currently depleted, but slowly recharging itself. The prince sighed. With as many children as my father has, do you think that he gives us all enough allowance to afford such luxuries? Plus, I am a cleric of the god of magic. Unlike the demon gods, my god does not encourage his adherents to hoard wealth. Instead, we spend it all to obtain new knowledge, much like the adherents of the blue dragon do. Oh, that makes sense. I suppose that is also why you specialize in healing magic. I was under the assumption that the demon god clerics were less healing focused. Carl realized. Prince Stephen nodded. Exactly. Some of them cannot heal at all, while others specialize in damage transfer instead of healing. It's a drawback of having a whole population dedicated to one type of god, but there are still some of us who followed other paths. They continued to wait until mid-afternoon, before deciding that might be the only probing strike of the day. The undead of Bomgan were rarely on an urgent schedule, as they literally had forever to accomplish their goals. So, when they suffered a heavy setback, like the loss of a totem, they could take time to regroup and make a new plan. Alright, I will take my team back to Drod for the evening. There is no need to sleep out in the wilderness when I can open portals. Carl decided. I will send you a message if there is another attack here. With the dragon gods involved, your team will most likely want to return for future battles. Prince Stephen agreed. Tessa and Naksha both nodded, confirming his guess, while Karl opened the portal back to the open ground outside the gates by the guild house. The guards were startled for half a second when the portal opened, but when they saw who was coming through, and then the prince waving to them from the other side, they didn't make any complaints about the proper location for portals. After all, the guild house was right there, and they were outside the secured inner city, so the wards wouldn't trigger. Welcome home, Darklight host. Did you have a productive day? The guard on duty asked, while the other made a discreet trade of chocolates for a bag of herbal cigarettes from Lotus. Karl recalled that the Lord had warned them about that, or maybe it was smoking them at work. But as long as she wasn't caught, it should be fine. Indeed we did. We helped eliminate a totem-ranked Lich Lord and his skeleton army. Prince Stephen says that there will likely be future attacks, so we asked him to contact us through system message. The dragon gods are interested in the outcome. Karl explained. Oh. Well, that does make things feel a bit more serious. Karl spent the rest of the afternoon making assorted items for the shop, in case someone with too much money came in while they were away, and then turned his attention to the equipment of the rest of the group. Dana used a narrow, straight blade. Ophelia liked axes, though the form didn't matter as much as she usually fought transformed if it was serious. Lotus could use an upgraded healing staff, and Remy could use one for extra spell power, or lowered casting costs, as she liked to go all out with stacked area effects, which rapidly drained her mana pool. It was extremely impressive, but in a longer battle, she really did struggle with her mana levels, and simply played it off as reducing the area output as the number of enemies dwindled. That worked most of the time, but there was no telling what they were going to face in the near future. Especially not when they met with a totem-ranked Lich Lord today. If that was the standard of all the attacking groups, they would have to hope that there were more combat-oriented city leaders along the border. It would make sense for most of them to be strong combatants, as they were bordering not only a hostile nation, but one full of undead, where the spread of their cursed energy could render land barren for years after they had occupied it. In conditions like that, even occasional losses would be catastrophic, and recovery would be a generational process, not a simple matter of defeating the enemy next time, unless that next time came soon enough that the land hadn't lost its life force to the undead horde. Even just passing over on their way somewhere would begin to wither the plants, so Karl assumed that even a few months would be enough to cause irreparable damage if the undead lingered in the area. Karl started with the easiest, a new healing staff for Lotus. He had already made her multiple healing items, so he knew the basic rune clusters pretty well. But this time he added a spell to a nature stone, to increase her healing output. Healing Totem was a shaman spell, but the requirements to activate a spell on an item were much less restrictive, and Lotus had an unfathomable affinity for the nature element. If anyone other than the shamans could use a healing totem, it would be the green dragon clerics. Then he added runes for immense amounts of mana storage, reduced casting costs, increased healing effects, and stamina regeneration. The Monarch ranked would held an Overlord ranked inscription at epic grade very well, and the runes were a happy leaf green color all along the dark brown wood. Karl called Lotus over and handed her the new item. Here, try out the spell and let me know if it works properly. It's originally a spell that appeared for Remy, but I think that you can use it. He explained. Lotus picked up the staff, which began to hum with power in her hands, then activated the nature stone. 4 wooden totems, all shaped like Remy, appeared evenly spaced around her, and pulsed with healing energy. Oh, that works very well. It's nearly as much healing magic as the healing tree, but I can put them further away so that I'm not always the target. Lotus realized. Doubled area healing that could be cast on an infirmary staging area to even if Lotus needed to change locations or transform to perform other tasks. That would change the flow of any battle. They also had a much longer duration than the burning venom totems that Remy usually used. They didn't vanish after half a minute, they just continued to sit there and pulse with magic until she finished her inspection of the item and retracted them. Thank you. Are you making new poking sticks for everyone? She asked. Only you, Remy and Tessa. Dana will get a sword, and Ophelia will get an axe. I'm not sure what weapon Naksha would prefer, as she was fighting in dragon form. Lotus smiled at Carl. Alright, I have my mission. I will go find out what her favorite shaped weapon is and tell you before you finish with the others. Carl moved on to an axe for Ophelia, as there was a two-handed war axe in the guild storage. Ashbringer was making a new blade for Dana, in the same style as the one she was using, but it wasn't ready yet. So, her turn would have to wait. Carl used a fire stone to imbue with flaming body, and then added skill power, strength and life steal on hit to the runes of the weapon. The combination made for a wonderfully deadly weapon, and it would let the berserker self-heal as she fought, reducing the need for a cleric to be nearby if she went on a rampage. Carl left that one out on the table, and began on a staff for Remy. Mana storage, mana cost reduction, spell power, elemental damage, and a nice overlord ranked lightning gem with even more mana and mana collection embedded at the top of the staff. Just what Remy needed. That brought Carl to Dana's blade, still hot from the forge. To complement her fighting style, Carl gave the gem in the hilt, swims through air, which was a passive, so she didn't have to use mana to walk on air anymore, and then enhanced the blade entirely for skill power and reduced mana cost, to the epic grade. That would add to her combat longevity, while increasing the damage done by her golems. The new greater golem was a beast in combat, easily tearing apart skeletons at its own rank when it was fully buffed by Carl's skills. So, giving it even more damage would solidify its role as Dana's guard dog, while her epic guard was free to work as her wingman, as they shared the same primary attack spells. Naksha wasn't around to answer, so Carl went for a simple choice. She was a cleric, so she got a staff with skill power, mana storage and mana regeneration on it. That should let her do whatever she needed, while a spell gem of haste would let her do it faster. That would also increase her flight speed, making her breath attack cover a larger area. With all the new epic grade overlord weapons, the group would be in an excellent spot for the next battle. But Ray had plans as well. It wouldn't be fast, art took time, but she could make full new suits of clothing to replace the old ones. She was an overlord now, but only their workwear had been upgraded. That needed to be remedied. Once the weapons were done, Carl just had to locate everyone to pass them out. Some were easy to find. Ophelia was training guard candidates out in the yard, and Carl could bring her the axe whenever he wanted. Remy was in her alchemy lab in the library space, but he just put her staff in the Naga Queen space, against a bookshelf on her altar. The hard ones were tracking down Lotus, who had vanished as soon as he had finished talking to her, and Tessa, who had run off with Thor and Naksha. Actually, that made it easier. Thor, pass this to the Black Dragon, would you? Done. Oh, she's delighted with her new stick. Thor agreed. Carl went out to the yard with Ophelia's axe in hand, and the whole training group stopped to see what was going on that involved weapons being drawn. Ophelia, test this and see how it feels in your hands. I had Ashbringer make this with you in mind, and enhanced it to complement your fighting style. Carl called as he walked over. The big werbear grabbed the two-handed axe from Carl and hefted it easily, then gave it a spin around her hand to check the balance. Not bad, though I wouldn't expect anything that comes from Ashbringer's forge to be less than amazing. Then she transformed into a dire bear and made a casual swipe of her paw at the air before transforming back to a werbear. It bonded perfectly, and works properly with the dire bear transformation. Having two smaller weapons gives a wider variety of buffs, but this is a much more powerful weapon, and it should add much more to my attacks than the others did. Thank you, Carl. And Ashbringer, who I know is listening from in the forge. Carl laughed as the sound of hammering paused for a moment, then gave two ringing taps, clearly of the hammer directly on the anvil, before returning to an intermittent working pattern. Now they should all be ready for the next battle, with Overlord-ranked armor and weapons. Carl couldn't say how long it would take them to advance in battle, but they had won some significant battles in the recent past, and the system recognized them as a party, so they were presumably sharing bonuses. There was some sort of standard to the advancements, but Carl didn't know if it was deliberately unclear how long it took to move up a rank, or if the method to judge it had simply been lost to time. Most likely, there was supposed to be a progress meter of some sort in the system interface, and they had all just forgotten how to turn it back on. Once someone did, that would be a turning point for training methods. Being able to clearly see what was working, what was not, and what only worked a few times before stopping, would revolutionize training for everything. But there was not going to be a lot of time to be training for anything this week, as true to his word, Prince Stephen sent them a battle update at the end of the day. There had been 6 possible engagements located for the next day, and they had all been forwarded to the city guard as well, to be put on the morning's sheet. Some of the battles would begin early, some later in the day, but those 6 were the ones that the military were the most confident were going to happen. Carl waited until they had finished eating to bring up the information. We have 6 locations identified for battle tomorrow. There are 2 that look like they might be above our pay grade, with multiple totems and hundreds of overlords, but there are 4 that should be at our rank or easier. One of them is just awakened and ascended rank skeletons, so we can likely skip that, unless someone wants to go charging through them for fun. These 3 are the most likely choices. None has a reported totem rank leader. One is a group of Lich Lords with their summoned undead. One is zombies, and one is a mixture of wights and skeletal hounds. Does anyone have a preference? He asked, then waited for the others to think about the answer. Ray was obviously going to go for the zombies, as they were the only non-skeletal option. Her new skills worked best on the living, but zombies should be close enough that her blood destruction skill would destroy them with ease. But fighting against new types of enemies was good as well. There was no summon type of monster specified with the group of Overlord-ranked Lich Lords, so it could be something unknown, and perhaps worth fighting. She knew that she could destroy most types of things, but what if they came up with something new that would put up a real fight? Wouldn't that be great? After careful consideration, Naksha pointed to the Lich Lords. You and Kara specialize in nullifying magic. I know that it might not be the most glamorous fight when you don't let them do much of anything, but going where we are the most able leaves others free to deal with the rest of the challenges, where they might also be the most able. So, we should take out the Lich Lords as quickly as possible in the morning, and then wait for other magic users to present themselves for culling. She explained. Tessa shrugged. The undead were undead, and they were at war with them all. The Red Dragon didn't care which target they chose, only that it was strategically important, and against the enemy, not civilians. Alright then, if there are no objections, we can take on the Lich Lord horde in the morning, and then either camp out near the border, or return here again for the evening. Dana smiled. Why don't we have Lady Ray make us a tree fort again? We haven't done one of those in a while now, and it would keep us near the border, where we would be on hand if there were unexpected enemies. A tree fort sounded great to everyone. They were comfortable to sleep in, and being near the lines would help keep them in the right frame of mind. Being here in the capital at night removed the sense of danger and urgency, allowing them to talk about picking targets at random, instead of defending areas of land. Fighting was fighting, in a way, but the determination to protect could make all the difference when it came down to morale and combat results. If they knew nothing about the area and its inhabitants, they were unlikely to fight as hard as they could. That sort of casual approach to defense would make the locals fight that much harder when something unexpected happened, and there were too few forces nearby. As much as they might like to think that they were giving it their all in battle, if they were only showing up to fight and then leaving, they were never going to have that sense of commitment that would drive them to the greatest feats. It wasn't proven that those were what helped you advance the fastest, but there was strong evidence that harder fights were more likely to help break a bottleneck if you were at one. Logically, the two should be related. One last night in the guild house, catching up on work while they were away, and quietly listening to the buzz of the city, then they would leave at dawn. Many of the people were talking about the fights at the Bomgan border, as so many of the troops had been mobilized to help deal with it, but the reason for the attacks wasn't clear. The undead raided, pillaged, and were a general blight to the world. But they were rarely organized across more than a single group. Now, there were multiple groups attacking at the same time, and no obvious reason for it. That alone was enough to be concerning. They had just suffered an attack by the pirate fleet, but now they were facing intense attacks from the undead horde that lived inland. Did something happen to change the undead? Or did something happen in Drod that was drawing them to the demon nation? That was the great concern of many. The pirate attacks had been increasing for most of a year before the invasion attempt, affecting shipment lanes and travel times, when the goods did finally make it to their destinations. So, it wasn't as if the extra activity came out of nowhere, just that it now had a focus, and they couldn't see a reason that they had been picked. First thing in the morning, Carl put on the leather over silk armored pants and jacket that Ray had made for him. Not that he really needed the extra armor. Carl suspected that she had made him a new set so that he wasn't always wearing a skill instead of smelling like her silk. When he was in battle, the armor skill would be in place, so most of the time the fact there was armor under it wouldn't change much. But it made Ray happy to have everyone in her armor, and wielding Carl's weapons. Except Carl himself, who was still using the Blade of Champions and the Haint Claw. Both of the items were artifact-grade weapons, and both were perfectly suited to his skills, so there was no real reason for him to change to something that he had made himself. However, he did have a number of elemental gems in his armor set for skill power, mana storage and physical enhancement. Those were too good to miss out on, and he couldn't always rely on Rampage to increase his damage enough to put him above his opponents in direct output without exhausting himself. Naksha, will you be airborne again today, or will you be on the ground with the other clerics? Carl asked as the group prepared to leave. Unless I am needed on the ground, I will be in the air with Hawk. It's safer to have two flying targets so that the enemy can't focus on one of us without being vulnerable to the other. We don't know if there will be a full legion there today, so there may or may not be air support. The Black Dragon's reasoning was solid. The safety in numbers mattered, and she didn't have any abilities that needed her to remain within a short range of the target, other than her attack abilities, which would be much more useful in dragon form. Did anyone else have a request for changes in the deployment? If not, I will open the separate space, and we can travel to the battlefield. Nobody raised any concerns, so Carl opened the way to the tiny world, and let them all in. Then he opened a portal to their last battle location, which was a short flight from where they were expecting to find the group of Lich Lords this morning. At least for Hawk, it was. I see the defenders in the distance. Should we go greet them and let them know that we will be here? Our group is a little odd. Hawk suggested. That would be for the best. Who knows how they might react when we show up? We don't want them thinking that there are enraged beasts defending their territory here. Those would be a threat to both sides, and the reaction might be unexpected. Carl agreed. Far below, the commander of the 19th Border Legion watched the Ghostfire Thunderbird descending with a cat demon on his back. That was one of the most insane combinations that he had seen in his life, but the man was waving at him, and the bird wasn't attacking, so he was willing to take it as a good sign. Commander, I have brought a team to assist in the battle with the Lich Lords. I am a beast master, so don't mind the species diversity, but I also have dragon clerics and a black dragon with my team, as well as a mage and a werbear berserker. Carl declared the moment that he landed. What is your team's specialty? Or are you a new group for the border war? The Legion commander asked. Myself plus one other anti-magic specialist, then 2 flying artillery. The Thunderbird and the Dragon. The others are a short-range combat unit, with a green dragon cleric specializing in area healing. I recommend putting them near the center of the line, where troops can be brought to the healing tree for recovery. The commander smiled. Glad to have you, then. Might I ask, where are these others you speak of? Carl opened the tiny world and let the others out, which brought a startled noise from the commander. So, you fly to the battle, then bring the others in with a portal. Very efficient for moving long distances. How long will you remain in the region? He asked. As long as there are appropriate targets for us. If you are quiet in this zone for the day, we will likely move to an active battlefield so that we can make the most of our presence along the line while we are here. You have a region to defend, but not every portion of the border will see action every day. The commander nodded. Excellent news. The Lich Lords are behind their army, with 10 kilometers distance between us. You said that you specialize in that sort of thing, so I will have you join Delta Force for the morning, and move with them when the enemy has engaged. They are our Overlord rank specialists, and I will be dealing with any unexpected totems, as well as unit organization. Wonderful. I saw them from the sky on my way in, and I didn't sense any totems with them, but you can never be too careful. Lotus grabbed Dana and split off to join the healing group, a motley bunch of trollish shamans who were setting up cots and some sort of shrine that Carl couldn't identify. That was better than he had feared. Many demonic armies didn't have proper healers, but the trolls were easy to get along with, and as soon as Lotus and Dana had arrived, they began adding their personal touch to the shrine, which turned out to be no shrine at all. They were arranging skewers in advance so that they had fried fish to snack on during the battle. Dana probably wouldn't stay with them for the whole battle, but she normally sent her golems forward to fight, while she kept the epic guard near her toward the back of the battle, keeping the enemy from getting too close to the healers. Thor and Tessa were with Ophelia, not far from where Lotus was setting up for her healing tree performance, so Carl left to go join the Delta Force team, as the commander had named his elite unit. Greetings, gentlemen, and ladies. My name is Carl, and this is Kara. Oh, we have Remy with us as well. Are you sure you didn't want to go with the healers and mages this time? Carl began. Remy nodded. I can fight and heal, so we will join your team this time. Carl smiled. Alright, Remy here is a shaman queen, so she has some healing abilities as well as her fighting skills and her bodyguards. The totems have a limited range, so if you're injured, retreat in her direction. Kara is an anti-magic specialist, so she will be doing her best to stop the larger spells from the Lich Lord group. The army today wasn't made up of all skeletons, there were ghouls, wights and zombies as well, representing the differing specialties of the various leaders present. Lich Lords were normally among the hardest undead to deal with, as unlike so many other species, they were the elites of their magical disciplines before their death. A vampire could have come from anyone, zombies and skeletons were morons, but a Lich Lord could only come from an incredibly powerful mage, and retain their intellect. However, they weren't all military geniuses, even if they were brilliant mages. That was proven true the moment that the army approached, and Carl realized that the wights and the ghouls were at the front, leading the charge. It should have been the zombies and skeletons, to soak up the first wave of damage, so that the more capable fighters could face less cohesive defensive lines. But the extra intelligence had them charging forward, while the shambling hordes lumbered along behind them, just trying to keep up. Battle strategy appeared to be the last thing that the Lich Lords were concerned with, and they were simply driving the undead forward, intending to use the weight of a massive numbers advantage to deal with the defenders. The 5 Lich Lords would be able to not only bring their undead back to life, but turn the defeated demons into undead to replace the ones that they had lost, potentially increasing their army with every battle. For that purpose, they had brought along a small group of supply wagons holding the relics that the undead army was tied to. Defeated skeletons could easily be raised again, wights reformed from their essence, leaving only the ghouls and zombies susceptible to permanent mutilation. But even if they were defeated in that way, they could still return as skeletons, as a blow to the head was not enough to keep the animated bone monsters from reforming, as long as the source of their power remained intact. Once the armies are fully engaged, we will move to take on the Lich Lords. We don't want them turning the army away to surround us, so don't jump the start. The leader of the Special Forces team, a burnt orange demon with 4 wings and a bird's head, warned. How should I address you? Your nameplate is hidden. Carl asked. The demon smiled. I am an old man, though I suppose not everyone is good at guessing ages. I was born long before the system started to reactivate, so I don't have an interface of my own. But you can call me Delta. Delta Force. Carl had assumed that was a phonetic thing for the 4th group in a series, but it turned out to be someone's name. Perhaps they could fix the demon's system status after the battle. If he could lead a strike force as he was certainly not a weak opponent, and his species was well known for their magical abilities. Carl heard the demons cheer as Tessa used Holy Weapon as a group spell, enhancing their blades and spears with holy damage that would tear through the undead like butter. From Thor's back, she made a brilliant red target, standing over the demonic army like a figurehead, and glowing with holy power that was anathema to all things unliving. But she was also behind the lines, protected from the initial charge, which would surely be headed directly for her once the Lich Lords realized that she was a dragon cleric. Hawk, as soon as the two sides make contact, you can lead Naksha down into battle. Happy hunting. Carl announced as the charging undead reached the 50-meter mark from the defenders. Happy hunting. Bring me back something shiny. The two sides crashed in a flurry of blades, and holy light shone from all over the battlefield as the enchanted weapons activated on contact with the undead. That immediately caught the attention of the Lich Lords, and they began to glow with power as they ordered their troops to adjust and target the Red Dragon Cleric. But that was not to be. As soon as the undead horde began to shift attack angles, Hawk and Naksha descended from the sky to drown the army in fire and a thick black smoke. The power of the god of death seemed to call to them, and the undead visible began to disintegrate around the edges under the onslaught, even while the animating magic of the Lich Lords regenerated the damage done to them. With the two sides now fully engaged, Delta ordered his troops forward, and the team began to circle the battlefield. Take the short route and take point. Keep them from casting while we charge. Delta quietly ordered, hoping that Carl wasn't joking about being an anti-magic specialist. Kara leapt from Carl's shoulder, and Remy moved beside him as Carl used Gravity Slam to toss the few intervening undead out of the way as he approached the Lich Lords. Unfortunately, one or more of them was aware of the horrors of a winged void badger on a mission, and all five turned their focus to Kara, who was ready to dive at them. Both Carl and the badger focused their efforts to nullify the spells, while a disintegration-based shell around Kara absorbed the worst of the other three attacks. Nothing hit her hard enough to cause actual damage, but it bought them some time, and before they were ready to cast again, Carl and Remy would be in melee range. The ground turned marshy under their feet as Remy activated the Naga Swamp, drawing the attention of the undead leaders only an instant before her bodyguards appeared behind them. Then Carl called on the Naga bodyguards, as well as a pair of dire bear golems, to attack from the front as the Delta team charged through the swamp. Rather, half of the team charged through the swamp, and the other half simply flew over it, avoiding the delays of the swamp's soft ground. There didn't appear to be any sort of power difference between the five Lich Lords, which didn't seem right to Carl. Even if they had advanced at the same time, there should be some sort of difference. So, his first thought when his attack was blocked with a casual wave of the Lich Lord's hand was that they were all sharing a power source. This wasn't a group of regular overlords, it was a situation more like his own, where multiple powerful beings were linked together, and the ones that were in the most trouble were able to draw on the reserves of the others to save themselves. That meant that breaking their barriers would mean breaking all five at once, as trying to target down a single Lich would only result in them using the power of the others to defend, leaving four on the offensive side. Fortunately, they had an entire team coming to them, and the Lich Lords would all be engaged at once, but the threat of one of them using an overpowered attack and taking out a demon in a single strike was very real. Of course, there was a chance that they could also do that to Carl or one of his teammates, but with Void Body active on the team, the chances were lower that it would work. Instead of engaging, Carl stayed back from the battle and let the summons do the heavy work, while he focused on assisting Kara in nullifying any attack that felt like it carried a dangerous level of power. But with five Lich Lords, and only two of them, it was proving impossible to get them all. Kara nullified an overpowered fireball, then had to dodge as Carl took out an area spell that was raising skeletal hands from the swamp, but couldn't cast fast enough to deal with the unholy fire that another of the undead mages sent her way. Their casting speed was ridiculously fast to begin with, and for the first few seconds, their barriers were having no issues keeping the melee warriors at bay. That changed quickly when Delta began to cast some sort of channeled incantation. The barrier around them began to destabilize, first letting bits of attack abilities through, then failing entirely. The Lich Lords tried desperately to bring it back up, but with Kara and Carl working together, the process was proving impossible. They had to use all 5 of them to make it as strong as needed, as the effects of Rampage were beginning to stack up, and the damage done by each strike of the bodyguards was enough to take down a lesser barrier with every blow. The Naga were fighting seriously, with grim expressions on their serpentine faces, while the Lamia bodyguards that Carl summoned were clearly smirking at the Lich Lords, even as they rapidly hurled spells at them. They were holding back, limiting their output as the effect of Rampage began to near its time-limited peak, and Carl didn't have to guess why. Once the barriers on the Lich Lords fell completely, they would exert as much pressure as they could, and force the undead to buckle so that the demonic special forces team could finish them off. Only, the Lich Lords did not appear to be weakening. Like Carl and his team, their mana reserve seemed to be limitless, and while they were taking damage without their primary barrier, they were not showing any signs of reducing their mana usage to conserve energy, even when they were fighting 5 opponents at a time. They have a mana battery here somewhere. It must be in the wagons. Delta shouted to Carl as the battle began to drag on, and the demons were beginning to reduce the frequency of their attacks to save stamina. Go, take care of it. I will hold them here while you deal with whatever traps and trickery they have in store. Carl insisted. Hawk, bring Naksha and find the mana battery that the undead are using. Destroy it if you can, we're having trouble doing any real damage to them. If we can't destroy their power source, they're going to escape once they lose their armies. Carl quietly instructed. With 5 Lich Lords, there was no way that none of them knew Portal, or a related escape spell. The moment that Hawk and Naksha headed for the wagons, the undead changed their tactics. They immediately stopped pushing forward, and all 5 Lich Lords moved to encircle the small supply convoy in a defensive perimeter. That alone would have made it incredibly obvious what the source of their unusually potent power was, even if someone hadn't already guessed, but it raised the more important question of what could they do about it. Carl and Kara had managed to keep the Lich Lords from bringing their area barrier back online, but Hawk was having no luck trying to get attack spells into the convoy that they were defending. We need to learn the trick to their casting speed. I want to be able to throw spells that fast. Remy noted as she adjusted the position of her totems. If anyone can figure it out, it's you. But maybe we will get lucky, and they'll have a grimoire or something on them, and you can stock up on spells after we win this fight. Carl suggested. Remy began plotting new and innovative ways to make the Lich Lords vanish without destroying the caravan, just in case there were good things in there to loot. But that was not actually too difficult, wasn't it? Kara, Remy began. On it. Butterfly, a little help. Kara vanished, and Carl doubled down on the counterspell so that the Lich Lords didn't gain any headway while the Void Badger did what she did best. For a moment, everything was coated in a black mist as Naksha passed overhead and unleashed her breath weapon on the Lich Lords. That was Kara's cue to move. Everyone was distracted, and she was invisible, so she went directly for the core of the Lich Lords' formation, aiming for the supply wagons. The undead were giving everything to protect them, even calling back their armies to defeat the Special Forces group. But the stealthy badger simply pranced past their defenses and began searching for the treasures. Food, why do they need food? They're all dead. Spare bones, bodies, weapons. Oh, there we go. Kara narrated as she searched. The final wagon contained a large glowing gem locked within a metal box that had swung open the moment that Kara used Nullify on the lock. Yoink! Carl, it won't move. I can't even take the full wagon into my space. Kara complained. Then I guess we just have to deal with the undead first. Unless you're willing to blow it up. Kara considered her options for a half-second. On one hand, a huge shiny stone. On the other hand, it was a stone that she couldn't keep. Void Blast solved that dilemma rather easily. The wagon vanished in a mushroom cloud of stored energy, and Kara retreated to her space for a half-second to avoid being caught in the epicenter of her handiwork. The metaphysical blast shook Karl's brain, and dropped most of the nearby demons to their knees. Even Remy was dizzy from the blast. But standing right next to the destruction, the Lich Lords were completely out of it for the last half-second of their lives, before Hawk and Naksha swooped in to blast them to pieces. However, luck was not on their side today, and the moment that the Lich Lord's power failed, the bodies of the undead mages faded from sight, returning to whatever safe point they had designated as their fallout shelter in the event of an untimely death. Worse, the undead horde that they had brought were still fighting, even if it was mindlessly without the Lich Lords there to guide them. The plus side was that without guidance, Thor and Tessa were absolutely wrecking the zombie horde in a rolling wave of crushing gravity and holy lightning. Using Blockade, one of Thor's new racial abilities, with Gravity Slam, and Tessa's spear made for a brutal charging attack. The Gravity Slam knocked everything over, then the wall of lightning swept them all up and pushed them forward in front of Thor, while Tessa launched holy spears into anything that looked like it might still move. With that tactic, they were scooping up entire segments of the undead army, and pushing through them like a bulldozer with its blade down, driving forward and depositing the mulched bodies to the side. Well, that's not terrifying at all. Delta joked as he saw the tactic that the massive behemoth was using. Just wait until he realizes that he can use it like a flapper wheel, and tilt the walls down on them to crush them as he passes by. Karl agreed. Thor laughed in Karl's head. We tried that. The undead just get pounded into the ground and then dig themselves back out. That was something that Karl should have expected. They were Overlord-ranked undead. Expecting them to be less durable than compacted grassland soil was a bit too optimistic. The new weapons appeared to be a big hit with everyone in the group, and even Remy was enjoying her newfound bonuses, even if she wasn't going all out with the area spells today. Just being able to keep up all her other spells at once, including both types of totems and a constant barrage of chain lightning, was enough to keep her happy now that she knew the undead weren't hiding any good stuff among the supply carts. She had collected the few remaining bits of the stone that Kara had destroyed, just in case they were useful, but nothing else in the whole supply caravan stood out to her. It appeared to be nothing but spare parts for making more undead. The army unit was forcing the undead into an ever-tightening circle as they crushed the disorganized force, and Karl simply watched and made mental notes as their years or decades of training showed him the most efficient way to completely surround a disorganized enemy. It was a work of art, and with Thor's bulwark holding one side, it was as good as driving them up against a cliff. The hapless undead couldn't even effectively damage the lightning wall, as without the Lich Lords to give them directions, the skeletons and zombies didn't think to use skills, and the smarter undead had been the first ones eliminated. Once the undead were truly dead, the work of cleaning them up to prevent the spread of plagues or even the zombie virus to the surrounding ecosystem began. The worst thing that you could do, in the minds of the soldiers, was to fight a zombie in running water. The moment that you began to damage it, the undead creature would leak infected fluids into the water, and there was no telling what life form downstream might ingest that in enough concentration that it would turn them and begin an outbreak. Towns along the rivers had detection magic to ensure that nothing of the sort, or any other magical toxin, would make its way through their territories, but a zombie monster could spread the plague just as easily as a zombie farmer or dockworker. Fortunately, they were demons, and they had plenty of fire magic to help them fully sanitize the area and eliminate the possibility of the virus spreading, as well as thorough sanitation procedures in place to ensure that none of the disease was passed on. That was made easier by Lotus, who had her 4 new totems spread out in a ring around her, expanding the effect of her Tree of Life form's healing aura. All they had to do was stand nearby for a while after they had cleaned themselves, and the effect would kill the zombie virus, even if it was already starting to take root in their system. But with barriers up and fire magic at the ready, most of the soldiers didn't actually come into contact with the blood, and could just burn it off themselves if they did. Once they were finished, Delta marshaled his troops and brought them to the command group, who were preparing to set camp for the evening and send out scouts. Karl nodded politely to the group's leaders. We will remain in the area for a while, in case there are more attacks coming. Would you like me to have the Thunderbird scout? Hawk has excellent eyesight, even from thousands of meters in the air, and won't have any trouble tracking the movement of other enemy forces in the region. We will take any and all help you can offer. Will you be staying with the unit? Or somewhere nearby? The commander asked hopefully. Carl looked around the open grasslands. I'm not certain. We usually prefer an elevated position, to let the blood destruction spider make us a fort, but we can settle at ground level if necessary. The demon nodded in understanding. Sleeping on the ground wasn't anyone's favorite hobby. However, it was safer to have everyone together, and close enough that they could all be behind a communal barrier to keep out any uninvited guests during the evening hours. Realistically, Carl didn't need to pick a tree to build a fort in. He had the tiny world, and an entire underground city worth of tunnels there, plus the recreation of the guild house, with a comfortable bed, silk sheets and fresh air. That somewhat defeated the purpose of staying with the demon army, though. They wanted the connection that being on the line would give them, so retreating to a separate space would be counterproductive. Well, for most of them. Remy was already in the alchemy lab of the tiny world, and working on the potions that she had missed out on making while they traveled. Once the area was fully cleared, and Hawk had reported that there was nothing within a 20-kilometer search radius, the army began to plan their evening camp location. One of the junior officers gestured off into the distance. Why don't we move east to the village? They'll be happy to get the sales of bulk goods to the army, and the presence of a whole unit will give them some peace of mind. Things have been tense along the border with all these attacks, and public relations are important. The commander thought about it, then shook his head. It's too close to the attack. They will only worry that we're hiding a threat. They must already know about the battle, and they will have seen the aftermath in the distance. If we go there now, they'll think that they are the next target. Set up a perimeter wall with the earth demons and make a fort. We will camp a kilometer toward the border, away from the aftermath of the battle. The commander decided. Leave some space for us. I will have my team set up a large tent for the evening. Then we will scout again in the morning. Carl insisted. The commander gestured to the junior officers, and within minutes, the demons were building a large perimeter wall in the distance. Ray quickly joined them to make a proper tent for her people, with earth barrier, posts to hang the hammocks from, and double-layered silk cloth, with a sticky inner layer to catch any sneaky sorts who might try to creep in to spy them. She didn't really think that any of the Draught army soldiers would be stupid enough to try to intrude on them, but a girl could dream. Just the potential of catching an attempted peeping Tom was enough reason for her to put in the extra work. Thor transformed back into humanoid form, and Hawk returned to his space for the evening, but Kara decided to stay out and make the most of the hammock that Ray had made for her. Anyone who saw how happy she was, laying on her back, feet in the air, gently rocking herself in a hammock, would find it hard to argue with the strategy. But she was secretly hoping that if she was nearby and not in her space, she might be the first one to notice if someone tried to sneak into the tent. Once everyone was inside, the army unit set patrols around the outside of the stone barrier wall, and Carl noticed that there were no active defensive measures in place, just the one stone wall. Once it was created, it didn't give off an aura of magic at all, and that gave the whole unit a rather low-key presence. Much like a powerful monster pack, they simply existed in the plains. In a way, it was both more and less secure than Carl's usual preparations. There was no barrier active, but its absence made it less likely that anything would notice their presence in the first place. Ray watched carefully all night, but none of the demons seemed interested in coming creeping into the tent. Honest people were boring. So, first thing in the morning, she brought out some of the royal rank whale meat for the soldiers. They were stationed near the inland border, so they wouldn't have had a chance to get any of it when the whales arrived, and the meat would be a change for them, where the boar monsters were everyday sorts of meals. There was a flying whale heard not long ago in Draught. Here, fry this up for the unit's breakfast. If there aren't any threats during the morning scouting, we will likely move along, so this might be the only chance to give it to you. She explained to the cook. Oh, flying whale. That will be a change. Let me find a nice spice combo for that, and I will save some for soup tomorrow. The cook agreed easily. The soldiers brought back meat regularly, and while whale was a different flavor set than usual, the unit's chef had enough spices to keep the soldiers from getting too bored with their meals. The smell of frying whale meat drew out the soldiers who were lingering in bed until the last minute, as well as Carl's team, who were enjoying the cool, dry air of a morning in the inner steps. It was more like home than the constant humid warmth of Drod, and a pleasant change for the team. Hawk took off to scout, hopeful that they would find something close enough for this unit to fight. Delta and his group were good, and easy to work with. Fighting on a team with people you knew was better. They wouldn't do strange things, and they were already aware of the tricks that the Carl's team could pull. But when he got to search altitude, just below the cloud cover, he found that there wasn't anything for hundreds of kilometers. He could see multiple smaller villages, 2 other army units, and a river. But no undead or any other obvious threats. That wasn't what he was hoping for. There was a whole invasion going on, but there were thousands of kilometers of border, and he couldn't wander too far, or they would have to find a new group to work with. Even as far as he had scouted today, they would have to switch units if the attack was on the outside edges of his range. Nothing to attack. But there is a village not far away full of orcs. Maybe they want some stuff. Hawk suggested. Not a terrible idea. The orcs should at least be entertaining, since we can't find anything to fight. Take a tour closer to the border and see if they are just staging for an attack in a few days, and we will prepare to move to the village when we get your report. Carl agreed. Hawk flew for another half hour, making a serpentine pattern into the territory of the undead. I found their city. All the undead are here. So many zombies. Just zombies everywhere. The city has vampires and some living things, but there are at least 3 cities worth of zombies outside. Carl mentally calculated where Hawk was, as it was certain that the army would know the location of the cities, and it was important that they knew what one was preparing for an invasion. So, he went looking for the unit commander to explain the situation. Almost directly north of us, across the border of the dead zone, there is a city half the size of Drod, full of undead. Hawk says that there is a zombie horde 3 times that city's population gathered and waiting for something. Carl explained. The commander took out a map and gestured at a city marking. That is called Ekbor. It's the only city of that size in the direction you indicated. It's not far from the border, but if they start to march, they'll only be 2 days to Bach, and there are 10,000 people there. I will send a message to have the units in the area send a scout to verify the numbers. But you're saying that there should be hundreds of thousands of undead gathered outside the city? He asked. Carl nodded. That's what Hawk reports. You can verify it, as he relates the number of undead outside the city to the number of people inside the city. But it should be close enough if you know how many are in the city. The demon focused for a moment and sent a system message to someone, then frowned. Military intelligence already knew, they just didn't relay it, as it's not in our zone. I still don't know what they're planning to do about that. But so many zombies is more than the border force will be able to deal with. Even if the Leg Regiment finished their engagement today, it might not be enough to deal with that many zombies. Honestly, what I'm more worried about is them using portals to send them somewhere else. Sure, they're gathered at the border now. But if they've got necromancers and lich lords with them, they don't have to just march across the plains. They can attack wherever they want. The cities all have barriers over them to prevent unwanted portals, but a whole army appearing just outside of town isn't any less dangerous. The commander rubbed his temples, then took out a flask from his inventory and took a long swill. There is a good reason why I don't think too hard about all the possibilities. It's best to just focus on what is going on around us, and leave the rest to someone else. For all we know, this could be one huge feint. Gathering the armies at our border makes everyone else watching the undead think that they're about to invade Drod. But they could be planning to use portals to hit Unzatherb, Gabel or Nabiban. Sending a whole fleet across the channel to the last two is implausible on the scale they would need. But portals would work just fine. Carl nodded in understanding. Sending 300,000 zombies somewhere to attack would be a logistical nightmare, even though they didn't need to eat or sleep. With only 2 nations bordering the undead kingdom of Bomgan, and 2 more immediately across the channel, the options were limited, but a ground invasion was not a foregone conclusion. Say, do you know if there is a reason for this surge in violence from the undead? They don't appear to be overcrowded within their nation. In fact, with so few monsters, there is a lot of open space for them. Did something happen that set them off? Like turning away the attack on Drod City? Carl asked. That could be part of it, but they have always been aggressively expansionist. I believe it's mostly the result of the necromancers and their death cult. The magic invades and corrupts their souls. It makes them hate all forms of life, and traps them somewhere between life and death, tethered to the netherworld by their own dark magic, until one day they become the undead themselves. They're a true nuisance, and they've been driven out of almost everywhere in the world. Even the dark elves of the underworld disdain them and treat them as slaves. So, being on the border of their last remaining territory means suffering their attacks every time that they build up enough of a force to spread their influence a little further. The commander's tone was somber and resigned. It wasn't something that anyone could change, and Drod didn't have enough of a military force to completely wipe out the entire nation of Bomgan if that was even possible. So many of the powerful undead had ways to resurrect themselves if their body was destroyed that the prospect of completely eliminating them was laughable. Carl shrugged. Then I guess that all we can do is wait to see what happens. If there are no threats for the day, I was thinking of taking my team to the nearest village to trade with them. There is always something in demand in a farming village, and we are a crafting guild. The big demon smiled. They'll be happy to see you. The trade caravans have been sparse the past few months. They don't want to take the risk to come this close to the border with all the unrest, while the villages closer to the coast are getting larger, and demanding more of their goods. While Carl talked to the commander, the others packed up the tent, and then passed it to Delta and his team. They would appreciate the hammocks, and the tent could be assembled with earth magic poles, so there was no complex process involved. The rest of the unit was clearly envious that not only were they getting a fancy new tent designed to set up in seconds, with a full unit worth of hammocks to keep them up off the ground, but it was Overlord-ranked monster silk, and even if the camp came under attack, it would be able to take a hit or two, and they wouldn't have to worry as much about being ambushed in their sleep. Hawk continued his scouting passes as the camp's defensive wall was retracted, and they prepared to go on patrol again. Staying in one spot made it too easy for the enemy to avoid them or alter deployments to counter their numbers. So, they patrolled an erratic pattern, making their location less predictable, even though their territories were somewhat fixed. The ladies all climbed up on Thor's back after he transformed back into his 4-legged behemoth form. Even Ray was riding with him today, while the rest of the beasts returned to their space, except Remy, who was in the tiny world alchemy labs, making stock for the shop. They were still close enough to access the guild bank, so she could transfer materials to the other alchemists from her space, where most of them were growing. Plus, she could bring over potions they had put in stock, so they could treat themselves as a traveling branch of the shop when they visited. Making their way to the village was simple enough, it was only half an hour away, with Thor walking and Carl jogging beside him. Hawk was scouting the region, and didn't see anything, but Carl didn't want to get tangled in a mass of limbs if there was a sudden attack. But he knew that Thor would look after everyone, so there wasn't any risk to letting them all ride. The village itself was like none that Carl had come across before. Not only was it surrounded by a high wall, but they had also dug a moat and filled it with sharp metal spikes and oil, a flaming barricade should an undead horde approach their home. There were also endless fields in the kilometers surrounding the farms, but no farmhouses. There were outbuildings, storage sheds and so on, but not a single house to be seen. Logically, they must all live in the village's protective walls and only come out to work. But that seemed like a rather extreme living situation, even this close to the border. But once they got through the gate, things began to make sense. The orcs didn't live in traditional family homes, the way that you would expect from the word village. Instead, there were a number of long barrack-style houses, and dozens of other facilities within the walls, and everyone was going about their day as usual. As usual, if it were a traveling orc camp. Demon. What brings you here in this time of strife? An aging orc with a notepad hanging from his hip asked as Carl led the group into the village. We were assisting the regiment with some undead, but there were no more close enough to be a threat for the day, so we thought we might come by and visit. We're a crafting guild, and we've got a small group of dragon clerics with us, if you should need anything. Carl explained. That got the orc's attention, and he whistled for someone else to join them. A very large someone, Carl realized. The clan chief of the village was a monster of a man, even by Orcish standards. Champion Carl, I am Sub-Chief Snakebite of the Bach clan. Welcome to our village. We follow the old ways, so there might not be much that we can trade between you and us. But it is a pleasure to meet you. The huge orc greeted them. I am certain that there is something, even if it's not what you expect. We have bone and wood runic items to help with crafting, mana storage, cleaning, creating water, and even improving luck with the opposite sex. Plus, the lovely ladies of the church are always willing to help your people keep their pantries stocked with their signature rice and beans. Carl offered. The chief smiled back at Carl. Now, that is something that we can all agree on. However, as we do not trade much, we also do not have much coin. From Thor's back, Naksha laughed. You know, we have a red dragon high priestess here, and I am reasonably certain that her goddess would be offended if we charged you for food when there is war at your doorstep. The black dragon insisted. Tessa nodded in agreement. Provisioning the civilian villages before an invasion was an important part of any war, and the red dragon god took a dim view of war profiteering. Or, at least she did when it came to non-combatants. The red dragon didn't mind at all if you got filthy rich making weapons for both sides of a righteous conflict. The ladies climbed down from Thor's back, and he transformed back into a humanoid to better protect them and explore the town. Carl had noticed that he was becoming more and more protective of Tessa now that she had a fully scaled transformation, but she didn't seem to mind, so he wasn't going to say anything about it. Would you like us to fill a cellar for you? Or do you perhaps have a storage silo? Tessa asked. You can make that much? The chief replied, startled at her request. I am a monarch-ranked high priestess. I can make enough to feed an entire army with every casting. It's not uncommon for all of a dragon army's vegetable-based foods to be magically created. Only meat needs to be hunted. Tessa explained. Chieftain Snakebite patted her on the shoulder, then gestured to a tall, round building off to his left. That granary is empty. We can clean it out to prepare it for your dry food, and then the people of the village will have real cause to celebrate. With all these attacks across the border, there is a high chance of blight destroying the crops, and we've already lost much of our livestock. The attacks last week passed by us, and a group of revenants broke off to attack the cattle in the night, he explained. Naksha frowned. Revenants were a nasty sort of creature, and the black dragons killed them on sight. They weren't technically undead, but living creatures whose souls had been ripped out, trapping them halfway between life and death, driven insane by the missing piece of themselves, and ravenously hungry, trying to fill the void where their soul should be. But worse, they often retained some of the skills and powers of their initial species. That made them among the most dangerous residents of Bomgan, and an atrocity that the necromancers often committed upon fallen villages. After all, why would they sacrifice their own to make revenants, when they could capture villagers and rely on the unholy magic to turn them into soldiers? But if they were using revenants, the battles against the Bomgan invaders took on a whole new level of disturbing. With every village overrun, they would have undead much stronger than the usual zombies and skeletons. The orcs were quickly sweeping out the grain bin, and putting down a ground cloth, made of higher-grade cloth that the average rodent couldn't chew through, to line the bin and keep unwanted occupants away from the food. Once everything was prepped, Tessa climbed the bin and secured the top of the cloth at the ceiling vent hatch. Then she began channeling the creation spell and slowly filling the large round building with dry food. Over the course of the next 5 minutes, the wooden building creaked and groaned softly as it was loaded, and then Tessa finally dropped the top of the cloth and closed the top vent that she was loading through. In the Golden Dragon Nation, that would be the usual loading point for an auger. But the orcs didn't have anything of the sort, and instead they had a moving ramp for bulk wagons, which could be dumped down a chute into the bins. The setup looked pretty sketchy, but it must work, or they would have come up with something else by now. With under 1,000 orcs in the village, a whole bin full of food would last them months while under siege. Holding out that long would be much more difficult than keeping up the food supply, and if the undead were really outside that long, then the village would most likely be lost to the blight for many years afterwards. Carl looked around the village, then caught the chief's attention. "Where is the village well?" "I am a runemaster, and I can enchant it to always stay full of clean water. With a fresh supply of food and an upgraded well, the village should be stable until the situation with the enemy force buildup is settled." He asked. "There is a well in the center of town. But we have rain barrels on all the buildings, in case the undead try to poison the groundwater." Carl hadn't considered that. If that was the case, then he would just upgrade one of the storage tanks to always be at least half full. That way, it could still catch the rain water, and a dry spell wouldn't run them out of water. He went off to do the work, with the chief following him. "What do your people want in exchange?" "This is a lot of benefit for my people, and you haven't made any requests yet," he whispered, not wanting to alarm his people if Carl's request was too much. Carl smiled. "Well, we could consider it a favor, but I know that the orcs don't like dealing in favors. Instead, we can settle up today. The food is from the Red Dragon, I can't charge you for that during a war. But 2 gold coins worth of whatever you would like to trade for the water barrel upgrades is a fair price. Expensive now, but in the long term, they will pay for themselves." Chief Snakebite handed over 2 coins and shook Carl's hand. "It's a pleasure doing business with you. Though I suspect that going to a village in person and doing upgrades isn't how things usually work." Carl laughed and took an item from the guild bank. "This ring creates water. Up to 5 gallons at a time. That is our usual sales pitch for water creation. But as magical wood at commander rank, carved and inscribed with runes, there is a lot of time that goes into its creation, and the price is about the same as me placing the runes on your water barrels," he explained. The chief nodded. "You could sell a lot of those in Bach, the next major city, if you go to the main road. We're all part of the same clan, but they are more progressive after living among the demons so long. They buy and sell anything they can get. The farming communities don't really buy much. Well, we don't actually have much money anyhow, a true orc doesn't need it. But I think that our people should have some items to trade with yours." Carl smiled. "We can always use items made of quality materials, as our guild has runesmiths. Even if we get good wooden musical instruments or tools, we can upgrade them with magical effects and resell them. It's not a high-dollar trade, but what your people will want isn't all that expensive either. Trading them for items that help their crafting, or store mana, so they can work longer, should be fine, even by your traditions, right?" The massive orc nodded slowly. "That should be fine. It's not fighting, just household help. Our villagers make musical instruments if your people are interested. Flutes and drums, mostly. They're the best for Orcish war and working songs. That could be an interesting addition to the store. Limited edition Orcish war drums with magical effects would intrigue many of the purchasers, and they wouldn't be considered actual combat items by the Drod Lord's rules." Chief Snakebite passed the word around the village, and soon after they started to come out with their trade goods. Most were wood, some were carved from bones, and the drums had well-cured monster leather heads on them. The craftsmanship was extremely impressive, even if they had no real adornment or carving on them. Instead, they were perfectly fitted, properly tuned, and the various types of pan flutes that they produced were similarly well fitted. An old orc came up beside Carl with a smile on his face and a smoldering tobacco pipe between his teeth. "You know you're not leaving any time soon now that you've had them bring the instruments out," he muttered as he leaned against the wall of a nearby building. Carl nodded. "I rather suspected that when the chief said your village makes instruments. You can't just show something like that to a green dragon cleric and then leave. She would never stand for it, even if we were in a hurry. But there weren't any undead close enough to be a threat today, and I still have one team member scouting up above. So, there's no harm if we spend a day listening to stories and songs." In fact, there weren't many things that he could have suggested that would have made Lotus happier than telling her that they were going to spend a whole day singing and eating before purchasing a bunch of instruments to send back to the shop. The bards in Drod City would be happy to see the new additions to the market, Carl presumed, but mostly it was just to help the orcs relax for a day. They were constantly under threat here, and large portions of their crops had been repeatedly destroyed. So, a granary full of supplies and a day of leisure would do them a world of good. Every adult orc was a combatant when they were threatened. So, the fact that they were hiding behind a sturdy wall was strategic, not cowardly. They all could and would fight against the invaders, so they had surely earned a day of rest. Or perhaps too, the way that they were going through barrels of a potent wine that the orcs called grog. Or perhaps it was a fruit-infused rum. It was hard to tell with the potency level that it had. But as the day wore on, and more of the villagers finished their work for the day, the party only increased. It even got to the point where the singing and war drums were enough to bring scouts from the nearby military units to see if something had happened. They sang of battles past. They sang of bumper crops and lean years as nomads after crops failed. Then, as the sun was setting, they sang of the one true dream of the orc clans. To recover the lost dragon scale and nurture the system back to full activation. In Hawk's space, Carl could see that the fragment of dragon scale that they had was reacting, glowing a bit more brightly golden, but still looking tarnished and depleted. Perhaps the goal of the orcs wouldn't be possible with the world dragon scale fragmented, but the fragment that was with Carl's team was beginning to awaken to their devotion, and the magic of the orcs' music. Well, after dark, the party was still in full swing, and the sound of drums carried across the grasslands, telling the world that the orcs were not afraid of a fight. A fight that the undead were glad to give them. The forward scouts of the Bomgan force heard the Orcish war drums and began to move toward the village, drawn by the challenge sent out by the villagers. So, it was well after midnight when Ray was the first to discover that the undead were sending troops through portals into Drod. She transformed into her humanoid form and went to the town square to get everyone's attention. "The undead have heard our challenge, and they are coming," she shouted, while the entire village filled with cheers. Orcs loved a good fight. Drunk orcs really loved a good fight. The orcs took Ray's words as gospel truth, and fired magical flares up into the sky, lighting up the portals and the incoming army. The locals were staggering and laughing as they ran to grab weapons and don armor, but the children were tasked to stay by Lotus. Not for their safety, or at least not entirely. Their job was to keep up the song so that the party didn't have to end while the adults fought a glorious night battle. Remy came out to confer with the village shaman and her assistant, then began preparing large spells to handle the threat. Instead of remaining inside the city walls and casting out, Remy had transformed into spirit snake form with the decrepit old orc shaman on her back, so they could both see what was going on. The orcs were up on the wall, and Lotus had the perfect spell for this situation. Field of Vines was primarily an entanglement ability. But she could just make the vines perfectly straight and stiff, while the orcs cut them off to hurl them as spears toward the undead. The vines regrew instantly as the Tree of Life appeared in the middle of the village, and Tessa mounted Thor, ready to leap over the wall the moment that the charge was sounded. Staggering drunk, and from 100 meters away, the orcs were missing far more throws than they hit, but they were certainly having fun competing for kills as they laughed. Carl was a bit more pragmatic and much more sober, so he took out his bow and began to target everything that wasn't a zombie. The mindless undead were not the weakest in the army, but they were the least threatening if the leadership group was eliminated. So far, The only thing that had come through the portals was a horde of zombies and a few demonic necromancers, who had been no match for the might of Void Blast on Carl's arrows. It made for a chaotic situation outside the walls, as the zombies were drawn to the signs of life, but they were left without guidance on what might be an important target. Then Kara realized that there was a better way to annoy the undead. "Sister Remy, cast Apocalypse through all the portals and see who comes out to play," she insisted. She was circling over the battlefield, waiting for someone to play with, but they weren't sending anyone. The shambling horde was almost to the town walls now, and more of the spears were hitting their targets, leaving a swathe of undead corpses in the fields as the horde approached. Naksha unleashed a wall of her black mist breath weapon, which caused the undead who entered to simply crumple to the ground, lifeless. In the dark, the zombies didn't even know that they were walking into danger. Chief Snakebite stood beside Carl, hurling spears made of lotus vines, and laughed as Thor created a coating of ice along the ground with blockade, and the undead began to slip and stumble. It was like they were staging a comedy show, enraged, but completely incapable of making it to the city across the ice. Then the amused behemoth created a second wall above them and smashed the undead between the two walls. The barriers shattered as the undead lashed out the moment they sensed danger. But hundreds were crushed, and the aftermath left giant boulders of ice in the field that the zombies had to navigate around. Then Ray joined the battle with blood destruction, and explosions rocked the battlefield, shredding zombies, while sending a mist of filthy blood into the sky. The flaming vortexes of Hellstorm easily cleaned the worst of the mess as Hawk passed by and left presents before bombarding the newest arrivals to the region. The sound of the drums was pulling more and more undead toward the village, faster than the combined efforts of the villagers, and even Carl's team's area attacks were taking them out. But still, there were no signs of leadership, other than the handful of necromancers that Kara and Ray had killed. Even having Remy cast Apocalypse through the portals hadn't drawn out anything fun. Chief Snakebite looked over the battlefield as a fresh round of flares went up, accompanied by fireworks. "Do you think that they realized that it was a trap?" he asked idly, then took a long swig of grog. Carl shrugged. "It seems like it. Either that, or they simply don't want to send any more troops to us. It looked like they were building up for something big, and we know they use portals to attack, so it could be anywhere." The chieftain laughed and tossed another spear out into the horde, impaling a zombie's forehead. The zombie horde was almost to the moat now, though Thor was likely to drive them back with blockade, so that they would be properly clustered for the fire spells to incinerate them. Zombies burned especially well, especially under the effects of ghost fire. The creatures didn't have a soul to damage, but the flames seemed to burn through the link that the undead had to this world, destabilizing them long before their bodies were charred to the point of destruction. The eerie quiet of the battlefield took some getting used to, though. The war drums continued, and occasional whoops of celebration among the villagers could be heard. But the undead horde didn't make a sound as they approached. Nothing when they were caught in the barriers, and only the vague crackling of fire in the distance as they died. That began to change when the undead began to send different troops through the portals. Wave upon wave of zombies gave way to screeching banshees, insane revenants, and fast-moving ghouls, which kept stopping to pick through the zombie corpses on their way forward. Chief Snakebite chuckled and took another swig of the grog. "Well, here we go, boys. I hope that you have a way to deal with banshees, because it might be game over for us," he muttered. Carl chuckled as Ray ripped the first one apart, leaving nothing but ethereal mist floating in the air. Then, the presence of another attracted the Hellstorm vortexes, which lit the entirely soul-based undead on fire in the most peculiar way, burning in an incorporeal way that didn't affect the undead around it, and couldn't be put out. "I think we might still have a shot." The revenants and the ghouls were nothing like the zombie horde. Not only were they much faster and stronger, they were also vaguely intelligent. They didn't mindlessly lumber forward into traps or into Thor's lightning zone. They were smart enough to go around the visibly dangerous areas at the very least. Plus, they had good enough senses that they did at least attempt to defend themselves against the thrown spears. The silent battlefield became suddenly deafening as the revenants began to leap the moat and clash with the Orcish defenders. Blades met claws or the corroded blades left from the revenants' past lives, and Lotus increased the radius of her Tree of Life effect to spill out over the moat. Like Thor's consecrated ground ability, simply standing in the aura was enough to damage and destroy the invaders, who were not all durable enough to endure. While there were countless overlords in the undead army, the majority of the numbers were made up of commander and royal rank undead. Those died in droves, but they provided cover for the stronger undead behind them. Chief Snakebite watched the flames sear the souls of the incorporeal undead away with a smile. "You are a good man to have in a fight. Your team can fight with anything. Normally, we need to call for more shamans when they send ghosts and haints. But how does a spider stab a specter?" Carl just shrugged. "She believes that it can be stabbed, so it can be stabbed. But she can also make herself incorporeal, so there might be some sort of interaction there." The orc nodded in satisfaction. That was good enough for him. Much of the world's magic worked because you believed that it did. At least, in the opinion of an Orcish chieftain that wasn't particularly magically inclined. The density of undead near them was increasing, so Carl began to use a larger radius explosion on the Void Blast infused arrows to keep them off the walls. Remy and the local shaman were working together to create a flame storm around the village walls, a burning blizzard with stronger than usual winds. They had started at 20 meters from the moat so that it wouldn't affect the spear throwing, but even with Remy's power level, that wasn't enough to stop any but the weakest of enemies. If they wanted to do that, she was going to have to use Thunderstorm, or Apocalypse. Naga Swamp was a great spell in the proper setting, but it only created a radius around Remy, and the shape couldn't be altered. While defending a village, that would just make a mess. But today, the undead were surrounding the village, though no more portals had opened since the first batch, and repeated casts of Hellstorm through the existing portals only slowed the influx for a few minutes. Carl looked out over the battlefield and saw a pair of Overlord-ranked necromancers marching through the portals with an escort of Death Knights, and a black-robed demon of some sort. No, that wasn't a demon, that was Rey, walking between them like she was part of their team, and the necromancers hadn't realized that their formation had been infiltrated yet. They stopped and raised their hands, bringing a wave of magic to the battlefield with a grand spell that was melting the flesh from the dead zombies, and slowly raising them as skeletons. Rey watched silently as the necromancers got halfway through the spell. Then, with a dagger in either hand, she stabbed them both through the heart, killing them both instantly, which caused the half-formed skeletons to crumble to ash, while the Death Knight stared at her in shock for a second, then kneeled before her. Did the spider just gain a retinue of Death Knights? Chieftain Snakebite asked. I think so. They look like they intend to follow her, don't they? Carl agreed. So much for loyalty among the undead. The chief laughed. The battlefield was suddenly full of burning embers as Remy decided that a full apocalypse was needed to deal with the number of undead on the battlefield. She was burning through an immense amount of magic to cast that at full output, but she was only going to need a few minutes to clear out the survivors of the invasion force, then she should have time to recover. She wasn't just burning through her own mana, though. The Orcish shaman had some sort of magical device or spell that was feeding more mana to Remy, adding to the amount she was regenerating. The Naga Queen was loaded with mana storage and regeneration items, but for an Overlord-ranked area attack the size of a battlefield, no amount of mana regeneration would be able to keep up. Rey sent the Death Knights back through the portal with a wave of her hand, and Carl waited to see what she was up to. A few seconds later, the Death Knights escorted another trio of Overlord-rank necromancers, all black-winged magic demons, onto the battlefield. Where they were promptly assassinated by Rey. And people say that I'm the one with the best sense of humor. Kara joked. Whoever was still alive on the other side of those portals was going to lose their minds when they realized that they had just sent 3 overlords into a trap because they assumed that all the undead should be on their team. But for some reason, the flow of undead had stopped. Rey went invisible and stuck her head through a portal to see what was going on. Oops, we broke the schedule. All the skeletons collapsed when I killed the last ones. I think that they know we're messing with them. Yeah, they definitely know that we're messing with them. They're totally sending a totem over here. Hey Kara, it's a bone dragon. Chieftain Snakebite was waiting for Carl to say something, as the battle was rapidly ending. They are sending a totem-ranked bone dragon to come attack us. I think that if you can get to it before it starts flying, it should be a good fight. If not, I will have my team try to bring it back to the ground for you. Carl explained to the chief. Snakebite was the only totem-ranked fighter in the area, but just in case, Carl sent a message to Prince Stephen, the totem-ranked cleric. We are at the village led by Chief Snakebite, near the border. There was an attack through portals tonight. Suspected totem-ranked bone dragon attack coming soon. If there is a military unit nearby, please advise. Carl messaged. Understood, there are 2 units already en route to your location, both with totem-ranked leaders. Well, Carl supposed they had made a bit of a spectacle in the dark with all this fire, and the orcs constantly setting off fireworks along with the flares to illuminate the battlefield. Portals opened inside the village seconds later, and a whole team of dragon clerics in white robes came through, led by a red-robed totem-ranked woman. She looked like she should be in her mid-30s, a rather ageless motherly look that Carl was certain was a transformation spell. Snakebite simply waved at her, and the priestess nodded before turning to watch Tessa firing attacks from her perch on top of the behemoth's head, which was resting on the village wall, so he could send spells out more easily. It also had the added benefit of encouraging the orcs to rub his head whenever he wiped out another wave of undead. The red dragon priestess seemed to glide through the air as she leapt from the center of the village to land beside Carl. It was similar to how Dana could walk on air, but somewhat more graceful. Or, her legs might be strong enough that she could actually jump that far, and she only used the magic to land more smoothly. Chieftain, Overlord. I got a message that there was a proper war going on here. It looks much more calm than expected. She greeted them. There is a totem-ranked bone dragon coming through the portal momentarily. The black-robed one is on our side, and she's recruited the Death Knights to taunt the enemy. Carl explained. The priestess looked impressed, and motioned for her retinue to join them. What was your plan to deal with it? I see that you have a void badger, so you could have closed the portals already. She asked. Well, we wanted to hold it on the ground for the chieftain to fight. We have a totem-ranked void blast skill which will do damage without the reduction of totemic protection, so we can damage it. But Lady Ray, the spider, is greatly looking forward to stabbing it. The priestess looked around at the situation. Well, with your abilities, you might be able to take it out. That defensive ability that your team has is quite effective. Carl nodded. I will extend it to Chief Snakebite for the duel as well. Limited invulnerability should make up for any undead draconic nonsense. The woman patted Carl on the head. How about you put it on me instead? Dragons should be the one to deal with an undead abomination like a bone dragon. Carl extended, void body, and, impenetrable bulwark, to the totem-ranked dragon cleric. She laughed and transformed into a battle-scarred red dragon with a wingspan so massive that it nearly covered the entire village. Through the portal, an equally massive skeletal dragon head appeared, followed by the rest of the bone dragon. Ray didn't hesitate. Chips of bone flew as she stabbed wildly at the dragon's back with her limbs, and even called her golems onto his back to add more damage. The dragon pulsed with power, and Ray was sent flying across the battlefield, over Carl's head and the village, then she went incorporeal and skidded along the ground for a few dozen meters before coming to a stop. Satisfying. Ray sighed as she waited for her body to heal. Tastes terrible, though. Like that cheese with the blue mold in it. February 10th. Do not recommend. Kara agreed. The red dragon took to the sky, where it was met by the bone dragon. A massive plume of fire met a cloud of black energy similar to the one that Naksha breathed. The black dragon and hawk had both retreated from the battle, as dragon breath was indiscriminate, and nothing was likely to survive this engagement. The two dragons crashed into each other, snapping and snarling as they clawed at scales and skeleton. Bones shattered as the red dragon's claws tore into the undead monstrosity. But in return, the bone dragon clamped its jaw down on her shoulder. Only, it had no effect. The impenetrable bulwark skill reduced damage taken by 20%, plus 1 point per day of age, and this particular red dragon was truly ancient. The undead creature's maw spewed black mist over her body, but the priestess continued to tear it apart, shattering bones and throwing them to the ground. It was a one-sided beating, as a flurry of spells exploded ineffectually against the red dragon. The frantic death throes of a bone dragon which had realized that mortality applied to everything, including it. Chief Snakebite whistled in appreciation as the other clerics watched in awe. "I have never seen anything like that. It's like she's got a whole rank on the undead, it can't do anything to her." One of the clerics that had arrived with the priestess noted quietly. "It's a small advantage granted by having an impenetrable bulwark behemoth in the group." Carl whispered to them. The group looked over at Thor, who was watching with intense interest. If he were that old, he would be able to beat up ancient dragons as well. It was literally just a matter of time. Two massive claws hooked through the eye sockets of the bone dragon's skull, and the glow of power faded from the undead beast's body with a crack of shattering bone. Ray's shadow stepped forward to grab a large red gem that fell from the corpse. That would look pretty in her space, and she wasn't going to let anyone else claim it. Even if she hadn't been the one to kill the dragon. New shared skill gained, Army of the Dead, creates a retinue of undead guardians suited to the summoner. "Damn it, I forgot to move my undead." Ray noted sadly. The Death Knights had been standing under the battle, and they were now a pile of ash and bone, destroyed by the aftermath of the clash between dragons. "You can summon new ones later. Just not now. We don't want anyone to think we're still under attack," Carl suggested. Ray was worried that the spell wouldn't summon anything as cool as those Death Knights had been, but if the system didn't want to give her more golems, she would take these ones instead. Maybe she could get an army of bone spiders. The team didn't have nearly enough spiders. The portals faded with the death of the bone dragon, and a huge cheer went up from the villagers. Today was a resounding victory, not a single orc had been lost, and the village walls hadn't been breached. The red dragon flew back to land in the village, then transformed back into her human form. Tessa came down from Thor's back, still wearing her dragon armor, skill, and in dragonkin form, fully scaled with a long red tail. She clasped her hands in a formal military greeting and bowed to the dragon. "Avatar. It is an honor to meet you." The dragon smiled at her. "You may all call me Priestess Delilah. I was never one for formality outside of combat. Overlord Carl, thank you for that defensive skill. It made today's work a particular joy. Sister Tessa, you have the most wonderful mount as a companion. Don't let him escape you. Now that I have everyone's attention, I will brief you all on the situation. Lord Bomgan recently suffered a defeat at the hands of the Lord of Drod, which cost a huge portion of their fleet's wealth, as well as the permanent death of more than one of the senior lieutenants under him. Following that, there was an incident where a totem-ranked Lich Lord was defeated and his phylactery destroyed. Now, with repeated defeats along the border, the intensity of the battles has been increasing by the day, and it is suspected that the Bomgan nation is gearing up for a full invasion. Your strategy of having them sacrifice as many of the lower undead as possible was a brilliant strategic move, as without the bodies, it will be difficult for the Bomgan army to replace their losses, but the size of their amassed hordes is still staggering. Dana smirked at Carl, and Ophelia rumbled with laughter as Tessa cleared her throat. Priestess Delilah, I believe we might be somewhat responsible for this situation. We were at the defeat of the Bomgan fleets in Drod. The Lich Lord whose phylactery was lost was also us. Now, I can't claim that we were more than a drop in the bucket of the undead lost along the border, but we are still here. Tessa explained. The ancient red dragon let out a very undignified giggle. No wonder the goddess favors you. Your companions have the laughing god's own luck when it comes to being in the right place at the wrong time. But, it is good that I found you now. There will be a massive increase in attacks beginning later today, driven partially by the loss of the Bone Dragon and his armies. What many don't know about the undead nation is that while their numbers seem limitless, with the ability to keep creating more undead, that is only true for the hordes. The zombies, the skeletons, the wights, and the ghouls. For the stronger creatures, and the spiritual undead, the numbers are much more limited. So, every loss of a powerful necromancer, or greater undead with the ability to summon or create an undying plague, is a great blow to their ability to sustain their numbers during a prolonged conflict. They lost at least a few Overlord-ranked necromancers here today. I saw the bodies. That means they're going to be out for revenge, and they've got a whole army staged nearby where they can open portals with minimal effort. Carl had forgotten about that little detail. Sure, you could open a portal to anywhere that you knew, but the amount of mana increased with the size and the distance. So, it was more efficient to keep the army near the border that you were attacking, and then only send them 50 or 100 kilometers to attack. So, what do you want us to do? I'm hoping that you have some sort of plan because ours was just fly to wherever there are undead, and I am beginning to suspect that isn't going to cut it. Carl asked. The dragon gave him an indulgent smile, which only enhanced her motherly appearance, but something behind the smile triggered all the warning bells in Carl's head that said this was an intrigued predator. That was a new experience for him. Normally, there wasn't much in the world that would give him a sense of threat, and certainly not such a motherly smile. However, her next words reminded Carl that this was a red dragon, a totem-ranked follower of the dragon god of war. You know, that's not a bad plan either. We could just fly over to them and start a fight instead of waiting to see where they show up. With those combat buffs that you have, we could probably hold out for at least 2 hours. It would be glorious. She agreed. Kara landed beside Carl and stood up on her back legs to assume a boxing stance, which made the dragon priestess laugh. Her tone was as amused as the smile on her face as the dragon continued. Well, that's another vote for just going over and punching them in the face. However, that could just make things worse for everyone else. The undead aren't all centralized in one location. They have been found stalking hordes of lesser undead in 4 different locations, one of which suffered heavy damage during the battle tonight, as someone from this battle repeatedly cast some sort of flaming tornado and a meteor swarm spell on the other side of the portals. The undead were not expecting an attack on their own base, and they were tightly packed when the counterattack started. By the time that they organized defenses, they had already taken heavy casualties, according to our scouts. Lotus shook her branches in celebration, causing a shower of golden dust to fall from her canopy. Priestess Delilah chuckled and looked past Carl out into the night. If my estimation is right, we don't need to go anywhere. They are about to come to us, under the impression that we are gathering a strike force to go after one of their warehousing locations. Once the reinforcement military units arrive, I give it 2 hours before the next attack. The reinforcements that came for them turned out to be 2 battalions of infantry from the 7th Burke Regiment. Both were made up almost entirely of wrath demons, and they marched with heavy shields in a phalanx formation, ideal for preventing hordes of zombies and other lesser undead from getting into their ranks. They even had specialty shields made, which intrigued Carl. They had a pin and barrel latching system, with a pin on the left, and a hollow tube on the right, so that when the soldiers were shoulder to shoulder, the large shields could be interlocked to form a defensive wall that the taller demons could attack over. That was an advantage that the wrath demons had on most other species. With the average soldier standing well over 3 meters tall, they dwarfed the undead army, and even the vast majority of the Orcish locals. Avatar of the Red, it is good to see you again. We were told that there is a dragon-favored warrior here, who will draw the undead with their mere presence. The leader of the 1st Battalion to arrive greeted Priestess Delilah. Battalion Commander Daleth, I believe that it might be a whole group. Red Priestess Tessa has much favor of the gods on her, and her mount is certainly destined for greatness, despite his racial limits. But it is the one known as Carl who has far too much destiny swirling around him. The old gods favor him. She replied. The demon gave Carl an appraising look, and Carl shrugged. That's what the clerics keep saying. But mostly, I just have incredible luck. The totem-ranked wrath demon smiled. That's all the favor that you really need. You still look young, though. Perhaps their favor extends to an increase in your growth rate as well. Carl nodded. My class has definite advantages over most when it comes to growth. I grow as my beasts grow, and the separate space skill that I have for them increases their growth rate. What do you have for beasts? So that I can inform my men. There is a blood destruction demonic spider, a winged void badger, a naga shaman queen, a ghost fire thunderbird, and the behemoth that priestess Tessa is riding is one of my bonded partners as well. Carl offered. The demon frowned. Your luck must be insane to have stumbled across such an interesting variety of beasts. Carl shook his head. It's a side effect of my class. It helps them evolve as they obtain new skills and treasures. Hawk, the blue streak up in the sky, used to be a common rank wind speed hawk. You named your wind speed hawk Hawk. Why not just call him Bird? Remy laughed as the demon clearly judged Carl's lack of naming skills. I am fairly sure that Hawk was the only one of us who was named by Carl without any input into his own name. There is actually one more, a glasswing butterfly, but she's still in her early growth phase, and won't interact with the outside world. Remy added. The commander nodded. That should be enough information. I have a general idea what each of those species is capable of, and what a naga shaman can do, so a shaman queen should be the same, but on a larger scale. Remy nodded. I have specialized in large area attack spells. It burns a huge amount of stored mana every time, but I can just about clear a battlefield. Having the beast spaces, plus the mana storage staff that Carl made for her, was a blessing. It would be so boring if she could only maintain a full output, apocalypse, or meteor storm, for half a minute or less. The other battalion's leader, a totem-ranked wrath demon named Ligo who could almost have passed as Commander Daleth's brother, came over with news. I have a report from the staging area scouts. The portals are opening now, and we can expect attackers along the border within the next 10 minutes. The sun was just coming up, and they had been fighting most of the night, so the villagers were mostly exhausted and already in bed. They wouldn't be able to stay there long if the invasion came to the city walls again, but the two battalions were staged outside, where they could make best use of their trained tactics. We could just not fight them now, if we wanted. Kara suggested. It wouldn't take much to just keep closing the portals until the undead got annoyed and went somewhere else. We will let the villagers sleep as long as they can. Did you want to have a quick nap before more fighting? Carl replied. He had been on the wall for most of the night, firing arrows, but he wasn't so tired that he couldn't join the next wave of the battle. Eternal lightning, recovered stamina with ease, especially when you were just waiting around for the next wave of attacks, and the constant healing of Lotus and Tree of Life form negated any chance of a hangover, though most of Carl's team had gotten at least a couple of hours of sleep before the attack started. While they waited for the attack to begin, Hawk returned to his scouting pattern, watching for signs of portals opening in the grasslands around them. If the Red Dragon was right, they should be receiving a rather large force to their location soon, and he had learned to trust the instincts of the clerics. If Tessa got a vision of battle, there would be battle. If Lotus saw snacks or a new friend, there would be snacks or a new friend. Now, at first, that skill had seemed somewhat flaky. But knowing who was a friend and where the food was were both extremely valuable survival skills. Portals are opening. All around the village this time, about a kilometer out. Not large, mostly under 2 meters. But there are at least 20 of them open right now. Hawk reported as the bombed-in attack began. 20 portals in a full ring around the village. How do you want to deploy? Carl asked. Commander Ligo gestured out towards the troops. We brought enough soldiers to surround the village. We will let the villagers hold the wall, while we hold outside the moat. Daleth's men will take the north, I will take the south. You can array your team with the villagers for the start of the battle, but kindly hold off on charging out until the initial shield wall is broken. After that, it will be more of a melee, and everyone will recognize your people as allies. Zombies poured from the portals in an unending wave of rotted flesh, immediately turning the air fetid in an unnatural way. The magic of a black dragon was that of death, but it had a sense of finality to it, almost a lethal cleansing feeling. But the zombies in this group were powerful. Almost all overlords, and they had a half-dozen totem-ranked necromancers with them already. That was not a good sign for a battle that was just starting. There were 3 totems with the group right now, leaving them outnumbered 2-1. However, Carl had a good feeling about this fight. Ray had been learning all sorts of fun new things lately, and there was a good chance that one of the beasts would trigger, Skill Master 5, soon, and advance a skill by a rank. Even one more totem-ranked attack skill would be a huge boost to their combat abilities. The necromancers had spread themselves evenly around the village, but were hanging back behind the undead horde, guiding its progress while ensuring that there would be no escape from the ambush. Priestess Delilah sent a message as she flapped her wings and took to the sky. Kindly cast that most wonderful defensive spell again. I am going to deal with the necromancers. Carl chuckled as he cast the full suite of buffs over the 3 totems. Impenetrable bulwark, limited invulnerability, brutality, haste, terrorize, and sharpness. Then, just for fun, he cast Behemoth on the ancient red dragon, bringing her overall length close to 90 meters when stacked with brutality. It was impossible to miss the rapidly expanding red dragon as she circled the battlefield, even if she wasn't glowing red with divine favor. And that was precisely what the priestess was after. The looks of absolute terror on the faces of the necromancers when the massive dragon came for them were priceless. Carl could see that they were ready to flee the moment that they saw the dragon double in size, but they managed to hold together long enough to start shouting something through the portals. Most likely begging for reinforcements. The first gout of dragon fire turned a human-looking necromancer to ash instantly, and Hawk made a note of the trick for future reference. She is using holy magic on her flames, and the necromancers are coated with unholy power. It's almost like she doused them in acid before setting them on fire. It's beautiful. The 2 necromancers closest to Delilah began to bombard her with spells as the undead horde slammed into the shield wall, sliding the soldiers backward nearly a meter before the second rank hacked down enough of the zombies to stall their momentum. A horn blew, and the demons sent out a wave of attacks that shredded the front ranks of undead, and gave the shield wall time to return to their positions. It was all very methodical and practiced, a direct contrast to Carl's team, who were just happily throwing skills into the horde. Or summoning golems into it. Ray was particularly proud of her new Army of the Dead, which had made a dozen overlord-ranked zombie spiders for her, each about the size of a house cat. They were built much like Ray was at that size, and their sharp legs showed no mercy on the undead horde as they pushed forward with the group of golems. They were headed for the spot where Delilah was fighting the necromancers, with the intention of forcing a clearing in the horde so that Ray and Kara could move to engage. They had been instructed to hang back at the start of the fight, and they were enjoying destroying zombies, but they really wanted a totem-ranked kill for the day. It wasn't fair that the dragon got to have all the fun. Delilah wasn't going to be the only one killing fun stuff for long, though. Through the portals, the zombie horde was being replaced by a wave of skeletal knights in piecemeal armor, carrying swords and buckler shields. Then, specters began to arrive, floating above the melee. Carl changed his focus to the spectral undead, as not all combat skills could harm them. Void Blast had no problem damaging spiritual beings, and Hawk's Ghostfire was similarly effective. But the regular flames of the demon army didn't touch them, and that was the primary elemental attack of most of the Wrath demons. For the first few seconds, the specters didn't understand the threat posed by the arrows, and simply assumed that they would fly through their bodies. But while the Poison Arrow base spell wouldn't do anything to them, the Void Blast was truly devastating. Fortunately, there weren't many, and the specters were mostly cleared before the skeleton knights made it to the front lines. The skeletons crashed into the shield wall in a cacophony of steel on steel, then the rank behind began to climb over to leap into the defenders. Charge! Commander Daleth ordered, and the shield wall abruptly separated as the demons pushed forward, toppling the skeletons. That's our signal, Carl announced, letting Ray and Remy loose on the battlefield. Ray called her golems back to herself, along with a fresh set of zombie spiders to clear a zone in the battlefield. Remy followed Carl as he vaulted off the wall and into combat. Between them, they had a rather considerable number of guardians, as well as the pair of dire bears that Carl had chosen for golems. Tessa, Ophelia and Dana were working together, with Thor using bulwark to bulldoze a path for the army to move into the undead horde. The totems weren't trying to close the portals, or at least, they weren't trying to yet. They wanted the undead to send as many of their forces to this location as possible so that they could deal a devastating defeat to the Bogdan hordes and not have to face them again tomorrow. The way that Priestess Delilah was going through the necromancers, it didn't seem too far-fetched that they really would crush the Bogdan army here. She had already killed 4 of their totem-ranked leaders and mutilated their bodies beyond resurrection. Only 2 more totem-ranked invaders remained, and the dragon's superficial wounds amounted to no more than small damaged sections on her scales, which were already mending themselves. As Rampage began to get fully stacked, Carl found that the skeletal knights stood no chance before the Blade of Champions. Even when he simply swung it to create an arc of rend, to weaken a swathe of undead, most of them would be crippled, or their armor would be severely damaged. Of course, this did not go unnoticed. A pair of overlords and their summoned supporters should not be able to cut through an undead horde that was keeping an entire battalion at bay. It simply didn't make any sense. But like Carl and his team, the skeletal knights also had damage reduction, so the actual damage done to them by the average attack was minimal. It wasn't that they were immensely durable, they simply reduced all damage done by enough that they were hard to kill. But with Rampage, in effect, the damage reduction was more than offset, and they were no more than skeletons in crude armor, a mediocre form of undead. The demons of the 7th Burke Regiment pushed out to follow Carl and Remy as he moved toward the portals, intending to let Remy bombard the other side with Apocalypse, once they had a clear view of the situation there. The 2 battalion commanders had reached the remaining necromancers, which had allowed Delilah to join Hawk and Naksha in bombarding the battlefield from above. With Hawk plus 2 dragons, the amount of aerial bombardment was insane, even though Remy didn't use her larger area spells during this battle, just in case they targeted friendlies. Making a spell hit certain targets but not others wasn't always easy. When everyone was in your group, it would happen automatically so that you didn't damage party members, but the system didn't intervene if you should happen to cast a spell that would hit non-combatants, other teams, or hidden allies. Carl noticed that the Lamia bodyguards had fallen back to let a pair of wrath demons take positions at Carl's shoulders. While the Lamia pair did have blades, they were better as a second-line fighter, not the one most likely to be attacked, and the wrath demons were much larger than they were. Carl attempted to include them in Rampage, but found that the spell couldn't be targeted at anyone but his own group. That was unfortunate, but if he explored the system later, there might be a way to include more people in your team of allies. You could include the whole guild, and a bunch of strangers to do a dungeon run, so there should be a way to add a military commander and their unit. If there was one thing that the system favored on a reliable basis, it was group activities. Whatever damage increasing skill your class gets is ridiculous. One of the wrath demons joked as he cut down a pair of skeletal knights that Carl had wounded. It's the power of friendship. Remy joked, and the demon spared her a confused glance. The damage buff is based on a percentage of group damage done during the last minute. She clarified. The demon laughed as he cut down one more of the skeletal knights. The power of friendship it is. The skeletal knights began to pack together to stop Carl's group from advancing on the portals, forming a wall of bones that was rapidly being refilled even as Void Blast knocked holes in it. Carl cast Consecrated Ground, Thor's new favorite anti-undead spell, and Remy cast a Hellstorm Vortex in front of them as they paused to let the area damage do its thing. Should we really pause our progress? The demon on Carl's left asked. Give them a moment to swarm into the area effects, and then I will deal with them all at once. Carl replied confidently. The demon didn't look convinced, but Carl could see Priestess Delilah coming their way overhead. With a row of hellstorm vortexes pulling the skeletal knights together and away from the soldiers, it was a perfect target for a draconic strafing run. But only because the vortexes multiplied. The skeleton knights seemed particularly inept at destroying them, as it didn't even occur to most of them that the fire was a thing they could attack to dissipate the magic, now that their mental link to the necromancers was gone. The red dragon passed overhead, and a massive gout of flame engulfed the skeleton knights, burning bones to ash and leaving the path clear between Carl and the nearest portal. Everyone, forward. We will push to the portal and separate the undead. He ordered. Technically, he had no authority over the demons, but they didn't hesitate to follow him and his group forward. However, Carl did not find what he was hoping for in the view through the portal. The staging grounds on the other side were dead, barren, and completely empty. Not a single undead was held in reserve at that location, so there probably wouldn't be any more coming. But he could see multiple other portals in the vicinity. Lamia, you're up. Let me know where those other portals go. Carl instructed out loud, for the benefit of the demons. It might be a trap or an illusion. However, if he sent the 2 bodyguards, they should be able to tell him the truth of the matter. The Lamia duo passed through and entered the Bongan army staging area, where an immense wave of unholy energy threatened to overcome them. However, with Void Body active on the whole group, thanks to the skills of the Epic Guard, they were regenerating faster than they were being corrupted. The portals all lead here. We can see every angle of the battlefield. Their explanation was both reassuring and disappointing. Remy wouldn't get to bombard an unsuspecting army, but the portals were all accounted for, and there were no more undead in the area. Let your boss know not to send anyone through the portals. There is some sort of necromantic spell there that is trying to corrupt the summoned creatures. If he sends an army unit through, we will be fighting against them in a few minutes. Carl informed the demons beside him. On it. We will make sure that nobody goes through. Can you tell us where the staging area is? One of them replied. Carl shook his head. I can say that it's northwest of here by more than 100 kilometers, and likely less than 200. But I can't say exactly, and there are no real landmarks, it's dead grass and withered trees all the way to the horizon. The demon shrugged. Good enough for me. We have a general description to send to military intelligence, and they can reference the description against what they already know. Might as well bring your creatures back, and we will work on finding a way to close the portals. Carl gave the demon an amused smile. Oh, I am already on it. They might have created 20 portals, but we have a Kara. Kara looked up from beating a skeleton's face in with its own shield when she sensed her name being mentioned. Is it time to close the portals now? She asked. Yeah, there's nothing there. Not even loot. Those were magic words, and the first 3 portals were closed within a second of each other. That served as a signal to the mages of the 2 units, and they began taking down the rest of the portals, while Carl nullified the 2 closest to himself, then resummoned the Lamia pair, so they didn't accidentally bring a curse back with them. He might not know what a totem-ranked necromancer was capable of, but a lingering curse didn't seem unrealistic. In fact, he wouldn't be surprised if they spent weeks cleaning the lingering curses and unholy magic from this battlefield, even with Delilah, Tessa and Lotus working together. Leave 1 portal. It is feeding the undead. If we close them all, we leave a reserve of power for the necromancers to draw on. Delilah shouted as Kara was about to close the last of the portals. The Void Badger was starting to like this dragon. She knew what was important. You didn't just defeat the enemy, you had to remember to troll them and extract maximum amusement value before you finished them. Delilah would have been somewhat horrified to know that was how the Badger thought of her. The decision that she made was purely strategic, with the larger nationwide war in mind. The psychological effect of having drained their reserve of mana wasn't even a consideration when the act was already a strategic necessity. Now that there was only one portal open, Carl could clearly feel the flow of power from it to the undead army, as well as to the area over the battlefield, where it lingered like a miasma, except for 4 distinct areas. Over the village, where Lotus was set up as a healing tree to provide treatment for the injured. Over Thor and Tessa, who were wielding holy magic like a rampaging force of divine justice. Under Priestess Delilah as she passed above the battlefield. And finally, around Carl, who still had consecrated ground active. But the way that their power was building, if they didn't spread this effect, there could be real issues as it began to corrupt the soldiers. There might be something that they could do, Carl thought. Hey Tessa, take Thor and your group to the last portal. Your holy magic auras and spells should help cleanse the miasma that is coming in with the unholy power. Even just keeping consecrated ground cast over the portal area should be fine. Carl messaged the war cleric. They were the closest to the final location, other than Kara, who wasn't capable of casting the spell that they needed this time. Standing on Thor's back, Tessa didn't bother trying to move her group, which currently included both Tessa and Dana. Instead, she began drawing a huge magical circle in the sky of glowing red power. Her new spear was shining golden with holy light, and then Tessa pointed at the portal, and the whole spell moved over to center on the portal. Glowing golden light covered the area, and the flow of unholy power began to mellow as the miasma dissipated. Carl couldn't be sure what sort of purification spell had been cast over the portal, but it clearly hadn't stopped the flow of power. It only removed the curse from it, which was perfect. Not in the minds of most of the soldiers, who had realized that the mana was empowering the skeleton knights to keep them at overlord rank. But in the larger strategic sense, it was a victory. Carl used Gravity Slam to knock down a section of the skeletal knights, then bulldozed them with Bulwark, copying Thor's tactics to push them into a tighter formation, where more would be hit with every spell, and fewer soldiers would be needed to contain the now separated section of the undead horde. The wall only lasted a few seconds before the undead hacked it apart, but that was long enough to rearrange them for the soldiers. Overhead, Hawk was glowing with an immense amount of ghostly green flame, a second sun in the sky, too bright to look at as he prepared for something. What are you planning, buddy? Carl asked, as Hawk's thoughts were silent in his mind. If they had to wrestle an undead Thunderbird to the ground and cleanse, then resurrect him, Carl would not be happy. But Hawk's link to Carl was perfectly intact, whatever he was doing. A massive fireball launched from the sky, causing the demons to cuss and run from the target zone, while the undead froze in place, staring up at their impending doom. Skill Master 5 activation, Fireball, has evolved to the epic grade skill, Purgatory Flames. Purgatory Flames launches a maximum 20 mx user rank fireball at the target. Damage is dependent upon the user's current mana pool. Depletes all remaining mana on use. Deals double damage to spiritual beings, undead and water element beings. All the bonded partners saw the message, and Remy had some serious questions. How exactly does Purgatory Flame relate to extra damage against water element? It's a soul-based attack that purges undead. She asked, while Hawk preened in pride. That's why it's epic. He insisted. That's not how logic works. Carl, Hawk is picking on me again. Remy pouted. Carl laughed to himself at their bickering. Did you not just learn a skill that creates a raging river anywhere you happen to be standing? I think a ghostfire fireball that targets water is only fair. Purely out of spite, Remy created a Naga swamp under the nearest group of skeletons, who promptly sank in the mud, except for the first rank, which was fighting the demons. Even though Remy had created the swamp to spite Hawk and his giant anti-water user Fireball, the demons were not the least bit upset about the battlefield conditions. It confused the skeletons, slowed their reinforcements, and if you knocked one backward into it, the creature took longer than usual to get back up, giving the warrior time to catch his or her breath. That spell takes too long. I want to do it again now. Carl, I need a thing like Remy has for more mana. Hawk complained. A piece of jewelry with enough mana storage to let him double cast that spell was an absurd request. Even 3 items wouldn't be enough to fully replace his mana. But he could get back enough to not slow down his other attacks while he regenerated for a while. I will work on something for you once we're done with the undead. You might have more ideas with some practice. Carl agreed. He had a point, Hawk thought. The new fireball had just been invented, there might be room to improve it. Remy broke his concentration with a new idea. You know, if I aimed 1,000-year flood straight down, and then flew around the battlefield to clean up, that should make it rain about 3 centimeters a second for 100 meters around me. I could be a rain goddess for the withered crops. Hawk snorted. For one, you can't fly very fast, you'd flood everything. But more importantly, this is clearly just bullying. Carl chuckled. You two cut it out. No fire versus water arguments in battle. Besides, you're both still losing to Ray in kills. Hawk paused. That couldn't be right, could it? No. She really was beating him, even after his huge fireball. It definitely took too long to recover from. The reminder got both of them back to work, creating hellstorm vortexes to pull the undead together for faster clearance rates, while the rest of the group tried not to laugh at their renewed motivation and rivalry after Hawk's new spell. They would ask about it later, but watching the bestial siblings clearly trying to one-up each other was highly entertaining for those who could see it from their position. Carl found himself too far from the battle again and switched to his bow, which caught the attention of the demons. Now that is shiny. Where did you get that? The one on Carl's right asked as he hurled a fire bolt over the front rank of defenders and into the swamped skeletons. My guild made it. It's a custom piece, obviously, but we have overlords for smithy, alchemy, and runecrafting. Carl explained as he fired volleys of void blast arrows into the swamp. How are you not out of mana? The same demon asked. Carl smiled and shook the bow. It's got a reduced mana cost for the arrows. They're actually quite efficient to cast, and I made accessories for mana regeneration. The demon fired a few more shots as he considered the description. I will have to talk to the commander. I bet that he could get approval to buy a few like it for the squad leaders. Now, the rest of us might not make enough in a year to even consider buying that, but the army is a bit more generous with those in leadership. That was certainly going to be true if they were willing to purchase epic-grade overlord-ranked weapons. That was a very generous benefit by any army standards, even if they were well worth the cost. You know, those arrows are particularly effective. Is there more than just the void spell on that arrow? The other demon asked. The void blast is layered on top of a poison arrow made solid with blessed item. As it was made specifically for me, I went a bit overboard. But the arrows get a bonus against anything sensitive to holy damage. With me adjusting the void blast to larger radius with lower initial output, the blast causes holy damage to multiple undead at a time. I'm quite proud of this one, even if I didn't make the base bow that the runes were added to. That was done by our guild's Grandmaster Smith. The demons near Carl all chuckled. Now you're making us all jealous. But against the undead, a holy explosion is just ridiculously good. Even a little bit of holy damage would be a huge damage increase. Plus, their damage ignore doesn't work on holy damage. Carl nodded in understanding. I will talk to the 2 commanders after the battle, and see if they can get approval for a number of items that will add holy damage to attacks. Wait, I have a temporary solution. Carl focused for a second to cast Talisman, with runes for bonus holy damage on it. Then he folded it in half and stuck it in the armor of the demon on his right. Try that. He instructed. The next fire bolt exploded with a flash of golden light on impact, and the nearby skeletons were more charred than usual. So, Carl made a half-dozen more and gave them to everyone standing nearby, including Remy. There was no need to give them to the golems and bodyguards, they already got enough bonuses. Shining golden blades made short work of the undead, even if the overall effect was a bit like an outdoor concert in the middle of the day, with all the flashing lights. Carl made a mental note that the holy damage runes were not stealth-friendly. The swamp was rapidly being cleared with even a half-dozen holy damage talismans, and Carl realized just how much difference being properly equipped to fight the undead made. The demons had absolutely zero affinity with holy magic. The only chance they had at it was becoming a cleric to another species god. And even that was somewhat sketchy. So, what had been a stalemate between unholy magic element users was completely overturned with just a few added holy magic spells. And that gave Carl a great idea. It wouldn't take much to make a cloak pin or brooch that gave them some holy damage, or converted a portion of their damage to the holy element. That would absolutely annihilate the undead hordes. It was simply not something that had been available to them, not a new idea. Making items with holy damage, that were compatible with demonic users, wasn't something that most clerics could or would do. It would normally reject them. But Carl's talismans had been fine, so he hadn't realized there might be a conflict yet. Dana looked over at the spectacle in Carl's section of the battlefield with concern. There was a lot of flashing golden light over there, and they were beginning to pull undead from other regions toward themselves. What is he doing over there? Tessa shouted so the flying mage could hear her. I have no clue. If I had to hazard a guess, I would say he invented holy hand grenades. It's just explosions of holy light constantly. Dana called back. Thor laughed at the thought. Holy hand grenades sounded like a lot of fun. Tessa shook her head in dismay. Well, if that's an item and not a skill, I will insist that he shares it. But we're almost done with the undead in our zone, and the unholy magic from the portal is beginning to wane. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, Tessa had a premonition. The magic wasn't just to keep the army powered, it was a built-in failsafe. Everyone, we have a mission timer on this battle. We need every undead eliminated before that mana from the portal runs out. It's a trap. She informed the group. If she were wrong, then she would apologize for alarming them. Well, if anyone asked her to. Remy and Ray were currently making bets on who could kill a massive number of undead the fastest. Giving them a timer was just a motivation to compete with each other. Even Thor joined the fun. Carl, bring up a bulwark, I'm sweeping your direction. Carl saw what Thor was thinking as the behemoth charged through the undead with a wide wall of magical ice in front of him. Carl created his own wall of ice, then charged toward the massive beast and his red-robed rider. Tessa was standing on Thor's back, brunette hair flying in the wind, having escaped her usual braid, and marshalling the demonic armies to follow behind them. The barrier would fail on impact, and some of the undead were likely to be alive after. Carl coated the entire wall in front of him with Void Blast, set to detonate on impact. The idea was simple, the undead would be crushed between the two walls, and the spell would detonate like a bullet down a barrel. It wouldn't harm the barriers, but it wouldn't bypass them either, creating a magical pressure cooker for the skeleton knights. The explosion rang through the grasslands as if a massive cannon had been fired, and skeletal remains were thrown hundreds of meters in the air in the narrow space between the two walls as Carl and Thor collided. Then both barriers collapsed from the secondary damage of the flying weapons and the skills of the skeleton knights, who had the cognitive ability to realize what was happening to them. Carl laughed as he hacked his way through the undead survivors, while holy spears rained down around him. Glowing with red holy energy and standing on the back of a rampaging behemoth, Tessa really did look like a war goddess unleashed. It wasn't hard to see why the myriad armies of the world were inspired to follow the Red Dragon clerics into battle. Carl used Gravity Slam, aimed straight ahead to hurl a wave of skeleton knights away for an unengaged unit to deal with, and Thor realized that he had missed a grand opportunity to delegate responsibilities. Ophelia rumbled in amusement, then set her head on top of Carl's for a moment as she passed by. Dana descended to talk to him as they finished the last of the nearby enemies. What did you do over in the swamp spell? It looked like holy magic grenades. She asked. I actually used talisman to put holy damage on the demons. It created a flash of light on every strike. Dana nodded, losing interest if it was just some extra damage. But Tessa was intrigued. Holy magic buffs worked on the demons, and they exploded with light on contact. That sounded like the spells were actually creating mutual rejection with the demons' attacks, but not enough that the talisman failed. Carl saluted the ladies with his blade, then crouched and leapt into the air, using swim through air to keep him aloft while he surveyed the battlefield. The undead were almost defeated, with only a few more pockets left. Hey, tell the others to stay away from the bodies if they're not in battle. We suspect that the mana flow has a trap embedded when it ends, and the army might explode or something. Carl shouted down at the demon commanders. They all passed along the warning, and Remy quickly led the golems and other summons to a clear space where they could attack from a distance. The power from the attack's origin was waning fast, and while they might be able to clear out the last of the skeleton knights in time, it would be a very close call. Then the power through the portal suddenly surged, and another portal opened over the battlefield, almost directly in front of Carl. He moved out of the way, but the portal followed him, as well as the 3 totems that they had on the battlefield. Delilah shouted at the rest. They've targeted us. Expect 4 powerful undead to come through. Carl, just hold on, and we will come rescue you when we're done. Carl gave her a salute, but returned to the ground where the beasts could join the fight. Don't worry, priestess. I can hold my own. The dragon was skeptical of his answer, but there wasn't much that she could do to change the situation, as her own opponent, a massive bone dragon, similar to the one she had killed the day before, flew through the portal. Fortunately, Carl had thought far enough ahead to give them his limited invulnerability buff before the battle began, and it hadn't expired yet. With that on their side, they should have the edge on the totem-ranked undead that were sent to attack them now that they were wearied by the battle. Carl stared at the undead that had come to face him. The vampiress was tall and statuesque, bone-white with long raven hair and not a stitch of clothing on. They have found your kryptonite and just directly sent you a naked woman. Ray laughed hysterically as she moved into position. Laugh all you want. Just make sure that you're ready to move when the time comes. The vampire circled Carl, looking increasingly perplexed as whatever mental skill she was trying to use had no effect on him. Then she seemed to vanish, moving so fast that only instinct put Carl's blade in place to parry the first attack. But not the second, third, or fourth. The vampire's claws smoked from contact with the holy energy of eternal lightning, but Carl's barrier was nearly gone, and he hadn't even landed a strike. The undead smirked, and Carl winked at her, confusing the totem-ranked undead even more. Then he centered, Void Blast, on himself. The explosion of black energy sent her flying backward into Ray's zombie spiders, which were rapidly torn apart by the enraged undead. Even Ray wasn't safe from the fallout, and suffered a shattered forelimb for a few seconds before it mended itself. That thing is too fast. Even I can't attack fast enough to get a clean strike. Ray complained. She was also incorporeal and invisible, so if she couldn't land a strike, not many others would be able to. Fortunately, they didn't actually need to hit the vampire. Kara retreated to her space where she could get a full overview of the battlefield and prepared for her counterattack. Setting off, Void Blast, in a shotgun pattern should be able to hit, no matter how fast the target was. Ray had the same idea, and sprayed out a net of sticky silk to slow down and locate the target. Vampire claws flashed with some sort of attack skill that created a minefield of rend attacks around her. Not moving, they just rotated into existence like claw strikes, then vanished. Carl had never thought of using rend that way. He sent it out in a wave, but he could likely create hundreds of attacks in a split second. The damage would be low, but a hit would be nearly guaranteed. The undead totem looked at Ray, obviously able to see her, even in Night Haunter, incorporeal form, then returned her attention to Carl. You are a tricky little blood bag. She hissed. And you got a bit too excited about sucking me, showing up without clothes and all. The vampire vanished and Carl felt her power approaching, so he detonated, Void Blast, around himself again, a split second before claws tore through his forearm. He was slammed to the ground on his back, and the claws moved to both sides of his chest. Carl grabbed her wrists, trapping her hands as the vampire's claws ripped into his chest and, Void Blast, flayed her skin. In the battle of strength, they were closely matched. Carl couldn't throw her off without leverage, and she was unable to push her claws into any vital organs, so their battle was one of regeneration. Even with attacks raining down on her, and Ray repeatedly stabbing her in the back with poison daggers, the vampire's wounds closed in a split second, while Carl's chest was covered in black mist as, Void Body, regenerated him. "Why don't you die?" the vampire demanded. "That's my line. You showed up for naked wrestling in a consecrated ground zone. Just turn to ash already." Carl replied. Pain racked his body as the vampire blasted him with repeated attacks, shattering the remains of his armor. Most of his body had lingering black mist over it now as, Void Body, regenerated him, and Carl spat blood as the vampire smiled. "Good try, but that's not going to be enough for you to win." Carl added, Ghostfire Body, to the next, Void Blast, and the vampire briefly lit with ethereal fire before it was snuffed out. But Carl could feel the Haint Claw draw a bit of vitality before that happened. That seemed to be the answer. Just a little more stolen at a time. Carl equipped the Haint Claw to his hands and lit them with Ghostfire as he continually channeled, Void Blast, which was the only skill he had that bypassed the totem rank damage reduction ability. From 50 meters away, Ray stared at their battle in annoyance. The unstable energy of their battle now made it unsafe for her to approach and attack. The last time she did, she got 2 of her legs vaporized before she even made it to them. She wasn't even attacking with ranged skills anymore, as whatever the vampire was doing destabilized all attacks that came near them. So her attacks joined the general miasma of power, and they were damaging Carl as well. But with Void Body, Consecrated Ground, Behemoth's Vitality, and Impenetrable Bulwark active, Carl had an absolutely ridiculous amount of damage reduction and regeneration. Quick math said 50%, plus numbers damage reduction. With 3 times, Void Body's usual regeneration. Ray leaned over to whisper to Dana, who had already realized none of their attacks were reaching the stationary battle of wills. "Do you think we're flirting wrong? Is that why we don't have mates? Do you think that showing up naked and pinning them to the ground while you try to kill them is a seduction technique?" Dana countered. Ray shrugged. "I can't rule it out." Flames were slowly climbing up the vampire's arms as the Haint Claw stole more power and its regeneration rate slowed. But the chaotic energy whipping around the area was getting worse as well, and nothing else dared to come near them. All of the surrounding plant life was destroyed, and Ray wasn't sure if the combatants even realized that they were floating in place, as the ground had been obliterated beneath them while the energy flows were too thick to let them fall. The real question was, who was losing faster? The vampire against the fire, or Carl, whose body was slowly becoming more energy than flesh. One after another, the totems finished their fights and came over, starting with Priestess Delilah, who transformed into a dark-haired human woman in the same red high priestess robes that Tessa wore. Dana frowned at her, while Tessa nodded politely. But the dragon didn't move forward, just waited and watched. Then the 2 demons came to stand with her, and Dana needed answers. "Is nobody going to help him? Surely, one of you can get close, you're all totems," she demanded. "We would if we could. You can try it yourself. We can't get within 5 paces of them, there is an invisible divine barrier there. The gods are letting them battle it out on their own terms. The conjured creatures and constructs from his bonded beasts appear to have no issue, but I had to increase my altitude when I came over here, to avoid running into the barrier. Any spell we cast, like yours, will just get added to the mess," the priestess explained. Dana glared at the suspended battle of wills, and Tessa sighed. If this had happened just a bit earlier, when there was still a battle going on around us, it might have been different. He gets a stacking bonus to damage from the whole group. But right now, there is only one target and the number of attacks that they can use against it is limited. Probably only Carl and Kara, wherever she went, could even stand a chance of doing real damage to that vampire. But what sort of vampire is that? 10 minutes in, consecrated ground, should have killed almost any undead, and she's taking the full force of a totem-ranked void blast continually, plus the flames. Tessa pondered. Priestess Delilah shook her head, not knowing the answer. But Commander Daleth had an idea. I think that she might be one of the Council of Ancients. There aren't many totem-ranked vampires. Those species with totem-ranked bloodline potential can usually heal from the virus, so they just remain dead instead of turning. That suggests that she might have reached totem rank during the last system resurgence, 10,000 years ago. At that age, and totem ranked, she could be considered virtually immortal. The sun doesn't appear to be harming her at all, though not much light is passing through to them now. Plus, that level of regeneration. Vampires get stronger with age, just like our friend Thor here. Only, where he takes less damage for every day, they regenerate a bit faster every day. The fact that she is showing damage long enough for us to see it is testament to how much damage is being done, but neither of them should be able to keep this up forever. The rate they're expending energy has to be faster than their regeneration. He explained. Remy nodded in agreement. The Carl is drawing from our spaces as he fights. Sister Butterfly has insane mana regeneration, and the rest of us are putting at least a little in for him to use, but he's still drawing more than we're putting in. But he's going to run out of body before he runs out of mana. Remy wasn't actually concerned that Carl would die. Void body turned you into black mist when damaged, and she hadn't seen a limit to it yet. So, it was possible it could turn a whole Carl into mist and then let him reform. Besides, even if that thing did kill him, she still had a whole ball of his shed fur in her pouch for Lotus to resurrect him from. That had to count as a body part. So, as the two oblivious combatants fought for dominance, the rest of the army was left watching in horror as the entangled energies became even more wildly imbalanced. Then, it began to rain black droplets of power from the miasma onto the two, as if they were the center of gravity. Carl thought his vision was fading at first, until Kara informed him that it was just black energy condensing on them, then suddenly everything seemed to vanish, and he found himself in the void. Well, I don't feel dead. Carl muttered to himself. Indeed, you don't look dead either, a musical voice agreed, and Carl turned to face the vampiress, only to find that he couldn't use skills at all, or even do more than rotate on the spot. She swatted ineffectually at him, just a little too far apart for their fingertips to touch if Carl reached out in her direction. Do you think we broke something? Carl wondered. I think that we intrigued something. Something terrible. They stared silently at each other for a moment before a third presence joined them. An impossibly large black dragon, easily 200 meters long without counting its tail, with a wingspan twice that distance. The dragon stared at them from a distance, then transformed into a black-robed human and walked across the void to inspect them more closely. Matilda, Supreme Lady of the Dark Light Host, Sihosesa branch location. Crap. Not a black dragon. A supreme rank chaos dragon. It took the vampire a little longer to figure out who it was, but when she did, she went from unnaturally white to roughly the color of fine porcelain. A new branch of the Dark Light Host has opened, has it? And they are willing to go to war for the guild. Interesting. Very interesting. And you brought me such an adorable new pet. I think I will keep her this time. The vampire's nameplate still wasn't visible, but that didn't seem to bother the dragon. Supreme Lady Matilda, my apologies if our battle disturbed your afternoon. It wasn't our intention. The vampire began. Now, Tiffany, is there any need for such formalities? The dragon replied with a smile. Yes, Supreme Lady. I believe that you might have misinterpreted the situation. I did not enter your territory, and we had an agreement that you would not come for me if I stayed away. Tiffany, the totem-ranked vampire, replied. But you did, didn't you? I sensed the instant that you entered the chaos plane. This is my territory as much as Saihosesa is. Carl cleared his throat. Sorry to interrupt, but how did we get here? I don't recall having an ability to enter the chaos plane, or any other plane for that matter. The dragon seemed amused at the question. You don't. Your little spat with the lovely Tiffany created a chaos plane anomaly. Void magic and death magic, condensed until they liquefied. What else did you expect? Not this? Carl replied with a shrug. The vampire nodded. If anything, she would have expected the underworld, or perhaps the netherworld, or one of the other lower planes. But opening a planar anomaly was not anywhere on the list of expected outcomes of their contest to begin with. However, she didn't have any intentions of going home with that insane dragon. The Supreme Lady could keep that cockroach of an immortal annoyance instead. If you show me something interesting, perhaps I could show you how to go home. Matilda suggested. Carl smirked and removed Kara from her space to hold her out toward the dragon. The Supreme Lady looked confused as she approached and stared at Kara. Who booped her with her nose, then licked her cheek. The dragon froze in place as both Carl and Kara burst into laughter. Tiffany gasped in horror, and turned to stare at him. You are literally insane. Did I disintegrate something important in your brain? I might be facing a horrible future, but you are so fucked. Satisfying. Spicy, a bit sweet. Kara agreed. Matilda was still staring at Carl and Kara, who was now flying around the chaos plane on her own, while Carl was completely unable to move. Oh, I see now. You are right, that is interesting. You found a way to have a winged void badger blessed by the laughing god. Matilda muttered, then cast a spell that created a small mirror in the air on her right. The scene in the mirror changed rapidly, then came into focus, looking at a small burrow full of baby void badgers. An incorporeal black mist surged with power, and the area was obliterated, except for a black ball where the mother badger protected her young. Then the scene cut and Kara was standing on Carl's shoulder as he swatted away the attack of the four-armed titan at the Golden Dragon capital. Then it showed her being attacked by orcs and meeting Carl, who lured her in with food. Finally, it showed a flash of her looting an unknown species of insectoid warrior in a dungeon, followed by the moment that she licked the bone dragon. So, that's how it is. It's my history, in no particular order. But some of those things haven't happened yet. Kara cheered as she flew over to land on the dragon. The scenes kept playing, but Matilda turned the mirror so only the two of them could see it. A few minutes later, the mirror vanished, and Supreme Lady Matilda sighed. It's a shame I had to miss so many of the good parts in person. Well, time to go. Then she simply vanished, along with Tiffany. Kara flew around for a moment, enjoying her time in the chaos plane. This was a good place, and she could really feel the wind in her fur. It was like a refreshing blow-dryer after a bubble bath, even if Carl didn't feel any wind in the realm at all. It was like it didn't touch him. Or maybe it just hadn't started yet for him. It was better not to think too deeply about such things. Then the void around Carl seemed to twist, and he was ejected back out, only to find himself locked back in battle with Tiffany. Their eyes met in shock, and the vampire turned to mist, fleeing their engagement. The world twisted, and a flash of the memory of the events in the void returned to Carl's mind. Again, Carl found himself back in battle with Tiffany, who looked even more panicked this time. Everything is chaotic. Kara explained in a sage voice from inside her space. The loop repeated for a third time, and Tiffany looked resigned as time restarted, then she again turned into mist and tried to run. But this time the black layer was a bit thinner, and when she pulled away from Carl, she simply vanished, leaving behind nothing but the scent of Chaos Dragon and her own fear. Memories slammed into Carl's mind, and he realized that Ray and the others hadn't experienced any of that. For them, nothing had happened but the deadlock, then the vampire being extracted by the Chaos Dragon. Whether they had been able to sense the presence of the supreme rank dragon at all was questionable, but Carl and Kara could still smell her presence, like a waft of perfume after she had left the room. Carl caught his breath as his body finished healing, and then realized he was both naked and human again. A quick transformation and a fresh set of armor had him ready to go, but Priestess Delilah had some questions. What exactly was that? I thought I felt a chaos dragon take the vampire away, and why did you turn human when your armor broke? She demanded. I didn't turn human when my armor broke. Somewhere at the end, my transformation spell must have been dispelled. My natural state is much less furry. A chaos dragon did intervene. Apparently, something that we did alerted Supreme Lady Matilda, and she claimed the vampire as her own. Carl explained. Sihosesa is involved with Bomgan? Commander Ligo asked, horrified. Carl shook his head. No, the vampire was definitely from Bomgan, but she had some sort of deal where she agreed that the Supreme Lady would never see her again, and once she did, the Chaos Dragon simply took her. There was some overlap of time there, I don't know what sort of skill that was. Priestess Delilah nodded. That's understandable. Everything becomes chaotic around her. The entire nation of Sihosesa tends to be in a state of flux when she's in a bad mood. Time flow, mana levels, everything. New cities and dungeons have been known to appear out of nowhere when she is mad at someone. Chaos, indeed. Carl checked his mind and found that Kara was safely in her space, reclined on her pile of treasure, reminiscing about whatever she had seen in that mirror. Her thoughts were oddly close to Carl, but whatever she saw had pleased the badger. Commander Ligo joined the conversation. So, just to be certain. There is no chance that Sihosesa is working with Bomgan, correct? Carl nodded. That is correct. It was personal between the dragon and the vampire. There was no indication of alliance, military or otherwise, between the two nations. But how did the other fights go? The demon shrugged. The extra damage reduction your team granted us made all the difference. My apologies for not coming to your aid, but void and death together create chaos, and the energy around your fight made it unsafe for anyone else to attempt to use skills or approach the area. But more importantly, in all that mess, were you bitten? Vampire toxin isn't always recognized as a negative state by healing spells and regeneration. Carl thought back through the battle. No, I don't believe that I was bitten. Clawed quite a bit, hit with every offensive skill that she could think of. But not bitten. That is excellent news. It saves us an extra step in the post-fight quarantine and monitoring stage. If there was any risk of high-ranking vampire bites, someone would have to monitor you all night, in case you died and returned as an overlord-ranked vampire. That would be bad. Commander Ligo explained. Oh. Dana asked. Imagine him, with all his skills. But faster, and driven mad by bloodlust. It takes newly turned vampires months or even years before most of them are sane enough that they can be released from captivity for more than suicide missions. Even the Bomgan armies only use new vampires as shock troops, and that's a massive waste, as they're so powerful once they sober up from the bloodlust. The demon explained. Dana chuckled. I can't imagine Mick, our vampiric shop clerk, as a bloodthirsty monster. That made the big demon chuckle. It only happens to turn vampires, not trueborn living vampires, children born with the virus from infected parents. Is she still alive, or is she once dead already? Still alive. Kind of. Vampires are a bit odd. Dana hesitantly answered. If there is doubt, she's alive. But their hearts beat very slowly, and they're primarily sustained by blood and magic. They get extra creepy when they're dead. More powerful, but definitely creepier. Carl chuckled at the thought of Mick being called creepy. Maybe there was someone who saw her that way, but he just couldn't. Not when Ray had her dressed in a frilly ruffled Lolita dress and carrying a parasol at work. Thor agreed with Commander Ligo. That crazy naked woman was way creepier than any other vampire he had seen. But now that the battle was over, the hard part could begin. There was a load of cleanup to be done, and the majority of the farmland around the village was completely obliterated. Even with all the powerful creatures they had here, there would be no salvaging most of the crops. I will join the Thunderbird, and we will scorch this region clear of all signs of the undead. Then, if the dancing tree likes to fly, I will take her up to restore the soil while Priestess Tessa makes potatoes for them to plant. They will grow well enough in this soil, and they can grow year-round here, so the farmers don't starve. Priestess Delilah insisted. Oh, she loves to fly. I'm sure that she will be overjoyed to help you. Tessa agreed. The red dragon smiled gently. It was a given that the green dragon priestess would be on board with a flight on the back of a totem-ranked red dragon. Fortunately, most of the battle had been skeletons, so there wasn't much toxic blood to deal with, and only the portions where the zombies had been engaged needed to be intensively purged, while Thor and Karl were tasked with using bulwark to make piles out of the skeleton bones. Those would be burned to ash to reduce the amount of undead corruption that could be spread by their presence. Ray and Remy had already stolen a lot of the hand bones for making arts and crafts, as well as some rare potions, but the rest could be burned. Nobody needed huge undead leg bones anyhow. Within an hour, the battlefield was cleaned, and Lotus was ready for her flight. Delilah came prepared, and she even had a custom saddle made, with an adjustable belt to hold the rider on during hard maneuvering. It might have been even more fancy than the ones that Ray made. They made slow and lazy circles in the sky as Lotus rained nature magic down on the region, bringing life back to the scorched and barren ground. But Lotus was better at nature magic than the red dragon had been expecting, and she caused the potato plants to appear and sprout all through the fields before she was finished. As an added benefit, that also took Lotus much longer than just seeding the fields. A whole extra hour in the sky, riding on a dragon. Entire fields would be ready to start harvesting in a few months, about the time that the villagers would be running out of the supplies that Tessa had left for them today. It would change the stews for a while, but at least they would still have plenty to eat. Tessa spent most of that time working with Thor on rebuilding the damaged road sections, as bulwark had proven to be such an effective earth-moving tool when attached to a behemoth. Thor could push massive piles of dirt and gravel with ease, and a little work to build up the road above the level of the fields would make it much less muddy than before. Everything drained to the dry moat around the village anyhow. Chief Snakebite came out to greet Karl when he approached the village after finishing the cleanup. Excellent work, Overlord. We have a long house for your people, so you can sleep. I remember that you've been up since yesterday already. Karl patted him on the shoulder. Thank you. I'm sure everyone will be grateful for the rest. If you talk to one of the battalion leaders, they'll let you know what their night watch practice is. But first, I think we should probably eat. If I tell the ladies to go to bed hungry, I will be sleeping in a pig barn. The long house was like a military barracks, set up for 100 people to sleep in, with a large open space in the center, set up for a cooking fire. Karl woke up the next morning to the usual sounds of his group in camp. Dana mumbling to herself as she shifted in his arms. Thor and Tessa preparing breakfast, Lotus trying to escape from Ophelia, and now Naksha, laughing at the little priestess dilemma. The black dragon waved at Karl as he sat up in bed. Oh, really isn't a morning person, is she? Everyone awake shook their heads in solidarity. If she didn't have Lotus with her, she would sleep at least 3 more hours a day. But they're basically a bonded pair at this point, so she puts up with the early morning wake-up calls. Karl explained quietly. Ophelia opened one eye, then ruffled Lotus' hair before tucking the little cleric back underneath her. You're all too loud. We were up for 2 days and a night. Let me sleep. Tessa chuckled. Well, it's almost noon. If we don't have breakfast now, it'll be lunch. They had slept from late afternoon until nearly noon the next day, and she was hungry. The orcs had brought them supplies at some point, as there was a basket of eggs by the door. But Thor had given her a large whale steak to fry, and there was a massive skillet full of what smelled like bacon grease, garlic and chopped potatoes. Once that was frying, the smell was enough to rouse Ophelia from her slumber, and everyone got prepared for their day's activities. Priestess Delilah came inside, transformed into a middle-aged woman with hair as bright red as her robes, and a stern face that spoke of countless years dealing with children. "Do you mind if I join you? There are some things to discuss this morning while the army is preoccupied." The Red Dragon asked. "There's always enough for more visitors. Sit where you like." Tessa agreed. Delilah picked a spot beside Naksha, as she was alone on a bed, and got right to business. "It seems that your premonition was right. The energy flows were a trap, and the arrival of the last wave of totems was not a coincidence. We have reports of 12 other attacks, all much smaller than the one that we endured, but all of them ended with either an undead plague curse or a group of totems arriving on the scene the moment that the energy flow from the battlefields ended. Unlike the others, it appears that we managed to attract an entire staging area to one spot. That might not sound like a good thing, but I would contend that it was. We had 3 totems here, plus a strong support overlord, to help deal with 6 necromancer lords. The Bongan nation took a heavy blow last night, with the loss of an entire totem-ranked necromantic coven, and 2 ancients. Well, 3 if we consider the vampire to be lost to them, though she is confirmed to be alive." Carl gave her a curious look. "She has been confirmed alive already?" Delilah nodded. "Supreme Lady Matilda took her shopping in the late hours of last night. The vampire has been imprisoned with magical cuffs that suppress her ability to transform, as well as some of her abilities. So, she is no longer considered to be a threat. But more than that, the number of totems that will support the Lord of the Undead is limited. There might be hundreds of them spread through the undead nation, but most have their own goals, and their own territories. Getting them to move everything to the border for a foreign invasion under someone else's control takes more than a simple command. Especially now that they have taken a large number of losses. Of course, it's the same for the demons, is it not? There is a totem-ranked chief in town, but they wouldn't and couldn't send the chiefs of every single village to the border, no matter how bad the attacks got. That made perfect sense. Even if they were creating an undead army, you couldn't take the leaders from every village in the entire nation into the army. Even conscription usually only took a portion of the nobles, then conscripted kids from the families to fill the ranks of officers. Tessa started to dish out breakfast as it was ready. "So, are we expecting more attacks today? How did the other battles go?" Delilah sighed. "Well enough. The Bongan army inflicted 3 totem-ranked losses upon the Bongan army for every totem they lost, not counting our group. But some villages suffered extensive damage before the attackers were repelled. At the moment, the Lord is more concerned about what caused this recent bit of aggression. There are some obvious clues, but Lord Bongan hasn't officially said anything or made any demands." That did sound strange. You didn't usually start a large-scale invasion without some sort of motivation or demands. Unless they were getting overpopulated and needed more space, in which case the answer was that they were just planning to fight until they either gained enough land or lost enough troops. Well, if there is no clear reason or target, all we can really do is wait for them to attack again. That's nearly the worst situation for the border villages, just waiting to see if they'll be wiped out one day. But I suppose it's worse for the army. Carl replied. Delilah nodded. Exactly. They're spreading out again so that they don't leave too large of a region exposed to attack, but it's just a guessing game where the attacks will land, unless we get some sort of divine inspiration. Beside her, Naksha chuckled. I suspect that we won't need much divine inspiration to guess that they will attack us again. After yesterday's battle, both the red and black dragons were pleased with our performance. The undead army won't stand for that. So, I suspect that wherever we go, we will be attacked again soon. The only thing that would stop it would be to go to a city too large and heavily defended for them to launch another full-scale attack on us. That was the same thing that was on everyone's mind. They were going to be targeted again after eliminating 9 totem-ranked undead and necromancers in the course of a single battle. The loss of an army was a significant blow, but the loss of its assigned leaders was worse. Under normal circumstances, they should be able to escape, and the leaders of an army rarely fought to the death, unless they had a sure way to resurrect, like the ones who fought at the battle in Drod City. However, things were still calm after the finished breakfast, and the village was beginning to get back to their routine, with the orcs going out to check on the newly revamped fields to see what they had coming for crops and what it needed. Most of the outlying fields were fine, as they were past the battlefield, but those who worked the inner fields had countless notes to take about the current state of the land. Especially as all the field boundaries had changed with Thor and Carl bulldozing up the undead bodies. Chief Snakebite motioned for them to join him on the porch of his house, where he had a large book set out. "Thank you all for the help. If you would like to continue your battles against the undead, I got a notice this morning that the city of Bach has been recruiting adventurers into a force to clear the border region around Ekbor, in preparation for a retaliatory invasion," the giant orc suggested. Carl looked to the others for a decision. The point of the trip was to build experience, which should help their growth, and please the gods. Both of those things would be likely to happen if they joined this expedition. But there was always a chance when you joined a larger ongoing plan that someone would try to use you as cannon fodder. For that reason alone, showing up at random places to join border defense forces was a superior method of support. Delilah shrugged. "If you can all advance one more time, you could probably come out of the dead zone and visit the rest of the Dragon Isles." Carl would most likely be alright traveling alone as an overlord, but he's as much a beast as the ones bonded to him. Dana gave her a confused look. "What do you mean the dead zone?" Delilah laughed softly as she realized that they didn't know the nickname. The region around the undead horde, and the whole southeastern isle in general, is known as the dead zone on the other islands. It's where those without potential go to die, never able to reach immortality. For example, I'm from northern Kapi, near the Saihosesa Straits. There are no lesser demon species there. No orcs, no lesser trolls, and the only thing elevating most of the dragonkin above slavery is the law prohibiting the practice. If you can't make overlord rank by adulthood, your life is somewhere between forfeit and worthless. I was the runt of my clutch, slow to grow, and I am the last of us still lingering at totem ranked. That is why I was chosen to be moved when the church needed dragons for its deployment. Now, my attitude and accomplishments have often pleased the goddess. But among my peers, I am seen as an underachiever at my age. That might diminish your respect for me, but the red dragon doesn't care about personal pride. Then there is Sholaha. I heard that the dwarves of Bara have gone there to fill an order for Carl. Something about blood. They should have it at your guild house soon. The Dark Dwarves hold a combat tournament along the shores of Naraletum Lake, and it doesn't even start until Overlord rank, which is the amateur fighters. The pros are all totem and mythic ranked. Carl was intrigued. What do they fight for? What sort of prizes would intrigue enough people to come fight in such a battle? The dragon laughed. They fight for the right to levy fees on the Xylaz dungeon. The winning mythic and totem-ranked fighter split half the income from the dungeon entry fees, with the city taking the rest. It probably sounds outlandish to you, coming from this region, but it's really not unexpected if you have lived long enough to see the change. The problem here in Drod is somewhat of their own making, after all. They went on a rampage to eliminate all the most powerful monsters and beasts. That dropped the latent mana level in the region, and now they are weakening themselves with their supposed safety. We have tried to talk sense to the Lord of Drod in the past, but he likes things just how they are, and this is his territory, so we let it go. Dana sighed. So, that's how it is. But now that the system is back, aren't things going to be tossed on their heads? The dragon smiled at her. Unlike humans, who have zero innate power, and unlimited potential for growth, almost every other species will hit a cap within the system where they cannot progress any further, no matter what they do. Chromatic dragons need variable amounts of time, but they can reach demigod status, in theory. Though, I am not certain the world could support a demigod at this point. We need higher quality mana to keep growing. But other than humans and dragons, everyone else will hit a genetic dead end. Even the elves and dwarves will reach their limit somewhere within the realms of the immortals. Few in the past did make it into the realm of peak immortals, but there has never been a supreme-ranked dwarf or elf. Once upon a time, the two species both had legendary heroes, but that was a gift from the system, and they skipped the supreme rank entirely on their way by. But you're not here for history. What I'm saying is that from a logistical standpoint, it makes sense for you all to try to get to Overlord ranked within the next few years. I can see that the ladies are still new to the Monarch rank, but your power is growing. Earn enough rewards from the system and you'll make it there. It's not like you're short on time. With a fully active system, your aging process should slow dramatically once you're in your later 20s, or the species equivalent of the human end of early adulthood. Lotus sighed at the thought of needing to make it through a whole rank to keep traveling. That was a long time. But she was pretty comfortable in Drod, and they were all Darklight Host Guild members now, so there was no reason that she couldn't just stay there forever if she didn't make it to Overlord rank quickly. The downside would be that if everyone else did, then she would miss out on too much fun stuff. If it was just Carl, she could get Ray and Remy to bring her back fun stuff. But losing her cuddle bear to separate adventures was simply unacceptable. Delilah noticed her dilemma right away. Let me guess, you're trying to balance the amount of actual work involved versus the amount of fun that you will miss out on if you don't do the work in a timely manner? The dragon asked. Lotus gave her a suspicious look, but nodded in agreement. Delilah consoled the little cleric. Well, as they say, nature is all about balance, right? You just need to convince the other ladies to do fun stuff in between jobs so that you don't get too bored. I would likely just accept that you're going to lose the Beast Master eventually. His growth rate is destined to be spectacular, and he will hit totem rank long before any of you are overlords. Dana patted Lotus on the shoulder. Relax, it's depressing for all of us. At least your bed doesn't get cold when he goes out to do other things. Ophelia chuckled at the comment, and Dana shrugged. She had just accepted it at this point. Even if her and Carl weren't on the same sleeping schedule, if he was gone entirely, then all of her usual sleeping partners were gone as well. What are you going to do next? Ophelia asked the totem, ranked red dragon. There is another battle coming that I feel the calling to. Bagandorman is a coastal city right on the border. Close to 100,000 demons and orcs. The goddess says I need to be there for their next battle. She replied. Tessa stared meaningfully at Carl, who chuckled in response. Well, I suppose that we could all go to the city with you. It will make the red and black both happy if we're there to fight. The dragon shrugged. You can if you like. It is also a port town, so if you need some foreign items that you didn't find in Drod, they might be here. Carl looked up at the sky, which was becoming overcast as a storm rolled in from the east. Perhaps I should move most of the group to a dry spot, and then I can follow you on Hawk. He suggested. Or, I can just open a portal. I'm assuming that you've never been there before, but I learned to use the portal spell centuries ago. With a wave of her hand, a portal opened, showing a large city far beneath the scene. A minor technical difficulty for their wingless members. Carl opened the tiny world entrance to let the others enter, and then walked through, letting himself walk through the sky as Hawk blinked to his space, then back out to appear under Carl's feet. Delilah transformed as she stepped through the portal, and shook her head in amusement at Carl standing on top of the Thunderbird. I might have forgotten that you don't have wings. She informed him as they circled towards the city. That's fine. I can fly without them. But the others can't, so I opened a separate space for them to rest in. The reminder brought her attention back to the spell. Is there enough space to really relax in your spell? Or is it more of a stasis item? There is room. Is there not a good hotel here? Carl asked. Delilah shook her head. Even when the city isn't under attack, it's impossible to find a decent room. I suggest that we land outside the city and let the others out, then leave again before dark. Carl gestured down toward the army unit stationed outside the city. Why don't we go join them? I can have a proper resting spot, suitable for a high priestess, made in no time at all. She was dubious about that, but led Carl down to the army camps to make the introductions. She shifted into human form the moment that she landed on the east side of the city, furthest into Drod territory, and Carl let the rest of the team out of the tiny world, while they waited for an officer to approach from the military camps. Avatar Delilah. What brings you here today? The demon asked politely, as he spread his black leathery wings in a slight bow. I sensed war coming. I also brought ones favored by the war god. Might we rest in your camp tonight? She asked. The demon suddenly went stiff, and reluctantly shook his head. My apologies, priestess. The camps are on lockdown. There was an infection outbreak, and it is suspected to have been brought by infiltrators from the city. We can help you set up near the camp, but not allow you in until protocols are finished. Carl shrugged. That is fine. We will set up in the trees over there, if you're not planning to cut them for firewood right away. The demon chuckled. We've got more than enough fire magic for that. We will make sure that the patrols keep an eye on your location, so no spies or intruders attempt to attack your camp. Carl was about to thank the man when Ray simply vanished with a swoop of her cloak, using it as a shadow to shadow step into the tree line, where she could set up a fort. Then, they could upgrade the fort with illusionary domain upgrades and some runic traps. As long as Remy and the butterfly worked with her, it would be the greatest fort that they had ever made. But the butterfly had an even better idea. Instead of making the illusion inside the fort, she would make it outside the fort, so that those who tried to get to them would have to go through hundreds of meters of fake forest, without knowing where the forest had stopped being real. Carl smiled as the three of them got to work on the new camp, and Ray encompassed 5 large trees with her construction plans for the fortress, which was now more of a silk palace than a tree fort. Alright, Lady Ray is ready to show us her masterpiece. Carl announced as she finished with the fort. He ignored the extra distance as he led the group inside, but noticed that Delilah was intrigued by all the illusionary elements. They were at overlord rank, but it was rare that anyone saw through them, even if they had a level advantage. Then they got to the Silk Fortress, which had 2 levels, multiple bedrooms, and even a slide around the outside to get to the ground. You keep that sort of equipment with you? That's a bit excessive. The dragon laughed. On the contrary, Lady Ray made this with her own silk over the last 5 minutes. It's a fully custom design, with an improvised security system in place. I will add some runic wards around the perimeter to keep away pests, and then we should be able to sleep in peace. Butterfly passed control of the illusionary domain to Carl, as her energy was limited, and he led everyone inside, where Ray was waiting for them. Lady Delilah, welcome. Oh, I don't think that Naksha has seen one of my forts, either. First up, we have the seating area. The floor is stretchy and warm, but I also made hanging chairs. Over there, we have a kitchen, or when Lotus makes counters out of the branches. Then we have showers, using water creating magical items. Upstairs we have a full set of bedrooms, plus 1 extra, as we always seem to pick up more people the longer that we stay in one place. I remember a few occasions when our group size doubled by the time we were ready to move on. Ray welcomed them. The dragons explored the tent, and then returned to the main floor, where Lotus had altered the branches into countertops so she could make dinner. Hammocks in every room, sticky mesh on the windows to keep pests out but let fresh air in. Excellent work on the fort. Your team really does live in luxury when you're on the road. Delilah congratulated Ray. Ray gave her a toothy smile. We do our best. Do you think that this army will be as fun as the last one? There are a lot more strong creatures here. Maybe we can get more trophies this time. Skeletons and zombies don't make for decent trophies, and the necromancers don't look nearly as impressive dead as they were alive. Fighting giants at least left big, impressive corpses. The dragons chuckled at her annoyance. The undead generally weren't as impressive to look at dead as they were alive. They just kind of crumbled when the magic animating them vanished. Even the necromancers withered to something close to a mummy once the magic sustaining their life force was stripped away. For most of them had used the dark arts to extend their lives, and without that magic, they were nothing more than decrepit husks. Lotus made them lunch, and then they had a dilemma. What to do with the rest of the day? Ray grabbed the two dragons. Do you want to explore the separate space? Hawk is there flying around now, and you could stretch your wings without bothering anyone. Or have a nice bath in the lake in dragon form. Naksha looked intrigued. A bath in dragon form? That's not something that comes up very often. But how large is this space that it has a dragon-sized bathtub? Carl chuckled and opened the entrance far enough for them to step through, and not just enough to keep the air fresh inside the space. That's, Delilah began. A tiny world, spell, yes. The totem-ranked dragon stepped through the entrance, and then turned to look around in wonder. The entrance had put her at the entrance to the replica guild house, where Remy was currently working on potions. Hawk was soaring overhead, enjoying the gusts off the mountains, where the artificial sun's heat created an updraft. The two dragons transformed to soar around the space for a few minutes, then Delilah dove into the lake, vanishing from view for a few minutes before surfacing. Oh, that is lovely. The lake is much deeper than I thought it was going to be, and the depths are cold. There are actual fish in the lake. Naksha gasped as she dove in after the larger red dragon. Not many of them, but there were actual fish in the lake. They were introduced by Lotus, as part of the effort to balance the ecosystems of the tiny world. It had been coming along remarkably well, and with the day-slash-night cycle of the artificial sun, the plants were growing in well to replace the illusionary ones that Carl had created to fill the space. It was almost to the point now that they could keep a full group living in it indefinitely without having to open the exit at all, but Carl kept it cracked anyhow, just to be on the safe side. It was better to know that the air was good than to risk it becoming imbalanced without a good cause. Once they finished playing in the lake, the dragon stretched out on a rock ledge on the mountain at the edge of the space and simply enjoyed the sun. As far as ways to enjoy a down day went, that was close to the best, and there was nobody here who would bother or interrupt them. No threats to deal with, nobody begging for favors. Just peaceful relaxation in the sun. While most of the team relaxed in the tiny world, Carl sat in the fort and kept watch with Kara. Well, technically neither of them was doing a good job of keeping watch. Kara was snacking on trail mix from the guild storage, and Carl was reading a book on magical item creation. But they were at least inside the fort, where they would hear and sense if anyone approached the illusionary domain outside. The rest came out of the tiny world for a late dinner, in preparation for setting night watch in their silk tree fort. This definitely was not a safe region for anyone to be setting up camp, even as close as they were to the additional army units, and Delilah was not ready to just take Carl's word that Ray could take care of the night watch duties. Why don't we keep watch in shifts? I will take first watch with Ray, and then Lotus can keep watch with Ophelia, while you can take final watch with Naksha. Then we will cycle the others in, so everyone gets nights off. Carl suggested to the Red Dragon. Carl called out the Lamia bodyguards, as well as the Epic Guard, who was looking more like a living creature every day. The last battles had left the guard invigorated with power, and the energy sharing of the Haint Claw appeared to be subtly enhancing the creature, which looked much like an all-black version of Overlord Lifa. But as the Epic Guard increased in power, it was subtly changing to be less like the wayward Haint. The bark on its body was beginning to separate, giving it the effect of a ghostly woman in a humanoid tree, and less of a bark-covered humanoid like a dryad. Carl wasn't sure if this was a form of evolution, or an armor skill, where the bark was the ablative armor. But the Epic Guard was becoming increasingly distinct. That is a curious creature you have summoned. Tell me, do you usually equip it with weaponry? Delilah asked. If anything, I will give it a Haint Claw. It makes the guard exceptionally combat capable. The Haint Claw itself has skills imbued on it, and the Epic Guard skill is capable of putting them to good use. Carl explained. That was a bit less than a fully detailed description of what happened when the two things were combined, but they would get fully sidetracked if he started describing that. Interesting. And her presence activates a group buff. I can see why you activated that guard for the night shift. Carl smiled. She also doesn't need to sleep, so the three of them can keep night shift company. The Lamia pair knows the basics of making tea, if you should get thirsty. Once they had finished eating, and showered with the pleasantly warm water, courtesy of Remy, everyone but Carl headed for bed. Even Dana went up to sleep, with Kara following her. Remy giggled. I hope that Sister Ray snore-proofed this place. Kara talks in her sleep. Then she borrowed the unobtrusive behemoth skill to shrink herself down to 1/10 of her normal size, which made her small child-sized, but without the toddler's chubby body. She was still as lithe as ever, but now fit conveniently in Carl's lap as he reclined in one of the hanging chairs. Oh, this isn't bad. I'm going to have to try this for breakfast tomorrow. Food will be huge. Carl took out items from the guild bank to inscribe with runes as they listened for approaching enemies, or signs of disturbance at the army camps. Ray was outside somewhere, keeping watch, and setting more traps in the woods, just because it would be fun to see what got caught. The two most likely attack times would be just after dark, or just before dawn. There was some chance that the enemy would come during a random point during the night, but in Carl's mind, that was lower than the strategically advantageous all-night battle, or the twilight hours, when every species had trouble adapting their sight to the changing light. It didn't come during Carl's shift, and by Ray's update, it didn't arrive during Lotus and Ophelia's either. So, it was with great confidence that Remy followed Tessa to the kitchen in the morning to start making breakfast. She wanted to know what food looked like at 1/10 of her usual size. Her memories of being a hatchling were fading, but she could be small again. Tessa, not being privy to the inner workings of Remy's mind, simply thought that the eccentric Naga had decided that there was some advantage to being 1/10 her normal size while helping in the kitchen. They finished with all the usual breakfast foods, and Remy took a carefully curated plate to the counter to test whether eating while in a shrunken state was superior. Only 2 chunks of fried potato in, it was decided. This was definitely the superior way to eat. It might not be best for helping in the kitchen, as more body would make it easier to move around. But for purely eating, so much better. The smell brought the watch team in, and woke the others. Even Ophelia was up and out of bed on time today. Priestess Delilah took a plate with a polite smile at Tessa, and settled cross-legged on the floor to eat with her back against the tree trunk. There is no sign of movement from the army yet. Whatever attack they are waiting for isn't here. However, I can feel the gods' anticipation, so something big is going to hit here soon. I would recommend that everyone takes it easy today, instead of going into the city to do their shopping. We don't want to be separated when the attack begins, as they will lock down the city to keep spies and traitors from escaping, and it would cause chaos if we started attempting to exit at that point. Carl shrugged. That's not a big deal. We can spend a day crafting and mending gear. There's always something to patch, and if we run out, we can go assist the army camp. Did you need anything made while I'm at it? I will be making items for the guild shop, but there should be time for a custom piece or two. The Red Dragon shook her head. No, I am fully equipped. Just focus on anything that your guild needs so that they're not left hungry while you're on the front lines. Carl got started on the list of things that Loros had made for the day, starting with the requested higher rank items that nobody in the shop could make. Now that they had Dora, they could make some higher quality items, but there were a few requests for Overlord and Monarch ranked non-combat items as well. Those were the first ones that Carl made, followed by one of the weapons that Ashbringer had prepared. Is that made of corium and elven steel? Delilah asked as Carl prepared to begin adding runes to the scimitar. Possibly. I'm not a blacksmith, so I don't know all the metals and alloys. I just have an arrangement with our smith that he will make a number of high-quality weapon blanks for me to finish. The difference between a master-crafted weapon and a rune-crafted weapon is enormous, so it's good for our guild budget to make a few a month for auction. Remy made a bunch of potions yesterday while everyone was relaxing as well, so the shop is pretty well stocked. They are just lacking some of the Overlord grade supplies I usually provide. I see that we have mostly utility magical items on the list for today, though. So, our clientele must be adapting to what is regularly available instead of demanding specialty or combat-related items all the time. Carl explained. The dragon chuckled as she ate. Once you start making weapons, you can never stop, they will always want you to make more. It's better to get into something where the demand will one day dry up so that you don't end up making the same exact thing for the rest of your life. So many of the clerics fall into that trap, and end up making simple healing potions or rice and beans for decades. Carl finished the blade, and then took out a bag full of royal-ranked gems that Dora had made. They were uncut, and just roughly polished into the shape of an egg, but that was perfect for carving spells into them. It made them easier to hold as you worked, and the surface could be polished without damaging the runes. The most common requests that they had were water creation and fireball, but water creation could be done without a spell. So, Carl started with the fireball spell gems that could be added to other items that the crafters made. It was a relaxing start to the day, but their little fortress of solitude in the trees was slowly gaining more attention from the leaders of the army, who could sense the group of powerful individuals inside, but had no idea what Carl's group was up to. Or, Delilah's group, as they assumed it to be. The dragon was a totem-ranked cleric, so it was only natural that the leadership of the group would go to her. But she saw herself as a lone individual, simply camping with Carl's team for convenience. And for the large sunny cliff in his tiny world, where even an adult dragon could bask without anyone bothering them. The fact that people kept moving in and out of the tiny world only made the camps even more wary about what might be going on in the woods. To them, it felt like a small group of powerful combatants coming and going repeatedly, but without any updates as to where their allegiance lay or what their mission was. However, when enemy movement was spotted, they still send over a team to inform Carl's people that the invasion was imminent. 10 ships of the Bomgan fleet, along with 3 entire regiments of soldiers, coming from inland. Hawk flew out to see what was going on, and then began reporting back increasingly disturbing messages as he approached. 1 in every 10 is a necromancer. The rest are not Dana mages. I can smell the dead, but I don't see any zombies or anything. He reported as he passed over the approaching armies. No undead. Did that mean they had something like Carl's separate space to store them in? Or were the necromancers planning to animate the dead once the battle started? If that was the case, then something drastic was about to happen to the city. Killing enough soldiers to tip the scales at the start of the battle, even if the army was almost all golem mages, would be difficult. But if they attacked the civilians? That would cause chaos in the city. You look disturbed. Priestess Delilah noted. They have an army that is 1 in 10 necromancers, but with no undead. I'm more than a little concerned about where they plan to obtain them from. Carl explained. Delilah frowned. He was right. If you were going to bring that many necromancers, you would expect at least 50 undead per necromancer, even if they were at the royal or monarch rank. To have an entire military company worth of necromancers and no undead practically screamed that they were planning to do something horrific to procure their army after arrival. The Draught army should have realized that by now as well. They've got plenty of flying scouts. Let's see what the new arrivals have to say. The group from the army was already within the illusionary domain, avoiding the traps that Ray had set on everything but her one designated path in and out. Hail to the camp. One of the soldiers called from outside, unsure who was in charge here. Delilah motioned for Carl to answer, so he moved to look down from the floor entry. Come on up. What is the status at the camps? Our flying scout has reported general army numbers for the incoming Bomgan soldiers and fleet, but that's it so far. He greeted them. 1 man came up, leaving the other 4 on guard around the base of the tree. Overlord, I am Captain Kirchi. The Draught army will be moving to intercept the bombed-in army as the city guard intercepts the fleet. There are no ships on defense here, they were lost in an earlier battle, so the naval battle will take place in the harbor. Fortunately, the city is set back from the water, with only the docks outside the walls, so it won't be easy for the whites to breach the city, if that's what they sent in the ships. The demon explained. And the fact that the army brought necromancers, but no undead? Carl asked. Currently, the working theory is that someone in that army has a large storage item, and they will dump a mountain of bones when the fight starts, to create an army of skeletons too close for us to redeploy our troops. It's not the only option, but Command has deemed it the most likely. Carl nodded. It wasn't impossible. We will move to join the battle from this flank. We have clerics with us, both for buffs and healing, so we will have a triage center set up once the fighting starts. The captain nodded his golden-horned head. If you could stay near the triage center, it would be appreciated. Or at least some of you, as I see that we have an avatar of the Red Dragon with us today. I wouldn't dream of telling the war god where to deploy a dragon. That man's sense of self-preservation was impeccable. Carl led the group down from the fort, and Ray sealed the entrance with Overlord-ranked sticky silk, so they didn't have unwanted visitors before they came back at the end of the day. The armies were already moving into deployment positions, so Carl led them to an open position on the left flank, just behind the front lines, and had everyone call all their summons, while Lotus transformed into the Tree of Life. Their presence brought over multiple doctors and nurses, who set up in the area of effect under Lotus branches. But not everyone was as happy to see them. You do realize that the undead will take the presence of that tree as a giant fuck you to them, right? One of the sergeants near their position asked. They forgot, and everyone who looks like you, but I will take the sentiment. Having a powerful dedicated healing station here will help prevent the flank from being overrun. Don't worry about it too much, we will send our golems to assist the line. Carl replied. A few golems were not going to be equivalent to all the extra attention that they were going to draw, especially with a whole army of mages incoming. Mages who were likely to be using golems themselves. Tessa and Delilah were practically glowing with energy already, and the battle hadn't even started. If anything, that was not a good sign. But when Naksha began to shimmer with a faint black mist, it didn't take a genius to realize that someone, very near to them, was completely and immeasurably screwed. The battle started in the bay, with the ships bombarding the city walls as they approached, and the demons flying out to meet them. The mages summoned tens upon tens of thousands of golems, and the attack on land began, but the energy around the war and death god's acolytes was only growing. Can I start yet? Hawk asked, circling high above in the clouds. Not yet. Something is about to happen. Once it does, then we attack. Carl replied. Seconds later, a massive portal opened over the city, instantly dumping seawater and undead into the walls of Bagandorman. Carl and Kara were both ready for the sneak attack, but their attempts to dispel the power of the portal were no more than drops in a bucket to the power that was being deployed to keep it open. Delilah and Naksha both burst into dragon form and channeled energy into the efforts to close the portal, but even then, they could only make the edges waver a little as seawater and zombies poured into the city from 50 meters in the air. The one spot nobody ever looks for an enemy. Deep underwater. The perfect spot to hide an entire army of undead. Dana muttered. With the basement bunkers of the city mostly flooded, the civilians would be forced out into the streets or the upper levels of their houses, where the undead horde could find them. And the horde was no small threat. Every undead that could be controlled by the thousands of necromancers in this army should now be inside the city, and the screams echoed over the battlefield, even as the first plumes of smoke from a city being ransacked began. It threw the armies into chaos, and Delilah roared in rage. The Red Dragon hated attacking non-combatants and children as a battle tactic. It didn't matter if it was effective, it was cowardly. War was for warriors, not terrified children. Carl wasn't sure what he should be doing. They would need the healing station to be defended, and he couldn't leave Lotus alone, especially now that the armies were likely to collapse before they could reform their ranks. Hawk, Ray. Begin the attack. I don't care how much mana you burn. He commanded. Boss, did you know that you're glowing? Remy asked through their mental link. Carl looked at himself, but he couldn't see anything glowing. Not like he saw the power radiating off the dragon clerics. Skill Master 5 activation, skills, Rampage, Pack Affinity, and Brutality, have formed a combined skill. New skill learned, War Banner. War Banner, artifact grade large area spell. Spreads combat buffs across an entire allied force. Usable only during times of war. Carl let the power flow through him, and a massive dark light host banner appeared in front of him, on a pole 5 meters tall. Carl instinctively stabbed the banner pole into the ground, and a pulse of power spread over the battlefield. War Banner active, combat buffs, haste, terrorize, brutality, rampage, are applied to all allied soldiers, by the grace of the death gods. War Banner active, combat buffs, holy weapon, holy armor, consecrated ground, are applied to all allied soldiers, by the grace of the war gods. Carl was quite certain that it was either Delilah or Tessa who had cast the holy buffs, but they were active on Carl, as was consecrated ground, as he was standing in Thor's area of effect. And now they were active all over the battlefield, where the demons were beginning to rampage. However, the spell had one minor side effect. A 3-meter radius column of holy light that extended from it to the heavens. There could be no doubt as to where that buff was coming from, and the entire undead army was turning to engage them. Oh, you pissed them off this time. They were ignoring the lotus tree, but they're not going to let this one slide. Kara laughed as she landed on Carl's shoulder. No, they were definitely not going to ignore the fact that the banner in Carl's hand was spreading a totem-ranked, holy weapon, spell to the entire army, courtesy of Delilah, who was currently roasting large parts of the army as Remy and Carl activated, Apocalypse, all over the battlefield. I hope that you have a plan. Naksha called as she also took flight. Of course I do. Meteor Storm. The massive flaming boulders hurtled from the sky to crash into the mages who were charging at their position. They detonated around shields, carved massive craters in the soft earth, and shook the battlefield like an artillery battery. Carl let go of the banner to draw his sword, and it immediately moved to be attached to his back, fluttering over his head. From somewhere in front of Carl, a totem-ranked obsession demon with 4 arms and impossible speed laughed hysterically. When the Dark Light host goes to war, they sure do it in grand style, don't they? Battle Alliance request, Oathbreaker requests to ally his force with the Dark Light host. Duration, 1 battle. Battle Alliance request accepted. Carl wasn't certain what sort of difference it would make, until he realized that he could see all the names of the demon squad in gold, as if they were fellow guild members. If the banner hadn't already extended the buffs to them all, they would be covered now. But the real benefit was that they no longer needed to fear friendly fire from channeled spells. If it wasn't an explosion or other indiscriminate effect, it would not hit friendly targets. The swarm of violet-skinned demons charged right into the Apocalypse, ignoring the Hellstorm, vortexes and the flaming blizzard to engage the enemy mages. With their speed, the enemy mages could hardly see the demons coming, and hundreds died in the first few seconds. Carl moved forward to engage, while the others remained to hold the defensive position around Lotus, where a steady stream of wounded demons from their flank was approaching. Carl charged forward, and the air shattered with a resounding boom as he equipped the Haint Claw and Sword of Champions for an overhand strike into a mage's skull. For golems collapsed the moment the sword made contact, and the excess energy of the Void Blast threw a half-dozen more away from Carl's approach. A stomp sent Gravity Slam in a wave in front of him, clearing more targets for Carl's wrath. But compared to the demon beside him, his efforts were somewhat feeble. The totem-ranked demon who had called himself Oathbreaker was one that Carl had faced a lesser version of before, and every strike he landed affected every enemy within 50 meters. A single blow of his sword shattered barriers through an entire army unit, allowing his subordinates to charge in and massacre under the effects of Rampage. But the mages weren't without their own tricks. Waves of black energy dropped entire waves of demonic attackers, who the necromancers raised to fight their allies. One such wave came at Carl, only to be dismissed with a wave of Kara's paw. "Are you not going to fight?" Carl asked the medium dog-sized badger still lingering on his shoulder. "I suppose. Or at least fly up for a better view. They have spell gems and treasures for spell casting." Carl taunted her. That got Kara moving. Not directly to attack, but, pilfer, had a particularly high success rate on the necromancers and mages. In the limited instance where she chose to use it instead of knocking them out and turning out their pockets, anyhow. Carl sent, Rend, into a group of mages whose barriers were shattered by Oathbreaker, and then followed with a Void Blast, as they struggled to defend themselves and get their barriers back up. That cleared another group of enemies, but more were coming for them by the second, including one massive bone creature in a black robe with a scythe. It looked like the portrayal of the Grim Reaper in children's books back home, and at totem ranked, it was certainly no slouch in combat. Oathbreaker smirked as he let the undead pass by, headed for Carl. "Seriously?" Carl shouted at the constantly vanishing demon, whose primary attack skill was a teleport-based ambush. "It's only right for champions to fight champions. Have fun." The demon laughed as his troops spread to leave the two alone behind the battle lines. The undead went incorporeal as Carl hit it with a Void Blast. The spell crackled over its surface, burning at the robes, but even with Rampage stacked to its cap, it still wasn't enough to do serious damage. A set of spirits emerged from the creature's scythe and glided toward Carl at a deceptively high speed. Ghostfire lit them up and stopped the attack, which fed the Haint Claw. 3 swipes of the sword made a star-shaped wave of void energy headed for the Reaper, who cancelled them with a wave of soul energy. Again, their battle was beginning to create a miasma of energy around the fight. Not nearly as intense as Carl's fight with the vampire had, but still unstable. Only this time, Kara was nearby, and she had a plan. The chaotic energy seemed attracted to her, and simply flying through it would make it stick to her fur. She sparkled like the night sky as the chaos magic danced over her body, but that was only stage 1. Once she had enough of it collected, she focused and pulled it into a ball in her hands, then lobbed it at the enemy like a shining black snowball. The ball detonated against the incorporeal undead like a snowball as well, simply shattering into dust on contact, with no visible effect. Until a half-second later when a million small explosions detonated around the Reaper where the chaos energy destabilized. Carl found himself thrown from his feet, and the Reaper was smoking, with parts of its body solidifying, while others were remaining ethereal. The chaos magic had destabilized its transformation spell, and now it was stuck halfway between forms. That didn't slow down its barrage of soul attacks, though. Carl was forced onto the defensive, blocking the soul strikes, as the Haint Claw positively glowed with energy that was seeping into Carl. The Reaper swatted away Carl's return attacks, causing massive explosions on the ground near them, and Carl briefly recalled the collateral damage that had been caused by the battle between Lifa and the Emperor. If they were in the air, the destruction would be much worse. But as they were on the ground, it was mostly limited to the 100 meters around them, where the deflected spells were landing. But if you ignored the sound of explosions and the horrible shrieking that soul attacks made when they were dispersed, the battle had an eerie silence to it, with both sides maintaining their distance, where they could use larger-scale attacks. Eventually, the Reaper moved further into the air, looking to bombard Carl from above. That forced him to use swims through air, to join the creature in the sky, where their battle became the focal point of both sides of the fight, despite not being the highest-powered or most intense ongoing fight. That honor went to Oathbreaker, who was methodically tearing apart a pair of mythic-ranked mages who fought as a duo. Soul attacks shrieked through the air, a dozen ethereal blue skulls racing towards Carl, who hurled void blasts at them. The mutual destruction rained black and blue energy down on the battlefield, where both unfortunate demons and mages burst into a hellish version of soul fire that no amount of water could put out. Carl tried to move the battle away from the armies, but the Reaper was having none of it, and preferred to fight directly over the front lines. "Kara, can you help with the fallout?" Carl asked as he formed a plan to deal with this undead menace. "Got it. I will put out the fires." Carl varied his attack patterns, sending a second wave right behind the first, and finally landed a strike on the Reaper. Not much as far as damage, but the Haint Claw immediately latched on, and began stealing power from the undead, which howled in rage, but appeared helpless to stop the siphoning of its life force. That turned into a battle of wills, with Carl channeling mana into the Haint Claw to increase the siphoning speed, and only putting in the minimum effort to defend himself against the Reaper's attacks. It was becoming weaker by the second, but Carl could feel the sense of expectation growing from beneath him, where the necromancers were watching the battle. Something was off, and he didn't know what it was. A final, void blast, dissipated the Reaper, and a massive surge of power flowed into Carl. Negative state, overload, a soul energy and mana increase uncontrollably. "Do we dispel that?" Kara asked. "Not yet." The Haint Claw was already saturated with power, unable to take more, and the Blade of Champions surged with Ghostfire 100 meters long as, Ghostfire Body, attempted to channel all the excess energy that Carl couldn't contain. It was invading his mind, and Carl could feel his memories fading until he closed his eyes and focused on his sense of self. That brought him to the mental space that Monk Chen had trained him to use to meditate, the one with the ghostly golden dragon scale. That was where Carl focused on putting all the excess energy that he was receiving as he floated in the air above the battlefield, a beacon of golden light and ethereal ghostfire. The scale absorbed the power as fast as Carl could pour it in, but the faster he transferred it, the faster it arrived. So, this was the final strike of the Reaper. An uncontrolled power surge that would destroy the mind and body of anything that dared to go against it. Carl was so focused on dealing with the influx that he hadn't even noticed that Kara was frantically trying to dispel the effect, with no luck at all. In fact, the spells only seemed to add to the influx. Far beneath him, Delilah landed next to Tessa and slumped down with her massive draconic head on her front paws. "Will he survive that?" the war cleric asked the ancient dragon. "Probably. The favor of the gods is strong on him. Besides, look how terrified the undead are. They're already fleeing the city, and the ghostfire hasn't even touched the city walls yet." She had a point. The whipping tendrils of fire from Carl's overloaded spells were tearing furrows in the earth and lighting up the sky, but even the heat from the flames seemed to tear the souls from the undead and add them to the growing ball of power that was Carl. What happens if that spell succeeds? Are we in range of whatever explosion will follow? Dana asked. Delilah patted her on the head with a claw. "It won't explode, it will implode. His mind will shatter under the power, turning him into an instinct-driven brute. Then his body will be destroyed, and he will become some sort of undead. Most likely an impressive one, given the amount of power that will be condensed into his new form." "You seem rather calm about that," Dana complained. "Well, this is war, and I've only known you 2 days. I like you all, but war is not without casualties, and nothing I do can stop that spell," the dragon replied. "Damned practical answers," Dana muttered, while Ray patted her. "Have faith. The Carl isn't that easy to kill. Besides, there is so much free power for us, how could we say no?" Ray consoled her. Dana wasn't sure which was the more disturbing outcome. An undead Carl, or an overloaded insane totem-ranked living Carl. Both were terrifying outcomes, and a Carl without allies meant a whole team of beasts who might not maintain the same alliances either, as his new commands bled through their link. Skill Master 5 Activation, Mental Fortitude, has advanced. Skill Master 5 Activation, Mental Fortitude, has advanced. Carl focused on keeping his thoughts intact as the power flowed through him. He shared it to the spaces, the golden dragon scale in his mental space, and then let as much as he could overflow. Ghostfire Body was completely out of control, and the effect was beginning to spread to other spells. Demonic Oppression was surging, and the oppression effect was hitting everything on the battlefield except Karl's team and the small group of demons that had a battle alliance with them. Both sides were beginning to retreat now, unable to stand the side effects of the overloaded war champion. Far in the distance, Lord Bomgan watched the scene with amusement. It had been millennia since he had seen anything like this spectacle. If it wouldn't have drawn the Lord of Drod, he would have gone to get a better view. But even from his current position over 100 kilometers away, he could pick out the smallest details of the situation. Perhaps he would have a new war champion at the end of the day. Or perhaps the overload effect would force the war champion to adapt. That could cause absolute chaos within the living, especially those greedy necromancers who still thought that they were the masters of the undead, and would see it as an opportunity. In short, there was no way that he lost out. Karl felt the excessive mana beginning to burn his body, but with void body and impenetrable bulwark active, it wasn't enough to actually harm him yet. The power was still growing, though. It didn't make any sense to Karl. The power had to be coming from somewhere, but the enemy was dead. If the enemy was dead, and the spell made his mana go out of control, shouldn't it just be a buff of his own regenerative abilities? No, because there was a massive influx of soul power coming to him as well, so it was most likely stored somewhere else, or linked to another location. Perhaps this could be an opportunity. The power had an indescribable sense of eternity to it, as if he couldn't see the limits of it. What if the issue wasn't that the energy was limitless, but that it was so much higher quality than his body that it simply felt like it? Just a casual swat of an overlord's power could do something like this to a common ranked elite. Could this be a curse or blessing of an immortal or supreme that was placed on the Reaper? If that was the case, he could use this power to advance. The problem was that Karl was not a beast himself, and the knowledge of how to integrate power with your body to advance was not part of his genetic memory. Kara and the butterfly were trying to explain it to him, but how did you explain a basic bodily function? It was like telling someone how to move their fingers. The first step was to just do it, and if you didn't know how, it was impossible to explain. The Bomgan Lord felt the shift in the power as Karl tried to internalize it and smiled. Yes, that was precisely the way. Take it in and embrace the route to immortality as an undead. But the more of the power that Karl channeled through his body, the more that the Bomgan Lord became concerned that this strange creature might know something that he didn't. He wasn't dying. If anything, his vitality was skyrocketing. With the retreat of the Bomgan army, and the defeat of the undead in the city by the town guard, who had circled to the south side of the walls to avoid the oppression of Karl's aura, the battle was officially over. All that was left was for him to stop doing whatever he was doing. The mana began to grow faster than Karl could adapt, and then more than his damage reduction could handle, to the point that his body was beginning to burn, then reform with void body. There was still one thing that he could try, though. Purgatory Flames, Hawk's new fireball skill, used every bit of your available mana. In theory, that should reset his mana levels to 0, and even if it didn't deactivate the skill, it would at least buy him some time. Karl began to form the spell, with the intent to hurl it at the village in the distance, where the Bomgan army had retreated. If they wanted to curse him with overloaded mana, they could have it back. The energy condensed, and then suddenly Karl was standing in the void again, floating in space, the same as he had been during the battle with the vampire. Shit. Death and void magic make chaos. But this was soul and ghost flame, I should have been fine. In the distance, a haunting chuckle began, coming closer by the second. Supreme Lady Matilda appeared in front of him with a curious look on her massive draconic face. You show up here entirely too often for a mortal, do you know that? What did you do this time? She asked. I was attacked by a reaper, and when he died, he cast some sort of spell that made my soul power and mana overload uncontrollably. Karl offered. Lady Matilda watched him for a moment as the effect began to grow again, and nodded her head. Interesting. You're not supposed to kill the Reapers, they belong to the Death God. You should have banished it. I will remember that for next time. Is there a way to stop this effect? Matilda stared at him for a few seconds, then nodded. Just give it a minute or two, and it will wear off on its own. It's not like the effect is permanent. Well, that was reassuring. Can you transfer me back when it ends? I'm quite sorry that I keep ending up wherever this is. Matilda sighed. I suppose that I can. I will just call the entertainment factor enough payment for the spell. The power was growing even faster now than it had been at the start, as if purging the mana from him had not affected the spell's progression at all, and had only emptied the excess from his body. Again, he focused on using the power to strengthen his body, the way that Kara and Butterfly were trying to explain to him. They were both doing the same, attempting to demonstrate to help Karl's comprehension rate as they increased their own power. Or, in the case of the Butterfly, stabilized it. The influx of power had done wonders for her stability and evolutionary state, as well as the mana level inside her space, which was exponentially denser than the mana in the spaces of the others, though it was close to the same quality. Skill Master 5 Activation, Avoid Iron Body, 2, Chaos Beast Constitution. Chaos Void Constitution, Epic Grade Chaos Element Physique. Removes physical limitations on development. Enhanced compatibility with Chaos and Void Element Magic. Karl wasn't certain what that meant, exactly. But he did know that the influx of mana and soul power no longer hurt, and it wasn't triggering his damage reduction skills. Not bad. You managed to adapt to being overloaded. Now, you just need to learn to absorb all that excess energy, and you'll be able to advance properly. Lady Matilda congratulated Karl. Kara came out of her space to examine him. He was still glowing with power, but it wasn't destroying him anymore, so he should be safe to land on. Oh, the badger is back. Hello, tiny creature. Kara waved at the Chaos Dragon, then got busy inspecting Karl. There was something odd about him still, and it wasn't just the excess power. Matilda lost interest in the pair, now that the spectacle was over, and banished them back to the material plane, where Karl found that no time at all had passed, and the power was still flowing from his body at the rate it had been when he left. Then, the flow reversed, as his adapted body began to suck it back in and bring the overloaded spells under control. His body was vibrating with power, and the spaces wouldn't accept any more, but the situation had stabilized, and Karl was no longer in danger of exploding, or accidentally lashing out with an out-of-control skill. Slowly, he returned to a stable state, and in the distance Lord Bomgan sighed in disappointment. That was far less spectacular than expected, and the war champion appeared to have found a trick to deal with the overloaded energy without any of the expected outcomes. The undead lord closed his eyes, about to turn away to take care of business, and then realized that Karl still shone like a beacon, both because of the spell he had active, and the immense amount of soul energy on his body. Undead and spiritual beings from hundreds of kilometers away would be drawn to him, and most likely stripped bare of their power in order to fuel whatever he had done to survive the overload. He would have to keep a close eye on that to see if it faded, or if Drod was going to have a walking beacon of potential salvation, drawing every undead in Bomgan to him just by existing. The demon army kept a wary distance from Karl as he descended into the clearing closer to their camp, and then dismissed the war banner, ending the beacon of light on his location. The only ones that came over to him were Dana and Delilah, but the beasts could all hear what was going on through their link with Karl, and most of the team was busy with treating wounded demons. The ancient red dragon didn't bother to transform as she inspected Karl for damages. It looks like you survived that well enough. It might take some time for your energy to stabilize, though. I don't know why you are holding so much power, but it might just be a matter of time before your body absorbs or releases it. Excellent work out there, especially with that war banner. Very impressive. She declared. Thanks. The war banner is a new skill, and surprisingly effective, but it will only work during a declared war. It's one of the restrictions on the banner. Still, I was startled that it didn't just spread my buffs, but all the buffs that had been applied to me across the whole battlefield. That sort of utility seems out of place for even an epic skill. It was something that formed by my skill advancement ability, merging multiple abilities. Karl explained. Interesting. I wonder if the advancements are situational. Exposing yourself to new things in high-stress situations might trigger more new skills to form. But you do need to work on absorbing that excess energy before it draws an entire army to your location. Perhaps you would like to retreat to the camp and move to the tiny world. That should stop the energy from leaking out and attracting the undead. Priestess Delilah suggested. That's not a bad idea. It might take a while, but if the Bongan army stays away for a few days, I will do my best. You can go back now, and we will wait here for the healing work to be done. I will make sure nobody bothers you at the fort. Ray insisted. All right, I will retreat now, before it causes more of an incident. I can see that the demons are somewhere between uncomfortable and upset with my presence, and I don't know how much destruction that overload event caused, so it's better that I vanish for a bit. Let me know if there are any issues with them holding it against my team, and we can move further from here. Carl added, for the benefit of the others. Once he was back in the fort, Carl left the entrance to the tiny world wide open, so the others could enter freely if they wanted to, and so that he could extend his senses outside, to be sure that there were no threats sneaking up on the fort. There was no real guideline on what he should do with all this excess energy that was stored for him, but Carl had an idea that he was hoping would work. In the dungeons, there were boss monsters. Epic-grade versions of the other creatures trapped there. They were still usually at the same rank, but they had strength, vitality, and mana pools that were many times what a normal creature could claim. That was what he was hoping to attain with the transformation of his body. The Chaos Beast Constitution skill said it removed physical limitations on development. So, in theory, he should be able to condense all that power into himself and let it settle into a state something like a dungeon boss. Kara thought that it was a great idea. Adapting to the excess mana was easy enough. With focus, it blended seamlessly into his body, simply increasing Carl's mana pool without the need to change his recently elevated power level. The change was gradual, but Carl was fairly certain that he could have himself and the beast spaces fully adjusted in the next few days. A week at most. It was the excess soul energy that was the issue. The Haint Claw and Blade of Champions had collected so much of it that it was simply impossible for him to adjust with any method that he knew. Instead, he focused on meditation and filtering it through the Golden Dragon scale in his mental space. At the rate that he could process it, that would take him years or even decades to finish, but it was the only thing he knew that made any difference at all. What he really needed was a way to store all of that excess energy until he could process and adapt to it all. The solution to Carl's issues came in the form of one tarnished Golden Dragon scale. Not the image of it in his mental space, but the actual treasure that Hawk had looted. Carl took it out and held it in his hand as he meditated, then watched as the depleted scale began to rapidly absorb both soul energy and life force at a rate that dwarfed anything Carl could manage. The way that it managed it was simple, the same way that Carl had been attempting to integrate the energy with himself. But the rate was so far beyond what he could manage that it was almost embarrassing. However, Carl didn't just give all the stored energy to the scale, which was rapidly regaining its luster. He still wanted as much as he could absorb for himself, as the combination of soul and life energy caused his own power level to skyrocket. If he had a few months to simply sit and work on it, Carl was certain that he could force himself to the totem rank just with what he already had. The qualifier was mostly that the weapons were both oversaturated and leaking power, and he needed to get them below that point so that they could continue to function properly during the next battle and not cause another overload situation. The Haint Claw had begun to change, Carl noticed. Like Overlord Lifa, it was developing a personality of its own. Carl could sense the smug superiority radiating from it when he complained to himself about how long it would take him to adapt to all the excess power that the Haint Claw had stored. If it was as efficient at transferring the energy to him as it was at taking it in, they wouldn't be in this situation. But then, if it could reinforce his soul at such an insane rate, he would probably stop being human entirely. The stored soul energy was stripped of most of the aspects of the creature that it came from, but not all of it. There was always a bit of lingering influence left over, the innate aspects that couldn't be removed without destroying the innate stability of the soul. In contrast, the life essence from the Blade of Champions was a simple and direct upgrade. More powerful vitality was more powerful vitality. As he absorbed it, his body became increasingly more durable. Only, with the change in his constitution, he no longer progressed steadily toward the next rank, but he became more and more monstrous with every bit of stolen vitality. The orc he took the blade from would be proud. With little choice, Karl focused on the energy from the Blade of Champions, attempting to deplete at least one of the weapons before the next battle. The stream of soul energy from the Haint Claw didn't change much whether he focused on it or not, so he simply let it passively filter while he infused his body with the powerful life force of the defeated Bomgan army. The life force of a totem-ranked undead was absolutely immense, and the weapons had shamelessly taken the majority of the leaked life energy of the overlords who had been killed in battle as well. The entire time that Karl was being overloaded with power, they were stocking up. After an unknown amount of time, Karl felt a new presence entering the tiny world. Priestess Delilah had come to visit, but she had brought a stranger into the space with her. Karl opened his eyes to see who was so important that the totem-ranked dragon would bring them here. Even bringing strangers to the fort was unusual, but Karl was fairly certain he had been clear that the tiny world was not a public space. Beside the red dragon was an older man with white dragon church robes on, and golden light shining from his eyes. "High Priest, I wasn't expecting visitors. Forgive my appearance." Karl greeted them. The old man nodded silently, and continued to stare at Karl for a few seconds before speaking. "I can see what the war avatar meant, whatever change you underwent is a most curious one. You are progressing toward totem ranked, but not at the same rate that you're progressing toward something else. I wonder if that constitution skill can still be called epic grade? It feels like it should be stronger than that, or perhaps because your baseline was something inhuman the multiplicative effect is stronger. Ah, forgive me, I have forgotten the basics. I am Joel, avatar of the White Dragon." Karl nodded his greeting and continued the process of transforming the energy in the blade into power for his body. "Do you have a particular goal with this process?" the aging White Dragon asked. "Are you familiar with the dungeon bosses? How they're far superior to a regular creature at their rank. That is what I'm hoping to accomplish with my own body. I already have damage reduction and healing abilities that put me on par with nearly any living species. So, if I can increase my health by enough." Karl trailed off, and the White Dragon hummed curiously. "It should be possible. When dragons are chosen as avatars of their gods, they also increase in durability by a significant amount, signifying the favor of their patron. The precedent is solid, and I would be curious to see what it would take to even damage someone with the skills that you are reported to have after you reach totem rank." Karl smiled. "Surely, you didn't come all this way just to see how my recovery was going? I don't recall sensing you on the battlefield." The dragon sighed. "I could only wish that it was so simple. No, the Church is more concerned about your relationship with Supreme Lady Matilda. We can sense her power on you, and one of your companions. The Chaos Dragon is a casual menace to society, and we had to be certain that she hadn't done something that was going to create issues on another island." Again. That made Karl chuckle. "So, you were concerned that my advancement might be a practical joke that she was playing on the world?" Karl briefly thought that, in a way, it might be. But one that she allowed to play out, not one that she started. Priestess Delilah smirked and winked at Karl. "It might not be bad for you if she did. I recall once when I was a child, she cast a curse called alternation on a hatchling that caused them to cycle between their current state and their state on their final birthday at random. You never knew whether it was a toddler's tantrum, or if you would get a mythic rank green dragon throwing a fit. The cursed one matured remarkably quickly, with the memories of being an adult, but removing the curse took nearly 10 years. That spell had possibilities. The chance that you would just burst with power and rise half a dozen ranks at once whenever you were frustrated or facing a challenge. It might not be reliable, but when it worked, it would really work. I can see why you would be concerned about that. After all, I have already seen myself as an immortal. Carl agreed. The white dragon nodded. I heard about it from Bishop Misty's handler. She has a handler? Carl asked. Of course. The time dragons make the green dragons look reliable and responsible. If we didn't assign someone to her, we would never know what she had gotten up to, as she never remembers to tell anyone. She didn't even tell us about the incident with you, and still insists that she hasn't done it yet, but the Golden Dragon Nation has many of our people embedded in it, as it follows the dragon gods. Avatar Joel agreed. He ran his fingers through his short white hair, then sighed, and took a book from his robes. Here, why don't you try this? It's a power matrix textbook. Most species wouldn't need it, but I suspect that you will. Carl took the book and flipped it open to the first page. It was a newly written tome, and directed at monks, who needed to fortify their mental strength, as inner strength, not mana, powered many of their attacks. It gave them an edge in some forms of battle, as inner strength regenerated even when cut off from mana. However, it wasn't so much the alternate form of energy, which he wasn't even certain that he could use, that was the priority. It was the way of storing it. Carl flipped a few pages until he got to the part that he already knew, the basic focal point. That had formed a dragon scale when he focused, instead of the candle that was recommended. But it was enough of a similarity to follow the directions to the next step. Carl began forming the pattern to turn the single focal point into a triangle, the next recommended shape. The moment that he clearly imagined it, the two new images of the dragon scale snapped into existence, and the flow of soul energy into his body tripled. Skill Master 5 activation, mental fortitude, has improved. Maximum level reached. The new images of dragon scales were solidifying smoothly, and the intensity of the influx began to stabilize, so Carl moved on to the next image on the page, the 5-pointed star. Shifting the scales from their spot wasn't easy, but the new focusing array formed as easily as the last one had, and the influx of soul energy increased again. There was a skill in his skill tree that Carl could see becoming incredibly powerful with these changes. It came after, Follow Me, Little One, and it was based entirely on mental strength. 50 points, Dominating Power. The Pack Master's aura gains a mental domination effect at will, requiring weaker minds to submit to his will. Hypnosis type ability. It wasn't really his style, but with this much soul power and capped out, mental fortitude, it would be effective on nearly anything. However, the other two skills waiting for him under Pack First in the skill tree were still more interesting. 100 points, Benevolent Elder. Unbonded upgraded beasts gain the ability to form a contract with eligible targets before the target's initial class selection. 20 points, Limitless, passive skill. Beasts evolved by the Packmaster have an increased chance of surpassing milestones in development. Limitless would be great for Thor, whose new species were typically invincible overlords, but never totems. While Benevolent Elder was a curious sort of skill that looked like it was better suited to a leader looking to build an army. For now, he held off on picking any of them, though he had plenty of skill points available. They were useful skills, but he couldn't afford to get distracted from the task at hand. From the 5-pointed star, the next step was a 9-pointed focal design that was supposed to represent the shape of a dragon's head. The important part of forming the dragon array is to focus on the image of the dragon's skull to attain the perfect placement. The clearer the vision of the dragon's head in your mind, the more closely aligned to the dragon gods your array will become. Carl read the text 3 times, then realized he had a dilemma. Each of the dragon species had a slightly differently shaped head. If he was going to align the array to a dragon, to increase and shape his mental strength, he would have to pick one of them. The adorable, childish chubbiness of the hatchling that Lotus turned into when she was in beast form made Carl smile, and the two dragons watching him realized that he was making real progress on the mental exercises. They didn't say anything, so as not to disturb his practice. But they watched carefully as the level of soul energy that his body was absorbing increased again. This was not the final stage in the process. The next 3 detailed steps were representations of constellations, but they were 27 and 128 points, respectively. It felt like there should be something in between those, but that was what the textbook was showing him, and Carl hadn't read the details yet. Carl flipped the page to read the descriptions about the dragon-shaped array. There should be guidance in there for him to absorb, and perhaps a good reason to pick one dragon over another. The dragon need not be one that you know well, but it is important that the dragon represent an aspect that resonates with your personality. The visualization of the dragon the points represent is integral to the practice and future growth of the monk following the path of the stars, and a poor choice or visualization may lead to a crippling reduction in growth speed. The book informed him. Carl opened his eyes for a moment as he considered the best path forward. "You look lost. What stage are you at?" Delilah asked. "The 9-star dragon's head representation. I'm not sure what dragon to visualize to optimize my growth speed." Carl explained. The red dragon shrugged. "As long as the visualization is good, you should be fine with any dragon you know." "I know the perfect one," Kara offered. "The Chaos Dragon?" "I think that might be more you than me," Carl reminded her. "Your new growth skill disagrees. You too are the Chaos." Carl considered it. He knew what Supreme Lady Matilda looked like well enough. It was hard to forget the visual impact that a massive, supreme-ranked Chaos Dragon made. Plus, Kara wasn't wrong. Chaos did follow them around like an eager puppy, somehow just showing up everywhere that he went. So, Supreme Lady Matilda's face was the one that he envisioned as he arranged the stars for the array. But only after he finished did he realize just how specific that image was. Unlike most draconic heads, Matilda wasn't symmetrical. She had 2 horns on one side and only one on the other. So, when Carl arranged the stars to represent her, they weren't the same sort of perfectly balanced image that was portrayed in the diagram. However, they felt right, and the flow of soul power through the array was vastly increased over the 5-pointed star. Whether that was as much as a monk was supposed to get from the array was something that Carl had no reference for, but going by the impressed look that the white dragon was giving him, it shouldn't be too bad. "Alright, I have finished visualizing the dragon's head, and organizing the focal points in my mind. Do you think that is far enough, or should I keep working on the others?" Carl asked. Avatar Joel chuckled. "Just the fact that you managed to arrange 9 points in under a day is a monstrous feat. Many monks take years to get to that point, and some never move past it, due to lacking mental fortitude. How much pain are you in, on a scale of 1 to 10? The arrangement can take a rather heavy toll on the mind." Carl shrugged. "I'm good. I heal fast, and my head feels fine." The dragon nodded in satisfaction, and cast a spell that settled over Carl, but didn't appear to change his body, so it was most likely for monitoring something that the dragon couldn't see directly. "Not bad. Transformation speed is solid, you have a good grasp on the appearance of the dragon for your focal points. Tell me, what do your focal stars look like?" Joel asked, his wrinkled face creasing with excitement. "Golden dragon scales. They glow softly, but I used that instead of the simple candle flame that was suggested during my basic training," Carl explained. "Oh, that would explain things. Using dragon scales as a focal point would make this part of the process much easier. Now, soul strength isn't a major factor for you yet, but it will be. It matters in the totem rank advancement, and the mythic advancement, but at the immortal threshold, there is nothing more important. All immortals have to undergo a tribulation, and while it is partially a test of power, it is mostly a test of soul integrity and mental fortitude. The mind normally shatters long before the body, and then the failed progression will be the last attempt that they ever make." The white dragon explained. "Well, at least I've got an advantage when I make it to that point. Now I just need to make it through 2 more ranks, and I'm home free, right?" Carl joked. The 2 dragons laughed. "You make it sound so easy. But who knows, perhaps for you, it will be. Especially now. We will have to see how you do in an actual battle, but my guess is that you won't be losing any mental battles in the near future." Carl smiled at the pair. I don't intend to lose many battles of any sort in the near future. But how are things outside? How long was I out of it? Delilah shrugged. All night. It's almost morning now. The locals were surprisingly understanding about the situation, and your overload, which they took as an attack by the enemy mages. Having a healing station on site helped their mood considerably. Everyone else is in the fort, as they didn't want to interrupt your progress in here, or risk injury. If you're settled enough, you can go let them know. Carl nodded. I will let them know that they can come in. I'm sure that someone will want to sun themselves on the beach, or the cliffs. Delilah laughed. That's not a bad idea. I will be here for the afternoon. The undead are not showing any signs of attacking, according to the other clerics in the area. While Carl had spent the day recovering, and the team had spent the day helping with the wounded, all over Drod and Bomgen, the system was undergoing a subtle shift. More residents were getting fully active systems, with features silently appearing to anyone who checked, and many youngsters were gaining system access for the first time. The extra power that had been added to the dragon scale might still be hidden from the world inside of Carl's inventory, now that he had recovered the damaged relic from Hawk's storage, but the effects were not contained. To most, it was a nearly invisible background process. But to Lord Bomgen, who had the soul-bound devotion of every undead creature within his realm, as well as most of the living ones, the change caused a visceral reaction. Causing the system to become fully activated was the last thing that he wanted. His necromancers were powerful without the system, there was no benefit to him of making them just a little stronger when it would be making every demon and monster species around his borders gain power even more rapidly. It wasn't clear what had caused the change, or where it was centered, as so few of his spies had noticed any anomalies, even at home in Bomgen. But it was clear that the world was changing, and it most likely had something to do with the dragons. If it were the orcs who had found the relic they had been searching for, the whole world would know by now. Orcs were lousy at keeping secrets.